A History of Soviet Russia. Socialism. In One Country. 1924 to 1926. By Edward Hallett Carr. Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge. Volume 2. Preface. The general arrangement of the 3 volumes to be published under the title Socialism in One Country, 1924 to 1926, of which the present is the second, was explained in the preface to the first of these volumes published last year. Since I worked on the first and second volumes more or less simultaneously, the record in that preface of the names of friends and scholars to whom I had been especially indebted for advice, assistance, and encouragement, and of the libraries and institutions which had supplied me with much of my material, applies equally to the present volume, and I need only here reiterate the very warm thanks which I continue to owe to all of them. I should, however, like to take this opportunity of adding some further names. Professor Yuzuru Taniyuki, Professor of Political Science and Public Administration in the University of Nagoya, who is engaged in a detailed study of Soviet local government, has given me valuable assistance in the chapters on regionalization and on the revitalization of the Soviets. Dr. J. M. Meyer, head of the Russian division of the International Institute for Socialgeschiedenis at Amsterdam, helped me with important material for the chapter on the Red Army, and Dr. R. M. Slusser of the Hoover Library, Stanford, for the chapter on order and security, in the section on party education. I have drawn out an unpublished thesis on the subject written by Mr. Zev Katz in the London School of Economics. To all of these I express my sincere thanks. I am also particularly grateful to Professor Merle Fainsett for having allowed me, while I was at Harvard early in 1957, to inspect the Smolensk archives on which he was working. The magnitude of the archives would in any event have prevented my investigating them in detail, and what I saw confirmed the impression that their major value is for periods later than 1926. But I was able to dip into a few files of special interest to me, and found some points which are recorded in footnotes in the present volume. Professor Fainsett's book 6 Preface. Smolensk under Soviet rule, which contains a description of the archives, unfortunately came out too late for me to use. Certain technical points should be noted here. References in the footnotes to Vol 1 relate to Volume 1 of Socialism in One Country, 1924 to 1926, the 2 previous installments of the history. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, and the Interregnum, 1923. 1924, are quoted by their titles. To save space, I have not repeated the list of abbreviations which appeared at the end of Volume 1. I have merely listed a few abbreviations which appear for the first time in Volume 2. Dr. I. Neustadt has once again supplied the index. A bibliography will appear at the end of Volume 3. Progress on this volume has been somewhat delayed by illness, but I hope to complete it next year. The main burden of typing this volume has been most efficiently borne by Miss Jean 5. E. H. Carr. May 4, 1959. Chapter 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Chapter 20. Contents. Part IL. The struggle in the party. Lessons of October. Socialism in One Country. The rift in the triumvirate. The debate about literature. Tuesday Komsomo. Maneuvering for position. The 14th Congress. New alignments. Tuesday Mono.I2 Party. A. Numbers and composition. 6. Party education. C. The party machine. D. The power of appointment. E. Unity and discipline. F. The leader. Part 4. The Soviet order. The Union and the republics. A. The organs of the Union. B. The RSFSR. C. The Ukrainian and White Russian SSRs. D. The Transcaucasian SFSR. E. The Central Asian republics. Page 36, 52, 76, 88, 108, 131, 153, 177, 231. 8 Contents. Chapter 21. Regionalization. 22 Revitalizing the Soviets. A. The Soviets in decline. B. Face to the countryside. C. The Kulak and the party. D. The city Soviets. E. The balance sheet. 23 The Red Army. 24 Order and security. Note A. Loka. Finance. Note B. Peasant committees of Mutual Aid A1P. Note C. Revolutionary legality. List of abbreviations. Index. Page 273, 304, 373, 421, 455, 466, 468, 472, 473. Part 3. The struggle in the party. Chapter 2. Lessons of October. Seasonal respite in political strife, while both sides prepared for a renewal of the struggle in the autumn. The 13th Party Congress in May had not only confirmed and registered the defeat of Trotsky and of the opposition of 1923, but had added its quota of encouragement to the cult of Lenin spontaneously initiated after the leader's death. The word Leninism crept unnoticed into the party vocabulary, together with the honorific epithet Leninist as applied to the Lenin enrollment and Leninist pioneers. In June 1924, when the 5th Congress of Comintern assembled in Moscow, the delegates marched in solemn procession to the newly constructed Lenin Mausoleum in the Red Square, and listened to commemorative addresses by Kalinin, Ruth Fisher, and Roy, whose speech ended with the words "Long live Leninism." A month later, the Russian Communist League of Youth, Komsomol, held its 6th regular Congress, and decided to change its name to Russian Leninist Communist League of Youth. The decision was unanimous, though Krupskaya in her speech at the Congress recalled that Lenin had often used the word icon in a derogatory sense, saying of a revolutionary who was honored, but no longer had any influence. Well, he is already an icon. 3 The Lenin Mausoleum, containing Lenin's embalmed body, was open to visitors. On August 1, 1924. Petrograd had been renamed Leningrad. Summer months of 1924 were marked by the usual. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pp 354, 361. 2 Protocol, Fiinter Kongresster Kommunistiskan International, ND, I. 30 to 39. 3 Shastoya Sex Rossiyskogo Leninskogo Kommunistikiskogo Soyuzem Mladezi. 1924, p 13. Plus Leningradskaya Pravda, August 1, 1924. In the outlying regions of the USSR, the cult spontaneously assumed exotic forms. Legends of Lenin in prose and verse current in Central Asia are collected in Krasnaya Nov, number 7. 3. Chapter 2. Lessons of October. Seasonal respite in political strife, while both sides prepared for a renewal of the struggle in the autumn. The 13th Party Congress in May had not only confirmed and registered the defeat of Trotsky and of the opposition of 1923, but had added its quota of encouragement to the cult of Lenin spontaneously initiated after the leader's death. The word Leninism crept unnoticed into the party vocabulary, together with the honorific epithet Leninist as applied to the Lenin enrollment and Leninist pioneers. In June 1924, when the 5th Congress of Comintern assembled in Moscow, the delegates marched in solemn procession to the newly constructed Lenin Mausoleum in the Red Square, and listened to commemorative addresses by Kalinin, Ruth Fisher, and Roy, whose speech ended with the words "Long live Leninism." A month later, the Russian Communist League of Youth, Komsomol, held its 6th regular Congress, and decided to change its name to Russian Leninist Communist League of Youth. The decision was unanimous, though Krupskaya in her speech at the Congress recalled that Lenin had often used the word icon in a derogatory sense, saying of a revolutionary who was honored, but no longer had any influence. Well, he is already an icon. 3 The Lenin Mausoleum, containing Lenin's embalmed body, was open to visitors on August 1, 1924. Petrograd had been renamed Leningrad. Summer months of 1924 were marked by the usual 1. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pp. 354, 361. 2. Protocol, Fi Inter Kongresser Kommunistisken International, ND, I. 39. 3. Shastoy SS Rossiyskogo Leninskogo Kommunistikoskogo Soyuzem Melodiae. 1924, p. 13. 4. Leningradskaya Pravda, August 1, 1924. In the outlying regions of the USSR, the cult spontaneously assumed exotic forms. Legends of Lenin in prose and verse current in Central Asia are collected in Krasnaya Nov, number 7. 3. 4. The struggle in the party PTIL. Immediately after Lenin's death, in May 1924, before the party Congress, Simbirsk, Lenin's birthplace, was renamed Ulyanovsk. These tributes to the dead leader had a surprising sequel, which seems to have been little noticed at the time. In June 1924, Yuzovka, an iron and steel town in the Ukraine, originally named after a British ironmaster who had no doubt founded the works, was renamed Stalinsk. The neighboring railway station, known as Yuzovo, became Stalino. It was not till September 1924 that Elizavetgrad, also in the Ukraine, was named Zinovievsk, and in the same month 2 other towns, Bakhmut and Ekaterinburg, were renamed, in honor of dead party leaders, Artemovsk and Sverdlovsk respectively. 3 The conversion of Tsaritsyn, the scene of a famous civil war clash between Trotsky and Stalin, into Stalingrad came only in April 1925. 2 minor episodes occurred during the summer of 1924. In a speech to a party meeting in Moscow, after the 13th Party Congress, Stalin went out of his way to join issue with both his fellow triumvirs on points of party orthodoxy. He good-humoredly derided Kamina by name for having at the Congress misquoted Lenin's famous remark about the transformation of NEP Russia into Socialist Russia. Kamina had represented Lenin as speaking of NEP in Russia, and this slip Stalin pompously attributed to habitual carelessness in regard to questions of theory. He went on to dissociate himself more sharply, though without mentioning Zinoviev's name, from the doctrine enunciated by Zinoviev with some emphasis a year earlier, of the dictatorship of the party. This he bluntly called non-sense. 5 The motives of this deliberately provocative gesture are September 1925, pages 306 to 309, number 6, June 1926, pages 188 to 201. The favorite theme was to depict him as a liberator sent by Allah to make people happy. The Transcaucasian SFSR issued a decree in February 1925 prohibiting the sale and distribution of representations of Lenin in painting or sculpture except with the approval of the Narkompros of the Republic concerned, Sobrany. Uzakonin Zakaukaskoy SFSR, 1925, number 2, art. 359. A year later a further decree required the submission to the Presidium of TSIK of the Transcaucasian SFSR of all projects to erect monuments to revolutionary leaders or other persons on the territory of the Republic, ID 1926, number 5, art 651. Systematischka Sobrany Diastoyushik Zakhanov SSSR, I, 1926, 278. 2 Ibid I, 280. 3 Sobrany Zakhanov, 1924, number 8, art. 83, number 11, art. 108, number 25, art. 209. Plus Sobrany Zakhanov, 1925, number 25, art. 171. 5 Stalin, Sakhanintia, 6, 257 to 258, for the history of the phrase dictator. Ship of the party. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 230 to 232. 279. Ch. 11 Lessons of October 5th. Difficult to assess. Discussion of minor differences between party members was still at this time relatively free. Stalin's criticism of his colleagues was less significant than it would have been at a later date. He was feeling his ground, and was ready to retreat when he found that he had gone too far. Nobody minded the baiting of Kamina, but Zinoviev, whose vanity was more vulnerable, succeeded, apparently after some delay, in arraigning Stalin before an informal meeting of leading party members and securing a disavowal of his heresy. Stalin submitted, and a full-page anonymous article written by Zinoviev was published in the press, reaffirming the true doctrine of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the dictatorship of the party. It was headed with the 3 passages in which Lenin had used the phrase, and concluded that the doctrine of the will of the party was the most important constituent part of Leninism. The dispute had no sequel. It was by this time more urgent to close the ranks against an expected new offensive by Trotsky than to pay off scores between members of the triumvirate. The other event which followed hard on the 13th Party Congress was the publication of Trotsky's commemorative pamphlet on Lenin. It was distasteful to the other party leaders in 2 respects. In the first place, it was not a biography of Lenin, but rather a sketch of Trotsky's personal relations with him, which inevitably created, and was consciously or unconsciously designed to create, an impression of the nearness of Lenin to Trotsky and of a distance between him and the other leading Bolsheviks. Secondly, while it treated Lenin in terms of affectionate respect, the writer and the subject of the sketch were clearly placed on terms of equality incompatible with the attitude of veneration of the dead leader which was rapidly becoming the rule in party circles. Zinoviev, in a speech delivered a few days after publication of the pamphlet, referred indignantly to the way 1. The article was published in Pravda, August 23, 1924. Zinoviev's account of the condemnation and submission of Stalin, who at one point is said to have tendered his resignation, was given to the 14th Party Congress. In December 1925, 14 SSV Socialismo Comunistico Party, b. Pages 454 to 455, and not contradicted, the meeting which passed the verdict, and was attended, according to Zinoviev, by 15 or 17 party members, was prob. Ably identical with the meeting of August 17 to 19, 1924, described P6 below. 2. This point was emphasized in an enthusiastic review by one of Trotsky's supporters in Krasnaya Nov, number 4, 21, June-July 1924, pages 341 to 343. 6. The struggle in the party PT11, in which Trotsky had equated his own error at Brest-Litovsk with Lenin's error in supporting the advance on Warsaw 2 years later. At a later date the pamphlet became a minor target in the party controversy, and attacks were also directed against a speech in which Trotsky had somewhat rhetorically contrasted Lenin the man of action with Marx the theorist. Point 2. But the gravamen of the charge was that Trotsky, in purporting to glorify Lenin, had glorified himself by representing himself as the equal partner and coadjutor of the great leader. In particular, he had depicted himself as playing a decisive role in the organization of the October coup, and Lenin as turning readily to him for advice. Even the title of People's Commissar and the name of Sovnarkom had issued from Trotsky's fertile brain. After Trotsky's declaration of submission at the 13th Party Congress in May 1924, he remained silent throughout the summer on the issues which divided him from the other leaders. When in June he was specifically invited by the Presidium of the 5th Congress of Comintern to open a debate on the differences in the Russian party, he declined on the ground that the discussion had been closed by the decision of the Party Congress. Point 5. But, in spite of this discretion, fear of what Trotsky might do still haunted the triumvirate. In the middle of August, 19 members of the party Central Committee, if Zinoviev's count is correct, met in a 3-day session to discuss tactics. Point 6. The only decision known to have been taken was to set up a September at Leningradskaya Pravda, June 13, 1924. 2. The speech, delivered on April 21, 1924, is in L. Trotsky, Zapad i Vostok. 1924, pages 30 to 41. This and other more abstruse points were taken up in an article in Bolshevik, number 2, January 31, 1925, pages 9 to 23. 3. Vardin, a Leningrad party official and follower of Zinoviev, CP 80. Note 3 below, reviewed the pamphlet with ironical politeness in Bolshevik. Number 10, September 5, 1924, pages 80 to 85, accusing Trotsky of concealing his past differences with Lenin and with Bolshevism, hinting at self-glorification, and convicting him of various errors. Trotsky replied at length. T-bid, note 12 to 13. October 20, 1924, pages 92 to 104, and was answered editorially, Z-bid. Pages 105 to 109. 4. See the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 363 to 364. 5. Protocol, Fienter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, 2. 583, 619. 6. Information about this meeting is contained in a statement of Zinoviev to the Party Central Committee of July 1926 preserved in the Trotsky archives. Leaders of first or second rank absent from Zinoviev's list of those present were Kalinin, Molotov, Yaroslavsky, Dzerzhinsky and Franz. These may have been on holiday, or the list may well be incomplete. Ch. 11 Lessons of October 7, consisting of the 6 members of the Politburo, excluding Trotsky, and Kubyshev, together with Molotov, Yaroslavsky, Rudzutak, Dzerzhinsky and Franz as candidate members of the group. This September it effectively replaced the Politburo, which was hamstrung so long as Trotsky belonged to it, for the next 2 years, and formed the general staff of the anti-Trotsky campaign. Throughout the summer pinpricks against Trotsky were the order of the day among party leaders. But no concerted action was undertaken. The isolation of Trotsky was carried some steps further. In April Franz, a staunch supporter of the triumvirate, and an antagonist of Trotsky in military doctrine, had succeeded Sklyansky as deputy People's Commissar for War. In September, Trotsky's private secretary Glasman, persecuted or threatened by the party authorities for his association with Trotsky, committed suicide. From this point the struggle moved forward to a climax which neither side foresaw or deliberately planned. In the battle between Trotsky and the triumvirate, provocation from each side in turn incited the other to fresh extravagances, and both were responsible for a growing intransigence and bitterness which was inherent in the situation from the start. But most of the calculation was done by the triumvirs, who were fully conscious of their aim and consistent in their pursuit of it. Trotsky's behavior, on the other hand, was often governed by an intellectual passion for debate, and, later, by the blindness of anger and desperation. After the Bolshevik victory had been won, current preoccupations caused the disputes which had preceded it to be forgotten or ignored in the party. When in 1922 Trotsky republished a collection of his earlier articles under the title 7905, and added a note referring to the ideological re-equipment of Bolshevism undertaken by Lenin in the spring of 1917, he plainly implied that Lenin had rallied in the April theses to Trotsky's original standpoint. Trotsky referred to the group as a secret Politburo of 7, L. Trotsky. Moyes Berlin, 1930, 240. 2c, for example, El Camina, Stat I Rishi, X, 1927, 256, A1. Rykov. Sakhainania, 3, 1929, 110, Semashko in Izvestia, August 21, 1924. 3. For the place of military questions in the campaign against Trotsky. See pages 382 to 391, 394 to 398 below. 4. His suicide is referred to in L. Trotsky, Moyes Berlin, 1930. 2. 149, 295, ID Stalin, NY, 1946, p. 390, no details are on record. Vol. 2b. 8. The struggle in the party PT3, and hinted at the reluctance of other Bolsheviks to follow Lenin at that time. But the publication excited no interest among the other leaders, and passed without comment or reply. Nobody but Trotsky cared to rake over these ashes of dead controversies. In the winter of 1923 to 1924 a new stage began when Stalin Khan tested Trotsky's credentials as an old Bolshevik, and Zinoviev referred to Trotskyism as a definite tendency in the Russian workers' movement. The reference to the significance of Trotsky's non-Bolshevism in Lenin's testament, even with the proviso that it should not be used against him, inevitably seemed to legitimize the process of delving into Trotsky's past. But, if the skeletons in Trotsky's cupboard were to be exposed, he could hardly be expected not to retaliate. If the question is to be put on the plane of biographical investigations, he had written ominously in December 1923, then it must be done properly. 2. In the pamphlet of June 1924 on Lenin, some conventions of forbearance were still observed, i.e. dissensions, which came to an open break in the October days, as well as the disputes over the April theses, were mentioned. But none of those implicated was named. In the autumn, provoked by the further pinpricks of the past few months, Trotsky cast aside all restraint and launched an open attack on his persecutors. The year 1924 had seen the beginning of the publication of the collected works of Zinoviev and of Trotsky. 3. The third volume of Trotsky's writings, which was devoted to articles and speeches of 1917, was due for publication in October 1924. In September, Trotsky, then on holiday in Kislovodsk, wrote a lengthy article with the title Lessons of October, which was published by way of an afterthought as a preface to the volume, plus the tone was set, for those in the know, by the appearance on the first page of 2. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 59, Note 3. 2. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 331. 3. 6 volumes of Zinoviev's works, G. Zinoviev, Sobrany Sakhaninit, I. 3. V. 1516, appeared in 1 G. Cent 24. The preface to the first was dated October 1923. 3 volumes of Trotsky's works appeared in the same year, according to an undated letter to Ryazanov in the Trotsky archives. Trotsky's contract with Gossist provided that Gossist should pay the editors and copyists, but that he should receive nothing himself. Plus Lessons of October, dated Kislovodsk, September 15, 1924, was printed with separate pagination. Trotsky, Sakhainiya, 3, I, pages 11. The body of the volume had evidently been set up first. Ch. 11 Lessons of October 9. Phrases borrowed almost textually from Lenin's Testament. The differences which had arisen in October 1917 were described as profound and not at all accidental, but it would be too petty to attempt to use them now, several years later, as a weapon against those who then went astray. The defeats of the past year in Bulgaria and in Germany showed the disastrous result of neglecting the lessons that could have been learned from the Russian October. For studying the laws and methods of proletarian revolution, there is up to the present no more important or profound source than our October experience. In 1923 all conditions for successful revolution had been available in Germany, except this understanding among the leaders of the lessons of October. In his account of the Russian Revolution, Trotsky guardedly returned to his criticism of Lenin's formula of a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, which made sense only as a stage on the way to the socialist dictatorship of the proletariat supported by the peasantry, his own formula, and repeated the substance of his footnote of 1922. Lenin's formula had led in practice to misinterpretation. In a Menshevik sense, in certain circles in our party, the emphasis in Lenin's formula was placed not on the dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, but on its democratic character, which contrasted with the socialist character. This in turn meant, in backward Russia only a democratic revolution is conceivable. The socialist revolution must begin in the West. But to put the question in that way inevitably ended in Menshevism. And this was fully demonstrated in 1917. Had not Lenin himself in his controversy with Kamina in April 1917 described the famous formula as outdated and dead. The essence of the argument was to turn back on Kamina as had the imputation of Menshevism covertly labelled against Trotsky by the triumvirate. From this point Trotsky launched into a biting attack on the attitude of the old Bolsheviks from April to October 1917. Kamina was pilloried as Lenin's principal antagonist throughout this period. Other names appeared sparingly. Nogin, now dead, was mentioned once. Rykhov's sceptical utterance at the April 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 60 to 61. 10. The struggle in the party. Pt. 3. Conference was quoted at length, though without naming him. When Trotsky reached the events of October, he twice indicted Zinoviev and Kamina by name for their opposition on the eve of the insurrection, and recorded their resignation from the party Central Committee 10 days after the victory. The article contained no allusion to Stalin. This restraint may be attributed, partly, perhaps, to a scrupulous desire to be fair. Stalin had been only a mild and occasional offender in this period, but mainly to a refusal even now to recognize in Stalin a serious adversary. In the concluding sections of the article, Trotsky returned to his comparison of the German with the Russian October. Victory had been won in 1917 because Lenin forced action at the right moment on his wavering opponents. In 1923, no leader was at hand to force similar action on the German party. In a postscript, Trotsky reverted to his own record. From the moment of his arrival in Petrograd in May 1917, he had supported Lenin's policy of the seizure of power by the proletariat fully and wholly. As regards his view of the peasantry, there was no shadow of any disagreement with Lenin, who at that time carried out the first step of the struggle against the right Bolsheviks with their slogan, a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. Once more, Trotsky's adhesion to Lenin and the Bolsheviks in the summer of 1917 seemed to be qualified by the implied claim that Lenin, in abandoning his formula of 1905 to the right Bolsheviks of 1917, had come over more than halfway to Trotsky. Meanwhile, Trotsky's campaign gave fresh encouragement to the efforts of his supporters. Lenzner, the editor of his collected works, in a preface to the volume in which Lessons of October appeared, quoted Trotsky's American letters of March 1917, remarking that they fully anticipated Lenin's famous letters from afar written in Switzerland in the same month. The claim of Trotsky to be the co-author, if not the main author, of the policy inaugurated by the April theses was once more substantiated. An obscure follower of Trotsky named Sirkin published a pamphlet reviving an apocryphal story of the behavior of the leading Bolsheviks, which had originally appeared in 1919 in John Reed's 10 Days that shook the world. In October 1917, according to this version. For this, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 84. Ch. 11 Lessons of October 2. Lenin and Trotsky alone of the intellectuals had stood for an immediate rising. A majority of the Central Committee of the party had voted against it, and it was only after the intervention of a rough workman, his face convulsed with rage, that the vote was reversed. The unfortunate feature about this story was that Reed's book had been praised by Lenin, in a preface to a recently published Russian translation, as a truthful and unusually vivid account of the revolution. The official publication date of the volume containing Lessons of October was November 6, 1924.2. But it was apparently available to the members of the party Central Committee when they met in session from October 25 to 27. It created a considerable stir in party circles. Mutual sniping had been increasingly practiced during the past year, but no attack yet launched in the party controversy was anything like so closely reasoned or so far-reaching in its impact as Trotsky's broadside. Few members of the party now remembered exactly what had happened when Lenin returned to Petrograd in April 1917. Fewer still knew the details of the dissensions in the Central Committee before and after the seizure of power in October. Trotsky's article recalled much that many would willingly have continued to forget. The major weight of his blows fell on Kamina, and to a lesser degree on Zinoviev. But few of the leaders could feel themselves wholly immune. Even Lenin emerged from this searching examination of party history as something less than infallible. The first recorded comment came from Kamina. At a meeting of the Moscow Party Committee on October 29, 1924, he observed that many members of the Central Committee, of whom I am one, refused to bring before the plenum of the Central Committee the question of the meaning of Trotsky's outburst, that we, meaning the many members whom he did not name none. John Reed, 10 Days That Shook the World, NY, 1919, p. 38, Lenin. Sakhinaya, XXIV, 661. Lenin's preface was written at the end of 1919 when he first read the book, but first appeared in print in a Russian translation. Published in 1923, bid XXIV, 831, note 205. The edition of 5,000 copies was quickly sold out and, when the discussion was at its height, was virtually unobtainable. This led to rumors that it was officially banned. M. Eastman, Since Lenin Died, 1925, p. 123. 12. The struggle in the party PTL. The less regarded it as a falsification of the history of the Bolshevik party in the October days, and proposed to reply on the literary plane, but that Trotsky would not be allowed to stir up out of this an extensive discussion. The official party retort to Trotsky's offensive was contained in an article in Pravda on November 2, 1924, entitled How Not to Write the History of October, which, though unsigned, was recognized as the work of the editor, Bukharin. Trotsky's essay, it declared, had evidently been written largely for the benefit of foreign comrades, and, since its inaccuracies were likely to spread confusion in foreign communist parties, a reply was necessary. Trotsky had distorted the perspective by leaving out of account everything that had happened in the party before 1917. This was a delicate hint at Trotsky's own record. He had misrepresented Lenin's position in 1917 by depicting him as constantly at loggerheads with the majority of the Central Committee and in close agreement with Trotsky. In Trotsky's story of the events of October, the rank and file of the party had been entirely effaced. It does not exist, its temper cannot be discerned, it has disappeared. Only Comrade Trotsky stands out clearly. Lenin is visible in the background, and we discern a dull with anonymous Central Committee. The Petrograd organization, the real collective organizer of the workers' insurrection, is altogether absent. Is it permissible for Marxists to write history in this style? This is a caricature of Marxism. The analogy of the German with the Russian October was totally false. None of the conditions had been similar. The article ended with the usual appeal for party unity. The party will know how to judge fairly and promptly this stealthy undermining operation. The party wants work and not fresh discussion. The party desires real Bolshevik unity. Lzvestia waited till November 16, 1924, to come out with an inconspicuous review on a back page. It referred to the article, which had already appeared in Pravda, and declared that an otherwise unexceptionable volume had been spoiled by Trotsky's introductory article and by some remarks of his editor. The party journal printed an article by Sokolnikov, entitled How to Approach the History of October, which corrected L. Kamina, Stat I. Rishi, 11, 1929, 209 to 210. Ch. 11 Lessons of October 13th. Trotsky's account of the events of 1917 on several points and accused him of seeking to diminish Lenin's role and to exaggerate the difference between Lenin and other members of the Central Committee. But the rudeness of Trotsky's assault left no hope that the controversy would be allowed to remain on this relatively calm and restrained and literary level. The triumvirate decided that the time had come to unmask all its guns. The discussions, which took place at this time among the triumvirs and their supporters, were partly revealed 2 years later when the triumvirate had broken asunder. Kamenev then declared that the Trotsky danger was invented for the purpose of our organized struggle against Trotsky. Lashevik admitted that we invented this Trotskyism at the time of our struggle against Trotsky, and Zinoviev added that the whole art consisted in connecting old disagreements with new issues. Point 2 Trotsky had set the example in raking up the discreditable episodes of the past, and unsparing broadside against Trotsky's whole party record could now be made to seem a legitimate act of retaliation. The major reply was appropriately entrusted to Kamina, who had borne the brunt of Trotsky's attack. While the reply was evidently the concerted work of the triumvirate, Kamina's position as editor of the official collection of Lenin's writings gave him special authority as an expositor of Lenin's teaching and opportunity for copious quotation. His speech was delivered no less than 3 times at the Moscow Party Committee on November 18, 1924, at the party fraction of the Trade Union Central Council on the next day, and at a meeting of the party military organization 2 days later. Point 3. 1 Bolshevik, number 14, November 5, 1924, pages 105 to 113. 2 Bulletin Oppositiet, Paris, number 9, February-March 1930, pages 31 to 34. Similar testimony by Rodek and others is quoted in Stalinskaya Shkola Falsi. Fakatsi, Berlin, 1932, pages 101 to 108. 3 The text printed in Pravda and Izvestia on November 26, 1924, under the title Leninism or Trotskyism, was described as a stylistic elaboration of the speech delivered on the first occasion. How far it accurately represented what Kamina said cannot be discovered. The audience on the third occasion consisted of some 200 representatives of political commissars, central organs, and staff of the Red Army. Izvestia, November 23, 1924. The desire to appeal to a circle where Trotsky might be presumed to enjoy some influence is obvious. The speech was several times reprinted in pamphlets, and is in El Kamina. Stat T. Erect, I, 1925, 188 to 243. 14 The struggle in the party PT2. Kamina's speech was long and exhaustive. The issue, he explained, could not be treated as a personal dispute. The danger was that lessons of October, emanating from a leading member of the party Central Committee, might be taken as a textbook, not only for members of our party, for our youth organization, but for the whole of Comintern. From time to time in his speech, Kamina turfed aside to pay formal tribute to Trotsky's services. When Trotsky entered the party, he had passed the examination, and passed it brilliantly, and had written glorious pages into his own personal history and into that of the party. But these passages merely threw into relief the bitterness of an attack which was carried back to the earliest period of Trotsky's career, from the moment of the birth of Menshevism down to its final collapse. In 1917, Trotsky had played the role of the agent of Menshevism in the working class. In 1905, Trotsky made an attempt to escape from Menshevik negation and expounded in his own words Parvis's idea of permanent revolution, but the adoption of this leftist phrase did not hinder his continued collaboration with the Mensheviks. The clue of Kamina's speech was the systematic quotation of a wealth of phrases from Lenin's writings from 1904 onwards, which reflected unfavorably on Trotsky. Scarcely a year before 1914 failed to yield its contribution. During the war, when Trotsky collaborated with Martov and the left wing of the Mensheviks, the shafts flew still thicker. Trotsky is in fact helping the liberal labor politicians of Russia whose denial of the role of the peasantry implies a lack of will to incite the peasants to revolution. Martov and Trotsky, like Koskai in Germany and Longuet in France, are doing the greatest harm to the workers' movement by defending the fiction of unity and thus hindering the mature and real unification of the oppositions of all countries, and the creation of a third international. As late as February 1917, Lenin summed up Trotsky's position as leftist phrases and a block with the rights against the aim of the lefts, and it was after his return to Petrograd in April 1917 that he fathered on Trotsky Parvis's phrase of 1905 without its Tsar and a workers' government, and described it as the essence of Trotskyism, apparently. Some of these passages have been quoted in the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 63. Ch. 11 Lessons of October 15. Lenin's only use of the term, neglect of the peasant and desire to skip the bourgeois phase of the revolution. Equipped with this formidable armory of quotations, Kamina now set to work to drive a wedge between Trotsky and Lenin, between Trotskyism and Bolshevism. He poked iron nickel. Fun at Trotsky's phrase of a year earlier, I came to Lenin. Fighting point 2. What Trotsky really meant, as Lessons of October showed, was that I, Trotsky, came to Lenin because, in the fundamental questions of the character of the Russian Revolution, Lenin had brought the party to Trotskyism. The Trotsky who entered the party in 1917 did not change his spots. The fundamental hostility to Leninism, to Bolshevism, remained. Kamina enumerated Trotsky's 4 errors of the post-1917 period, the 4 issues on which he had been at variance with the majority of the party, and by strangely contorted arguments forced them all into the basic category of underestimating the peasantry. Trotsky's policy at Brest-Litovsk had been an underestimate of the role of the peasantry, masked by revolutionary phraseology. Trotsky's line in the trade union controversy had been an attempt to tighten the screws of war communism in the face of peasant resistance. Trotsky's insistence on planning was inspired by a desire to establish the dictatorship of industry, and Trotsky's attack in the autumn of 1923 on the fundamental framework of the dictatorship through his denunciation of the party leadership and the party bureaucracy had been due to an underestimate of the conditions in which we have to realize the dictatorship in a peasant country. Kamina now confessed his own impermissible hesitations of 1917, Trotsky's trump card in his struggle against Bolshevism, but quickly returned to the unbridgeable gulf between Trotsky and Lenin. In conclusion, he briefly denied rumors which were current that Trotsky's book has been prohibited, that Trotsky is about to be expelled from the party, that Trotsky has left Moscow. Repressions of that kind would be pointless. It was for the party to make its choice between the incompatibles of Leninism and Trotskyism. But it was necessary to strengthen all kinds of explanations about the incorrect attitude of Comrade Trotsky. The passages quoted are in Lenin, Sakhainania, 18, 318, 19, 22, XX, 104, 182 to see the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 331. 16. The struggle in the party pt. High. Of the other interventions in the debate, the most important was that of Stalin. He had not himself been directly attacked. But, as at the 12th Party Congress 18 months earlier he had displayed dutiful zeal to defend Zinoviev, so now he hastened to the support of Kamina, speaking immediately after him in the party fraction of the Trade Union Central Council on November 19, 1924. Stalin's speech was briefer, more concentrated and more pungent than Kamina's diffuse oration. He began by attempting to take the edge off Trotsky's attack on the defection of Kamina and Zinoviev in October 1917. This had been exaggerated. Had the dissension been profound, a split in the party could not have been avoided. There was no split, because, and only because, we had in the person of comrades Kamina and Zinoviev Leninists, Bolsheviks. Stalin then passed on to Trotsky's own record. Like Kamina, he did not wish to deny Comrade Trotsky's undoubtedly important role in the insurrection. But it had not been a special role. Stalin here embarked on his first essay in the remaking of history. He quoted from the still unpublished minutes of the meeting of the party Central Committee of October 16, 1917, the decision to appoint a center, what Stalin now described as a practical center, for the organizational direction of the rising, consisting of himself, Sverdlov, Dzerzhinsky, Bubnov and Uritsky, and he commented ironically on the absence from the list of the man whom popular legend described as the inspirer, the sole leader, the chief figure of the insurrection. It is reasonably clear that this party center was appointed for the purpose of establishing liaison with the Military Revolutionary Committee of the Petrograd Soviet, which was in charge of all military preparations. It was for this reason that neither Trotsky nor any of the other prominent members of the committee was included in it. Nor is there any trace in the party records of any meeting of the center or of anything done or proposed by it. Point 2, but in 1924 it was. 1. See the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 284. 2. For the center, described in the minutes of the Central Committee as a military revolutionary center, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923. Volume 1, p. 96. It is nowhere mentioned again in any document earlier than 1924, when Stalin rediscovered it in order to belittle Trotsky's role. The account of the episode given in the opposition platform of 1927, L. Trotsky, the real situation in Russia, NT, pages 221 to 223, supplemented by further details. In ID Stalin, NY, 1946, pages 232 to 235, is plausible. Ch. 11 Lessons of October 17. Taken as a matter of course that any party organ, however formally constituted, was supreme over any Soviet organ, and it was difficult to remember how things had really been done in the hurly-burly of October 1917. Stalin's protest against the legendary inflation of Trotsky's role seemed moderate and reasonable. Trotsky, Stalin conceded, had fought well in October. But so had others including the left SRs. And it was a pity that, later on, his courage had failed him in the period of Brest-Litovsk. Stalin at this point intercalated a brief confession of his own error, so much less grave than that of Kamina, or a fortiori that of Trotsky. He, too, had hesitated before Lenin's return to Petrograd in April 1917, and for some days after it, to come out against the provisional government. This mistaken position I then shared with other comrades, and completely abandoned it only in the middle of April when I adhered to Lenin's theses. A new orientation was necessary. This new orientation was given to the party by Lenin in his famous April theses. In conclusion, more briefly but more dramatically than Kamina, Stalin juxtaposed Trotskyism with Leninism. He introduced here his most telling novelty, two quotations from Trotsky's still unpublished letter of 1913 to Chkach, intercepted by the Tsarist police and discovered in the archives in 1921 by the Commission on Party History. The whole foundation of Leninism at the present time is built on lying and falsification, Trotsky had written, adding that Lenin was a professional exploiter of everything that is backward in the Russian workers' movement. Point 2 here, Stalin triumphantly proclaimed, was irrefutable evidence of Trotsky's desire to dethrone Lenin. He proceeded to define the three main ingredients. 1. In the published version of Stalin's speech, the passage referring to Trotsky's attitude in 1917 carried a Jong footnote applying a similar critique to his record in the Civil War. While far from denying the important role of Comrade Trotsky in the Civil War, Stalin rejected the legend of Trotsky as the chief organizer of the victories at the front. The victories over both Kalkak and Denikin were achieved in opposition to Comrade Trotsky's plans. To Lenin o Trotskim o Trotskisma, ed. M. Alminsky, 2nd ed. 1925, pages 217. 219. The letter has already been quoted in the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923. Volume 1, p. 63. For the publication of Trotsky's letter of 1921 to Alminsky. CP 27 below. 18. The struggle in the party PTIL of Trotskyism. The first was permanent revolution, which meant revolution without taking into account the poor peasantry as a revolutionary force. The second was lack of faith in the party essence of Bolshevism, in its monolithic actor. To this Trotsky's whole career before 1917 bore ample witness. The third was lack of faith in the leaders of Bolshevism, and especially in Lenin. The new Trotskyism was just as much concerned as the old to dethrone Lenin, but worked more subtly. Stalin ended with some quotations from Trotsky's pamphlet on Lenin, in which the dead leader was depicted in intimate, half-serious, half-flippant moods. Was not this, too, an attempt ever so little to dethrone Lenin? The conclusion reads lamely. But Stalin knew his audience. The time had come when it was no longer possible, without giving offense, to treat Lenin with the easy familiarity of an equal. The moral was plain. Trotsky was a stranger to the party, a stranger to the cult of Lenin as well as to his teachings. While Kamina and Stalin appeared in the forefront of the battle, Zinoviev remained for the moment relatively inconspicuous. It was the first occasion on which he had been content to figure as the third member of the triumvirate. On November 24, 1924, a few days after his colleagues had spoken, he addressed a Komsomol meeting in Moscow in celebration of the 5th anniversary of the Communist Youth International. But this was not the occasion for taking up Trotsky's challenge, and he confined himself to one sally in his peroration. For one thing, we should be grateful to Comrade Trotsky, that by his struggle against Leninism he will help us to instruct the young generation in the true history of the party and in genuine Leninism. Zinoviev's major contribution to the controversy was an article which appeared in Pravda and Izvestia on November 30, 1924, under the title Bolshevism or Trotskyism. A great deal of it was Stalin, Sakhainania, 6, 324-357. The speech was first printed, with Kamina's speech, in Pravda and Izvestia of November 26, 1924, and both were several times reprinted in the next few weeks. To Leningradskaya Pravda, November 25, 1924, Pravda and Izvestia, December 12, 1924. Ch. 11 Lessons of October 19. Devoted not to the attack on Trotsky, but to a defense of Zinoviev's own record. He did not seek to minimize the grievous error which he had shared in October 1917 with Kamina, and which he had more than once publicly confessed. But he was careful to dissociate himself from Kamina's shortcomings before that date, and took pains to rehabilitate himself in the character of Lenin's favorite disciple. After making some play with the familiar quotations from Lenin and Trotsky, he plunged into a theoretical inquiry whether a right wing could make its appearance in the party. Between 1903 and 1910, when relations between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks had not yet been clarified, such a phenomenon was possible and had in fact occurred. Between 1910 and 1917 such a thing had been impossible, this in reply to the suggestion that Zinoviev and Kamina had formed a right wing in October 1917. After the seizure of power, when other parties had been destroyed, and some of their former members had joined the Bolsheviks, when the country and the regime were passing through a period of transition, the danger was once more present. The logical outcome of Trotskyism was a right deviation, against which the only safeguard was to close the party ranks. Zinoviev took refuge in one of his favorite purple passages. Where then in these conditions is the way out? What then is to be done? A split? Folly. There can be no thought of it. Our party is more united than ever. A breakaway? Folly. There is practically nobody to break away, and the party does not wish to carry things to that ointment. Party reprisals. That too is folly. Nobody needs that. Something else is needed. What then is needed? What is needed is that the party should guarantee itself against the repetition of assaults on Leninism. Serious RD guarantees are needed that the decisions of the party shall be binding on Comrade Trotsky. The party is no discussion club, but a party, and a party operating in the complicated environment in which ours finds itself. The watchword of the day is Bolshevization of all strata of the party. Ideological struggle against Trotskyism. 20. The struggle in the party PT high. Above all, enlightenment, and once more, enlightenment. Trotsky's other assailants in the debate made up in numbers for what they lacked in weight and originality. Safarov, a Brahmin, and Leningrad Bolshevik and author of a popular anti-Trotskyite pamphlet, Quotations of Leninism, wrote a monster article under the title Trotskyism or Leninism, which ran through 7 consecutive numbers of Leningradskaya Pravda, and was also published in pamphlet form. It specialized in the exposure of Trotsky's Menshevik hesitations before 1917, and concluded that the party cannot live under the sword of Damocles of endless discussions. Gviring, the secretary of the Central Committee of the Ukrainian Party, published an article in the Ukrainian Party Journal Communist under the title "The Party Does Not Want Discussions." Point 2. Molotov attacked Trotsky's pamphlet on Lenin as part of a campaign for the glorification of Trotsky at the expense of Lenin's memory and for the revision of Leninism under the flag of Lenin. Point 3. Krupskaya, deeply distressed at this recruit's sense of dissensions in the party, and angry with Trotsky for having so recklessly provoked it, published an article which bore obvious signs of prompting by the triumvirate. While she pressed doubt whether Trotsky had really committed all the mortal sins of which he is accused, the tone of Lessons of October had inevitably led to controversial exaggerations. Marxist analysis, she remarked severely, was never Comrade Trotsky's strong point, and this is the reason why he so much underestimates the role played by the peasantry. One purpose of the article was to condemn the very foolish interpretation put by Sirkin on John Reed's book, which contained legends and inaccuracies, and had been commended by Lenin only because it gave an admirable picture of the spirit of the revolution. On the following day, Gazev began the process of sapping Trotsky's military reputation in an article which, no doubt ironically, wrote the title of Trotsky's own collection of articles on the Leningradskaya Pravda, November 13 to 20, 1924. It also appeared Ibid November 22, 1924, and was quoted in Izvestia, November 23, 1924. 3 Pravda, December 9, 1924, Leningradskaya Pravda, December 10, IL. 1924. Krupskaya's article was published in Pravda, December 16, 1924. Ch 11 Lessons of October AI. Civil War, how the revolution armed and gave examples of Trotsky's high-handed behavior in the Civil War. Finally, these and other speeches and articles were collected in a small volume entitled For Leninism, with an introduction by Rykov, which was published in time for the meeting of the party's Central Committee in the middle of January 1925. Nor did this collection exhaust the flow of articles. On December 12, both Pravda and Izvestia published a long theoretical article by Bukharin. It also appeared in Bolshevik 3, entitled A New Discovery in Soviet Economics, or How to Ruin the Worker-Peasant Bloc, an attempt to identify Trotsky with Preobrazhensky's theory of primitive socialist accumulation and industrialization at the expense of the peasant. And on the next day, Bukharin read a report to a meeting of party propagandists in Moscow on the theory of permanent revolution, which later appeared in the press. Finally, on December 20, 1924, Pravda and Izvestia carried an important article by Stalin on October and Comrade Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution, which was designed as an introduction to a collection of his speeches and confirmed the growing impression of Stalin's desire to enter the arena of party doctrine. As it contained Stalin's first formulation of the new doctrine of socialism in one country. The campaign of denunciation was not confined to pronouncements by the leaders. The rank and file of the party was called on to play its part. An important operation had just been carried. 1 Ibid December 17, 1924, this article served as the introduction to a pamphlet entitled Our Differences in Military Affairs, which was an attack on Trotsky's refusal to recognize a Marxist military science. For this controversy, see pages 383 to 392 below, and was originally published in the form of 2 articles. In Bolshevik, No. 15 to 16, December 10, 1924, pages 34 to 49, number 1, 17, January 15, 1925, pp 58 to 70. 2 Zia Leninism, 1925, a German version appeared under the title Den, October, 1925, and an English version containing only the principal items, under the title The Errors of Trotskyism, CPGB, 1925. Rykov's introduction, which first appeared in Izvestia, December 23, 1924, is in A.I. Rykov. Sakhinaya, 3, 1929, 376 to 382, the volume was reviewed in Izvestia, January 22, 1925. 3 Bolshevik, No. 15 to 16, December 10, 1924, pages 9 to 33, Bukharin's article was preceded in Bolshevik by a particularly bitter unsigned attack on Trotskyism, perhaps from the pen of Yaroslavsky, who had recently joined the editorial board. 4 Izvestia, December 28, 1924. 8 For the substance of this article, which made no great impact at the time. See pages 40 to 42 below. 22 The struggle in the party PTL. Out in the Moscow organization. In the previous winter, Moscow had been the principal focus of Trotskyism, a breach in party unity which reflected no credit on Kamina, the president of the Moscow Provincial Party Committee, or on Zelensky, its secretary. The triumvirate appears to have been agreed that no risk should be taken of a repetition of this outbreak of dissent in the capital. And in September 1924, at the instance of Zinoviev and Kamina, Uglanov, the secretary of the provincial committee in Nizhny Novgorod for the past 3 years, was transferred to Moscow to replace Zelensky, with a mandate to clean up the party organization. This task he appears to have discharged ruthlessly, but efficiently. Point 2, the Moscow party now went into action with exemplary unanimity. The party meeting in Moscow, at which Kamina had first delivered his broadside on November 18, 1924, passed a resolution expressing indignation at Comrade Trotsky's distortions regarding the real relations between Lenin on the one side and the Central Committee and the party on the other, condemning Trotsky's action as a breach of the promises made by Trotsky at the 13th Party Congresses, and urging the Central Committee to take decisive and exhaustive measures to prevent further distortions of party history and of the fundamental ideas of the party. This resolution was also adopted at the next day's meeting, addressed by Kamina and Stalin, of the party group in the Trade Union Central Council, and at the military meeting of November 21. 3 Other local party organizations followed suit. The central committees of the Ukrainian and White Russian parties hastened to pass resolutions dissociating themselves from Trotsky's attacks. Lower party organs were mobilized to express their detestation of Trotsky's heresies and their confidence in the party leadership. On November 22, 1924, even before 1 for the appointment C14 SSV Soyuz Kommunistik Party, B, 1926, pages 192 to 193, the appointment was specifically said to have been made at the instance of Zinoviev and Kamina, though Uglanov had apparently been transferred from Leningrad in 1921 after friction with Zinoviev, the circumstances of which were a matter of controversy. Bid pages 510 to 512. 954 to 955, the date of the appointment is fixed by the biographies of Zelensky and Uglanov in Encyclopedia Slovaro Ruskiego Bibliograficzego Instituta. Granite, 12, I, NT 1927, Berlocini, Colonel 143, Slee, 3, NT 1928, Berlocini. COLS 175 to 176. 2 CP 223, note 4 below. 3 Pravda, November 19, 23, 19,244 International Press Correspondence. Number 152, November 25, 1924, pages 2065 to 2066. Plus Izvestia, November 23, 1924. CH 11 Lessons of October 23. Kamenetz and Stalin's speeches had been published. Pravda. Carried a resolution by the Kharkov Provincial Party Committee denouncing Trotsky, and this was only the first of a flood of such resolutions appearing in Pravda in the following days and weeks. The Leningrad City and the Leningrad Provincial Party committees in turn passed resolutions urging that Trotsky's action should be placed on the agenda of the next session of the party. Central Committee, according to some accounts his expulsion from the party was explicitly demanded. The mobilization of the party press for the struggle was equally intensive and was described in the quarterly report of the head of the press section of the Central Committee. In connection with the last campaign of Comrade Trotsky, the newspaper political section undertook supplementary work by way of elaboration of the questions of Leninism and Trotskyism, the study of the treatment of these questions in the most important central and local newspapers, the examination of the character of articles, notes and resolutions, and the distribution through the Press Bureau of special articles on this question. An instruction from the Central Committee on the programs of party schools ordered special attention to be paid to exposing the opportunism of all groupings, both outside and inside the party, and the negative role of such groupings, and of Trotskyism in particular. 3. The Komsomol Central Committee issued a detailed instruction to its subordinate organs on propaganda against Trotskyism. The subject was to be dealt with under 3 heads: Trotskyism before October, Trotskyism after October, and Trotskyism or Leninism. Emphasis was laid on the need for a cautious approach to the question in Komsomol cells and careful preparation of those chosen to make reports on it. A list of suitable literature was provided. T. In the controversy of November and December 1923, some appearance of Com and Leningradskaya Pravda, November 21, 29, 1924, Stalin, Sakhanintia. 7, 379, Leningradskaya Organizatsiya T. Ternadsatai Isvex, 1926, p. 70. 2 Izvestia Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyska Kot Party. Bolshevikov, No 11 to 12, 86 to 87, March 23, 1925, p. 3 Spravochnik Partinago Rabonica, v. 1925, 1926, 319. Plus Izvestia Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyska Communistika Printed. Bolshevikov, number 1, 76, January 5, 1925, pages 2 to 4, for the attitude of the Komsomol, see pages 95 to 96 below. Vol. 2 cc. 24 The struggle in the party PT2. Rational argument had been maintained. Conflicting opinions had found expression in the press, and a battle of wits had been waged. A year later the sole public manifestation of the struggle was a boiling torrent of denunciation in which no adverse voice was, or could have been, heard. The impression thus created of overwhelming unanimity against Trotsky certainly did not correspond with the facts. One of the most popular charges against Trotsky was that of spreading dissension in the party. A rather embarrassed leading article in Izvestia on November 28 expressed apprehension about the effect of the discussion on non-party people and on those who had recently joined the party, especially on the youth, and protested that it was not the party which had provoked this controversy. Yet it seems clear that, as in the previous year, support for Trotsky came rather from the higher party intellectuals and from groups of young students than from the rank and file of the party, and that it was everywhere weaker than it had been a year earlier. This weakening was due mainly to improved organization by the leadership and to increasingly real fears of the victimization of dissenters, but partly also to disillusionment with Trotsky's own attitude. It was impossible to follow a man who intermittently raised his voice in protest against the policies and methods of the party leadership, but himself refused to lead or organize an opposition. No risk was this time to be taken of foreign communist parties intervening on Trotsky's side, as the Polish party had done in December 1923.1. Kusenin, Zinoviev's faithful henchman in Comintern, published an article simultaneously with Zinoviev's own exposing errors in Trotsky's account of the German October, and drawing attention to his endorsement of the very different verdict in the theses presented by Radek Tuicki in the previous January. 2 other foreign stalwarts of Comintern, Belikon and Kolarov, wrote articles exposing the fallacies of Lessons of October. Kolarov, whose article appeared in Pravda December 20, 1924, pointed out the errors of Trotsky's diagnosis of the Bulgarian crisis of 1923. The principal foreign parties were 1. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 234 to 235. 2. For these theses see Ibid. P. 237, Kusenin's article was published in Pravda, November 30, 1924, and Leningradskaya Pravda, December 2, 1924, and included in the collective volumes Ye Leninism and in the foreign versions of it, CP 21 above. CH 11 Lessons of October 25, promptly mobilized to play their part in the campaign. In Germany the response appears to have been spontaneous. The present left leaders of the KPT had an axe of their own to grind, and hastened to use the divisions in the Russian party to strengthen their own hand against the remnants of the right wing in their own party. In October 1924 the theoretical journal of the KPT had contained an iron-nickel notice of Trotsky's pamphlet on Lenin-headed Bell's letter or material for a biography, and signed A.M. Maslow, and a detailed, but equally hostile, review, apparently from the same hand. On November 10, 1924, a few days after the publication of Lessons of October, the Zentrale of the KPT addressed a letter to the Central Committee of the Russian party declaring against a renewal of the debates in the party, and proclaiming its solidarity with the party leadership. Point 2. The motive of the gesture was made transparently clear in an article in the Rotfani of November 13, 1924, under the heading, What is Trotskyism?, which reached the conclusion that all adherents of Brandler are Trotskyists. Brandler and Thalheimer, who had remained in Moscow since the 5th Congress of Comintern, drew up a brief statement in reply. The argument was complicated by the ambiguities of Trotsky's position in the autumn of 1923, when he had been an unconditional supporter of revolutionary action in Germany, but had at the same time maintained his long-standing friendship for Brandler and his personal antipathy to the left group in the KPT. Brandler now sought to show that he had always been in the opposite camp to Trotsky. He had opposed him in the old controversies of 1909 to 1913, in the discussions on the militarization of labor preceding the introduction of NEP, and in the analysis of revolutionary possibilities in Germany in October 1923. He had consistently dissented from the conclusions which Trotsky had drawn from the October fiasco, beginning with the Roddick-Trotsky-Bialkov resolution, submitted to the Presidium of IKI in January 1924 and ending with lessons of October. The statement included a reminder that the present left leaders of the KPT, Ruth Fischer, Skolem and Maslow were named, had been formerly associated with the One Die Internationale, 7, No 19-20, October 1, 1924, pages 614 to 615, 618 to 621. To Leningradskaya Pravda, November 21, 1924, Internationale Presse. Correspondence, number 154, November 28, 1924, p. 2106. 3c. The Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pp. 229. Plus c. p. 237. 26. The struggle in the party PTL. Russian workers' opposition and had only become Leninists. In 1924, it ended with an appeal to all communist parties to support the Russian party in liquidating the opposition. There. In the date Moscow, November 20, 1924, it was published in Pravda on November 29 with an acid editorial note which praised Brandler and Thalheimer for dissociating themselves so decisively from Trotsky's present action, but censured them for their opposition to the present KPT leadership and to the line of the Fifth Congress of Comintern. The statement was not published in the Rotfani. The distinction was subtle. An attack on the left leadership of the KPT could still be printed in Pravda, provided that it also contributed to the campaign against Trotsky, but not in the paper of the German party. While both wings of the KPT thus vied with each other in turning their back on Trotsky, Lessons of October appeared in a German translation from SPT Press with a preface by the renegade Paul Levi. Meanwhile, the example of the KPT was followed in the next few weeks by the French, Polish, and Czech parties and by the Federation of Balkan Communist parties. Even the Workers' Party of America produced a resolution recording its support of the Central Committee of the Russian Party against Trotsky. It was the first occasion on which the Comintern machine had exercised so smooth and automatic control over the foreign parties. Only the German party still possessed some slight measure of independence. The most crushing blow of the whole campaign was, however, the publication of the full text of Trotsky's letter to Chkij of 1913 with its crude denunciation of Lenin which had been briefly quoted by Stalin in his speech of November 19, 1924. Trotsky himself in his autobiography later described the use made by the epigones of my letter to Chkij as one of the greatest. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 413, Note 2. 2. It was, however, published in Internationale Presse Correspondence, No. 164, December 19, 1924, pages 2254 to 2255, together with a long article replying to it on behalf of the left. 3. Another German translation appeared belatedly of number 18, January 29, 1925, pages 222 to 238, the same issue which also published Trotsky's letter of January 15, 1925, and the decision of the party Central Committee condemning him. See pages 30 to 33 below. Plus ibid number 157, December 5, 1924, pages 2130 to 2131, number 163, December 16, 1924, p. 2240, number 166, December 22, 1924, pages 2283 to 2284. 5. Izvestia, December 13, 1924. Ch. 11 Lessons of October 27. Frauds in the world's history, but admitted that masses of people read Trotsky's hostile remarks about Lenin and were stunned. The effect of the letter was redoubled by the simultaneous publication of another Trotsky letter. A man more sensitive than Trotsky to the feelings of others might have had a moment of embarrassment and apprehension when, towards the end of 1921, the Commission on Party History, ISPART, unearthed from the police archives his long-forgotten letter to Chkij. And Alminsky, the president of the commission, wrote to him, not, surely, without a touch of malice inquiring whether he wished it to be published. On December 6, 1921, Trotsky, then, at the height of his self-confidence and power, returned a reply, which, in the light of later events, seems complacent to the point of foolhardiness. He thought publication inopportune, for the reader of today will not understand, will not apply the necessary historical correctives, and will simply be confused. The letter would have to be accompanied by explanations, and Trotsky saw no reason to revive his old differences with the party. For, I frankly admit, I do not at all consider that, in my disagreements with the Bolsheviks, I was wrong on all points. In his analysis of the underlying forces and prospects of the revolution, he had been justified by the event, only in his attitude to the two factions. In the party he had been in error. FO publish now would be pointless. Let someone else publish in 10 years, if anyone is still interested by that time. 2. He offered no word of regret or remorse for his insulting remarks about the leader, and failed altogether to realize how his refusal to admit that he had been wrong in his disagreements with the Bolsheviks which are on the ordinary party member. His arrogant letter to Alminsky remained in the files of ISPART. 3 years less 1 day later. On December 5, 1924, when Lenin was dead and the cult of Lenin in full swing, Kamina read the letter to a meeting of the Moscow Party Committee as convincing evidence that Trotsky still believed himself right and the party wrong. 3. The text of the letter to Chkij and the letter to Alminsky were published in Pravda on December G, 1924, and in Izvestia on the following day. 1. L. Trotsky, Moyes Hisen, Berlin, 1930, 2, 259. 2. Lenin o Trotsky o Trotskisma, ed. M. Alminsky, 2nd ed. 1925, pages 219. 223. El Kamina, Stat, Irishi, 11, 1929, 285. 28. The struggle in the party PTIL. Kamina devoted a special article in Pravda to these revelations. Trotsky's letter to Alminsky spoke for itself. May the doubters and hesitators read Comrade Trotsky's letter again and again. We are convinced that it will finally free them from their doubts and hesitations. After the publication of Trotsky's letter, the issue was really not worth arguing about. The letter demonstrated beyond the possibility of contradiction that Trotsky deliberately chose and chooses for the future a different path from that of Lenin. The reaction of Trotsky to these savage assaults proved, once more, baffling to friend and foe alike. At the height of the controversy he wrote or dictated a 54-page typewritten memorandum, which remained among his papers. It was headed The Purpose of this explanation, with a subtitle added by hand, are differ. Incis. He rebutted the charges that he was revising Leninism under the secret banner of Trotskyism, that Lessons of October was written from a special Trotskyist angle or was designed to disparage Leninism, and that it was intended as a platform for a new right wing in the party. Trotsky repeated previous admissions of the points on which he had been wrong against Lenin, and accused Kamina of unfair selection of quotations and of the improper practice of mixing up quotations from different periods and contexts. He reiterated his criticism of Kamina's errors in 1917. He defended himself against the charge of ignoring the peasantry, and argued that the danger of a rift between the proletariat and peasantry was twofold. It might result from an attempt to put too great a burden on the peasant, but there was also an opposite danger, if the working class came to the conclusion over a series of years that it had been drawn, in the name of the maintenance of its political dictatorship, to excessive sacrifice of its class interest, this would undermine the Soviet state from the other side. The tempo of industrialization was subject to objective limitations which must be observed, but equal danger would result from a lacking of industry. Pravda, December 10, 1924. The article was reprinted in El Camino. Stat Arishi, I, 1925, 244-249. Ch. 11 Lessons of October 29. Behind the economic recovery of the country, inevitably begetting a goods famine and high retail prices which in turn inevitably lead to the enrichment of private capital. That the memorandum was written for publication is shown by a passage near the beginning, partially underlined for emphasis. If I thought that my explanations might bring oil to the flames of discussion, or if the comrades on whom the printing of this essay depends were to tell me so directly and openly, I would not print it, however hard it may be to rest under the charge of liquidating Leninism. These words may provide a clue to the eventual decision not to publish. A brief editorial note appeared in Pravda on December 13, 1924, stating in response to questions from a number of comrades that no articles had been received from Trotsky or his closest associates in reply to the published criticisms of Trotskyism. Trotsky's silence seems, however, to have been due not so much to calculated discretion as to shocked bewilderment. When he wrote and published Lessons of October, he had evidently expected no such violent outburst in response to it. Earlier in the year he propounded his views on the German Revolution and on the situation in the party without provoking any particular sign of official resentment. For a year he had been subject to incessant personal attacks. It did not occur to him that, by personally attacking Zinoviev and Kamina, he would bring the quarrel to breaking point in conditions least favorable to himself. The suddenness of the shock made it all the more severe. His own isolation and the fierceness of the storms which he had called down on his head played on his nerves, and produced the same physical symptoms as had made their appearance exactly a year earlier. On November 24, 1924, the Kremlin doctors, including Semashko and Gwydier, reported that he had been suffering from fever due to influenza for the past 10 days. On December 5, they re-examined him, found continued fever and inflammation of the bronchial glands, a condition precisely similar to his. The copy in the Trotsky archives carries a misnote-only copy. Was not printed, and the date end November 1924, obviously added later. The only precise internal evidence of date is the reference in a footnote to Kusinen's article, which was published in Pravda November 30, 1924. 30 The struggle in the party PT2. Illness in the previous year and advised his removal to a warm, mild climate. This time Trotsky made no haste to follow the advice of the doctors and move southwards. In January 1924 he had left Moscow just before the party conference assembled. Now he remained, a sick man, alone and silent, in the Kremlin awaiting the meeting of the Central Committee called for January 2, 1925. His mood was one of apathy shot through with occasional gleams of hope. He would not attend the meeting of the committee, but perhaps something would happen to mitigate the fury of his persecutors, some shame would be felt, and he would be invited to offer explanations, to argue his case. On January 15, 1925, breaking silence for the first time since the publication of Lessons of October, he addressed a letter to the Central Committee in preparation for its forthcoming session, which is sometimes referred to as Trotsky's letter of resignation. The description is not formally incorrect. It was, like his declaration at the 13th Party Congress, an act of formal submission to the party which, however, carried with it no recognition that he had been in the wrong. His silence in face of many untrue and even monstrous charges had been, he said, correct from the standpoint of the general interests of the party. For the past 8 years he had never approached any question from the standpoint of Trotskyism, which I have considered, and considered now, to have been politically liquidated long ago. The word itself had made its appearance only in the recent controversy. Permanent revolution was a matter of party history, and had no relation to current issues. He had not since the 13th Party Congress made any attempt to challenge or reopen party decisions, and he firmly repudiated the charge, now or in the past, of revising Leninism. Denying that he aimed at some special position in the party, he firmly professed his willingness to undertake any work entrusted to him by the Central Committee, and added almost, it seemed, as an afterthought, that, after the recent discussion, the interest of our cause demands my speedy release from the duties of President of the Revolutionary Military Council. He concluded by saying that he had remained in Moscow until the session in order, if it economicus his, December 10, 1924. To see the interregnum, 1923-1924, pp 303-304, 331. Ch 11 Lessons of October 31st. Should be desired, to answer this or that question or give any necessary explanations. As had happened before in this paradoxical struggle for power, Trotsky's submission, combined with refusal to admit error, eased the path of his adversaries and seemed to invite the verdict against him. Stalin, emphasizing his role as the spokesman of the Secretariat and thus appearing to disclaim any personal animus, made a brief statement to the committee on the many resolutions against Trotsky received from local party organizations. He divided these into 3 groups, those which demanded Trotsky's expulsion from the party, those which demanded his expulsion from the Politburo and from his office as president of the Revolutionary Military Council, and those which merely demanded his expulsion from the last named office. As between these 3 disciplinary measures, Stalin refrained from expressing any opinion, leaving the decision to the committee. Behind the scenes a keen struggle ensued. The Leningrad organization, primed no doubt by Zinoviev, had come out for a proposal to expel Trotsky from the party, or at any rate from the Central Committee. Zaletsky, one of the Leningrad party publicists, had published a pamphlet in this sense. This proposal received no support in the Central Committee. Kamina, supported by Zinoviev, then put forward a compromise proposal to expel Trotsky from the Politburo. This was opposed by Kalinin, Voroshilov, Arhonikij, Stalin, and in part Bukharin, and was defeated by a large majority. Trotsky's resignation from his military office was unanimously accepted. No decision was reached about his future employment. Trotsky's letter was published in Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rostiskoy. Communistiskaya Party, Bolshevikov, No. 3, 78, January 19, 1925, pages 2-3. And in Pravda, January 20, 1925, an English translation, with one omission. Appeared in M. Eastman, Since Lenin Died, 1925, pages 155-158. No record of these discussions was published, and information is derived from the recollections of participants almost a year later. Stalin, Sakhainania. 7, 379-380, 14 SSV Socialism Communistiskaya Party, B, 1926. Pages 276, Tomsky, 318, Kalinin, 458-459, Zinoviev, Leningradskaya Organiza. Styi Keter Nadsatiet SS, 1926, p. 70, Andreev. Stalin's unctuous explanation of his attitude was significant of his determination to avoid extremes. We knew that a policy of expulsion was fraught with great dangers for the party, that the method of expulsion, of bloodletting for they demanded. Blood was dangerous and infectious. Today one is excluded, tomorrow another, the next day another, and what will remain of our party? 32. The struggle in the party PT. I. The long resolution which was adopted at the close of the proceedings attempted a reasoned analysis of Trotsky's short comings. The fundamental premise of all the successes of the Bolshevik party, it began, has always been its steel-like unity and iron discipline, a genuine unity of opinions on a basis of Leninism. Trotsky had assailed this unity, both at home and abroad, by Aryan descent. Trotskyism was a falsification of communism in the spirit of an approximation to European patterns of pseudo-Marxism, i.e. in the last resort, in the spirit of European social democracy. This was the fourth major occasion on which Trotsky had been responsible for splitting the party. The first had been the debate on Brest-Litovsk, the second on the trade unions, and the third on the scissors crisis. The present occasion was the most serious of all, since he had denied the Leninist doctrine on the motive forces of the revolution, opposing his theory of permanent revolution to the party line in the past and in the present. The resolution noted that Trotsky in his letter of January 15 had made no confession of error, failed to renounce his anti-Bolshevik platform, and limited himself to formal loyalty. It proposed to relieve him, in accordance with his own request, of the office of President of the Revolutionary Military Council, and declared him unfit for further military work. It postponed till the next party congress the question of his further employment, and warned him that any fresh violation or non-fulfillment by him of party decisions would make it impossible for him to remain a member of the Politburo, and would raise the question of his exclusion from the Central Committee. The ultimate sanction of exclusion from the party was not mentioned. Finally it was decided to undertake propaganda to explain throughout the party, as well as to the non-party masses of workers and peasants, the anti-Bolshevik character of Trotskyism. The resolution was carried at a joint meeting of the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission, 2 members of the former voting against it and 1 member of the latter abstaining. The 2 dissentient members of 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 636-641. According to Stalin. Sakhainania, Vyry, 295, the resolution was drafted by Zinoviev. The reference in the resolution to the European extractor of Trotsky's heresies was a favorite idea of Zinoviev at the time, in an article on proletariat and peasantry. Ch. 11 Lessons of October 33. The Central Committee were Rakovsky and Vyatakov. The abstaining member of the Central Control Commission was one Pravdin, who had a previous record of dissent from the party line. The meeting had ended on the eve of the first anniversary of Lenin's death, which was celebrated as a day of mourning and commemoration. Immediately afterwards the official Soviet machinery was set in motion. A record of the decisions appeared in Pravda on January 24, 1925. 2 days later the Presidium of BTSIK announced Trotsky's resignation from the position of President of the Revolutionary Military Council and People's Commissar for War, and appointed Franz in his place. 2. Kamina had proposed Stalin for the post, apparently in the hope of removing him from the Secretariat. But nobody, least of all Stalin, took the proposal seriously. On February 6 Unschlicht was appointed Deputy Commissar, the post held since the previous April by Franz T. Trotsky, who left Moscow after the meeting of the committee and was in the Caucasus by the time these decisions were published, made in his autobiography a belated comment on his resignation. I yielded up the military post without a fight, even with a sense of relief, since I was thereby resting from my opponents. Hence their weapon of insinuations about my military intentions. 5. The rationalization was far-fetched, but significant. Trotsky failed to the last to understand that the issue of the struggle was published in Izvestiya, January 13, 1925. He had spoken of the European theories of Trotskyism. The names of the dissensions were not officially recorded, but were divulged by Kamina at the Moscow Provincial Party Conference on January 27, 1925. El Kamina, Stat 1 Rishi, 12, 1926, 58. Krupsky was a member of the Central Control Commission and evidently voted for the resolution. Pravdin was one of the 22 who appealed to Comintern after the expulsion of Myasnikovi from the party in 1922. Odinat Set ISS RKP, B, 1936, p. 732. For the appeal see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 1, pages 209-210. He escaped specific censure on that occasion, presumably as a minor participant. 2. Pravda, January 31, 1925, accompanied the announcement with a full biography of Franz. On January 21, 1925, immediately after the resolution of the Central Committee, Pravda had published a long article by Franz entitled, How the Red Army is Fulfilling Lenin's Behests. 314 SSV Socialism Communistiskaya Party, B, 1926, p. 484. Asterisk the announcement, with the biography of Unschlicht, appeared in Pravda. February 7, 1925. 5. L. Trotsky, Moyes Berlin, 1930, 261. 34. The struggle in the party PT, 2. Determined not by the availability of arguments but by the control and manipulation of the levers of political power. He had no stomach for a fight whose character bewildered and eluded him. When attacked, he retreated from the arena because he instinctively felt that retreat offered him the best chance of survival. What, however, most fatally paralysed Trotsky's capacity for action at critical moments, and hampered him even in formulating a case against his opponents, was his unqualified acceptance of the supremacy of the party and of the claims of party discipline. Something of his attitude may be explained by the fervor of the belated convert compelled to demonstrate, among men whose party records were longer and less sullied, that none was a better Bolshevik than he. He had voted without qualms for the resolution of the 10th Party Congress of March 1921, which outlawed fractions and groupings in the party. He continued to insist with greater fervor than any other leader that one cannot be right against the party. Point 2. When many years later he wrote in an obituary of Krupskaya that her revolutionary feeling struggled with the spirit of discipline, he was diagnosing the plight of his own conscience. Conscious of the moral dilemma which would confront him once his views were condemned by a party vote, he struggled by every means to postpone the crucial issue. Again and again he compromised on what could be made to seem secondary points. Again and again he disappointed and abandoned those who were ready and eager to support him. Again and again he refused to join battle, till at length battle was forced on him in conditions most unfavorable to himself, and when he had already lost most of his potential allies. Morally unable to face the consequences of excommunication, he lacked the courage to take in time the only measures which, by appearing to court it, might yet have averted it. Plus 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 1, pages 200 to 201. 2. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 363. 1. Bulletin Opposites, Paris, No. 75 to 76, March-April, 1939, pp. 32. Plus the irresolution of the liberal Catholic bishops who were opposed to the proclamation of papal infallibility in 1871 has been described in terms which could be applied to Trotsky's attitude without changing a word. The bishops, even those of the minority, had so long cultivated the habit of blind obedience that they had become constitutively incapable of effective opposition. Each time they were tempted to reject a decree, they decided instead to save their strength for the main battle, but, by the time that battle had ch 11 Lessons of October 35. One curious detail remains to be noted. In spite of what had happened, Stalin continued to speak of Comrade Trotsky. In speeches delivered at the Moscow and Leningrad provincial party conferences after the Central Committee's decision, Kamina intermittently, and Zinoviev consistently, omitted the prefix. Stalin's attitude to Trotsky remained, throughout, formally correct. Kamina, and still more firmly Zinoviev, had by implication read him out of the party. Kamina made it clear that in his view, Trotsky's expulsion from the Politburo had been merely postponed through the unwillingness of the Central Committee to take a decision in advance of the party. He expressed the hope that the next party congress would draw the political and organizational conclusions from the discussion which has now ended. Point 2. 11 months later the 14th Party Congress was to provide an iron-eagle commentary on this ambition. Arrived, they had dissipated both their strength and their willpower. G. M. Melfarb, Lord Acton, 1952, p. 107. Trotsky was in exactly the position taken up on that occasion by Acton, who wrote of his submission, the act was one of pure obedience, and was not grounded on the removal of my motives of opposition to the decrees. Unpublished note quoted at pages XXVI. Trotsky, as Zinoviev correctly said, attempts to deny everything, to admit nothing, to confine himself to a formal, loyal, I obey, Leningradskaya Pravda, February 5, 1925. 1. Kamina's speeches in Izvestia, January 30, 1925, and in El Kamina. Stat I Rishi, 12, 1926, 7-59, Zinoviev's in Izvestia, February 6, 1925. 2. El Kamini, Stat I Rishi, 12, 1926, 44, 59. Chapter 12. Socialism in One Country. A blow struck in the struggle against Trotsky. Stalin first propounded it in his article of December 1924. As a counter blast to Trotsky's permanent revolution, and in a conscious attempt to provide a positive alternative, Trotsky himself accepted the antithesis. TS doctrine of socialism in one country was, in its origin, the theory of socialism in one country is the only theory that consistently, and to the end, is opposed to the theory of permanent revolution. Like every doctrinal argument advanced in the campaign against Trotsky, socialism in one country conformed to the tactical pattern, later described by Zinoviev, of assimilating old disagreements to new issues. It revolved around a distinction, or rather a confusion, between the process of making a socialist revolution and the process of building a socialist economy. Once the revolution had been achieved, as regards the first question, Russian Marxists before 1G05 had in general been content to accept the view that a socialist revolution could not be made in an economically backward country like Russia, i.e. in a country where the proletariat was in a small minority and where the bourgeois revolution had not yet occurred. The coming revolution in Russia could therefore only be a bourgeois revolution, and the road of Russian Social Democrats could only be to support the bourgeoisie, not to attempt to make a revolution on their own. After 1905, only the Mensheviks stuck to this view. Both Lenin and Trotsky assigned a positive revolutionary role to the Russian 1 CP 21 above. 2 L. Trotsky, Permanent Revolution, Berlin, 1930, p. 168. 3 CP 13 above. 36. Ch. 12 Socialism in one country 37. Social Democrats, though they defined it differently. Lenin held that the party, acting on behalf of the proletariat, should place itself at the head of a worker-peasant revolutionary coalition under proletarian leadership. The revolution achieved by this coalition would, owing to peasant predominance, still necessarily be a bourgeois revolution. It would result in the setting up of a bourgeois democratic dictatorship of workers and peasants, and this dictatorship would prepare the conditions in which the socialist revolution would become possible. Trotsky argued, like Lenin, that the Russian proletariat, supported by the peasantry, should take the lead in bringing the bourgeois revolution to fruition. But he believed that it would not be possible, even if it was desirable, to stop at this point. The proletariat, in completing the bourgeois revolution, would inevitably be impelled in the course of the same process to begin the socialist revolution. One revolution would lead into the other. This was the doctrine to which Trotsky gave the name, borrowed from Marx, of Monet revolution. Lenin expressed disbelief in the doctrine. But when in April 1917 he declared that the revolution which had broken out in Russia could not remain a bourgeois revolution, and incited his Bolshevik followers to a direct seizure of power in the name of the proletariat, he adopted a position distinguished only by the finest of differences from that of Trotsky. These discussions before 1917 did not touch on the question: what would happen after the achievement of a proletarian revolution, i.e. whether and in what conditions it would be possible to build a socialist economy. Neither Lenin nor Trotsky contemplated the possibility of building a socialist economy in backward Russia alone, for the simple reason, if for no other, that for some time after October 1917 they continued to assume, in common with all other Bolsheviks, that the regime would be unable to maintain itself in Russia at all unless a proletarian revolution occurred in the more advanced European countries, and the Bolsheviks had therefore the strongest possible interest in working to extend the revolution to those countries. In this sense both Lenin and Trotsky believed in permanent revolution. This was not the sense in which Trotsky had originally used the term. 1 For these discussions see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1. pp 56 to 62. 38 The struggle in the party pt. 11. But it was the only sense which had any relevance to the situation. After 1917. In 1924 the triumvirs, eager to discredit Trotsky by raking over every point on which Lenin had formerly differed from him, turned their attention to the issue of permanent revolution, and reprinted every passage in which Lenin had expressed his dissent from the doctrine. Trotsky protested in vain that the argument about permanent revolution, whatever its merits, belonged to history and was irrelevant to any of the issues now confronting the party or the Soviet government. 1. The very irrelevance of the argument had the curious effect of causing it to be assumed that it turned in fact, not on the now obsolete question of the conditions in which a socialist revolution could be brought about, but on the still crucial question of the conditions in which a socialist economy could be built. It began to be said, and was sincerely believed by many, if not by the leaders themselves, that what Trotsky had meant by permanent revolution was the view that a socialist economy could not be created in Soviet Russia, except with the aid of a proletarian revolution elsewhere, and that this was a view from which Lenin had dissented. The misunderstanding was furthered by the fact that, in the autumn of 1923, with Lenin dying and out of action, Trotsky, unlike Stalin, though not unlike Zinoviev, had been a fervent advocate of stimulating a revolution in Germany. It came to be assumed, without evidence and indeed without argument, that Lenin would, on that occasion, have occupied a position opposite to that of Trotsky, and that Stalin represented the line which Lenin would have taken. By a flash of originality of a quality so rare in Stalin's career, that it has sometimes been described as an accident, Stalin perceived that this was a real and burning issue which called for a new elaboration of doctrine. Every Bolshevik believed that the revolution which had proved victorious in October 1917 was a, in its jitter of January 15, 1925, to the party Central Committee, c. p. 30 above, Trotsky wrote that the formula permanent revolution belongs wholly to the past and that, if he had mentioned it on any recent occasion, this was a reversion to the past and not in the sphere of present political problems. 2. For the positions adopted by the various leaders on the German question. In the autumn of 1923 see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 201 to 203. Ch. 12 Socialism in one country 39. Socialist revolution, nobody dreamed of returning to the old controversies about the character of the revolution. Yet, according to party doctrine, it was impossible to build a socialist economy in a single backward country, if the revolution was confined to that country alone. So long as confidence was felt in the early consummation of the socialist revolution in Europe, no need was seen to readjust party doctrine on this point. But now, after the fiasco in Germany in the autumn of 1923, this confidence had vanished, and the party found itself suspended in mid-air. It could not be expected to admit that, through the failure of the proletariat of other countries, the Russian enterprise, after its brilliant initial victory, was doomed to peter out. In practice, the foundations of a socialist economy were now being laid. Some thing must be done to revise the theory of the conditions in which the building of socialism was possible. This was the task to which Stalin now addressed himself. None of the leaders had hitherto faced this problem. Kamina and Bukharin ignored it. Zinoviev took refuge in meaningless eloquence about world revolution. Trotsky, who was conscious of the dilemma, could find no way out except to insist on the urgency and importance of a proletarian revolution in Europe. Fortunately Lenin, though he had never attempted to argue the point, had been led from time to time by the practical exigencies of laying the socialist foundations of the economy to imply that the building of socialism even in backward Russia was not a hopeless undertaking, and Stalin now avidly seized on these few scattered passages in an attempt to prove that Lenin had indeed believed in the possibility of building socialism in one country. The material was slender, but constant reiteration would suffice to create the impression that Lenin had believed that a socialist economy could be brought into being even in backward Russia, that Trotsky held the diametrically opposite view that this was impossible in the absence of proletarian revolution elsewhere, and that Stalin, in resuscitating the doctrine of socialism in one country, was Lenin's true and faithful disciple. The stages by which the new conception took shape in Stalin's mind can be clearly charted. In April 1924 he had been content to repeat the conventional view that for the final victory of socialism, for the organization of socialist production, the efforts, vol. 2d. 40 the struggle in the party PTUI of one country, particularly of a peasant country like Russia, are insufficient. In the elaboration of the campaign against Trotsky in November 1924 he argued, quoting Lenin, that Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution meant to jump over the peasantry, thus failing to recognize their essential place in the revolutionary process. The danger of Trotskyism was that it would divorce from the Russian proletariat its ally, i.e. the poor peasantry. Stalin at this moment propounded no alternative view. But in the next few weeks a great deal of thinking was done. Stalin took the momentous decision to pit himself against Trotsky as the upholder and interpreter of Leninism. He was, however, anxious to assume a positive and independent role. The essay which had appeared in the newspapers on December 20, 1924, as October and Comrade Trotsky's Theory of Permanent Revolution was given a new title. Renamed the October Revolution and the Tactics of the Russian Communists, it reappeared as the introduction to a collection of Stalin's speeches and articles, published under the title On the Way to October in January 1925.7. The major theme of the essay was an analysis of the two peculiar characteristics of the October Revolution: the fact that the dictatorship of the proletariat had been established in Russia in the form of a power arising on the basis of an alliance between the proletariat and the working masses of the peasantry, and the fact that it had been established as a result of the victory of socialism in one country. Lenin had repeatedly dwelt on the implications of the first of these peculiarities. It remained to proved that he had equally recognized the implications of the second. Like Trotsky and like all the other leading Bolsheviks, Lenin had said again and again that the final victory of socialism could not be achieved in one country, least of all in a country that was economically backward. This, of course, remained true. But, in an article of 1915, he had offered, though without special reference to Russia, a more detailed analysis of the prospective course of events. The unevenness of political and economic development, Lenin had written, is an unconditional law of capitalism. Hence, it follows that the victory of socialism is possible in the first. 1. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 358 to 359. 2. Stalin, Sakhainania, 6, 349. 3 of it 6, 358 to 401. Ch. 12 Socialism in one country 41. Instance in a few capitalist countries or even in one single capitalist country. The victorious proletariat of such a country, having expropriated the capitalists and organized socialist production at home, would stand up against the capitalist rest of the world, attracting to itself the oppressed classes of other countries, causing revolts among them against the capitalists, acting in case of necessity even with armed force against the exploiting classes and their states. Stalin produced 2 further passages from Lenin in support of his new thesis of socialism in one country. In the peroration of the last speech he ever delivered, Lenin had described socialism as not a question of the distant future and expressed the hope, in the phrase carelessly misquoted by Kamina, that not tomorrow, but in a few years, NEP Russia will become socialist Russia. And in one of his last articles on the co-operatives he had asked, and answered in the affirmative, the rhetorical question whether the control by the proletarian state of the means of production, coupled with the alliance between the proletariat and millions of small peasants, did not provide all that is essential for the construction of a full socialist society. 1 CP4 above. 2. The 3 passages quoted by Stalin are in Lenin, Sakhainania, 17, 232, 233, XXVII, 366, 392. The question whether these passages can legitimately be made to bear the interpretation placed on them by Stalin is, perhaps, academic. The passage of 1915, from which the famous phrase was derived, related primarily to the seizure of power, not to the building of a socialist economy, nor can it be shown that Lenin had Russia in mind at all. The context suggests that Lenin was trying to counter a possible argument of, say, the German workers, that they could not start a revolution because the French workers could not be counted on to rise simultaneously. Zinoviev later deprived himself of an argument by his apparent unwillingness to admit that the passage did not refer to Russia. G. Zinoviev, Leninism, 1925, pages 297 to 298, but Kamina argued cogently that it applied, and could only apply, to Western Europe. 15 Conference Rye visa Soyuznoye Kommunistiskoi Party, B. 1927. p. 475. In Trotsky's view, this passage from Lenin had been turned upside down and interpreted in an illiterate manner. L. Trotsky, Permanentnaya Revaluatsiya, Berlin, 1930, p. 125. The 2 later passages seemed at first sight more convincing. But Lenin in 1918 had already described Bolshevik strategy as being to carry out the maximum that can be achieved in one country in order to develop, support and encourage revolution in all countries. Lenin, Sakhainania, XXIII, 385, the context, both in the original and in a quotation of this passage in March 1923 in Stalin, Sakhainania, v. 179, strongly stressed the international aims of Bolshevism. It is not clear that Lenin, if challenged, would have considered himself to have gone beyond this in the 2 later passages. But it is idle to speculate on the view which Lenin would have taken of a contingency which had not arisen in his lifetime. 42 The struggle in the party PT2. That was all. But, isolated from the context of Lenin's other writings and sharply opposed to Trotsky's far more clear-cut pronouncements, it was enough. Trotsky with his doctrine of permanent revolution both played down the need for the alliance with the peasantry and maintained that the real rise of a socialist economy in Russia will become possible only after the victory of the proletariat in the most important countries of Europe. Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution was the antithesis of Lenin's theory of socialism in one country. It was a variant of Menshevism. Having thus established socialism in one country as a fundamental item of Leninist doctrine, Stalin ended by redressing the balance in favor of its international function. The victory of socialism in one country is not a self-sufficient task, it is the beginning and the premise of world revolution. He summed up in a formula designed to saddle Trotskyism with the odium of a passive and negative, i.e. a Menshevik, real. Wrong are those who, forgetting the international character of the October Revolution, declare the victory of the revolution in one country to be a purely and exclusively national phenomenon. But wrong also are those who, remembering the international character of the revolution, are inclined to think of this revolution as something passive, destined only to receive support from without. Outside aid was no doubt necessary for the final victory of socialism in Russia, but Russia was a dispenser, as well as a recipient, of aid. Stalin ended on a note which stressed Russia's positive role. The argument was conducted throughout on a theoretical plane, and no element of personal animosity was allowed to appear. It was among the most carefully pondered of all Stalin's writings. It is probable that when Stalin first propounded this doctrine, in the winter of 1924 to 1925, he only dimly realized the importance which it would presently assume. His partners in the triumvirate certainly had no inkling of it. They shared with Trotsky the common assumption of Stalin's insignificance in matters of theory. At the best, socialism in one country was one more nail driven into the coffin of Trotskyism. At the worst, it was a harmless personal fad of Stalin. No serious attention was paid to it. It did not figure in the resolution drafted by Zinoviev which con. Ch. 12 Socialism in one country 43. Dem Trotsky in January 1925. Stalin did not mention it in his short speech on that occasion, and nobody thought of invoking it in the difficult discussions of agrarian policy which went on throughout the winter. Its original appearance in the article of December 1924 was followed by a 3-month silence, during which the theory of socialism in one country seems to have been ignored by party leaders and publicists, including its author. But it soon derived adventitious aid from current discussions of relations of the Soviet Union with the capitalist world. The fiasco of the projected German revolutionary coup in the autumn of 1923 had led to a reassessment of the powers of resistance inherent in capitalism and of the interval likely to elapse before its final overthrow. The session of IKI in March 1925 was much occupied with the problem of the stabilization of capitalism. This could be met only by the increased strength of the Soviet Union. In a speech delivered to the Moscow Party Committee early in April 1925, which was issued as a pamphlet, Bukharin inquired, how far this turn in the process of the struggle for the strengthening of the Soviet state is enriching the science of the Soviet state with new ideas, and the non-committal answer showed that Stalin's formula had started a train of thought in Bukharin's ingenious and speculative mind. Can we build socialism in one country so long as there is no victory of the Western European proletariat? When we began to work on this question, it turned out that the question itself was not so simple as it appeared earlier, when we thought little about it. It proved much more complicated than it had seemed. On first examination, it was in this context that it emerged, later in the same month, in the debates of the Politburo on the eve of the 14th Party Conference. The occasion was the preparation of the resolution, which Zinoviev was to submit to the conference on the report of one. Stalin's collected works contained a short letter of January 25, 1925, to an unnamed correspondent explaining and defending the theory, Sakhinania. 8, 16-18, but this was published for the first time in 1947. 2. This question will be discussed in Part B in the following volume. 3. N. Bukharin, Tekushchi moment I Osnovi Nashii Politiki, 1925, pages 7-9. A reference, in an article in Sotsialistikisko Hozyastvo, No. 3, 1925, p. 6. Published in May 1925, to the question put by Bukharin about the possibility of building socialism in only one country shows that the question was still unfamiliar, and not specifically associated with Stalin. 44. The struggle in the party PT, IL. The party delegation to Uki. The initiative clearly came from Stalin or perhaps from Bukharin acting at his instigation. If the stabilization of capitalism meant that the capitalist regimes in other countries had momentarily achieved some measure of stabilization, so also and more significantly had the regime in the Soviet Union, which, if it had not yet achieved socialism, was advancing at an increasingly rapid rate towards it. The counterpart of the recognition of the stabilization of capitalism was recognition of the possibility of socialism in one country. This should, it was argued, find its place in the resolution. The evidence does not suggest that the debate in the Politburo on this question was anything like so sharp as was afterwards pretended. About the time it took place, Kamina addressed the Moscow Provincial Congress of Soviets in language which, though he did not introduce the word socialism, was substantially the same as that used later by Bukharin. Better by the exertion of our own forces and our own labor to obtain the results which we need, not with the help of the capitalists, but with the help of the use of our own energy. By traveling our own road. Better to travel this road more slowly, but it will be sure. Better let Russia develop more slowly, but remain ours, rather than more rapidly, but become alien, become foreign. In the recriminations which preceded the 14th Party Congress 8 months later, it was alleged that Kamina and Zinoviev had defended in the Politburo the point of view that we shall not be able to overcome our internal difficulties owing to our technical and economic backwardness if we are not saved by international revolution. In fact, the argument turned not on the possibility of the process of building socialism in the Soviet Union, or on the impossibility of finally completing that process. On both these points everyone was in agreement, but on the far more esoteric question why the final achievement of socialism was pronounced impossible in the absence of a proletarian revolution in other countries. Kamina and Zinoviev thought that this was due in part to the backwardness of the Soviet economy. Stalin. 1. L. Kamina, Stat I 1 Rishi, 12, 1946, 141. 2. For the letter of the Moscow Party Committee from which this quotation is taken, see pages 126 to 127 below. Ch. 12. Socialism in one country 45. And Bukharin insisted that it was due exclusively to the external threat of a capitalist environment. The issue was clearly explained by Bukharin in December 1925 to the 14th Party Congress. On this question a dispute broke out at one of the sessions of the Politburo, about the time of the 14th Party confer. Ins. Comrade Kamina, and after him Comrade Zino. Vive, maintained at this session the position that we shall not be able to complete the building of socialism owing to our technical backwardness. It was on this point that we disputed with them, for this that we broke lances. We agreed with them that the only guarantee against intervention, against the fresh war, against restoration imposed by the bayonets of capitalist armies, would be an international socialist revolution. But we denied with passion the proposition advanced by them that we were doomed to perish on account of our technical backwardness. This fine-spun distinction was afterwards to become the starting point for far-reaching conclusions. But at the moment it may well have seemed trivial and not worth fighting about. According to Stalin, the point of view of Zinoviev was rejected by the Politburo. Voroshilov, more naively, but perhaps more accurately, reported that, after Comrade Stalin and Bukharin had spoken, the decision was unanimous. 3. Zinoviev's easy acquiescence may have been part of a tacit bargain, Stalin's support on other questions being the quid pro quo. It is perhaps more likely that Zinoviev made what seemed a harmless, or perhaps pointless, concession to Stalin's importunitics. It was agreed to include socialism in one country in the text of the resolution. The resolution, which was adopted by the conference on a report by Zinoviev without discussion, dealt with the existing stabilization in the capitalist world. IKI at its recent session had recognized that no immediately revolutionary 114 SS Socialismo Communisticus Printed, B. 1926, pages 135 to 136. 2. Stalin, Sakhinania, 8, 73. 314 SS Socialismo Communisticus Party, B. 1926, pages 397 to 398. Confirmation of the impression that the issue was not seriously contested in the Politburo in April 1925 comes from statements made at the 14th Party Congress by Bukharin and Molotov, when Kamina called the April resolution a compromise, Ibid P 471. Bukharin retorted that we have learned this only today, and Molotov that until yesterday Kamina and Zinoviev nowhere mentioned their disagreement with the resolution. Ibid pages 602, 662. Tomsky, Ibid p 277, also referred to the dispute in a quite casual way. 46. The struggle in the party PT 11. Situation existed in Europe or, by implication, anywhere else. But, besides the temporary stabilization of capitalism, the resolution also drew attention to the corresponding stabilization produced by the growth of state industry and the strengthening of the socialist elements of the economy of the USSR. It then quoted the Lenin article of 1915 on the victory of socialism in one country. Lenin had, of course, taught that the final victory of socialism, in the sense of a complete guarantee against the restoration of bourgeois relations, is possible only on an international scale. This point was illustrated by copious quotations. But anew, Though somewhat ambiguous, quotation was found to add to Stalin's previous discoveries 10 to 20 years of correct relations with the peasantry, Lenin had written in 1921, in some notes, for his pamphlet on the food tax which were now hastily interred and published, and victory on a world scale is assured, even given a delay in the proletarian revolutions which are growing. 2. This seemed to put socialism in one country well in line with the net tradition. The distinction between the two alleged obstacles to the final victory of socialism, the technical backwardness of the country and the threat from the capitalist world, was drawn in a roundabout way, which concealed the embarrassment of divided opinions, and the resolution claimed that in general the victory of socialism, not in the sense of final victory, is unconditionally possible in one country. The resolution excited no particular interest. Stalin's description of it 18 months later as one of the most important party documents in the history of our party 5 would certainly have startled the participants at the conference. It was, nevertheless, one. The proceedings of Akixi will be discussed in Part B in the following volume. 2. Lenin, Sakhaninaya, XXVI, 313. The notes were first published in Bolshevik. Number 7, April 15, 1925, pages 72 to 80, and in Leninsky Spornik, 4, 1925, 371 to 378. 3. Zinoviev's account of the matter in his report to the conference was characteristically wordy and confused. For all the technical backwardness of our country, we can and must go on building, we must and shall build, socialism, notwithstanding the retarded tempo of the international revolution. We have said clearly that the final victory is in the international arena, but that the retarded tempo of the revolution puts back not the victory itself, but the moment of its realization. Key turn ads attack Konferenz die Rossiyskoy Kommunistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, 1925, p. 244. For Stalin's elaboration of the distinction see pages 164 to 165 below. 4. VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 26 to 31. 5. Stalin, Sakhaninaya, 8, 266. Ch. Socialism in one country 47. A notable, though unperceived, victory for Stalin. He celebrated it by giving socialism in one country for the first time a modest place in a speech which he delivered a few days after the conference to a party meeting in Moscow. By this time another quotation had come to light. Lenin had told the 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in December 1920. Only when the country is electrified, only when industry, agriculture and transport have been put on the technical basis of modern large-scale industry, only then shall we be finally victorious. It was the first coupling of the new doctrine with the drive for intensive industrialization. The first and immediate impression of socialism in one country, when it began to make its impact in the summer of 1925, was of a not very novel or important contribution to party doctrine which provided a counterweight to the stabilization of capitalism, and suitably carried on the work of NEP in adapting party policy to the peculiar conditions of the Russian environment. It offered a fresh antidote to Trotsky's alleged underestimate of the peasant, and revealed NEP as the road of advance to socialism in a predominantly peasant economy. In this interpretation, NEP was the specifically Russian form of the great revolutionary design. By giving a national color to the revolution, it had helped to reconcile to it many of those Russians, both at home and abroad, who had originally rejected it as non-Russian and anti-national. Socialism in one country made a far stronger emotional appeal of the same character. It reawakened a vague sentiment of national pride or patriotism which had been temporarily silenced, but not destroyed, by the resounding national appeal of the revolution. As the regime stabilized itself at home, and became the mouthpiece of the interests of the Russian state abroad, this sentiment revived with unexpected force, and lent an exceptional strength and vitality to the doctrine which seemed to embody it. It was no accident that Stalin's article, which launched the doctrine, had begun with a discussion of the peculiarities of the October Revolution. It would be misleading to speak at this time of chauvinism, or even of nationalism. 1 bit 7, 109 to 121 to Lenin, Sakhaninaya, XXVI, 47. 48. The struggle in the party PTWI. As commonly understood, the sentiment was one of pride in the achievement of the revolution, but also of pride that this was a Russian achievement, that Russia had been first in a field where other allegedly more advanced countries had hitherto failed to follow. It was immensely gratifying to this newfound national revolutionary pride to have the assurance that Russia would lead the world not only in carrying out a socialist revolution, but in building a socialist economy. Kamina, in his indictment of Trotskyism in November 1924, had complained that the theory of permanent revolution places the workers' government in Russia in exclusive and complete dependence on an immediate proletarian revolution in the West. Socialism in one country was a declaration of independence of the West. A fig for Europe, we shall manage by ourselves, was the description of the new doctrine in the Menshevik journal published in Berlin. Socialism in one country was no mere piece of economic analysis and no mere announcement of policy. It was a declaration of faith in the capacities and in the destiny of the Russian people. The initial emphasis of those who propagated or welcomed the new doctrine seemed, therefore, to rest on the words in one country and on its national aspect. In 1921 the urgent need had been to appease the peasant with concessions which would induce him to produce food for the towns and factories and put the whole economy back into gear. The national appeal of NEP was associated with the traditional faith in the Russian peasant, and even had Slavophil affiliations. Socialism in one country seemed at first sight to have the same appeal and the same affiliations. It was the legitimate successor of NEP. It was on these grounds that it was welcomed by the Smedovikovs III and by those innumerable Russians who stood outside the ranks of Bolshevism, but whom NEP had reconciled to the regime. It was on these grounds that it was assailed by Zinoviev and Trotsky as the embodiment of national narrow-mindedness and 1 El Kamina, Stadtzie Arishi, I, 1925, 229. 2 Sozialisticheski Vestnik, Berlin, No 11 to 12, 105 to 106, June 20, 1925. P. E. Ustrilov, for instance, hailed it in an article of November 7, 1925, as the nationalization of October, and Ustrilov, Podzinakom Revolucji, 2nd. ed. 1927, pages 212 to 218. CHXX Socialism in one country 49. National Mechanism. When Lenin introduced NEP, he set forth once again the two conditions of the success of the socialist revolution in backward Russia: support at the right moment by a socialist revolution in one or several leading countries, and a compromise between the proletariat and the majority of the peasant population. 2 Lenin did not, and could not, choose Between the two conditions, both were, in his thinking, essential. History had now forced a choice between them by indefinitely postponing the socialist revolution in one or several leading countries. Socialism in one country, the promulgation of which coincided with a marked intensification of the turn towards the peasant in Soviet policy, seemed to symbolize a frank acceptance of the choice. It rejected dependence on the socialist revolution. In other countries, by the same token, it accepted dependence on a standing compromise with the peasant. This appearance, like so much else in Soviet history of this period, proved illusory. Socialism in any country did, it was true, provide an answer to the dilemma of choice which Lenin refused to face. Socialism in one country did, it was true, start from rejection on dependence of other countries. But this did not involve acceptance of the alternative choice of dependence on the peasant. The ultimate significance of socialism in one country was that it denied, subject to the formal reservation about final victory, the necessity of either of the conditions posed by Lenin at the moment of the introduction of NEP, and thus, far from being the heir of NEP, boldly abandoned its basic presuppositions. In the years after 1925, socialism in one country, whatever the original intentions of its promoter and whatever the first time press science created by it, came to mean the opposite of NEP. Nor was this illogical, for it was the recovery and the growing strength of the Soviet economy in the middle 1920s which pointed the way both to the superseding of NEP and to socialism. In one country, what was now at stake was not the appeasement of the peasant, but the drive for industrialization. What was now to be realized in one country was not the peasant socialism of the old Russian tradition, but the industrial socialism of Marx. 1 for Zinoviev CP 163 below, L. Trotsky, Permanentnaya Revolyatskaya. Berlin, 1930, p. 168. 2 see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 277. Chapter 13. The rift in the triumvirate. Support that underpinned the precarious structure of the triumvirate. Its collapse was now inevitable, and about the same time another event occurred which helped to shape the form and manner of the breakdown. Uglanov, whom Zinoviev and Kamina had appointed secretary of the Moscow Provincial Party Committee in the previous autumn to clean up the Moscow organization, transferred his allegiance to Stalin. According to Uglanov's story, Zinoviev and Kamina carried on conversations with me from which I understood that they were trying in a roundabout way to fasten on me their disagreements with Stalin. Uglanov, on his own showing, declined this invitation, and acted with the firm intention to work in such a way as to bring the Moscow organization wholly and completely into line with the Central Committee. Point 2 underscore the first result of the change was the collapse of Kamina, who found himself ousted from any but an honorific function in his own party organization. After the defeat of Trotsky, Kamina manifestly relapsed into a secondary role, decline due, partly perhaps to his less ambitious and less pugnacious temperament, but mainly to his lack of the solid backing of any party machine. This left only Stalin and Zinoviev in the field as protagonists, and with Stalin in firm control both of the Moscow party organization and of the central party machine located in Moscow, and with Zinoviev's hold over Leningrad still unshaken, the clash between them was bound to take on the form of a struggle between the two capitals. The TS rout of Trotsky in January 1925 removed the last solid 1 CP 22 above. 214 SXV Socialismo Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926, P 1933. That Uglanov moved over from Zinoviev and Kamina to Stalin is confirmed. In B. Bazanov, Stalin, German translate from French, 1931, pages 37 to 38. The change may have been gradual, it cannot be precisely dated. 52. Ch 13 The rift in the triumvirate. 53. Prestige of Zinoviev and of the powerful party organization in Leningrad might seem fairly matched against the prestige of Stalin and the Moscow organization, even though Moscow enjoyed the advantage of housing the central organs of the party. The first occasion on which Leningrad could be said to have pitted itself against Moscow was the proposal to expel Trotsky from the Politburo, voiced by the Leningrad Party Committee, and voted down by a large majority of the Central Committee. This was followed by a demonstration of dissent and protest from the Leningrad Committee of the Komsomol, which had taken a vocal part in the campaign for Trotsky's expulsion. The Leningrad Committee not, it was believed, without Zinoviev's encouragement attempted to assert its independence of the Central Komsomol organization in Moscow, and was called to order after a bitter struggle. Point 2 underscore in another episode of these months. The apparent triviality of the issue made the animus displayed in the Leningrad organization all the more striking. The conference of Rabkers and Selkors held in Moscow in December 1924 revealed a sharp division of opinion whether the Rabkers and Selkors should be organized around the newspapers to which they supplied information and kept independent of the party, or whether they should be organized in territorial groups and made responsible to the local party organizations. The former view, which was said to encourage the recruitment of non-party workers and peasants, was endorsed by Bukharin and was adopted by the conference. The latter view was that of the Leningrad delegation. The Leningrad Rabkers were apparently in fact organized on this basis. The principal spokesman of the Leningrad view was a Leningrad party official named Sarkis, who had been active in organizing patronage of rural party organizations by the towns, and was singled out for praise by Zinoviev as one of our best. CP 31 above. 2 see pages 95 to 98 below. Bukharin later referred to this as the second stage in the attempt to create an independent opposition base in Leningrad. Izvestiya, January 10, 1926. 3 for the conference. See Volume 1, p. 198, Note 2. An article in Leningradskaya Pravda, December 12, 1924, sharply attacked the majority view as implying that Rabkor organizations have in general nothing at all to do with the party. Bukharin replied in an article reprinted in N. Bukharin, O Rabkor I Selko Rep. 1925, pages 68 to 73. For the history of this question, see an article in Leningrad. Skya Pravda, February 4, 1925. 54 The struggle in the party. PT 11. Workers. At the Leningrad Provincial Party Conference. In January 1925, Sarkis launched a vigorous attack on Bukharin, whom he accused of syndicalist, non-Bolshevik views. And the controversy was carried on for some time in the columns of Pravda and Leningradskaya Pravda. Point 3 Another Leningrad Party official, Vardin, published a pamphlet attacking Bukharin and the decisions of the conference, which was sharply reviewed by one of Bukharin's disciples, Slutkov *. In June 1925, a pronouncement of the Orgbaro, which was clearly intended to close the argument, laid it down that Rabkers and Selkors, while serving as conductors of proletarian communist influence to the broad masses of toilers, should not be formally linked with party or trade union organization. The discussion then petered out. But references to it at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925 showed how deep were the mutual animosities engendered by it. At that time, 40% of Rapkers and 26% of Selkors were said to be party members registered. The struggle within the triumvirate thus gradually acquired, though this was no part of the design of either of the protagonists, a geographical basis. The peculiar jealousies which had existed between the two capitals of Tsarist Russia reappeared in an equally potent form under the Soviet order. In the eyes of the first generation of Bolsheviks, Petrograd was the shrine of the revolution. Here the revolution had been planned. It was the proletariat of Petrograd which had led the assault. Here the first workers' and peasants' government had been proclaimed. The unfortunate sequel, the shift of the capital owing to the military. 1 G. Zinoviev, Litzum Katarab, 1925, pages 66 to 67, for patronage, see pages 342 to 344 below. Whatever Sarkis's other qualities, he was evidently some thing of a frontier. A violent attack by him on party education in Leningradskaya Pravda, March 18, 1925, provoked several angry replies and an eventual editorial. Disclaimer, Ibid March 31, 1925. 2 quoted in Stalin, Sakhainania, 7, 380, from the stenographic record of the conference. Sarkis's speech was briefly reported in Leningradskaya Pravda. January 28, 1925. 3c, for example, Ibid February 13, March 3, 1925, Pravda, February 28, 1925, where the Leningrad Rapkers were severely criticized. Asterisk Bolshevik, No 13 to 14, July 31, 1925, pages 65 to 75, for Vardan CP 80. Note 3 below. 5 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, No 22 to 23, 97 to 98, June 22, 1925, pages 1 to 2. And 14 SSV Soyuznoy Communistiskoy Party, B, 1926, p. 61. Ch. 13 The rift in the triumvirate 55. Vulnerability of Petrograd, the collapse of industry, and of the heavy metal industries in particular, the depopulation of Petrograd, had not altogether eclipsed these memories. The renaming of the city after the dead leader, coinciding with unmistakable signs of a revival of industry, seemed an augury of a brighter future. But jealousy of Moscow had become endemic in Leningrad, and led to incessant exaggerated reminders of the city's revolutionary preeminence. Leningradskaya Pravda hailed the Leningrad City Soviet, on the occasion of a session in April 1925, as the first Soviet of the proletarian dictatorship, and Sarkis boasted on the same occasion that the party cell in factories was a Leningrad invention. It sometimes seemed as if credit was claimed by Leningrad for every achievement of the party. Everywhere we see only advances. Who has done this? First of all, the workers' organization of the city of Leningrad. Who of you can say where another such organization can be found, where so much initiative is shown as by us? 3. A piece of Leningrad arrogance which particularly enraged Moscow was the habit of treating the newspaper Leningradskaya Pravda. The name had been changed from Petrogradskaya Pravda on January 30, 1924, as the lineal descendant of the Pravda, founded by the party in Petersburg in 1912. The title Pravda was printed in large capitals with the geographical epithet small and scarcely noticeable. The year of issue reckoned from 1912 appeared under the title in every issue, and, if occasion arose to mention the Pravda published in Moscow, the paper of the party Central Committee and the true heir of the Pravda of 1912, it was always referred to as the Moskovsky Pravda. Leningradskaya Pravda managed to celebrate its 13th anniversary in its issue of May 5, 1925, without mentioning the existence of the Moscow Pravda at all. Asterisk. The Leningrad claim to preeminence in the revolutionary. 1 Leningradskaya Pravda, April 11, 1925. 2 Ibid April 16, 1925. 3 Ibid November 18, 1925. This passage was quoted by Rudzivak at the 14th Party Congress, 14 SSV Soyuznot Communistiskoy Party, B, 1925, p. 342. A speech of Safarov on the occasion, reported in Leningradskaya Pravda. May 13, 1925, also ignored the Moscow Pravda. The annoyance of Moscow was expressed at the 14th Party Congress, 14 SSV Soyuznot Communistiskoy Party, B, 1926, p. 388. Vol. 2e. 56 The struggle in the party PTUI landscape had an ideological character. Leningrad was the city of the proletariat. It had never quite lost its status acquired under the Tsars as the original seat of Russian industry and, especially of Russian heavy industry. It was uniquely accessible to the West, still the key point of industry and world trade. Even the poverty of the soil made it easier here than in Moscow to recruit an industrial proletariat divorced from the land. Leningrad was the stronghold of the class-conscious, organized proletariat, of the workers in heavy industry who had provided from the earliest days the hard proletarian core of Bolshevism. Leningrad, said Safarov, was the chief commanding height of the proletarian dictatorship in our country, and the most important proletarian summit in the USSR. Leningrad, said Zinoviev, possessed traits which distinguish it from other centers. It was predominantly proletarian, private trade was less developed. There, it was a proletarian center administering itself from the bottom to the top. The claim was constantly made that the composition of the party in Leningrad was more proletarian than in Moscow. This was difficult to establish from current statistics of membership. Of 50,000 party members and 40,000 candidates in the Leningrad province in September 1925, 72% were returned as workers, 11% as peasants and 17% as officials, of a somewhat larger total in the Moscow province. 71% were workers, 5% peasants, and 24% officials. Point 3 But more detailed analysis made possible by the party census of January 1927 revealed significant differences. In the first place, Leningrad province had a higher proportion of party members to population, 362 to every 10,000 inhabitants, than Moscow, 285 to every 10,000 inhabitants, and by far the highest proportion in the Soviet Union, where the general average was only 78 party members to 10,000 inhabitants. Secondly, of Leningrad workers who were party members, 36 to 4% were metal workers, the most advanced and most conscious workers. Of Moscow workers who were party members only 1 Leningradskaya Pravda, November 21, 1925. 2 Ibid December 6, 1925. 3 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, number 40, 115, October 19, 1925, p6, no 43 to 44, 118 to 119. November 16, 1925, pages 11 to 12. The criterion of classification was, of course, social origin, not current occupation. See volume 1, pages 91 to 92. Ch 13 the rift in the triumvirate 37. 15.3% came from the metal industries and 55% from the textile industries, more than half of these being women. A more backward element than the men and more difficult to draw into political life. There was force in Zinoviev's claim that Leningrad was relatively free from the phenomenon of new workers, peasants who have not passed through the school of factory and workshop, who have not in the past had any hardening in the factory, and who have therefore acquired completely separate psychological traits too. It was undeniable that the Leningrad workers, and especially the metal workers, had behind them a longer and firmer tradition of trade union and party membership than workers elsewhere in the Soviet Union, and were politically more class-conscious and active. It was also true that the revival of heavy industry and the process of industrialization served in a special way to revive the prosperity, prestige and authority of Leningrad. Leningrad was still, at a time when other large industrial centers had not yet been developed, the focal point of heavy industry and of the industrial proletariat. Current boastings had some foundation in reality. A social fact was elevated and inflated into an article of faith. Once, therefore, the struggle for power within the triumvirate took on the geographical form of a rivalry between Leningrad and Moscow. This factor also determined the ideological mold in which it was cast, and a curious reversal of attitudes occurred. The triumvirate had come into power on what could without much exaggeration be called a peasant platform. The solid achievements of its economic policy were the closing of the scissors, the currency reform, and the full realization of NEP. Zinoviev, as the leading member of the triumvirate, had made the link between the peasantry and the countryside the theme of countless speeches, and as recently as the autumn of 1924 had launched the slogan "Face to the countryside." Face to the countryside seriously, for a long time, forever, Zinoviev had written in January 1925, degree quoting and characteristically distorting Lenin's slogan on NEP. He had from time to time made routine pronouncements about the revival of the metal industry. But Socialny Nationalny Sostав VKP, B, 1928, p. 19. To Leningradskaya Pravda, December 9, 1925. 3 of January 13, 1925. 58 The struggle in the party PT3. Now, in allusion to Lenin's famous remark about changing over from the beggarly peasant mujik horse to the horse of large-scale machine industry, he observed complacently, "Some time will pass before the leader of revolution, the proletariat, will be able to say, now I have outgrown the peasant nag, now I have a racehorse, let us now mount and my travel more quickly." It was Zinoviev and Kamina who attributed peasant discontent to jealousy of the superior privileges of the worker. According to Zinoviev, the peasants protested because on the silver half-ruble piece the hammer is engraved above the sickle and not vice versa. According to Kamina, they considered that the workers work little and live better than the peasants, and that therefore we ought to introduce the 10-hour working day. 3 It was Zinoviev and Kamina who led the attack on Trotsky for neglecting the interests of the peasant, and who turned the helm of party policy sharply towards concessions to the well-to-do peasant at the 14th Party Conference in April 1925. Stalin, though he never dissented from this policy, seemed the most eager of the three triumvirs to recall from time to time that the peasant was necessarily subordinate to the proletariat in the eyes of the Marxist. In the spring of 1924, Stalin had resisted the plausible suggestion to include peasants from the plow as well as workers from the bench in the Lenin enrollment, and 3 months later had rejected the view that the peasant question was the fundamental in Leninism. In a speech of January 1925, he had shown himself a less than wholehearted supporter of Zinoviev's Face to the Countryside slogan. 5 At the time of the 14th Party Conference in April 1925, the triumvirate stood solidly united for the just time to secure party approval for a policy of concessions to the peasant, the reduction in the agricultural tax and the sanction given to the leasing of land and the hiring of labor. After the conference, Kamina and Zinoviev. Leningradskaya Pravda, February 5, 1925, Lenin's remark was made in one of his last articles, Better Less But Better, Sakhainania, XXVII, 417. Zinov's speech was delivered at the Leningrad Provincial Party Conference on January 26, 1925. To see the speech quoted in the preceding note. 3 El Kamina, Stat, Irishi, 12, 1926, 94. Asterisk see the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 340, 359. 5 see volume 1, p. 243. Ch. 13 The rift in the triumvirate 59. Both defended the line adopted with unreserved approval, and it was Stalin who, if only behind closed doors, deprecated Bukharin's extreme interpretation of the policy. These attitudes were, however, as the sequel showed, pragmatic and accidental. They rested on no firm or lasting foundation of conviction, and least of all in the case of Zinoviev. Zinoviev had adopted the policy and proclaimed the slogan of appeasement of the peasant as spokesman of the party leadership united against Trotsky. Buddha rift in the leadership was now clearly impending. Personal jealousies and incompatibilities had become too strong for unity to hold much longer, and when, in the early summer of 1925, Zinoviev began to discover to his dismay the strength of Stalin's hold over the central organization in Moscow, and his own consequent dependence on the rival organization in Leningrad, the opinions of the Leningrad organization on current issues of policy began for the first time to acquire major importance. On any question of agrarian policy, the attitude of the party in Leningrad was never in serious doubt. The Leningraders, said Yaroslavsky, believed that only they had genuine class feeling, and that all other organizations in the party were infected with a petty bourgeois deviation. 3 It was Moscow which was the home of the peasant orientation, Moscow where even the proletariat had scarcely emancipated itself from its peasant background and affiliations. In 1918 the Petrograd Bolsheviks had come out strongly for the committees of poor peasants. Zinoviev may have remembered the Congress at which, bound by party loyalty, he had induced his reluctant followers to approve the muzzling of these committees in the interests of conciliation in the country side. The workers' opposition, the only attempt at organized opposition to NEP, had its strength and its center in Petrograd. The promotion of heavy industry in 1924 to the front rank of one for the speeches of Kamina and Zinoviev, and for Stalin's reservations. See Volume 1, pages 270 to 274, 283 to 284. 2. This was the moment when the signs of Stalin's supremacy first became plainly visible. An acute observer from Moscow wrote in Socialistic Vestnik, Berlin, No. 11-12, 105-106, June 20, 1925, p. 21, judging from certain indications, Stalin will be the hero of the day. His portrait is on the cover of illustrated journals, his bust is in the windows of bookshops, his speeches are printed in separate editions the day after their delivery. 314 SSV Socialism Communistickskoy Party, B, 1926, p. 197. 4. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, pages 158-159. 60. The struggle in the party PTIL. Party concern was also a move for the revival of Leningrad, and the subsequent turn towards the peasant, culminating in the pro-Kulak policy of the spring of 1925, can have had few supporters in the Leningrad organization. So long as Zinoviev was at the head of a united triumvirate committed to support of this policy, the Leningraders could do little to make their voice heard. But once Zinoviev became dependent on Leningrad as his sole remaining base, the opinion of Leningrad became a paramount consideration, and he swung over almost automatically to the Leningrad line. As Trotsky afterwards put it, the leaders of the opposition in their struggle for self-preservation were compelled to adapt themselves to the class consciousness of the Leningrad proletariat. The change was abrupt. In the second half of May 1925, Zinoviev defended without reservation before a party audience in Moscow the turn towards the peasant executed on the mandate of the 14th Party Conference, though it is noteworthy that on this occasion he sought and obtained from the Politburo against some opposition, presumably from Bukharin, authority to characterize the new policy as a retreat. A few days later he reminded a provincial trade union congress in Leningrad that the question of the countryside is the central economic and political question of our days, and spoke of the obligations which the present state of affairs places on the working class of our country. 3. Early in June 1925 came the embarrassing episode of Krupski's article attacking Bukharin, which a majority of the Politburo refused to publish, Zinoviev and Kamina voting in the minority. 4. This was the first direct split between Zinoviev and Bukharin, and the first occasion on which Zinoviev and Kamina arranged themselves with Krupski against a majority of their colleagues in the Politburo. Before the end of the same month, Zinoviev made and published a speech which unpublished memorandum of December 22, 1925, seat 168 below. Zinoviev himself recognized the same truth in an inverted form. This attempt to smash the Leningrad organization is bound up in the closest way with the whole social setup in the country. 14 SXV Socialism Komunistickskoy Party, B, 1926, pages 451-452. 2 See Volume 1, p. 281, for the significance of the term retreat in this context. See pages 68-69 below. 3 Leningradskaya Pravda, May 31, 1935. Asterisk see Volume 1, p. 285. Ch 13 The rift in the triumvirate. 61. Proclaimed in unmistakable terms that the policy of concessions to the peasant had gone to dangerous lengths, and for the rest of the year continued to propound this view with growing emphasis and consistency. Within a few weeks Zinoviev was transformed from the principal promoter into the principal opponent of the peasant policy, and a few months later went down to defeat, denouncing concessions to the kulaks which he had ardently supported less than a year before. The violence of the change could only confirm his reputation for shiftiness and instability, while Stalin, who had carefully steered clear of extreme commitments, could readjust himself without apparent effort to meet the challenge, moving almost imperceptibly between positions a little to the left and a little to the right of center as day-to-day tactics required. Throughout these proceedings Trotsky, whose action in the previous autumn had put the spark to the train, remained inactive and almost silent. He was still convalescent in Sukhum, the capital of the miniature Abkhazian Autonomous SSR on the shores of the Black Sea, when VTSIK held its session of March 1925 in Tiflis. When the session was over, Myasnikov, deputy president of the Sovnarkom of the Transcaucasian SFSR, and 2 other important officials of the Republic, set out on March 22, 1925, for Sukhum to attend or perhaps to organize a Congress of Soviets of the Abkhazian Republic. The aeroplane in which they were traveling crashed, and all were killed. Trotsky afterwards came to believe that they had been sent by Stalin to Sukhum to establish contact with him. But, apart from other difficulties about this story, these were hardly the men whom Stalin would see Volume 1, pages 286-287. A speech of June 1925 in which Zinoviev drew attention to current unrest in Morocco and in China and concluded that a genuine world revolution, and not merely a European revolution, is being kindled before our eyes. His Vestiyat, June 16, 1925, and an article on the same theme entitled The Epoch of Wars and Revolutions, Ibid June 28, 1925, may be thought to mark a growing revulsion against socialism in one country, but the peasant orientation seems to have been the major factor in Zinoviev's change of front. 2 For this session CP 240 below. 3 The accident was reported, with obituary notices of the victims, in Pravda. March 24, 1925, for Myasnikov see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 1. p. 308, Note 4. 62 The struggle in the party PT High. Have chosen for a delicate mission. Later, Trotsky was visited by Rakovsky and I. N. Smirnov. According to Trotsky, though they made no overtures to him, they too had been sent to visit him by Stalin in order to frighten Zinoviev. 1 Beyond doubt, Trotsky knew that Stalin had been less implacably hostile to him in the debates of the Central Committee than Kamina and Zinoviev, and Stalin counted on this knowledge to prevent any danger that Trotsky would throw his weight on the side of Kamina and Zinoviev in the impending breakup of the triumvirate. Stalin left little to chance, and would certainly have missed no opportunity of keeping himself informed of Trotsky's state of mind and intentions. But that he attempted or desired to make any direct approach to Trotsky at this time is improbable. In May 1925 Trotsky, having returned to Moscow, was appointed to 3 separate posts: President of the Chief Concessions Committee, President of Globelektro, the administration of the electrical industry, and President of the Scientific Technical Council, the last named being a body concerned with the application of science and scientific research to industry. During the summer he made a number of non-political speeches on secondary occasions, maintaining the pose of a technical worker in uncontroversial fields. His most important article of the period was Towards Capitalism, or Socialism, inspired by Gosplan's first control figures *. An embarrassing incident occurred at this time in connection with a small volume by Max Eastman, since Lenin died, published in New York at the beginning of 1925 and in a French translation. 1 Trotsky's account is in Bulletin Opposite St. Paris, number 73, January 1939. Pages 11 to 12. By this time imagination had begun to play a substantial part in Trotsky's reconstructions of the past. 2 L. Trotsky, Socialism, Berlin, 1930, 261. The second of these appointments gave him an early interest in the Dina Prostroy project, see Volume 1. p. 355, for the third C. N. Ipadiev, The Life of a Chemist, Stanford, 1946. pp. 412, 423 to 424, according to which Trotsky refused to accept any responsibility for its work and soon ceased to attend meetings. Trotsky was relieved of the presidency of Globlectro in January 1926 at his own request, ego. No Socialism, January 28, 1926, the routine phrase was probably for once accurate. 3 among these were a commemorative speech on his former collaborator, Sklyansky, J. Zvestia, September 23, 1925. Sklyansky's death in America had been announced, Ibid August 29, 1925, with an obituary notice by Trotsky. For Sklyansky cp 397 below, and a speech in honor of Mendeleev at a Chemical Congress, N. Ipadiev, The Life of a Chemist, Stanford, 1946, p. 417. Plus see Volume 1, p. so 5. Ch. 13 The Rift in the Triumvirate 63. A few months later, Eastman began by recalling Trotsky's intimate association with Lenin since 1917, mentioned a letter received by Trotsky from Krupsky a few days after Lenin's death in which she assured him that Lenin's attitude towards him had not changed from the time of their first meeting till the day of his death, related the attempt of certain members of the Politburo to suppress Lenin's last article, described and quoted Lenin's testament, and then plunged into a detailed account, from a frankly Trotsky point of view, of the struggle of the Triumvirate against Trotsky, beginning in December 1923 and ending with Trotsky's resignation of his office in January 1925. The calm, promising feature of the book was that Eastman had been in Moscow from the autumn of 1923 to June 1924, and was known as an American supporter of Trotsky, and, while he stated that he had seen Trotsky only twice for brief periods while the dispute was raging, and had received no documents from him, much of the information in the book was of a kind which could have come only from circles close to Trotsky and, it was felt, with his tacit approval, or connivance. On returning to Moscow at the end of April 1925, Trotsky found awaiting him a telegram from Jackson, the editor of the British left-wing paper Sunday Worker, asking for a statement for publication regarding the authenticity of Eastman's story. Trotsky at once issued a statement that he had not seen the book, and that he rejected in advance categorically any attacks on the party which it might contain. 3. Thereupon Inkman, the secretary of the Communist Party of Great Britain, sent him a copy of the book, and other copies soon reached Moscow. Trotsky was now under pressure, no longer from British communists whom he could easily put off, but from his colleagues in the Central Committee, to give the lie to Eastman's indictment. Trotsky was once again faced with the familiar dilemma of having either to give battle on a secondary issue and on ground. The text of the letter is in L. Trotsky, Socialism, Berlin, 1930, 251. 252. The accuracy of Eastman's reference to it makes it probable that he had seen the letter. This was apparently the first mention of it in print. 2 see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 265. 3 Jackson's telegram and Trotsky's statement were published in Pravda. May 9, 1925. The statement appeared in the Sunday Worker, May 10, 1925, where it was accompanied by a hostile review of Eastman's book by Jackson, headed for Trotsky. 64 The struggle in the party, pt. 3. Unfavorable to himself, or to submit and disown his supporters. Once again he chose the second alternative. On July 1, 1925, he signed a statement which was, as he wrote 3 years later, forced on me by a majority of the Politburo. After correcting a few minor errors in Eastman's account, he came to the main point. In certain passages of the book, Eastman speaks of the fact that the Central Committee concealed from the party a number of extremely important documents written by Lenin in the last period of his life. This concerns letters on the national question, the so-called testament, etc. This can only be called a slander on the Central Committee of our party. From the words of Eastman it might be deduced that Vladimir Ilyich intended these letters, which had the character of advice on internal organization, for the press. In fact, this is absolutely untrue. Vladimir Ilyich, after he fell ill several times, addressed himself to leading institutions of the party or to his colleagues with proposals, letters, etc. All these letters and proposals were, it goes without saying, always delivered to their destinations, were brought to the knowledge of the delegates to the 12th and 13th Congresses of the party, and always, of course, had their proper influence on the decisions of the party, and, if not all these letters were printed, this was because they were not intended by their author for the press. Vladimir Ilyich left no testament. The very character of his relations with the party, and of the party itself, precluded the possibility of such a testament. In the guise of a testament, mention is frequently made in the émigré and foreign bourgeois and men civic press, in a form distorted to the point of being unrecognizable, of one of Vladimir Ilyish's letters containing advice of an organizational character. The 13th Congress of the party paid the greatest attention to this letter as to the others, and drew conclusions from it in accordance with the conditions and circumstances of the time. All talk of a concealed war. The authorities for this incident are Trotsky's statement of July 1, 1925, published in the Sunday Worker, July 19, 1925, and in Bolshevik, number 16, September 1, 1925, pp. 67-70, and his letter from Almada of September QL, 1928, published in Bulletin Opposite St. Paris, number 19, March 1931, pages 38-39. Trotsky's attempt, in his letter of 1928, to share the responsibility for his decision to sign with the leading group of the opposition was a pathetic evasion, nor was the excuse that the statement did not cast any kind of aspersion, personal or political, on Comrade Eastman strictly correct. This was one of the actions in his career on which Trotsky must have looked back with least satisfaction. Ch. 13 The Rift in the Triumvirate 65. Destroyed Testament represents a malicious invention, and is entirely at variance with the real will of Vladimir Ilyich and with the interests of the party created by him. Trotsky then attempted to refute the scandalous story of the attempt to suppress Lenin's last article. He quoted a declaration signed by all members of the Politburo and Orgbureau on January 27, 1923, to the effect that in the internal work of the Central Committee there are no circumstances which might give rise to fear of a split. Unfortunately, Trotsky had confused Lenin's two articles on Rabkrin. The declaration referred to the first, which was written in January 1923 and which ended with some reflexions on the danger of a split between worker and peasant. This was promptly published in Pravda of January 25. It was the second article which some members of the Politburo had wished to suppress, and this was not written before February 6, 1923. Trotsky's memory on points of fact was generally exact. It is difficult to say whether it betrayed him on this occasion, or whether he contemptuously put his signature to a document drafted for him by others without caring about the truth or falsehood of what it contained. Finally, he denied the reports that the Central Committee had confiscated or held up in one way or another pamphlets or articles of mine in 1923 or 1924 or at any other time. Trotsky's statement was published in the Sunday Worker of July 19, 1925, and then, with some delay, in the issue of the party journal Bolshevik for September 1, 1925.7. Krupskaya was also inveigled into making her contribution to the discrediting of Eastman and, at the same time, of Trotsky. A discursive letter which bore clear marks of her own composition appeared in the Sunday Worker of August 2, 1925. It began by denouncing Eastman's book as a collection of all sorts of common slanders. Krupskaya then explained the letter which she had written to Trotsky after Lenin's death. It had been written because her husband thought Comrade Trotsky a talented worker devoted to the cause of the revolution, not because he. For the story see the Interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 265, Trotsky himself narrated it in his letter to his colleagues in the Politburo of October 24, 1923. 2. Since the Russian text of the statement and of Krupskaya's letter, see below, must be the originals, I have made my own translation of them in preference to using the clumsy, though not substantially inaccurate, English versions of the Sunday Worker. 66. The struggle in the party PTIL always agreed with Trotsky or regarded Trotsky as his successor. She went on to speak of Lenin's letters to the party Congress. Max Eastman relates all sorts of fables about these letters, calling them a testament. M. Eastman completely understands the spirit of our party. Lenin's speeches at Congresses were always marked by special seriousness and thoughtfulness. His letters on internal party relations, the testament, were also written for the party Congress. The letter contained among other things character sketches of some of the most respected party comrades. The letters imply no kind of lack of confidence in those comrades to whom Lenin was bound by long years of common work. The letters were intended to help the comrades who remained to direct the work along the right line, and for this reason the shortcomings of these comrades, including Trotsky, were noted, side by side, with their merits, since these had to be taken into account in order to organize the work of the leading group of the party. All the members of the Congress were acquainted with the letters, as B.I. desired. Krupskaya ended rather abruptly by recalling her own past differences with Trotsky. She had been against him, and for the Central Committee, in the controversy started by Lessons of October, and had written an article in Pravda about it at the time. A Russian text of Krupskaya's letter appeared in the issue of Bolshevik of September 1, 1925, immediately after Trotsky's statement. The successful pressure placed on Trotsky to disown Eastman, and on Krupskaya to disown both Eastman and Trotsky, was the last, and not least remarkable, achievement of the united triumvirate. The double coup could have been carried out only by the joint efforts of Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamina, and proves that in July and August 1925, whatever divisions of policy had begun to appear, Zinoviev and Kamina were still more afraid of Trotsky than of Stalin. Nearly 4 months had still to elapse before the final and open disruption of the triumvirate. But within a few days of the delayed publication in Bolshevik of Trotsky's statement and Krupskaya's letter, a new grouping had taken shape directed primarily and undisguisedly against Stalin. On September 5, 1925, Zinoviev, Kamina, Sokhonikov and Krupskaya met to sign a document afterwards known as the Platform of the Four. The Platform of the Four was not published and no clear CUX1R equals the rift in the triumvirate 67 account of its contents has ever appeared in print. Given the character and opinions of the signatories, it is unlikely to have been an original or constructive document. Fear and detestation of Stalin was the one link which united the four. Zinoviev, alarmed by the signs of Stalin's growing strength and truculence, had become conscious of his dependence on his own Leningrad supporters, and under pressure from them had turned sharply away from the pro-peasant, pro-Kulak policy of the winter and spring of 1924 to 1925. Kamina, lacking any independent base of his own, and keenly mistrustful of Stalin, who had taken the control of the Moscow organization out of his hands, followed in Zinoviev's wake. Krupskaya, mindful of her husband's early association with Kamina and Zinoviev, always seems to have had kindly feelings towards them. She had taken strong exception to recent manifestations of the pro-peasant policy, and found it easy to come to terms with Zinoviev at the moment when he was turning his back on it. But, above all, Krupskaya was moved by a strong antipathy to Stalin arising out of the incidents that had occurred during Lenin's illness. Any combination directed against Stalin was likely to have her support. The most enigmatic figure of the four was Sokhonikov. Ever since the introduction of NEP, he had stood on the extreme right of the party, upholding the principles of sound finance, the maximum freedom of the market, and respect for the interests of the peasant. He seemed the embodiment of that dictatorship of finance which was anathema to Trotsky and to the champions of industrialization and planning. To these he was firmly opposed, and he had played a consistent, if minor, part in the campaign against Trotsky. His present rapprochement with Zinoviev and Kamina paradoxically came at a moment when they were abandoning the policies which he supported. But here too antipathy to Stalin was the dominant factor. The ambitions of Kubyshev to intervene financial policy had evidently been encouraged by Stalin, and had already resulted in a curbing of Sokhonikov's hitherto. One, it was circulated to the delegates at the 14th Party Congress with the permission of the Presidium, 14 SS v. Soyuznoye Communistiskoy Party, B. 1926, p. 527. It was somewhat melodramatically described by Andreev as an ultimatum to the majority of the Central Committee in the guise of a platform, Leningradskaya Organizatsiya Ikiternad Satyas as 1926, p. 72. 2. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 266. 68. The struggle in the party PTIL. Undisputed authority. This cannot have been agreeable to Sokhonikov's pride, even though he can scarcely have foreseen that it would be a prelude to Stalin's eventual overthrow of every thing for which he had stood. Sokhonikov was a sophisticated intellectual of Western background, whose outlook almost ably ranged him with Kamina against Stalin. In June 1925 he had unexpectedly come out in favor of wage increases for the workers, an apparent attempt to win popularity in a new quarter, and this may have paved the way to the present move. But, as the sequel was to show, the differences between Sukhanikov on the one hand and Kamina and Zinoviev on the other on questions of economic policy were profound, and this cleavage was one of the basic weaknesses of the opposition of 1925. The platform of the four, which cannot have had any very solid economic foundation, probably consisted in the main of pleas for free discussion and party democracy, the staple, but unsubstantial, diet of all oppositions. Like all disputes in the party, however, the rift in the triumvirate in the summer of 1925 quickly found expression, not only in differences of policy, but in differences of doctrine. It revived the unsettled controversy, which had been latent, though never far beneath the surface, since 1921, about the character of NEP. Was NEP a forced retreat from positions which had been correctly taken up only in the sense that it had proved impossible to hold them, and which would one day have to be reoccupied? Or was it a retreat from positions which were in themselves correct, and at the same time a regrouping of forces for an advance on a different and more promising path? Was NEP a temporary withdrawal from socialism into capitalism? Or was it a fresh advance towards socialism? To couched in these terms, the argument appeared scholastic, and had only a certain historical interest. But, like all questions of doctrine, it masked an argument about policy. If the first hypothesis were accepted, then the aim must be to terminate as soon as possible the concessions. See Volume 1, pages 461 to 462. 2. For these questions see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2. Pages 274 to 279. Ch. 13. The rift in the triumvirate 69. Made to the peasantry under NEP, the ending of the retreat. If the second hypothesis were right, then the extension and development of NEP through fresh concessions to the peasantry was the logical conclusion. A perfectly concrete debate about policy was conducted in the language of doctrine. So long as the triumvirate remained united behind the slogan, face to the countryside, the view of NEP as a step on the road to socialism was the orthodox doctrine. It was challenged only by Trotsky, who now openly regarded NEP as a distasteful but transient episode, and described it as a diversion in the revolutionary trajectory, denouncing those for whom the diversion in fact determines the whole direction of the trajectory. It was logical that, when in the summer of 1925 Bukharin emerged as the leading apologist of the peasant policy, he should have announced that the aim of that policy was to develop NEP far more widely in the countryside than hitherto, and that his disciple Slutkov should have defended the policy as a broadening of NEP. For it was logical that, when Zinoviev in the same period went into opposition and denounced the policy of concessions to the peasant, he should also have begun to insist that NEP was primarily a retreat movement of Leninism on the broadest front. This was the burden of a long chapter in Zinoviev Leninism, published in September 1925.5. A fierce battle was fought on this doctrinal issue both before and during the 14th Party Congress, the principal weapons on both sides being an array of quotations from Lenin, who had notoriously taken divergent, if not contradictory, views of NEP. Behind the question whether NEP was to be regarded primarily as a retreat or as a prelude to a fresh advance lay, however, another question about the character of NEP which assumed even greater. One, it is interesting to note that, when the policy which ultimately took shape as NEP first began to be canvassed in 1920, Ossinsky, later associated with the workers' opposition, at once attacked it as a pro-Kulak policy. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 171, Note 5. 2. L. Trotsky, Literatura I Revoluция, 1923, pages 73, 80. 3. Leningradskaya Pravda, June 18, 1925. The speech was delivered at the All-Union Komsomol Conference in Moscow. 4. Zinoviev at the 14th Party Congress, 14 SS Visa Soyuz not communistic exploited, b. 1926, p. 117, quoted and attacked this phrase from an article by Slutkov, which has not been traced. 5. G. Zinoviev, Leninism, 1925, pages 223, 226, 255. 7 Degrees of struggle in the party. pt. 2. Prominence in the party controversy. The two questions were closely linked. Those who insisted on the character of NEP as a retreat also described it as a form of state capitalism. Those who regarded NEP as a step on the road to socialism denied or minimized the capitalist taint and considered that NEP was a form, even though an imperfect form, of socialism. The issue had a complicated history. In the autumn of 1917 Lenin, in The Impending Catastrophe and How to Combat It, and again in State and Revolution, had used the term state monopoly capitalism for the latest stage in the evolution of capitalism, the last stage before capitalism was transformed by the revolutionary process into socialism. To call the state capitalism state socialism was heresy, but it was a step on the road to socialism. One, it was under the heading of state capitalism that Lenin advocated collaboration with, and concessions to, capitalists in order to set industry on its feet again, and when, in the spring of 1918, the left opposition assailed this policy as becoming for a workers' government, and Bukharin developed the argument that state capitalism was inconceivable under the dictatorship of the proletariat, Lenin replied in his pamphlet on left infantilism and the petty bourgeois spirit that state capitalism was a real advance over earlier forms, and that if we, in Russia in a short space of time, could get state capitalism, that would be a victory. Point 2. With the development of war communism, the issue lost its practical importance. But Bukharin, in his major theoretical work The Economics of the Transition Period, continued to maintain the incompatibility of the conception of state capitalism with the existence of a workers' state. The introduction of NEP momentarily revived the controversy in a new setting. Lenin, in his pamphlet of May 1921 on the food tax, quoted in defense of NEP his argument of 1918 on the progressive quality of state capitalism. NEP, which embodied various forms of capitalism, was nonetheless a step on the road to socialism. Lenin enumerated 4 specific forms of state capitalism under NEP concessions: the cooperatives, the sale. 1. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXI, 186 to 187, 416. 2. For this dispute see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 89. 93. Bukharin's attack on state capitalism was published in Communist. Number 3, May 16, 1918, pages 8 to 11. 3. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 276. Ch. 11. The rift in the triumvirate 71. By private traders of products of state industry, and the leasing of industrial enterprises, forests, land, etc. Bukharin, though he fully accepted NEP, did not abandon the argument. When Lenin wrote that NEP was a blend of capitalism and socialism, Bukharin sent him a private note arguing that the description was wrong, and that you misuse the word capitalism. Point 2 in an article in Pravda. Bukharin, while admitting that the term was commonly used, publicly restated his objections to it. 3 and Lenin at the 11th Party Congress, in Bukharin's absence, once more defended it. Other purists besides Bukharin continued to maintain that, since the essence of capitalism was production for the sake of extracting surplus profit, any kind of capitalism was incompatible with socialism. Trotsky, in his speech at the 4th Congress of Comintern in November 1922, declined to use the phrase state capitalism, and thought it seriously misleading. Copyright. And after Lenin's death he claimed that Lenin had always used the phrase in inverted commas or called it state capitalism, of a special kind, as he had done in his last article on the cooperatives. Preobrazhensky in 1922 described the Soviet economy as pursuing socialist ends by capitalist means, and refused to call this state capitalism. In the following year he thought that the term could be properly used only of mixed companies and concessions. On the other hand, a report of Narkomzum of 1924 applied the term without question to the current Soviet economy registered. With the general acceptance of NEP, the controversy ceased to have any practical significance and again faded quietly out. It was no accident that the argument about state capitalism 1 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVI, 334-337. 2 Leninist Spornik, 4, 1925, 383-384. 3 Pravda, February 8, 1922. 4 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVII, 236-237. 5 C, for example, the substantial article in Narod Novozyaistvo, No 6-7. June-July, 1921, pages 20-42. 6 Protocol de Vierten Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, Hamburg, 1923, p. 276. 7 L. Trotsky, Sakhinania, XXI, 158-159, in the article referred to Lenin, mentioned the doubts which some young comrades had felt about his views on state capitalism, and used some studiously vague phrases which could be taken to imply that state capitalism was now practically confined to concessions. Lenin, Sakhinantia, XXVII, 395. 8 Vestnik Sotsialistiskoy Akademii, 2, 1922, 182, 6, 1923, 304. Degree Osnovi Perspective Nago Planarajvataya Selskogo Elesnigo Hosi. 1924, pp 5. Vol. 2f. 72 The struggle in the party PT, UI. Should have flared up afresh when, in the spring of 1925, the developments of agrarian policy once more raised the question of the character and duration of NEP. It was no accident that Bukharin, the most ardent supporter of the peasant orientation, should have returned to his refutation of the description of the NEP economy as state capitalism, for it was only by vindicating the socialist character of NEP that its present extension by further concessions to the peasantry could be justified. When Bukharin undertook this theoretical task in an article in Krasnaya Nova of May 1925, he showed the same frankness and the same lack of discretion as had been manifested in his appeal to the well-to-do peasants to enrich themselves. He openly admitted that he had disagreed in this question with Lenin, who, at the time of the introduction of NEP, had talked as if there was no socialism, or only a tiny island of socialism, in the Soviet economy, and all the rest is state capitalism. But he claimed that Lenin had subsequently elucidated his position in his last article on the cooperatives. Krasnaya Nova was a literary journal, and Bukharin's essay provoked no immediate reaction. But to proclaim one's dissent from Lenin, and to hint that Lenin had eventually come round to one's view, was a foolhardy enterprise, as the experience of Trotsky had demonstrated. Stalin of all people had no desire to be associated with an argument tending to prove that Lenin had, after all, been wrong. Bukharin had played into the hands of the opposition, and, when Zinoviev published his treatise on Leninism, in September 1925, he triumphantly proved, without mentioning Bukharin's name, that the party leadership was committed to an anti-Leninist view of NEP and of state capitalism. NEP he defined, in the words of Lenin, as state capitalism in a pro-Leninine state. When we are asked from what we were treated when we introduced the new economic policy, we reply in the words of Lenin, we gave up the direct transition to purely socialist forms, to purely socialist distribution. When we are asked to what we were treated, we reply in the words of Lenin, to state capitalism in a proletarian state. The excellent, stable, Soviet Chervonets was the perfect example of the state capitalism. Nobody would pretend that a 1 Krasnaya Nov, number 4, May 1925, pages 265 to 266. Ch. 13 The Rift in the Triumvirate 73. Stable currency was an index of socialism. The state trusts and the cooperatives contained undeniable elements of capitalism. The workers would quickly perceive the hollowness of the leaders' pretensions if we offer them sugary phrases about this being socialism. No illusions, underscore no self-deceit. Exclaimed Zinoviev in conclusion. Let us call state capitalism state capitalism. The defenders of the official line countered with a passage from a late article in which Lenin had referred to Soviet state enterprises as being of a consistently socialist type. Point 2 But, so long as the argument revolved around quotations from Lenin, the opposition seemed to have the best of it. This advantage was, however, outweighed by serious handicaps. The adhesion of Sukhanikov was not an asset of unalloyed value. Sukhanikov's opinions did not fit easily into the platform which Zinoviev was trying to construct for the new opposition to Stalin. When Zinoviev now identified NEP with state capitalism, this was intended not as a compliment, but as a reproach. His criticism of Bukharin and Stalin was that they treated NEP as the high road to socialism, and complacently pretended that the state capitalist economy of NEP was already socialist in character. The argument about the possibility of socialism in one country fitted into this framework. When Sukhanikov, on the other hand, spoke of NEP as state capitalism, he complacently accepted it as some thing that had come to stay for a long time, and as a practical man he was not very much concerned about the eventual road to socialism. His criticism of the party leadership turned on its failure to make a system of state capitalism work efficiently, and this failure he attributed to its refusal to recognize consistently the primacy of finance and its tendency to make too many concessions to industry and to the planners. If therefore Sukhanikov could combine with Zinoviev and Kamina in opposing Stalin, his positive aims differed widely from theirs, and gave an incongruous twist to the opposition program. In the first place, Sokhonikov believed that an expansion of agricultural production must precede the expansion of industry, and this belief, which he shared with 1G. Zinoviev, Leninism, 1925, pages 234, 236, 251 to 258. 2 Lenin, Sakhainidia, XXVII, 395. 74 The struggle in the party PTL. Bukharin was difficult to reconcile with his belief in the necessity of a class policy directed against the kulak in the countryside, which he now shared with Zinoviev and Kamina. Secondly, Sokhonikov induced Kamina to adopt his own sceptical and unfriendly attitude to the first control figures of Gosplan, and, by setting the opposition against planning, deprived it of what should logically have been the main constructive plank in its platform. Thirdly, Sokhonikov advocated a policy of imports of consumer goods to stimulate the production of grain for the market, and wished to give such imports precedence over imports of capital goods for the development of industry, and, though this policy was never really endorsed by Zinoviev or by Kamina, it exposed the opposition to the charge of wanting to surrender to foreign capitalists and to make the Soviet Union an agricultural colony of the West. But the platform of the opposition suffered not only from these internal inconsistencies, but from the graver handicap of its negative character. The arguments of Zinoviev and Kamina about NEP and state capitalism exposed them to a damning retort, in the form of a countercharge of pessimism and lack of faith. To claim that NEP was merely a retreat, to describe the existing Soviet economy as state capitalism, was to deny that any advance towards socialism had been made, was being made, or could be. 1 For Sokhonikov's Anti-Kulak line see Volume 1, p. 308. Sokhonikov accurately defined his position in the autumn of 1925 in the following terms: I defended the point of view of the necessity, side by side with the guarantee of the rapid recovery of agriculture as the basis of a powerful industry, of a calculated class policy in the countryside. Encyclopedический Slovar Ruskiego Biblio. Grafического Instituta Granit, Sli, 3, ND 1928, Prologini, Kernel 87, but he did not explain how these two apparently incompatible aims could be reconciled. By one of the many paradoxes of this story, the charge had first been brought by the triumvirate against the opposition of 1923 at the time of the Scissors Crisis. What have they in common? Asked Kamina at the 13th Party Conference in January 1924, bracketing Preobrazhensky and Kursin, and answered, what they have in common is panic, a lack of belief that the elements of a socialist economy are really growing in our poor, beggared, plundered Russia, and Mikoyan took up the same theme. This panic tone in the speeches of our opposition, especially in Comrade Byatakov's, has its roots in the temporary setbacks of the German Revolution, in the absence of faith among these comrades in our strength. Trinad Sitakon. Serentsky Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party Bolshevikov, 1924, pp. 55, 77. Bukharin wrote a little later of concealed skeptics who thought it a mark of bad form to speak of our forward advance, Bolshevik, number 2, 1924, p. 8. Ch. 13 The rift in the triumvirate 75. Made, without aid from the outside world. This was pessimism. This was blind refusal to believe in the constructive capacities of the people of the Soviet Union. This was the demon of despair, which the new faith in socialism in one country was destined to exorcise. Socialism in one country seemed at the outset still economically ambivalent. It could equally well be harnessed to a campaign to develop peasant production as to a campaign of intensive industrialization. Whatever its precise economic content, however, it was a declaration of faith that NEP did not mean a mere retreat into a dead end, that capitalism had been vanquished, and that, by its own efforts and under the leadership of the party, the Soviet Union had advanced, was advancing and would advance with ever-growing confidence to the goal of socialism. In the debates which preceded the 14th Party Congress, and again at the Congress itself, the emotional effect of this appeal was more and more powerfully felt, and tipped the scale which the weight of quotations from Lenin had loaded in favor of the opposition. But, before describing the prelude to the Congress and the events of the Congress itself, it is necessary to discuss two minor episodes which played some part in the struggle, the debate about literary policy, and the controversy in the Komsomol. Chapter 14. The debate about literature first began to take on a political color, was one of fruitful diversity. Krasnoyanov enjoyed preeminence as the leading literary journal and was the organ of the fellow travelers, who alone attracted an extensive reading public. The Advanced October group, which had broken away from the Smithy, published a rival journal Oktober, and the Smithy had its own Ravochit journal, which, while professing proletarian principles, was tolerant of fellow travelers. Independent literary groups still flourished. The most powerful of these, thanks mainly to the influence of Mayakovsky, were the Futurists, whose journal Left was published by Gosis. Point 2 The name was significant. The Futurists continued to identify literary innovation with leftism, and sought to establish their dubious proletarian credentials by attacking the fellow travelers. In June 1923 the October group founded a new critical journal under the title Na Postu, which was designed to provide an ideological counterblast to the heresies of the fellow travelers. The titular leader of the Napostovцы, as they came to be called, was Rodov, one of the original founders of the Smithy, and among its prominent members were the poet Bezyminsky, the political versifier Demian Bedny, the novelist Logdinsky, and a young man of 19 named Verbak, who had good party connections. He was a nephew of Sverdlov and a relative of Yaroslavsky, and was editor of the Komsomol journal, Molodai Gvardiya. Point 3 The editorial for these groups see Volume 1, p. 64. Asterisk. An account of this journal, by one of the participants, is in Izvestiya Akademia Enoch SSR, et Delini Literaturia Yazika, 13, 1954, 339 to 358. 7 numbers in all appeared between March 1923 and March 1925. Literaturnia Encyclopedia, I, 1930, 28 to 29. Verbak was evidently the promising young man of the party. Trotsky wrote a preface to a volume published by him in 1923 under the title Voprosi Yunashskogo Dvizhenia. Lenin, Trotsky, Sakhainidia, XXI, 354 to 355, 507, note 124. 76. TE Soviet literary scene in 1923, when literary controversies. Ch.14 The debate about literature 77. Manifesto which appeared in the first issue of Na Postu Unequivo. Kali demanded a break with the past. We shall stand firmly on guard over a strong and clear communist ideology in proletarian literature. In view of the revival, ever since the beginning of NEP, of the activity of bourgeois literary groups, all ideological doubts are absolutely inadmissible, and we shall make a point of bringing them to light. We shall fight those Manilovs who distort and slander our revolution by the attention they pay to the rotten fabric of the fellow travelers' literary creation in their attempt to build an aesthetic bridge between the past and the present. The new group was not the first to treat literature as a battle ground of social and political opinions, or to denounce its opponents as reactionaries and enemies of society. This was an old-standing tradition of Russian literary criticism. But N.A. Postu introduced a new and shrill note of intolerance into its X-rays, signs of animosity against the petty bourgeois fellow travelers, and plainly hinted that measures of repression used against class enemies were properly applicable to them. Among the list of contributors, in the second issue of the journal, appeared the names of Kamina, Radek, and Yaroslavsky. This was perhaps less significant than it seemed, since party leaders often lent their names to new journals without any serious intention of writing for them. But it showed that the new venture had support in party circles. Literary policy was subject to the same compromise, which was inherent in all the policies of NEP. The party had decided to encourage the fellow travelers, but it had not decided to discourage the so-called proletarian writers who were their bitter rivals and adversaries. The clash of opposing opinions was therefore sharp and well defined when Trotsky took the field in the summer of 1923. On the left, a number of literary groups and movements claimed to speak in the name of the revolution and to be the protagonists of new forms of literature and art, which rejected the heritage of the bourgeois past. On the opposite wing, the so-called fellow travelers accepted the Russian literary and artistic tradition as a one quoted in translation in G. Revy and M. Slodum, Soviet Literature. An Anthology, 1933, p. 405, Manilov is a complacent landowner in Gogol's Dead Souls. 78 The struggle in the party PT3. Valid foundation on which a new Soviet literature could be created, and the reading public followed the fellow travelers or read the old Russian classics. In a speech of July 1923, Trotsky repeated Lenin's argument of the previous autumn against Pletnev, and maintained that Pushkin and Tolstoy were just as necessary to the victory of socialism as bourgeois technicians. In September 1923 he published, under the title Literature and Revolution, a series of essays written at intervals during the past 2 years. The preface returned to the case against proletarian literature. It is fundamentally incorrect to set in opposition to bourgeois culture and bourgeois art of proletarian culture and proletarian art. These will never exist, since the proletarian regime is temporary and transitional. Trotsky in an essay on futurism gave a very qualified approval to the efforts of the futurists, and in an essay on party policy in art, which incidentally described the approach of the formalists as superficial and reactionary, he argued that just as the Soviet state under NEP tolerated the parallel existence of different forms of economic production, by no means all of them socialist, so it must tolerate different forms of literary and artistic production. Point 4 In effect, Trotsky, like Lenin, was on the side of the fellow travelers. The time had not yet arrived when the support of Trotsky was calculated to damn any cause. His influence with the young intelligentsia was particularly strong, and there is no reason to doubt that his defense of the fellow travelers carried weight, especially in those advanced circles where they were most likely to be attacked. The only direct public retort to Trotsky's article on party policy and art seems to have come from Dmian Bedny, one of the first to discover that a modest career might be made out of sly denigration of Trotsky. In a poem published in Pravda under the title Insult, he described Leftovich's article as an undeserved insult to the young proletarian writers, denounced the stinking Pilniak and the horde of Trotsky, Sakhainania, XXI, 157-159, 4 Pletnev C. Volume 1, p. 63. 2 L. Trotsky, Literatura I Revaluatia, 1923, p. 9. 3 Ibid pages 159-168. 4 Ibid pages 91-116. CU 14 The debate about literature 79. Clueless fellow travelers, and looked forward to a proletarian nemesis. In October 1923 the Society of Old Bolsheviks in Moscow issued a declaration on our literary policy which appeared in a Moscow party newspaper, but failed to find a place in Pravda. The declaration drew attention to the danger of a resurrection of bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology at the side of NEP. Bell's letter could not fail to be a powerful instrument for educating the masses in one direction or another. And all this dictates to party and Soviet organs the indispensable necessity of laying down and strictly following a firm and consistent literary policy. Meanwhile the fellow travelers were being freely published in literary journals and received the praise of Trotsky, Bukharin and other party leaders, while young proletarian writers find no outlet. The declaration ended with a call for a decisive review of literary policy too. It seems to have made little immediate impression. At the height of the first campaign against Trotsky in the winter of 1923 to 1924, the party leaders had no time for literary debates. But the issue continued to simmer in literary circles, and in February 1924, the October group came out with a policy manifesto. On questions of literary form and language, it declared, the party could remain neutral. But, insofar as literature was a means of acting on the will and consciousness of the reader, the party must have a firm policy. So-called non-party and non-political literature was as dangerous as counter-revolutionary literature, which could be dealt with by the censorship. The manifesto attacked the leading fellow travelers by name, and raised the banner of proletarian literature which organizes the psychology and consciousness of the working class and of the broad working masses on the side of the final aims of the proletariat as the transformer of the world and the creator of communist society. It concluded by calling on the party to disown the fellow travelers and support proletarian literature. The 1 Pravda, October 16, 1923. 2 Quoted from Rabochaya Moskva in a Proletkult publication, and Shuhas. Literatura, 1924, pages 74-76. Bukharin was, at this time, not generally associated with the fellow travelers, but wrote a preface to the novel Kulio Gurenado by one Ehrenberg, who was an old associate of his youth. See Volume 1. p. 162. 3 Pravda, February 19, 1924. The 8 signatories were Verbach, Bezyminskyi, Vardin, Volin, Ingilov, Lelovic, Lobdinsky and Rodov. 80 The struggle in the party PT2. Principal fellow travelers replied in a joint letter to the press section of the party central committee that the paths of contemporary Russian literature and, therefore, our paths are united with the paths of Soviet post-October Russia, and that literature should be the reflector of this new life that surrounds us. The party leaders could no longer evade the challenge, and a conference was summoned by the press section of the Central Committee for May 9, 1924, in advance of the 13th Party Congress. Vorinsky, the editor of Krasnaya Nova and principal patron of the fellow travelers, opened the proceedings by defining the party attitude as one of support for any group which works and takes its stand on the point of view of the October Revolution, and condemned the contrary view as anti-specialist, the same which has been outlived in other departments of our life. Varden III spoke first for the dissidents and contrived to give his speech a political flavor. He ostentatiously quoted a passage from a report by Molotov on the rise of the Kulak and connected this with the development of anti-proletarian tendencies in literature. He professed to detect a mood of retreat, weariness, and skepticism in a recent article of Bukharin, attacked the fellow travelers in general and Pilniak in particular, and coupled Trotsky and Vorinsky in an evident attempt to discredit the latter. Finally he put forward the claims of the All-Russian Association of Proletarian Writers, VAPP, to become the instrument of the party for carrying out its literary policy. A confused and heated debate followed these opening statements. Bukharin described his position as very radical, and thought that the party should have its specific line in all fields of ideological and scientific life, even in mathematics. But it would be wrong to crush peasant literature or to eliminate 1K Voproso politik RKP, B. V. Kutash Hespenboy Literature, 1924. Pages 106 to 107. 2. A report of the speeches was published in K Voproso politik RKP, B. V. Kutash Hespenboy Literature, 1924, and reprinted in Voprosi Kulturi Pri. Dictature Proletariata, 1925, pages 56 to 139. Plus Varden was of Georgian birth, his real name being Gilitz, Literaturnia. Encyclopedia, 2, 1930, 105, contained an entry Varden seemed Gilitz. But, by the time the appropriate volume was reached in 1934, members of oppositions were taboo, and the entry did not appear. He was a member of the left opposition in 1918, and from 1922 to 1924 was director of the press. AEIE of the party Central Committee, Divide ISS RKP, B, 1934. P 581. Ch.14 The debate about literature 81. The writer from the Soviet intelligentsia in the supposed interests of the proletarian writer. If we take our stand for a literature which must be regulated by the state power and enjoy all sorts of privileges, we do not doubt that by this means we shall destroy proletarian literature. Overback attacked Vorinsky and the fellow travelers, but cleverly separated himself from Varden and maneuvered himself into a middle position by professing to agree with Bukharin. Trotsky, in what was apparently the longest and best reasoned speech of the conference, repeated the defense of the fellow travelers and the exposure of the illusory character of proletarian art which were already familiar from his articles. But Trotsky's position in the party, since his condemnation by the 13th Party Conference in January 1924, was seriously compromised, and nobody was anxious to agree with Trotsky. Lunacharsky asked, why, if there was a transitional proletarian state, there should not be a transitional proletarian literature. Bezyminski accused Trotsky and Vorinsky of preferring strangers to our own. An interesting contribution came from Meshcheryakov, the director of Gossestat, who explained that not one of our contemporary proletarian writers is in demand, and that their books were unsaleable. As regards journals, Gossestat had no criteria for discriminating between them. We give an equal number of sheets to all groups. We watch to see that there is nothing counter-revolutionary in this literature, but we cannot enter into their mutual arguments. Varden in a concluding speech summed up the program of the malcontents. Our slogan is not the dictatorship of VAPP, but the dictatorship of the party in the field of literature. VAPP may become the instrument of this dictatorship. The resolution adopted by a majority, at the end of the conference, showed some marks of a compromise, but was in substance a reaffirmation of the party line. While praising worker and peasant writers, the conference considered it indispensable to continue 99. The party line in respect of the so-called fellow travelers degree, and declared, in opposition to Varden's claim on behalf of VAPP, 82 the struggle in the party PT3, that no single movement, school, or group can or should act in the name of the party. At the same time it promised more systematic leadership from the party in the field of belles lettres. The conference of May 1924 had given little clear guidance to the 13th Party Congress which met a few days later. Bukharin, at the Congress, described the situation with his usual disarming frankness. Are our central institutions qualified to pursue this case? No. Our party institutions are also not qualified. We have no party line laid down. The results of the conference were, however, reflected in a resolution of the Congress on the press. The greater part of the resolution was devoted to the work of the press and of publishing houses in bringing political and cultural enlightenment to workers and peasants. But, in its final section, it observed, with no great apparent relevance to what had gone before, that the fundamental condition of the growth of worker-peasant writers is a process of more serious artistic and political self-improvement, and liberation from the narrow spirit of the clique, and recommended a continuance of systematic support of the most gifted of the so-called fellow travelers, who should be helped by sustained party criticism to correct mistakes resulting from insufficient understanding by these writers of the character of the Soviet order and to overcome their bourgeois prejudices. The conclusion was summed up in a two-edged paragraph. Considering that no one literary trend, school, or group can, or should be allowed to, speak in the name of the party, the Congress emphasizes the importance of regulating the question of literary criticism and of throwing the fullest possible light on patterns of belles lettres in the pages of the Soviet party press. It was the first time that non-political literature had been the subject of a resolution at a party congress. It was the last time that the party formally reserved its neutrality between different. It was published in Krasnaya Nov, number 3, 20, April May 1924, pp. 306, 307, with a note by Vorinsky that it had been passed by an overwhelming majority. Asterisk Trinad ISS Rostiskoy Kommunistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov. 1924, p. 540. 3 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 602. Ch.14 The debate about literature 83. Literary trends, schools, and groups, and this neutrality could, in the long run, scarcely prove compatible with the necessity of scrutinizing literary productions in a party light. The proceedings of May 1924 were followed by a lull on the literary front. But, when in the autumn the struggle between Trotsky and the triumvirate broke out again with fresh ferocity, no issue in the party could remain independent of it. The supporters of the APP eagerly seized the opportunity to smear Vorinsky and the fellow travelers as associates of Trotsky, and as the literary wing of the political opposition. This was the main theme of a first all-union conference of proletarian writers in January 1925. at which the ambitious Varden appeared as a protagonist, and once more pressed the claims of the APP to become the organ of the party. Dictatorship in literature. Demian Bedny also spoke at the conference, bringing his prestige as a popular versifier to the support of the proletarian cause. On a report by Varden, the conference adopted a set of theses declaring that the supremacy of the proletariat is incompatible with the supremacy of a non-proletarian ideology and, consequently, of a non-proletarian literature, and that what was required was a seizure of power by the proletariat in the field of art. This offensive was distasteful to the party leadership, which was in no hurry to carry the crusade against Trotsky into the dubious byways of literary policy. Bukharin, who was at this moment leading the campaign against Trotsky on the economic front and could not be accused of any taint of Trotskyism, stepped into the breach. At the conference in May 1924 he had already qualified his earlier support of proletarian literature and moved into a central position. He had now become the most active champion of the peasant in the councils of the party, and this logically aligned him insofar as these literary rivalries had a political background with the fellow travelers in literature. His speech, though not the other speeches delivered at the conference, was inconspicuously reported in Pravda, January 15, 1925, with a note of dissent from some of his views. 2. The resolution was published for information in Pravda, February 1, 1925, itis also in Vipolinski, Okerki Literaturnego Dwudzieni Yoryvaliachanat, Epokai, and at 1929, pages 173 to 174. 84. The struggle in the party PTL. At the end of February 1925 the party Central Committee organized a discussion on literary questions at which Bukharin was the principal speaker. He opened with the remark that the Marxist walks on a razor edge in such debates, and proceeded to extricate himself from the dilemma with skill and with some frankness. After the routine attack on Trotsky for underestimating the duration of the transitional stage of the proletarian dictatorship, Bukharin declared his belief in a specifically pro-Leninine culture. He admitted that he had differed in this respect from Lenin, and claimed to have been responsible for softening the attack made by Yakovlev on Pletnev on Lenin's instructions. Having thus established his credentials as a sympathizer with proletarian writers, he went on to the main business of his speech, an attack on Varden and his theses. He argued, in terms which reflected his current political attitude, that our policy does not follow the line of inflaming the class struggle, but conversely, from a certain standpoint, of moderating it. He accused the APP of wanting to establish a monopoly, and explained that our relation to the fellow travelers is determined by our general relation to social political forms sympathetic to us. Varden and his supporters, this was the final cut, occupy the same position in literary policy as Preobrazhensky occupies in economic policy. Bukharin's concluding appeal for toleration all round showed how little the party leaders wanted to be compelled to take sides in this thorny question. Let there be 1,000 organizations, let there be 2,000 organizations. Let there be side by side with MAP and VAPP3 as many groups and organizations as you please. The other principal speaker was Franz, who, as Lenin himself had done, compared Lenin's opposition to a specifically pro-Leninine art and literature with his opposition to a specifically proletarian military doctrine. He argued that the necessity of the speech WIS published in Krasnaya Nov, number 4, May 1925, pages 263, 272, and reprinted in Voprosi Kultury Pri Dictature Proletariata, 1925, pages 140 to 152. 2. For this incident see Volume 1, p. 63. 3. The conference of January 1925 had resulted in the creation of a new Russian Association of Proletarian Writers, RAP, which took the place of the more or less moribund VAPP. MAP was its Moscow branch. After 1928, the initials VAPP reappear as the title of a new all-union association of Proletarian Writers, Literaturnia Encyclopedia, 9, 1935, 500, and 19 to 521. Ch.14 The debate about literature 85. Allowing within certain limits capitalist accumulation in the countryside pointed to the toleration of similar non-party elements in literature. The injunction faced to the countryside carried with it an obligation for the NA Posta group to turn their face to the fellow travelers. The discussion of February 1925 had no binding character, and no resolution seems to have been passed. It was not till 4 months later that the Central Committee made a formal pronouncement, the first since the 13th Party Congress a year earlier, which showed once more how reluctant the party was to commit itself on issues of literary policy. The resolution of the Central Committee of June 18, 1925, proclaimed that in a class society there is, and can be, no neutral art, but that, though the class struggle does not cease, it changes its form under the dictatorship of the proletariat, that, while the leadership in the field of literature belongs to the working class as a whole, there was as yet no hegemony of proletarian writers, that, while struggling against the new bourgeois ideology which is developing among a section of the fellow travelers of Smenovik stamp, the party should be tolerant of intermediate ideological forms, that a tactful and careful attitude should be adopted to the fellow travelers, who were qualified specialists in literary technique, and that Marxist criticism decisively rejected all pretentious semi-literate self-satisfied communist boasting. This indecisive pronouncement served only to reopen the controversy. The party journal Bolshevik published an article by Yakovlev convicting Varden of a return to all the errors of Bogdanov and Proletariat. but it also published, 2 months later, a sharp retort from the editors of N.A. Postu, which accused Yakovlev of a revision of Leninism, and this in turn was answered by Bukharin's disciple Slutkov, who divided his shafts impartially between Trotsky on one side and the supporters of RAP on the other. The literary debate had now, mainly, 2 Pravda, July 1, 1925, it is also in Spravashnik Partinago Rabonika, v. 1925, 1926, pp 349 to 352. 3 Bolshevik, No 11 to 12, June 30, 1925, pages 9 to 19, 4 Proletariat see Volume 1, pages 48 to 50. Plus Bolshevik, number 15, August 15, 1925, pages 66 to 77, number 16, September 1, 1925, pages 58 to 65. 86 The struggle in the party PTU1. Through the fault of the participants, become inextricably involved in the party struggle. The official line of qualified support for the fellow travelers, purged of its association with Trotskyism, found a champion in Bukharin and fitted inconveniently with the pro-peasant policy. The enthusiasts for proletarian literature, notably Varden, Lelovic, and Rudov, logically joined Zinoviev's Leningrad opposition, and attacked Bukharin's peasant orientation. But these new alignments also produced a split in RAP, the supple upper back, who as long ago as May 1924 had shown an Inclination for diplomatic compromise, read the political signs of the times, and broke with his proletarian associates on the cardinal issue of toleration for the fellow travelers, and, since he managed, perhaps with official backing, to keep the journal N.A. Postu, henceforth renamed N.A. Literature non Postu, in his hands, his former colleagues could be made to appear, like Zinoviev in the party struggle, as the factious dissidents who had broken party unity. The issue of the party struggle was up to a certain point decisive for the literary controversy. Vardin and his followers had committed themselves to the political opposition. He and Lelovic, in particular, wrote fervent political articles in Lenin Gradskaya Pravda attacking the Moscow party organization and the Central Committee. Point 3. By this miscalculation they sealed their own defeat. Averbach emerged as the rising star in the literary constellation, having contrived to dissociate himself from both the fellow travelers of the right and the proletarian extremists of the left, the same tactics which Stalin so brilliantly applied in one. Slepkov, in the article quoted above, discussed the attitude to be adopted to the fellow travelers in language which clearly suggested the analogy with the well-to-do peasant, not a policy of squeeze and crush, but consistent, systematic criticism, comradely work to attract to our positions, our views, our aims, our ideals, those elements of the non-proletarian part of our society which are being drawn towards us. To Literaturnia Encyclopedia, 9, 1935, 521, attributes a split directly to the resolution of June 18, 1925, but it came somewhat later, and seems to have reflected the developments of the party struggle. Averbach later said that his differences with the left began 6 months before the party congress. Bolshevik, No. 7-8, April 30, 1926, p. 112, but he was by this time anxious to push them back as far as possible. After the split, Lelovic claimed, no doubt correctly, that he, Vardin, and Rudov commanded a majority in the Leningrad section of RAP, Ibid No. 9-10, May 30, 1926, p. 91. 3 for the CP 130 below. CU 14. The debate about literature 87. The party struggle. But he achieved his victory by accepting the compromise of an all-Russian union of writers to which pro-Leaderine writers and fellow travelers would be equally admitted, and the literary controversy was allowed to continue unchecked in the party press. A collection of essays published by Averbach early in 1926 under the title For Proletarian Literature was violently attacked in Bolshevik by a critic of the right, who declared that Averbach's views were indistinguishable from those of Vardin and were the literary reflection of the new opposition, and insidiously praised by Lelovic, who complained that Averbach had executed a turn of 120, if not 180, degrees since writing these essays. One significant fact was clearly revealed by this interchange. The party leadership was as reluctant as ever to take sides in these literary disputes, and desired nothing better than to tolerate all the conflicting groups and schools, subject only to the condition of loyalty to the revolution and to the regime. It was the young and ambitious writers of the proletarian group who, by representing the literary issue as essentially political and ideological, and by branding their literary opponents as associates of the political opposition, sought to persuade or compel the party to extend its exclusive patronage to them and to entrust to them the functions of a literary dictatorship. This aim was pursued in turn by Vardin and by Averbach. Averbach was merely the more skillful or more fortunate of the two. For the moment Averbach's success was limited. The party, while it recognized him as leader of the proletarian writers so long as he accepted the policy of toleration for the fellow travelers, was not prepared to protect him from the criticism of his rivals or to establish any form of literary dictatorship. But something had been achieved. The party had been obliged, in spite of itself, to renounce an attitude of neutrality in literary affairs and to take decisions about them. This was already a step in the direction desired by the literary left and a victory for the view that art and literature were inseparable from politics. It would bear fruit in the ensuing period. 1 Bolshevik, No. 3, February 15, 1926, pages 88 to 95, No. 4, February 28, 1926, pages 37 to 48, No. 9 to 10, May 30, 1926, pages 86 to 93. Averbach wrote an article in defense of his position, Ibid No. 7 to 8, April 30, 1926, pages 101 to 114. His trump card was the argument that the ultra-left theses developed by Vardin were begotten by the political theories of the opposition. Vol. 2G. Chapter I5. The Komsomol. Founded at a congress held in Moscow at the end of October 1918, the congress seems to have been representative of a large and rather miscellaneous collection of youth organizations and groups throughout the country. Though Krupskaya is said to have given great help in organizing it, it was in no sense a party creation. The party central committee held aloof, and was not represented at the congress. Underscore the new league described itself as an independent organization, but proclaimed its solidarity with the Russian Communist Party, Bolsheviks, its aim being to spread the ideas of communism and to draw the worker and peasant youth into active participation in the building of Soviet Russia. Its aspirations received the blessing of the 8th Party Congress in March 1919, which expressed the view that communist work among the youth can be successfully conducted only through independent organizations marching under the banner of communism, in which youth can display the maximum of independence, and promised ideological and material aid to the Komsomol. Point 3. Notwithstanding these assurances, however, statements at the Congress pointed to friction occurring between party and Komsomol organs, and this must have been intensified by extravagant claims of the Komsomol to rank not merely as the equal partner of the party, but as the vanguard of the party. Point 5. This state of affairs was plainly unacceptable to the party leadership. In August 1919, an instruction was issued jointly by the 1 Divai ISS RKP, B, 1954, p. 487. 2 VLKSM V Rizoliatziak, 1929, p. 10. 3 VKP, B, WV Rizoliatziak, 1941, I, 311. A Komsomol delegate complained that many party members treated members of the Komsomol as children who are busy with their toys and get in the way of the grown UPS, Vosmoy SS RKP, B, 1933, pages 300 to 301. 5 Per IV Sarasisk SS RKSM, 3 ed. 1926, p. 40. 88. Ik Russian Communist League of Youth, Komsomol, was CH 15. The Komsomol 89. Party Central Committee and the Central Committee of the Komsomol, which brought order into relations between the two organizations. This declared the Komsomol to be an autonomous organization with its own statutes, which, however, works under the control of the party, its Central Committee being subordinate to the Party Central Committee and its local organs to local party committees. Since the Komsomol was financially Dependent on the party, it was clearly destined to enjoy such autonomy as the party judged expedient. At the Second Komsomol Congress in October 1919, 2/3 of the delegates with right of vote were already party members. The Congress was held under the shadow of Denikin's march on Moscow and Yudnik's threat to Petrograd, and, after a report by Trotsky on the military situation, a resolution ordering the mobilization of all Komsomol members over the age of 16 in threatened areas was unanimously adopted. Plus this did not, however, prevent a member of the Komsomol Central Committee, Dunovsky by name, from putting forward a proposal to establish direct relations between the Komsomol and the trade unions and to set up in the trade union special youth sections 5, a proposal which was emphatically rejected by the party leadership. Once the military crisis was over, friction between party and Komsomol organs recurred in many places. Copyright and the Third Komsomol Congress of October 1920 was a battleground for several disputes. In preparation for the Congress, the group led 1 Pravda, August 24, 1919, Spravachnik Partinago Ravonika, I, 1921. 141 to 142. 2. The First Komsomol Congress passed a resolution in which it demanded subsidies from Merkompros for the organization of the League, VLKSMV. Rizoliot Styak, 1929, p. 11. A delegate to the Congress afterwards related a visit of some of the delegates to Lenin, at the end of which Lenin wrote a note to Sverdlov, then secretary of the party, asking for an allocation of 10,000 rubles. To the Komsomol Central Committee, A. Kirov and B. Dalin, Yunashishko. Vizhny V. Rossi, 1925, pages 244 to 245. Later, party control became tighter. Regional agencies of the Komsomol being financed through the regional party committees, Izvestiyak Central Nogo Komitet RKSM, number 1, March 26, 1920. P1. 3 Vitoroy V. Sarasius DSS RKSM, 3rd 1926, P7. 4 VLKSM V. Rizoliotziak, 1929, pages 15 to 16. 5 Vitoroy V. Sarasius DSS RKSM, 3rd 1926, P109. 6. It was referred to by a Komsomol delegate at the 9th Party Congress of Match 1920, Divide ISS RKP, B, 1934, pages 368 to 369, which, however, passed no resolution on the Komsomol. 90. The struggle in the party PT2. By Dunovsky, which now demanded separate youth sections in the trade unions and in the Soviets, joined hands with the Ukrainian group, which apparently had affiliations with the workers' opposition in the party, wished to make the Komsomol an exclusively or predominantly proletarian organization, hence its name or nickname of Klasoviki, and demanded freedom of discussion for workers, though not for other classes. The party Central Committee treated seriously the threat to party authority. At the end of September 1920, it expelled Dunovsky from the party for 6 months in the hope of his reformation, and declared once more that the Komsomol was an organization subsidiary to the Russian Communist Party, a school of communism in which our proletarian and semi-proletarian youth builds its character in a communist spirit. On the eve of the Congress, Bukharin addressed the communist fraction, which comprised a significant majority 3 of the delegates, an article in Pravda, which may be presumed to contain as much of the substance of the speech as was suitable for publication, attacked Dunovsky as an unbalanced leader, and proclaimed the duties of party loyalty asterisk. The Congress itself was evidently a ticklish affair. Lenin, appearing for the only time at a Komsomol Congress, delivered a somewhat academic address on the need of youth to learn and on the nature of communist morality. After this, the communist fraction kept the Congress well in hand against occasionally vocal opposition. A list of 17 names for election to the Central Committee was put forward in the name of the fraction. Requests for discussion were rejected, and a demand for the inclusion of Dunovsky and 2 of his supporters was ruled out of order by the president. The list was then voted en bloc with a few absent. A. Shakin, Kratia Istoria VLKSM, and at 1928, pages 89, 92 to 94. 2 VKP, B. O. Komsomol, 1938, pages 80 to 82. 3 Treti V. Sarostisky SX Rossiyskogo Kommunistikiskogo Soyuzom Ledezi, 1926, p. 89. 4 Pravda, October 3, 1920. 5 Lenin, Sakhanintia, XXV, 384 to 397. The speech was not very well received. Lenin's replies to the many notes sent up to the platform were apparently not recorded. Ibid XXV, 636, note 192. According to an official history, the Komsomol audience, just back from the glories of the Civil War and standing at a low level of political experience, was not prepared to understand the full significance of Lenin's address, A. Shakin, Kratia Istoria VLKSM. And at 1928, pages 87 to 88. Ch. 15 The Komsomol GI. An attempt to make the Komsomol more effectively proletarian by banning students and intellectuals was defeated. The Congress adopted a program, which duly emphasized the subordination of the Komsomol to party organs, and a statute, which fixed the lower and upper age limits for membership at 14 and 23. Passive, i.e. non-voting, membership might be retained beyond the age of 23, and passive members, if elected to membership of Komsomol organs, regain the right to vote. The Third Komsomol Congress marked a turning point in the process which overtook all party and Soviet organizations. Effective control passed from the Congress to the Central Committee, and eventually from the Central Committee to an inner bureau or secretariat, where vital decisions came to be taken. The purge of 1921, which was applied to the Komsomol as vigorously as to the party itself, had the same effect of eliminating potential troublemakers. But those who sought to manage and direct the Komsomol faced 2 characteristic obstacles: the recalcitrance of youth to discipline, and the continuous and rapid turnover of membership. During the party struggles of the middle 1920s, it was a constant anxiety of the party leadership to prevent the Komsomol from becoming a focus of opposition. The new phase, marked by the involvement of the Komsomol in disputes originating in the party, began in the crisis over the platform of the 46 and the publication of Trotsky's series of letters and articles, afterwards collected under the title The New Course. In December 1923, the 4th and 5th Congresses of the Komsomol had passed off without incident in Yengi 21 and 1922. The year 1923 was the first in which no Congress was held, its place being taken by a conference. Trotsky had addressed 3 Komsomol Congresses, the 2nd in 1919, the 4th in 1921, and the 5th in 1922, and his prestige as a leader in the revolution and in the Civil War, combined with his vivid and flamboyant Treti V. Sarasiya Six Rossiyskogo Kommunistikiskogo Soyuzom Ledezi, 1926, p. 235, Dunevsky was later amnestied, and reappeared at Komsomol conferences and congresses, but was not again elected to the Central Committee. 2 Ibid pages 257 to 261. 3 VLKSMV Rizoliatziak, 1929, pages 42 to 51, Ryazanov at the 10th Party Congress in March 1921 wished to reduce the upper age limit to 18, but failed to win support. Dzitys Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, 1921. p. 65. 92 The struggle in the party PT. 3. Personality, readily made him a hero in the eyes of the young. The theme of Trotsky's campaign, an attack on party bureaucracy, in the name of revolutionary ardor and enthusiasm, had an obvious appeal to the young, which he did not hesitate to exploit. Whatever may have been true of the young industrial worker, the student, both inside and outside the Komsomol, was overwhelmingly on Trotsky's side. The opposition leaders believed, as Zinoviev noted 6 months later, that support for the opposition from the Komsomol was assured, and that the RLKSM was virtually in their pocket. 3 The anxiety of the leadership over this situation was shown by 2 measures taken at the turn of the year. On December 29, 1923, the Komsomol Central Committee issued a new regulation restricting the admission of students to the Komsomol. Students, even if they were the children of workers, and therefore entitled to worker status under the usual party rules plus, were required to go through a probationary period, which might extend to 18 months, as candidates, before admission to the Komsomol as full members, and for transfer from candidate to member status the recommendation of 3 party or Komsomol members, each of at least 2 years standing, was necessary. 5 On January 1, 1924, Pravda published a statement by 9 members of the Central Committees of the Komsomol and the Communist Youth International condemning Trotsky. But this only served to draw attention to the deep-seated divisions in the Komsomol, being answered by a declaration of 8 leading Komsomol members, including 2 members of the Central Committee, which was sent to Trotsky and published by him. The revolt in the Komsomol at this time was evidently too widespread to be dealt with by ordinary measures of this. 1 A party pamphlet, Trotskyism I Milades, 1924, pages 4 to 5, refers deprecatingly to the very widespread legend of Trotsky as leader of the youth. 2 For a typical passage from the New Course see the Interregnum, 1923. 1924, 325 to 326. 3 Shiesta SS Rossiyskogo Leninskogo Communistiskogo Soyuzem Molodchi. 1924, p. 53. 4 See Volume 1, pages 91 to 92. 8 Spravochnik Partinago Rabonica, 4, 1924, 255 to 257. Registered see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 326. 7 L. Trotsky, Novi, Kurs, 1924, pages 100 to 104. The signatories were Vidalin and Fedorov, members of the Central Committee, Bezyminskyi, Penkov and Dugashev, described as founding members of the Komsomol, Deliasin and Tribaz, former secretaries of the Moscow Committee, and Shakin, an official of the Central Committee, and future historian of the Komsomol. Ch. 15 The Komsomol 93. Siplin. A year later, the 8 signatories of the protest, together with Overback, the editor of the Komsomol journal, made a statement in which they referred penitently to their Trotsky attitude. At this time, it does not appear that any of them had been penalized for it. The condemnation of Trotsky by the party Central Committee in January 1924, and Trotsky's retreat from the arena, made it fairly easy to re-establish order in the Komsomol in the first months of 1924. The opposition leaders in the Komsomol had veiled their sympathy for Trotsky in a theory of neutrality. If the Komsomol was not permitted to follow a political line of its own, then it was better to keep out of politics altogether and take no side in current controversies. In January 1924, the Komsomol Central Committee, with only 2 dissentients, Prism, Ably Dalin and Fedorov, denounced neutrality and proclaimed its support of the party line. 2 The Leningrad Komsomol organization also came out strongly against the heresy of neutrality, which was once again condemned by the 13th Party Congress in May 1924. 3 The trouble appears to have been most persistent in the Ukrainian and White Russian Komsomols. Efforts to bring the White Russian Komsomol into line on the Trotsky controversy included 2 summons of White Russian Komsomol leaders to Moscow and 2 visits by headquarters representatives to Minsk. But, when Stalin addressed a conference of party and Komsomol workers on youth questions in April 1924, he contrived to play down the difficulties and to convey the impression that things were working smoothly again. It was true that the Komsomol Central Committee had kept silence in the party controversy when it should have spoken out. But this was a case not of neutrality, but of overcautiousness. Zinoviev at the 13th Party Congress in the following month observed no such restraint, and trounced Trotsky's attempt to incite the younger generation to 1 Pravda, December 21, 1924. 2 A Shakin, Kratia Istoria VLKSM, and at 1928, pages 130 to 131. 3 VKP, B, UV Rizoliatziak, 1941, I, 613. An account of the heresy was given at the 6th Komsomol Congress of July 1924, where it was called an ostrich policy, Shisto 1 SS Rostiskogo Leninskogo Communistiskogo. Soyuzem Molodezi, 1924, pages 144, 349. 4 Ibid P 177, where a White Russian delegate complained of the incessant harrying of the local organization. 5 Stalin, Sakhanintia, 6, 65 to 68. 94 The struggle in the party PTWI. War against the older an attitude which was radically and decisively incorrect. The 6th Komsomol Congress of July 1924 proved more docile than its predecessors. It listened to a further warning from Zinoviev against Trotsky's appeal to youth, and promised support to the old Bolshevik core of the party against the opposition. More significant still, the Congress saw the emergence of a new leader in the person of Chaplin, the secretary of the Komsomol Central Committee, who was evidently prepared to organize and lead the Komsomol on lines of strict fidelity to the party. Never, said Chaplin in his speech to the Congress, has the Komsomol been so conscious of leadership from the party as at present. 3 Chaplin's services were promptly recognized by his appointment as a candidate member of the Orgbaro ***. The progressive increase in the membership of the Komsomol during these years, and especially in 1924, had the same paradoxical effect as the corresponding increase in party membership, of making the organization more amenable to control. Starting with a membership of 22,000 at its first Congress in October 1918, the Komsomol 2 years later boasted a total of 480,000 members. 2 years later still, in October 1922, the purge policy of the net period had reduced the total to 260,000 members and 13,000 candidates. From this low point, membership began once more to climb steadily. In January 1924, a claim was made of 406,000 members and 94,000 candidates, and 6 months later of 630,000 members and 110,000 candidates, a recruitment of 170,000 being attributed to an extension to the Komsomol of the Lenin enrollment. In January 1925, the membership had topped 1 million, and 2 years later approached 2 millions. In a mass organization expanding at this rate, quantity had inevitably to some extent replaced quality. Membership became for many a matter of routine and, as in the party, an avenue to promotion and to material advantages. In the broad rank and file of the Komsomol, one Trinad Sat IISS Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov. 1924, pp 157 to 159. Tu Shestoy SS Rostiskogo Leninskogo Communistiskogo Soyuzm Mladezi. 1924, pages 49 to 50, 349. 3 Abid p 143. 4 Pravda, June 3, 1924. 5 A Shakin, Kratia Istoria VLKSM, and at 1928, p 115, Shestoy. SS Rossiyskogo Leninskogo Communistiskogo Soyuzm Mladezi, 1924. p 38. For the Lenin enrollment, see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 352 to 356. Ch 15 The Komsomol 95. Independence, whether the independence of individual opinion, or the independence of the Komsomol from the party, seemed not merely a lost, but a forgotten cause. When, therefore, in November 1924 lessons of October broke like a bombshell over the party, the Komsomol was already tamed, and ready to follow the party lead. But, once the party leadership was split, docility in the Komsomol had the paradoxical effect of reproducing within it the lines of the party struggle and once more threatening to tear the organization asunder. In the Komsomol, more than in the party, the tradition of the priority and supremacy of Petrograd in the great days of the revolution had survived as a living force. The power and prestige of the Leningrad organization were relatively greater in the Komsomol than in the party, of the central authority in Moscow relatively less. Thus, in the party struggle of 1925, the Komsomol tended to follow the Leningrad line just as in 1923 it had tended to follow the Trotskyite line, though for different reasons. In both cases, strong intervention from Moscow was required to bring it to order. The initial stage raised no difficulty. On November 6, 1924, at the very outset of the campaign against lessons of October, the Komsomol Central Committee sent out a detailed instruction on the propaganda line to be adopted against Trotskyism. Point 1. The Komsomol played its full part in agitation and in organizing meetings to denounce Trotsky. This time no word of sympathy with Trotsky was heard in its ranks. A statement signed on behalf of the Central Committee and of the Moscow and Leningrad committees of the Komsomol, and published in the press on November 12, 1924, denounced Trotsky and defended Zinoviev and Kamina, whose past errors had been recognized and Cor. Rect. Point 2. But the result of this enthusiasm was to create in the Komsomol widespread support for Zinoviev's proposal to expel Trotsky from the party. As early as November 21, 1924, a meeting of the Leningrad Komsomol organization, following the lead of the Provincial Party Committee, voiced a demand to tear Trotskyism. Mladez, 1924, pages 41 to 47. To Leningradskaya Pravda, November 12, 1924. 96 The struggle in the party PTUI. Out Trotskyism by the roots. When the party Central Committee decided, against the minority votes of Zinoviev and Kamenev, to take no disciplinary action against Trotsky, Zinoviev encouraged an agitation in the ranks of the Komsomol against this compromising decision, and won over a majority of the Komsomol Central Committee. Point 2 The committee, meeting on January 27, 1925, prudently refrained from pronouncing on the issue of substance. But the split in the committee was revealed when the Leningrad delegates proposed to add to the bureau 2 additional representatives from Leningrad and the Urals, where the Komsomol organizations were known to be hostile to the party decision. The proposal was carried by a majority of 25 to 15, an amendment to refer it in the first instance to the party Central Committee being rejected by the same majority. Point 4 This act of insubordination provoked a direct intervention by the Politburo of the party, which on February 12, 1925, warned the Komsomol Central Committee that narrow group politics of this kind would lead to all possible organizational conclusions. Point 5 The Leningrad Committee of the Komsomol remained, however, in a defiant mood. A conference of the Leningrad Komsomol was due to take place in February 1925, and the committee decided to invite to it delegates from 15 provincial Komsomol. Trotskyism. Mladez, 1924, p. 48. 2 CP 31 above. 3 Chaplin at the 14th Party Congress at first said that some members of the Politburo incited the Komsomol, and, when challenged to mention named Zinoviev virtually admitted the charge. 14 SS. Vysotsozhnoye Communistiskoy Party, B. 1926, pages 376, 460. Gorlov at the 7th Komsomol Congress in March 1926 said that the opposition in the Komsomo was set in motion by the opposition in the party. It was the first exploratory detachment of our party opposition. 7 SS Vysotsozhnoye Leninskogo Communistiskogo Soyuzm Mladezi, 1926, p. 140. Asterisk 14 SS Vysotsozhnoye Communistiskoy Party, B. 1926, p. 845. 5 N. Chaplin, Partide Oppositii Komsomol, 1926, p. 14. A strong move was made at this time, probably under the direction of Bukharin, to impart a Stalinist flavor to the monthly Komsomol journal Molodaya Gvardiya, which had existed since 1922. From No. 2 to 3, February-March 1925, the editorship was taken over by Verikis, the head of the press section of the party Central Committee and a follower of Bukharin. Number 4, April 1925, came out with a photograph of Stalin as a frontispiece. Number 1, January 1925, had carried a similar photograph of Lenin in commemoration of the first anniversary of his death. An article in number 6, June 1925, pages 64 to 77, by Lomanids, a strong Stalinist and also on the editorial board, on the results of the 14th Party Conference, was mainly devoted to the theme of socialism in one country. Ch 15 The Komsomol 97. Organizations throughout the Soviet Union, as well as observers from the Uzbek and Kazakh organizations. This was a barely disguised attempt to mobilize Komsomol opinion against the party decision and to establish a rival center in Leningrad. Such a step would hardly have been taken except with the backing of Zinoviev and in the belief that his backing would be strong enough to protect those responsible against reprisals. The conference was duly held, and the hall rang with denunciations of Trotsky. The invited visitors apparently failed to appear. This did not, however, diminish the wrath of the party leaders, whose veto on group politics had been flouted, and an endorsement of the Leningrad action by a majority of the Bureau of the Komsomol. Central Committee 3 showed that the whole Komsomol organization was out of hand. Zinoviev evidently attempted to defend his protégés. He spoke afterwards with feeling of the incredible campaign directed against him and Kamina on the charge that they had dragged the Komsomol into this affair, and Bukharin referred to the discussion as one of the biggest conflicts which have occurred in our Central Committee. Zinoviev had, however, a poor case. The breach of discipline was undeniable. He could only plead the youth and inexperience of those ostensibly responsible. On March 5, 1925, the party Central Committee decided to send a commission to Leningrad to investigate the Komsomol organization. When, however, the commission, consisting of Yaroslavsky, Kaganovich, Uglanov, Ilin and Chaplin, reached Leningrad, the local party leaders professed complete ignorance of what had occurred, and Komsomol leaders denied any ulterior motive in the invitation sent to outside delegates. Back in Moscow, the commission summoned the Bureau of the Komsomol Central Committee, which appears to have stuck to its guns. The divisions were now too deep to be cured without a surgical operation. The secretary of the Leningrad Provincial 114 SS Socialism Communistic Exploited, B. 1926, pages 377. 845. The list of those invited is in N. Chaplin, Partida Opposites Diacom. Somal, 1926, p. 15. To Leningradskaya Pravda, February 24, 1925. 3_N. Chaplin, Partida Opposites Diacom Somal, 1926, pages 15 to 16. 414 SS Socialism Communistic Exploited, B. 1926, p. 460. Leningradskaya Organizatsiya 1 Keter Nadsat ISS, 1926, p. 88. 5. The text of the resolution is in N. Chaplin, Partida Opposites Diati. Komsomol, 1926, pages 16 to 17. 98. The struggle in the party PT2. Komsomol Committee Tolmazov was removed and replaced by Rumain Safe. Half the members of the committee are said to have been replaced. Safarov, who represented the Leningrad Provincial Party Committee on the Komsomol Committee, was also removed. Zaletsky, the secretary of the Leningrad Party organization, was censured for his failure to intervene. The Komsomol Central Committee was severely purged. 5 members were immediately transferred elsewhere, and the number of dismissals eventually rose to 15. The purged Central Committee met on March 16 to 17, 1925, and was addressed by Bukharin and Andreev on behalf of the Politburo. But, though the revolt was over, restiveness was still in the air. A long resolution sharply condemning the past actions of the Bureau was passed by the narrow majority of 21 to 18, the minority voting for an alternative resolution which simply accepted the decisions of the Politburo announced by Bukharin and Andreev and ignored the past altogether. After this clash, however, counsels of prudence seem to have prevailed on both sides, peace was restored, and some degree of reconciliation achieved. The old Bureau, having been formally condemned for its errors, was nonetheless re-elected, and even the Leningraders swore that they would work in a friendly and united spirit and carry out the decisions of the party. Point 3. The next crisis in the checkered affairs of the Komsomol related to the composition of the organization. Though, like the party, it was in principle a proletarian organization, considerable emphasis had been laid from the start on work in the countryside. A speaker at its first congress in October 1918 had advocated the recruitment of groups of village youth whose function would be to rally the village for in support of the new order. Plus, accounts of this purge are in N. Chaplin, Partida Oppositia.com. Somal, 1926, p. 18, and in an unpublished report in the Smolensk archives. WKP 522, p. 6. Chaplin names the 5 who were removed from Komsomol Central Committee. Zinoviev in his speech at the 14th Party Congress mentioned a total of 15 who had been sent all over the place. 14 SSs. Visasozno Komunistic Exploit Party, B. 1926, p. 459, but did not specify to what precise period he was referring. There was also a technical argument whether they had been removed or had voluntarily resigned or accepted other appointments. 7 SS Visasoygo Leninskogo Komunistic Iskogo. Soyozom Ladezi, 1926, p. 166. 2 N. Chaplin, Partida Oppositia T. Komsomol, 1926, pages 19 to 21. 314 SX Visasoygo Komunistic Exploit Party, B. 1926, p. 378. Asterisk per via Visa Rossius PSS RKSM, 3rd ed. 1926, pages 97 to 99. Ch 15 The Komsomol 99. The Ukrainian group which sought to make the Komsomol exclusively proletarian came out against the membership of peasants as well as of intellectuals. But this was never the majority view, though it continued to be heard at all the earlier congresses. According to the new program adopted by the 4th Komsomol Congress in October 1921, the Komsomol relies in the countryside on the poorest peasant and batrack youth, while also admitting to its ranks the best elements of the middle peasant youth which are making the transition to communism. Point 2. When, however, after the scissors crisis, party policy turned towards further conciliation of the peasant, trouble recurred in the Komsomol. The report of the party Central Committee to the 13th Party Congress of May 1924 drew attention to the incorrect attitude of some Komsomol organizations in holding up the influx of peasants into the Komsomol. Point 3. The resolution of the Congress on work in the countryside echoed this criticism. It referred to the exceptional importance of the Komsomol in the countryside, and thought that the Komsomol should seek to recruit batraks and poor peasants, first of all, and the best part of the middle peasants. Plus, under this impetus, the membership of the Komsomol in rural areas advanced even more rapidly than in the towns, and it began to lose its character as a predominantly urban organization. The Komsomol Central Committee in October 1924 devoted a long resolution to the tasks of the Komsomol in the countryside, and a few weeks later the Org Bureau of the party once more condemned attempts to restrict the admission of peasants. Point 5 On January 1, 1924, when the membership of the Komsomol had recovered from the post-NEP purges and exceeded 500,000, the proportion of rural members had reached 39 to 9%. The total rose to 1,140,000 with 46 to 9% of rural members on January 1, 1925, and to 1,770,000 with 58 to 8% of rural members a year later. This proved to CP go above 24SXRKSM, 1925, pages 266 to 267, 321 to 322, VLKSMB Rezoliaci. Yak, 1929, p. 88. 3 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskog Kommunistiskoj Partii. Bolshevikov, number 5, 63, May 1924, p. 30. 4 Vep, B, WV Rezoliaci Yak, 1941, I, 593. 5 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoj Kommunistiskoj Partii. Bolshevikov, number 4, 9, October 27, 1924, pages 8 to 10, number 11, 16, December 15, 1924, pp 3 to 4. 100 The struggle in the party PTHT. B. The highest percentage of rural members ever attained. A. Peculiarity of the rural membership of the Komsomol was that overage membership was more freely tolerated in the country than in the town, for the reason that young workers were more freely admitted to the party than young peasants, who tended to remain in the Komsomol. According to one observer, the Komsomol #rural areas at this period consisted, not of children of 16, but for the most part of fathers and mothers of families. This state of affairs helped to make the rural Komsomols more influential and more vocal. The change of balance between town and country soon led to frictions and embarrassments. The rural Komsomol organizations began to ask why, when they represented so large and so rapidly growing a part of the whole, they should be regarded as subject to leadership from the towns. A Komsomol conference in the Kiev province claimed that since 55% of the membership in the province was peasant, the same proportion should be observed in electing the Central Committee. Point 3 In the autumn of 1924, a group of rural Komsomols went so far as to propose a reorganization of the party itself as a Russian worker peasant party, Bolsheviks, with equal rights for workers and peasants. These signs of independence in the countryside provoked a reaction at headquarters in the form of an attempt to reduce admissions to the Komsomol in rural areas. But this was strongly condemned in the resolution of the 13th Party Congress of May 1924, 5 and again in a resolution of the Org Bureau of the party of December 1, 1924, which reminded the Komsomol of the fundamental question of Lenin's teaching the union of workers and peasants and the leading role of the proletariat in our country, and called on rural members of the Komsomol to recognize its task as the first assistant of the party in the countryside. Copyright. The Komsomol was now so closely attached to the party that it could no longer hope to avoid involvement in any major party dispute. In the winter of 1924 to 1925 it had been Zinoviev who 1 VLKSMZAD Zeitlevik Sifrik, ed. Balachev and Nelepin, 1928. pp 32. U. Lerin, Rostkrestenskoy Obchestvenosti, 1925, p. 68. 3 Pravda, December 31, 1924. Asterisk El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 11, 1929, 205. 5 CP 99 above. Registered Spravachnik Partinogo Ravonica, VB, 1925, 1926, 395-397. CH 15 The Komsomol 1 or sought to mobilize the Komsomol in support of its demand to exclude Trotsky. In the spring of 1925 it was the sponsors of a peasant orientation in the party who sought to reinforce this view by imposing it on the Komsomol. In April 1925, at the critical moment of the 14th Party Conference, an article on the Komsomol by Gorlov, a member of the Komsomol Central Committee, appeared in the party journal Bolshevik. The journal had received a series of complaints from members of the Komsomol to the effect that the RKP is setting its course on the Kulak, and the conquests of the proletariat and the poor peasantry are being surrendered to the Kulak. Gorlov replied, in accord and with the current party line, that the duty of the Komsomol was not to fan class conflicts in the countryside, but on the contrary to alleviate them, to make them die away. He attacked a claim said to have been made by a Komsomol journal in Leningrad that the Komsomol was the most Bolshevistically inclined organization, and rejected a demand for the Bolshevization of the Komsomol, if this meant that the Komsomol was to imitate all the functions of the party. What was needed was stronger party leadership. The article ended with a sentence which led to sharp controversy. It is indispensable to explain to the whole mass of Komsomols, especially to its urban sector, that the Komsomol is in its essence not predominantly a proletarian organization, like our party, but an organization which is in its broad mass peasant and should so remain. Like Bukharin, who had just uttered the fatal words "enrich yourselves," Gorlov had gone too far. His position was made worse by the appearance in the Komsomol newspaper of an article endorsing Bukharin's slogan. Point 2 Chaplin was allowed to write an article in Pravda which, without referring to Gorlov's indiscretion, declared that the Komsomol, though in composition a worker peasant organization, is in its class essence a proletarian organization in which the leading role belongs to the worker youth. Point 3. In June 1925 Gorlov himself retraced his steps in an article in a Komsomol journal in which he described the Komsomol as being 1 Bolshevik, number 8, April 30, 1925, pp 35-45. 2 For this article and the reaction of the Secretariat to it, see Volume 1, p. 284. 3 Pravda, May 8, 1925. 102 The struggle in the party pt 3. Asterisk by its essence, its significance, its role a proletarian organization. But this did not prevent the airing of the dispute at the 4th All-Union Komsomol Conference, which met in the same month, covered attacks on the alleged peasant leanings of the Komsomol Central Committee being made by Rumain Saif, the Secretary of the Leningrad Provincial Committee. Point 2 The confer in its resolution, while refusing to fix a quota for different social groups within the Komsomol, adopted Chaplin's formula. The RLKSM, being in membership a_worker peasant organization, is by the essence of its class tasks a proletarian communist organization, in which the leading role belongs to the worker youth. On the other hand, the resolution of the Conference on Organization removed the restriction by which middle peasant youth seeking admission to the Komsomol was required, like students, to pass through a candidate stage, plus and this concession to the middle peasant, which fully accorded with party policy at the time, probably had more practical consequences than the formal recognition of the Komsomol's proletarian essence. Point 5. The alleged danger of a peasant deviation in the Komsomol continued to play a minor part in the great party controversy, and the Leningraders, in drawing attention to this deviation in the Komsomol, as in the party, contrived to depict themselves as custodians of true proletarian principles. In August 1925 the Central Komsomol journal Molodaya Gvardiya carried an article insisting on the importance of the work of the Komsomol in the countryside. Point 6 Zaletsky responded in Leningradskaya Pravda with an article on the dangerous predominance of petty bourgeois, quoted in 7 SSV Socialism Leninskogo Kommunistikiskogo. Socialism, 1926, pages 137 to 138. 2 N. Chaplin, Partei des Opposites die Komsomol, 1926, pages 25 to 26. The records of the proceedings of this conference have not been available, but it was briefly reported in Pravda, June 18, 1925. 3 VLKSMV 0 Rizoli Utstyak, 1929, p. 196. Plus Spravochnik Partinago Rabonica, v. 1925, 1926, pages 446 to 447. 5 The number of middle peasants in the Komsomol increased in 1925 at the expense of the poor peasants, though no exact figures were given. 7 SX. Visa Soyuznigo Leninskogo Communistiskogo Soyuzm 1926, p. 395. Complaints began to be heard that, owing to the low degree of education of the poor peasants, the middle peasants take the leadership into their hands. Ibid p. 423. 6 Molodai Bardia, number 8, August 1925, pages 101 to 112. Ch 15 The Komsomol 103. Elements even priests' sons in the Komsomol, and on. The need to give proletarian revolutionary Leninist clarity and definition to the principle of proletarian leadership. Tarkanov, a Leningrad member of the Komsomol Central Committee, published an article in a Leningrad Party journal in which he expressed the fear that the Komsomol would become the tail end of peasant democracy. In a eulogy of the proletarian qualities of the Komsomol, he reverted to the old claim that it was more revolutionary than the party and the vanguard of the vanguard. Point 2. This was too much for the party Central Committee in Moscow, which officially condemned Tarkanov's article and requested that a correction of the mistake should be inserted in a later issue of the journal. At this point, the publication of Zinoviev's Leninism drew a red herring across the path. The chapter on the Komsomol, which apparently belonged to the part of the book written before Zinoviev had been weaned from the peasant orientation, was found to contain a passage favoring the development in the countryside of all possible auxiliary organizations, perhaps a system of delegates, etc. Rumiantsev, anxious to propitiate his party chief, at once obediently endorsed the proposal in a report to a regional Komsomol conference which was published in the local Komsomol press. These moves called for corresponding counter-moves. Stalin, in an arranged interview published in Komsomolskaya Pravda, at once rebutted the suggestion. A special peasant union organized within the Komsomol would inevitably set itself against the existing union between the youth and its leader, the RKP, and create the danger of a split of the Komsomol into two unions, a union of worker youth and a union of peasant youth. Some peasant youth. 1 Leningradskaya Pravda, August 30, 1925. 2 These quotations are taken from Chaplin's report at the 7th Komsomol Congress in March 1926, 7 SS Visa Soyuznigo Leninskogo Com. Munistikiskogo Soyuzm 1926, pages 50, 52 to 53. The article has not been available. 3 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rostiskoy Kommunistikiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, number 39, 114, October 12, 1925, p3. 4 G. Zinoviev, Leninism, 1925, p. 358. 5 N. Chaplin, Partei des Opposites die Komsomol, 1926, p. 34, Rumian. Shev's report appeared in Smina, October 16, 1925. 6 Stalin, Sakhainania, 7, 245. Vol. 2h. 104 The struggle in the party PTU 1. Meetings were said to have been held, and to have become a mouthpiece of anti-proletarian moods. Zinoviev himself hastened to retreat from an untenable position, and in an article published at the same time as Stalin's interview declared that poor and middle peasants should be admitted to the Komsomol only within the limits of the possibility of dealing practically with them, i.e. guaranteeing the leadership of the proletarian element. Meanwhile, Rumiantsev was dealt with in a resolution of the Bureau, endorsed by the Komsomol Central Committee on November 10, 1925. This censured Rumiantsev for giving utterance to personal views on controversial questions without consulting the Central Committee, rejected the proposals made by him, and finally took note of a declaration by the Leningrad comrades of their abandonment of their proposal for delegate conferences. Throughout this time, Gorlov remained, like Bukharin at a higher level, a favorite whipping boy for those who denounced the peasant deviation. TWO members of the Bureau of the Komsomol Central Committee attempted to introduce this question into the Komsomol report to the 14th Party Congress, connecting Gorlov's unfortunate article with the current underestimate of the Kulak danger. But these proposals were rejected by a majority of the Bureau, though 12 members of the Komsomol Central Committee protested against the failure of the report to deal firmly with the peasant deviation. Attacks on Gorlov's article continued to be heard from the opposition both at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925 and at the 7th Komsomol Congress in the following March. A further incident illustrating the extent to which the Lenin 114 SS Visa Soyuznoy Kommunistikiskoy Party, b. 1926, pages 378. 379, Spravochnik Partinago Rabonica, v. 1925, 1926, 457 to 458, 461 to 471. To Leningradskaya Pravda, October 29, 1925, the same article advocated the admission to the Komsomol of a full 100% of the worker youth, 100% of the tracks and the best part of the middle peasant youth. According to a later statement of Zinoviev, Ibid December 9, 1925, the article received the approval of the party Central Committee. The issue of Leningradskaya Pravda in which it was published on the front page also carried Stalin's interview on a later page. Pravda, October 29, 1925, carried Stalin's interview on the front page, and did not print Zinoviev's article at all. 3 Spravochnik Partinago Rabonica, v. 1925, 1926, pages 457 to 458. This episode was described by Tarasov, one of the two ringleaders, at the 7th Komsomol Congress, 7 SS Visa Soyuznigo Leninskogo Com. Munistikiskogo Soyuzm 1926, pages 72 to 74. Ch 15 The Komsomol 105. Grad Komsomol organization was involved in the party struggle. Occurred after the session of the party Central Committee in October 1925. Rumiantsev compiled a dossier, referred to as the Blue Dossier, of recent utterances on the peasant case, by Bukharin and his followers, beginning with Bukharin's Enrich Yourself speech and designed to demonstrate the existence of a peasant deviation. Some of the documents were annotated with critical remarks, including one to the effect that Bukharin rejects Lenin, by Barbashev, a Leningrad Somal journalist. The collection bore the title Materials on the Question of the Class Line of the Party in the Countryside. It was said to have been duplicated in 40 copies and distributed to local Komsomol committees in the Leningrad province. The copy, which eventually reached the party central committee, carried the label highly secret, but it was alleged that this was added by the clerk in the office of the Leningrad Komsomol who betrayed it to Moscow. When the party Central Control Commission investigated the affair, the Leningrad Party organization professed to know nothing about it. Members of the Control Commission believed, or affected to believe, that the Blue Dossier was the product of a secret seminar conducted by Zinoviev for young party and Komsomol members. The incident ended in an increase of exasperation on both sides. The Central Control Commission recalled Rumyantsev from his position on the Leningrad Komsomol Committee and censured Naumov, the member of the Leningrad Party Committee in charge of Komsomol affairs. As the 14th Party Congress approached, it was clear that the split in the party between Moscow and Leningrad was reproduced in the Komsomol, and that both sides were prepared to use their Komsomol followers as auxiliaries in the struggle. But the superior fighting strength of the central organization in Moscow was revealed at the critical moment. A meeting of the Komsomol Central Committee was convened on December 17, 1925, the eve of the Party Congress, and the majority submitted to the meeting, apparently without notice, a resolution approving the line of the Party Central Committee and condemning the attitude of the 114 SXV Socialism Communistic Corporate, B. 1926, pages 280 to 281. 846 to 848, 7 SSV Socialism Leninskogo Communistic Soza. Molodezi, 1926, p. 123. 106 The struggle in the party PTWI. Leningrad opposition, Zaletsky, Sarkis and Safara being attacked by name. The Leningrad delegates, caught unawares, resorted to delaying tactics, demanding a formal report and documents in support of the resolution. This was refused, and the resolution was put to the vote and carried by a majority, 12 delegates. Voting against it? Since divisions in the Komsomol now automatically accurately reflected the divisions in the party, the vote was an omen for the results of the party congress. It is difficult to discover any other purpose served by it. While, however, recriminations about Komsomol activities figured extensively in the debates of the 14th Party Congress, no issue specifically affecting the Komsomol arose, and the formal pronouncements of the Congress on it followed routine lines. Molotov defined it in now familiar terms as a worker peasant organization in composition, but a proletarian communist organization in essence. He recorded a total of 1,600,000 members. The percentage of workers in its membership had fallen in the past year from 39 to 36, but the percentage of Batraks had risen from 5 to 8, so that the proportion of proletarians was still 44%. The theses presented by Bukharin claimed that the Komsomol now covered 50% of young workers. Note was taken of a weakening of discipline and an increased turnover of membership, or, more specifically, of the phenomenon of an exit of considerable dimensions from the ranks. Failure of discipline had been aggravated by the presence of unemployment in the towns and immense agrarian overpopulation. The familiar dilemmas were pointed out. It was necessary to win the confidence of backward elements in country and town, without renouncing the task of leadership, to give the Komsomol a character of its own without asserting its independence of the party in matters of doctrine. At the same time, neutralism was once more condemned. Neither the theses nor the discussion on them contained anything new or significant. The 14th Party Congress was a landmark in the history of the Komsomol, not because it took any important decisions, but because it witnessed 14 SXV Socios not Communistic Party, B. 1926, pages 375. 830, the resolution was published in Pravda, December 18, 1925. 214 SXV Socios Communistic Party, B. 1926, p. 62. 3 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, 2, 71 to 80. Ch. 15 The Komsomol 107. The culmination of the long and gradual process by which the Komsomol had been welded into the structure of the party. The conception of a communist youth organization independent of the Communist Party had never really made sense. Its independence was placed in doubt at an early stage when it began to draw its finance from the party. This meant that it ceased to control its own appointments. It soon lost the right to hold opinions different from those of the party leadership, or even to remain neutral on issues which divided the party. Its fate was sealed when it became a happy hunting ground for opposition seeking to challenge the party leadership. It was natural and inevitable that successive oppositions should have exploited the turbulence and restiveness of youth. But it would be rash to claim that they were any more interested than the leadership in an independent Komsomol. Both wanted to use it as a minor adjunct and reinforcement in their respective campaigns. The 14th Party Congress marked the end of an illusion which, perhaps, had already ceased to be an illusion and become a pretense. Henceforth the Komsomol was a junior branch of the party, echoing its doctrines and practices, and following its fortunes, in every detail. Chapter 16. Men covering for position. Kamina, Krupskaya, and Sokolnikov on September 5, 1925, was the first formal act of a concerted opposition. There is no evidence to show how soon Stalin became aware of its existence and content, but he must have guessed that something was on foot. Zinoviev's article The Philosophy of an Epoch, first submitted within a few days of the drawing up of the platform, could well be treated as the first manifesto of a new group. Stalin clearly regarded it as such, and humiliated Zinoviev by having it submitted for revision to the Central Committee. This incident was quickly followed by the publication of Zinoviev's Leninism, which was a declaration of war on a broad front. The sequel showed, however, that, though relations between Zinoviev and Stalin were now irretrievably embittered, the leaders on both sides still hesitated to attack one another openly and publicly. While much of the latter half of Zinoviev's Leninism was devoted to a covert attack on Bukharin, and to a lesser degree on Stalin, neither of them was named, and Bukharin and Stalin in return neither criticized Zinoviev openly nor allowed their subordinates to launch an attack on him. This convention of formal restraint held good on both sides when the party Central Committee held its. See pages 66 to 68 above. 2 for this incident, see volume 1, pages 300 to 302. The first part of the article in Leningradskaya Pravda, September 19, 1925, contained two misprints, Cor. Rect in a note on the following day. The first, by an extraordinary coincidence, was the same mistake in a quotation from Lenin, Nepman Russia for Nep Russia, for which Stalin had already criticized Kamina, CP4. Above, the second, in a quotation from Dan, substituted the Gospel of Leningrad for the Gospel of Lenin. Neither misprint occurred in the Version published simultaneously in Pravda, though the spreading of the type in both passages is consistent with the conjecture that corrections were made at the last moment. If this supposition is correct, the errors were in Zinovьev's manuscript. 3C Volume 1, pages 303 to 305. 108. T equals drawing up of the platform of the 4 by Zinoviev. CH 16 men covering for position 109. Session in October 1925 and unanimously passed a number of resolutions on economic policy. But it required 4 meetings of hard bargaining to achieve this result. And among the proposals made, but abandoned, on this occasion was one to appoint Stalin and Kubyshev to stow an open declaration of non-confidence. In Kamina 3 it was Stalin and the Secretariat in Moscow, rather than Zinoviev and the opposition in Leningrad, who now held the initiative, and could slacken or force the pace in order to bring the issue to a head at a tactically favorable moment. At the October session Stalin moved just far enough towards the left to make a compromise possible with the opposition, and stave off a public rupture for another indeterminate period. The break down of the triumvirate was now certain. In a sense, it had already taken place. But the moment when it would be brought into the open depended on a number of imponderables, and, most of all, on Stalin's patient determination to wait for the moment when the opposition could be goaded into placing itself patently in the wrong. Stalin's control of the Central Party organization was now complete. It was noticeable that, in the usual anniversary issue of Pravda for November 7, 1925, the first signed article was by Stalin and appeared on page 2, the first page being entirely devoted to a photograph and to pronouncements of the dead leader, together with articles of Rykov and Kalinin, Zinoviev. Followed on page 3.4. At the end of October 1925 an event occurred which was in all probability of pure accident, but which in the heated atmosphere of party recrimination subsequently lent itself to rumor and suspicion, the death of Franz, who had succeeded Trotsky as People's Commissar for War in the previous January. Franz, though known for many years as a stubborn opponent of Trotsky on military questions, rarely spoke or wrote on other matters and does not appear to have committed himself one way or the other in the breach now opening between Zinoviev and Stalin. In the 1C Volume 1, pages 305 to 308. 214 SS Vysotsoi Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926, p. 401. 3 Abid p. 340. Plus in the corresponding issue of 1924 Zinoviev's article had appeared alone on the front page with articles by Trotsky and Rykov on page 2. Stalin did not appear at all. 5 CP 33 above. 6 In a speech of January 1925, on the anniversary of Lenin's death, Franz went out of his way to refer to Zinoviev's and Kamina's opposition to Lenin. 110 The struggle in the party PT. Autumn of 1925 he suffered from an internal malady, and received conflicting or uncertain medical advice on the desirability of an operation. The question was referred to the Politburo, the final arbiter of the destinies of important servants of the party, which decided, after reading the medical reports, that the operation should take place. None of the accounts represents the decision as contested or not unanimous. Franz underwent the operation on October 28, 1925, died 3 days later, and was buried with full honors to the accompaniment of many laudatory articles in the press. In the current situation any appointment to an important post was politically significant, and was an index to the balance of power in the party. Voroshilov, a friend and supporter of Stalin, was appointed to succeed Franz, with Lashevik, an adherent of Zinoviev, as his deputy. To underscore the decision accurately reflected both Stalin's superior strength and his unwillingness, at this time, to break absolutely with Zinoviev. Franz's death might have passed without further comment if the literary journal Novi Mir had not published, 6 months later, a story by the novelist fellow traveler Pilniak with the fanciful title A Tale of the Unextinguished Moon. The hero of the tale is an army commander ordered by his political superiors to undergo an operation. He submits to it reluctantly and with premonitions of disaster, and in fact dies, the implication clearly being that his death was desired and actively promoted by some higher authority. To make matters worse, Pilniak prefaced the tale with a note, dated January 28, 1926, stating that he scarcely knew Franz and was ignorant of the circumstances of his death, and warning the reader not to seek genuine facts and living persons in the story. This publication evidently infuriated the authorities. The issue of Novi Mir was withdrawn, and another issue substituted for it, in which the Pilniak item was replaced by, in October 1917, though without naming them, M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhinidai. 3, 1927, 22. In the following month, he quoted with approval a speech by Stalin on the 4 allies of the proletariat, bid 3, 75. These are straws in the wind, but do not suggest that Franz inclined at this time towards Zinoviev, rather than towards Stalin. 1 According to K. Voroshilov, Stud I. Irishi, 1937, pages 7 to 8, injuries S.U.S. obtained by Franz in a motor accident some months earlier had led to internal hemorrhage, but no contemporary evidence is available to confirm this. 2 These appointments were announced in the press of November 7, 1925. Voroshilov's appointment was also in Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, 2, number 86, art. 226. Ch. 16 Mansugering for position 3. Another story. This withdrawal did not prevent the publication, in the following number of Novaya Mir, of a letter from Vorinsky, to whom Pilniak had dedicated his tale, indignantly repudiating the dedication, and of a note of apology from the editors describing the publication of the tale as a flagrant and gross error. 6 months later Pilniak, who had been abroad when the scandal broke, himself wrote a letter, which was also printed in Novaya Mir, denying any intention to write a malicious slander on the party, but declaring that he now regretted his grievous errors and recognized that much written by me in this tale consists of slanderous inventions. These successive disclaimers merely helped to crystallize the legend of Franz as a man hounded by Stalin to his death, and gave it a lasting place in party recriminations. Evidence is lacking to convict Stalin, in this affair, of any thing more sinister than his usual astuteness in taking advantage of every accident to strengthen his own position. The agreement embodied in the October resolution of the Party Central Committee was not a treaty of peace between the two factions. It was a temporary truce, concluded because neither side was prepared to force the issue at this stage, but both sides undoubtedly intended the truce to continue long enough to cover the proceedings of the forthcoming 14th Party Congress. No truce, however, can oblige the parties to remain altogether inactive and to refrain from attempts to improve their respective positions. No such obligation was accepted in the interval between the October Committee and the December Congress, either by the group which controlled the central machine or by the group centering around Zinoviev and Kamina. Zinoviev did not repeat the mistake which Trotsky had made a year earlier of restricting his attack on the official policy to spoken and written argument. He recognized that argument must be reinforced by organization, and he pitted the Leningrad party machine against the Central Party machine in Moscow. The prestige of the Leningrad proletariat, and its specific weight in the party, made a detailed account of the two issues of Novaya Mir, number 5, May 1926, and of the subsequent disclaimers, Ibid number 6, June 1926, pages 184 to 185, number 1. January 1927, p. 256, is given in Soviet Studies, X, number 2, October 1958. pp 162 to 164. 2. This was confirmed by both parties at the Congress, 14 SSV Soyuz. Not Communistiskaya Party, B, 1926, pages 294, 361. 112. The struggle in the party PT, lit. The enterprise seemed not at all hopeless. But the Leningraders failed to realize the overwhelming strength now concentrated in the Central Party organization, or the tactical weakness of a position in which they were compelled constantly to appear as challengers of party unity. It was a situation calling for skillful and firm leadership if disaster was to be avoided. This Zinoviev was ill-equipped to supply. He failed to restrain his followers from rash enterprises which he could neither wholeheartedly support nor effectively disown, and the same resoluteness paralysed him when the moment demanded a decisive stroke. The first incident, which coincided with the October session, related to Zaletsky, the secretary of the Leningrad Provincial Party Committee. Zaletsky's post made him a key figure in the Leningrad organization, and he was particularly persistent and outspoken in his criticisms of the official Moscow line. His downfall was the work of one Leonov. Whether Leonov was an agent deliberately used by Moscow to entrap Zaletsky, or a loyal party member who was shocked by what he heard and thought right to report it, is still not clear. What is certain is that about the time of the October session, Leonov wrote a letter to party head quarters in Moscow describing an alleged conversation with Zaletsky. Zaletsky had said that the party leaders were creating a bourgeois state, what Lenin called a kingdom of peasant narrow-mindedness, but what they call the building of socialism, and that they do not reckon with Leningrad, they treat it as a province. He accused them of degeneration and of seeking to bring about other words which were apparently often on Zaletsky's lips, and compared Stalin's personal position with that of Babel, who had attempted to stand midway between the orthodox and the opportunists in the German Social Democratic Party. The Central Control Commission set up a 1. The text of Leonov's letter, as read to the 14th Party Congress, is in 14 SSV Socialism Communisticus Partit, B, 1926, pages 358 to 360. Cf. Bukharin's account, Ibid p. 140. According to a later version, Bolshevik. No 19 to 20, October 31, 1926, p4, Zaletsky also accused the Central Committee of protecting Comrade Trotsky, an echo of the dispute of January 1925. Zaletsky's right about turn was as complete as that of Zinoviev. At the Leningrad Provincial Party Conference of May 1924 he had described the view that NEP meant degeneration as a Menshevik thesis asterisk, Leningradskaya Pravda. May 8, 1924. But nobody seems to have bothered to point this out. Ch. 16 men covering for position 113. Committee to investigate the affair, and Zaletsky was summoned to appear before it. Zaletsky seems to have made the task of the committee easier by declaring that he subscribed to Leonov's report with both hands, and that it saved him from the necessity of making a speech since it said all that he wanted to say. But he qualified this admission, then or later, by excluding from it the remarks about degeneration and their emitter. Such charges he had never made against the Central Committee, though he had expressed lack of confidence in Bukharin, Molotov and Bubnov. Apprised of these facts, the Central Control Commission requested the Leningrad Provincial Committee to change its secretary. By a majority vote, with 9 dissensions, the Provincial Committee decided to accede to the request, at a later meeting, at which members of regional organizations were present. The same motion was carried by the still narrower majority of 19 to 16.2. Zaletsky was then removed from office by a unanimous decision of the Bureau of the Provincial Committee. It was, however, alleged that the Leningrad organization took no trouble to explain to its members the reason for Zaletsky's removal, and allowed the impression to gain ground that this was due to unwarranted interference from headquarters in Moscow. Komarov, to whom Zaletsky's post was offered, declined it, according to his own account, on the ground that the results of the voting convinced me that the dispute with the Central Committee would not come to an end. 3. Whatever the formal rights and wrongs of the Zaletsky affair, it clearly aroused new resentment among the Leningrad leaders. At an anniversary meeting on November 7, 1925, which occurred immediately after Zaletsky's dismissal, Zaletsky, Safarov and Zinoviev appeared on the same platform. Zaletsky and Safarov. The story has to be pieced together from accounts given at the 14th Party Congress by Petrovsky, Voroshilov, both members of the investigating committee, Rykov, and Zaletsky himself, X/VSSV Socialism Communisticus Party, B, 1926, pages 169, 230, 393, 414. According to Rykov, Zaletsky at one moment pretended that his remarks had been made deliberately in order to mislead Molotov, whose emissary he believed Leonov to be. 2. It was evidently at one of these meetings that Rumian-Safe, secretary of the Leningrad Komsomol Committee, exclaimed that the Central Committee is hammering us because we carry on the correct Leninist line. The remark was kept off the record, Ibid p. 218, but probably represented the view of most of those present. 3. Ibid pages 218 to 219, 361. 114. The struggle in the party PT, Lil. Spoke of the Kalak deviation, and Zaletsky added that the Leningrad organization needed to have a strong fist in order to deal with it. Zinoviev remarked that 15,000 bureaucrats had betrayed the German Social Democratic Party and pointedly asked whether there were more or fewer bureaucrats in the Russian party. Another speaker expressed the conviction that Leningrad will win. 2. By this time relations between the Leningrad Provincial Committee and the Central Committee in Moscow were a burning issue. The Central Committee, anxious to avert further incidents and to strengthen its hold in Leningrad, proposed to send a permanent delegate to sit with the Leningrad Provincial Committee. The proposal was accepted, and Chvernik was dispatched to Leningrad, though friction occurred between Stalin and Zinoviev about the precise work on which he was to be employed. A 9-hour session of the Bureau of the Leningrad Committee on November 12, 1925, was remembered by all the participants as particularly stormy and difficult. It ended with a resolution promising support to the Central Committee. On the next day, Zinoviev wrote to Komarov expressing regret for past misunderstandings and undertaking to do everything possible to work with the majority. Plus, but this olive branch merely meant that the Leningrad malcontents still recoiled from any irrevocable step. Covered agitation against the policy of the Central Committee continued at district party meetings in Leningrad. A worker delegate thought it strange to read that we have a whole series of shortcomings, and that our organization is put on the same footing as some county organization. The attempt to maintain the proprieties was beginning to break down. One kulak means fist, hence the untranslatable pun. To no formal record of the speeches was made, and this perhaps exaggerated account depends on the recollection of a hostile witness 6 weeks later. 14. SSV Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, pages 922 to 923. An article by Yaroslavsky in Bolshevik, No. 19-20, October 31, 1926, p4, recalled the agitation in factories by Leningrad Party spokesmen at this time against the Central Committee and in support of the platform of the 4. 3. The fullest account of this episode comes from Komarov, 14 SX. V. Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, pages 218 to 219. 4. Ibid pages 219 to 220, 361. 5. Leningradskaya Pravda, November 17, 1925. Tomsky caricatured this attitude of the Leningrad Party organization: we are not some Kalyuga or Tula to make reports in the ordinary way. 14 SSV Communistiskoy Party, B. 1926, p. 283. Ch 16 men covering for position 11G. Everyone said, we are for the Central Committee, for its line, and so forth, but the policy of the Central Committee, in the peasant question, in the question of the press, and in different questions of our party life, was explained in such a way that the leadership of the Central Committee was, to put it mildly, not approved of. In the battle of words which developed between Leningradskaya Pravda and the Pravda of Moscow, the publicists of Leningrad far outdid their rivals in pungency and aggressiveness. 2 articles by Safarov of November 15 and 22, 1925, the first bearing the title, ironically borrowed from a Moscow party publicist, but Socialism is Soviet power plus the link, and the second, Leninism with reservations, set a new standard of controversial bitterness which was to reach a crescendo in the ensuing weeks. An example of this envenomed journalistic controversy was provided by a campaign waged almost single-handed by Sarkis, who had already crossed swords with Bukharin over the question of the Rabkers' point 2. The proletarianization of the party was a cause which no good Marxist could reject, and which lay near to the heart of the Leningraders, being associated with the time-honored claim that the Leningrad organization contained a larger proportion of workers than any other, and that the industrial workers of Leningrad were more party-conscious and more highly organized than any other large industrial group in the Soviet Union. Plus, the admission of workers to the party had been a constant topic of discussion since the days of the Lenin enrollment, though not much practical effect had been given to it. 2 cognate issues were involved and were sometimes confused. In the first place, it seemed desirable that as large a proportion as possible of authentic industrial workers should be drawn into the party. Secondly, that as high a proportion as possible of the party membership should consist of industrial workers. Both these desiderata had been officially expressed at the 13th Party Congress in May 1924 on the occasion of the Lenin enrollment. The time is approaching, declared the main Congress resolution, when the whole basic mass of the proletariat of our union. 1 of it pages 361 to 362. 2 both were reprinted in Novaya Oppositia, 1926, pages 119 to 125, 130 to 134. 3 CP 54 above. Plus see pages 56 to 57 above. 116 The struggle in the party PTIL will enter the party. The Congress instructs the Central Committee to conduct its work in the sense of ensuring that the immense majority of members of the party in the very near future should consist of workers directly engaged in production. As regards the proportion of workers in the party, Molotov in his report at the same Congress set it as an aim to raise the proportion of workers in the party to go %. The Special Congress resolution on party organization more modestly but more precisely spoke of the hope that in the course of the next year more than half the membership of the party may consist of workers from the bench. The 14th Party Conference in April 1925 recalled, though without particular emphasis, the decision that our party should contain not less than 50% of workers directly engaged in production. 3. The twin desiderata of the admission of a majority of workers to the party and of the proletarianization of the party were thus firmly embedded in party doctrine. Nobody contested them, but in ordinary times not much attention was paid to them. In the autumn of 1925, at the height of the party controversy, the ingenious Sarkis discovered in them a fresh talking point for use by the Leningraders against the Central Party organization in Moscow, which could be convicted of lukewarmness towards proletarian claims. In the middle of November 1925, Sarkis submitted to Pravda in Moscow an article on the admission of workers to the party, in which he quoted Molotov's proposal at the 13th Party Congress to raise the proportion of workers in the party to go %, adding as his own view that 50 or 60% of all industrial workers ought to be in the party, and that go % of the party ought to consist of workers from the bench. By the time of the 15th Congress, now presumably rather more, VKEP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 567. 2 Trinadsat IISS Rostiskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov. 1924, p. 533, VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 570. Molotov after wards explained that in quoting a figure of 90% he had not been thinking of workers from the bench. 14 SSV Socialism Communistiskoy Party, B. 1926, p. 78, for the distinction between workers and workers from the bench see Volume 1, p. 92. It should also be said that he was speaking of the Ukraine, where the proportion of workers in the party was unusually high. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 355, note 1, but his words were given a general application. 3 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 12. Ch 16 men covering for position 117. Then a year ahead, Bukharin, as editor of Pravda, found a quotation from Molotov embarrassing and Sarkis's glosses on it unacceptable, and returned the article to Sarkis, through Zinoviev, with criticisms and suggested corrections, apparently on the assumption that, if these were made, the article would be published in Pravda. Sarkis amended the article by including rural Workers, meaning the tracks, and by omitting the phrase workers from the bench and the reference to the 15th Congress. And the article appeared in this modified form not, however, in Pravda, but in Leningradskaya Pravda, on December 3, 1925. It urged that in the years immediately ahead the aim should be to draw 50 to 60% of all industrial workers into the party, and to raise the proportion of industrial and rural workers in the party to go % of the total membership. By this time, the dispute had spread and tempers were heated. Before Sarkis's article appeared, Uglanov wrote an article in Pravda deprecating any mass entry of workers into the party. And another article in Pravda explained that 13% of the industrial workers of Moscow belonged to the party, and that the immediate task was not so much an increase of quantity as of quality. 3 Uglanov sally provoked a leading article in Leningradskaya Pravda by its editor Gladna, entitled The Proletarianization of the Party, the Pledge of Inter-Party Democracy, which reproached Uglanov with panic fear of the masses, and hinted at a connection between unwillingness to admit workers to the party and repressive measures against the opposition. Pravda retaliated with an article also headed The Proletarianization of Our Party, which recalled a Menshevik proposal of 1908 for a Workers' Party, and denounced Sarkis for wanting a broad Workers' Party in the spirit of the Menshevik Axelrod or reformist party of the MacDonald type. Finally, Sarkis had the last. The original article is not extant, but its tenor can be judged from the account of it given by Sarkis himself at the 14th Party Congress, 14. SS Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, p. 346, and from an article published by him at the same time in the Leningrad Party Journal Pod. Zenominum Communism and quoted in Novaya Oppositia, 1926, p. 196. 214 SS Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, p. 132. 3 Pravda, November 29, December 3, 1925. 4 Leningradskaya Pravda, December 2, 1925. 8 Pravda, December 5, 1925. A reply from Sarkis was printed with an editorial rejoinder, Ibid December 9, 1925. 118 The struggle in the party. Pt. High. Word with an article 1 step forward, not 2 steps back. Which, by giving a twist to the title of Lenin's famous pamphlet of 1904, rebutted the charge of Menshevism and turned it back on the heads of the Muscovites. The controversy provided minor ammunition for the Leningrad and Moscow Provincial Party conference that preceded the 14th Party Congress. Zinoviev, in his speech at the former, endorsed Sarkis's demand, and the resolution of the Moscow Conference spoke of ostentatious attempts immediately to introduce 50% or more of all workers into the party and reverted to the comparison with Axelrod. The issue even figured in the debates of the Congress itself. 2 But it had no real substance except as an outlet for embittered feelings in Leningrad and Moscow. These public recriminations were indicative of the acute animosity now prevailing between the two largest and most important party organizations. But there was little sign that the divisions had spread to the rest of the party. Local party conferences, held, as usual, all over the Soviet Union in preparation for the Party Congress, obediently took note of the 2 deviations recorded in the October resolution of the Central Committee, but showed no tendency to take sides. Control commissions were sometimes reproached at these conferences with weakness and excessive leniency, not, however, towards opposition or fractionalism, but towards the moral delinquencies of party members, especially towards drunkenness. 3 It was also significant that the leaders, though they cannot be acquitted of some degree of complicity in the indiscretions of their henchmen on both sides, did not openly participate in the campaign. Zinoviev is said to have poured cold water on the leftists among his followers who were spoiling for a fight. The appearance of unity at the summit of the party was preserved, and it still seemed possible that the compromise patched up at the October session of the Central Committee might equally hold good at the December Congress. Preparations went forward for the Congress on this. 1 Leningradskaya Pravda, December 15, 1925. 2 Ibid December 8, 1925. 14 SS Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, p. 171. 3 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Socialism Communistic Party, B. Number 9, 130, March 8, 1926, pages 3 to 4. 414 Seed Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, p. 220. Ch. 16 men governing for position 119. Assumption. In November Lashevik assured Mikoyan that the Leningradists did not intend to fight at the Congress, and that a single front would be maintained. Party leaders of both factions spoke in different parts of the country without emphasizing differences or hinting at the danger of a split. Kamina and Mikoyan spoke from the same platform in Rostov, Sokolnikov. In Kazan, draft resolutions prepared for submission to the Congress by Kamina on the economic situation, by Bukharin on the Komsomol, and by Tomsky on the trade unions, and the draft of a revised party statute, were duly approved by the Politburo and published in the usual manner, 2 or 3 weeks in advance of the Congress. Bukharin's theses on the Komsomol contained 2 incidental passages which were to be frequently quoted in the subsequent debates. He denounced those remnants of defeated revolutionary parties, SRS, and especially Mensheviks, who depict our state enterprises of socialist type as simply capitalism, or as this or that form of state capitalism, thus implicitly reaffirming his own gloss on Lenin's view of state capitalism. 3. And in a later passage he balanced the criticism of communist boasting and excessive optimism with an attack on pessimism and liquidationist lack of faith in the socialist paths of our development. The spark which ignited this inflammable material was generated at the conferences of the Leningrad and Moscow provincial party organizations which preceded the Party Congress. It was generated by a process of friction between them, and nothing is gained by attempting to blame or exonerate one rather than the other. When the Leningrad Conference opened on the last day of November, feelings already ran high, and tempers. 1 Ibid p. 186. 2 Ibid pages 247, 302. 3 C pages 70 to 72 above. 4 VKP, B, V Rizoliotstyak, 1941, 2, 72, 75. According to a statement by Rykov and Molotov which appeared in Pravda, December 15, 1925, and in Leningradskaya Pravda 2 days later, Bukharin's theses were approved by the Politburo not unanimously, but by a majority vote. Possibly Zinoviev and Kamina objected to one or other of these 2 passages, though it would be equally plausible to suppose that they slipped unnoticed into a very long document. Special attention was drawn to them in a leading article in Pravda. December 5, 1925, the day on which the Moscow Provincial Party Conference met. Bukharin's theses were originally printed in Leningradskaya Pravda. November 29, 1925, in small type perhaps merely because nobody thought Them very important. Vol. 2 I. 120 The struggle in the party PT1. Word short. Zinoviev appears to have been genuinely anxious to restrain his more aggressive followers. On the second day of the conference he presented a report on the work of the Central Committee which contained a conventionally balanced account of the two deviations, and ended with a typical flight of rhetoric. I think, comrades, that I have received moral full powers. From ONI and all of the members of this conference, from one. And all of the members of our Leningrad Provincial Party organization, from every communist working man or woman. From every Komsomol, from every member of our great family. To say, wherever and whenever it may be necessary, that our Leningrad organization stands as one man for the Central Committee, for a single Leninist line, for Leninism. But other orators were less discreet. Sarkis asserted that there was no difference between Bukharin and Bogachevsky. Both names begin with B and that Bukharin was the first important party member, since Trotsky, to undertake a revision of Leninism. Safarov dwelt on the incorrectness of the views of comrades Veryakis, Bogachevsky, and others on the question of class differentiation in the countryside, attacked Uglanov, and stressed the importance of proletarian leadership. Boastful appeals were made to the proletarian preeminence of Leningrad, plus Safarov, in a passage which was particularly resented in Moscow, described the Leningrad workers as the salt of the proletarian earth, who have carried on their shoulders the burden of three great revolutions, and declared that it was the Leningrad proletariat which had produced such a leader as Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. 5 Euro. One Tomsky admitted that Zinoviev and Kamina tried to put a break on the radicalism of the Leningrad organization when it was already too late. 14 SSV Socialism Communistiskaya Party, B. 1926, p. 292. 2. The speech was published in successive issues of Leningradskaya Pravda, from December 4 to 8, and in an abbreviated form in Pravda and Izvestia, December 8, 9, 1925, and reprinted in part in Novaya Opozitsiya, 1926. Pages 23 to 25. 314 SSV Socialism Communistiskaya Party, B. 1926, pages 227. 587. Owing to its provocative character, the speech was not published, and was omitted from the official record of the conference, Ibid p. 451. 4 see pages 55 to 57 above. 5. This passage was quoted with indignation by Lomov, one of the few defenders of the Central Committee, at the conference itself, Leningradskaya Pravda, December 10, 1925, by Rudzikok at the 14th Party Congress. 14 SSV Socialism Communistiskaya Party, B. 1926, p. 342, and later. In Iskvortsov Spanov, Jazbern Iproizvedentia, 2, 1931, 345. Ch 16 Mansugring for position 121. Slavsky, who was present at the conference as delegate of the Central Committee, paid a rather grudging tribute to Zinoviev's partiality in dealing with both the deviations cited in the October resolution of the Central Committee, but accused other speakers of concentrating exclusively on the so-called Kulak deviation. I should not have spoken here on this question, he went on, had not there been a false emphasis on the side of one deviation, and a forgetfulness of other dangers. He would not defend those whose views he did not share. Bogachevsky and Veryakis, for example, but some of the comparisons made and loudly applauded at the conference were unseemly. Nobody took up the challenge. On December 3, 1925, Zinoviev wound up the debate in another wordy, but conciliatory speech, and a resolution was unanimously adopted which recorded full and complete approval of the political and organizational line of the Central Committee, repeated the ritual phrases about the two deviations, and ended with a declaration of confidence in the Leninist unity of the party. It was submitted to the party Central Committee in Moscow, which formally endorsed it. Point 4. Having cleared this hurdle, the conference passed on to eventful discussions of the work of the Provincial Party Committee and Provincial Control Commission. While the Leningrad Conference was thus occupied, the corresponding conference of the Moscow Provincial Party Organization met in Moscow on December 5, 1925. Stalin, implicitly promoted to a place high above all local organizations, did not attend. After Uglanov had formally opened the proceedings, these speeches were reported in Leningradskaya Pravda, December 2, 3, 4, 1925, and more briefly in Pravda, December 6, 1925. 2. This was published in Leningradskaya Pravda, December 9, 1925, and belatedly in Pravda and Izvestia, December 17, 1925. 3. The resolution, which appeared in Leningradskaya Pravda, December 4, 1925, does not seem to have been published in the Moscow press, but was printed in Novaya Opozitsiya, 1926, pages 25 to 27. 4 plus 14 Visa Socialism Communistiskaya Party, B. 1926, pages 349 to 350. 5. Uglanov's speech contained only one allusion which sounded like a reflection on the Leningrad proceedings, but this was printed in heavy type in Pravda. Perhaps we may be reproached with making little noise about Leninism, but we try to act in accordance with Lenin. Do not shout, but act. That is our fundamental principle. Pravda, December 6, 1925. Uglanov later claimed that not one word, not one phrase had been uttered at the conference against the Leningrad organization or its leaders. 14 SSV Socialism Communistiskaya Party, B. 1926, p. 193. 122 The struggle in the party PT 11. Rykov presented the report on the work of the Central Committee. While he refrained from any direct attack on the Leningrad positions, he was less careful than Zinoviev had been to hold the balance even between the two incriminating deviations. He repeated the familiar arguments about state capitalism, quoting an article of Safarov as an instance of prevailing heresies, and thought that, while the Kulak danger was of course real, the current panic about it could not be justified. A number of minor speakers made harmless contributions to the debate. Then, Bukharin took a hand. He opened with a slight passage deprecating attacks on the Leningrad organization of our party. Though there had been mistakes on the part of some leaders of the Leningrad proletariat, that proletariat was really the best part of our working class, and Bukharin expressed confidence that the Leningrad comrades will march with the Central Committee of our party, with the party, and not against the Central Committee and against the party. The rest of his speech mixed arguments on the issues of principle with envenomed shafts against Zinoviev, discharged without mentioning his name. The problem of the peasantry and of private capital would not be solved by general all-embracing prattle, boltology about the Kulak, and the point was driven home with another reference to prattling phrases. Bukharin developed at some length his theory of the two stages in Lenin's attitude to the cooperatives, and returned once more to pour scorn on the absent Zinoviev. Hysterical young ladies in our party cry, perhaps some Sin has been committed, ought we not perhaps to turn back? I.e. what the party wanted from the Central Committee was not hysteria, but a policy. Point 3 Bukharin ended with some curious reflex science on leadership. We can at present have only a collective authority. We have no man who could say, I am without sin, and can inter. 1. The speech was reported in Pravda and Izvestia, December 8, 1925, and printed in an abbreviated form in Novaya Oppositia, 1926, pages 28 to 35. 2. For the C Volume 1, p. 259. 3. Lenin in the peroration of current tasks of the Soviet power in April 1918 had written, we do not need hysterical outbursts, Lenin, Sakhainania. XXII, 468, every Bolshevik understood these allusions. Stalin at the 14th. Congress also accused Zinoviev of hysteria, not of policy, Stalin, Sakhainania. 7. 378. Ch 16 men covering for position 123. Fred Lenin's teaching absolutely to a full 100%er. Every one tries, but he who puts up a claim to 100%er attributes too large a role to his own person. The party Congress was the expression of this collective authority, and would call to order anyone who stood out against it. Bukharin's speech, which breathed an intense personal dislike of Zinoviev, was provocative, and was meant to be provocative. Kamina replied on the same day in milder terms, but turned the edge of his criticism against Bukharin, referring to the article of May 1925 in which Bukharin had recorded his dissent from Lenin's view of state capitalism. The only difference existing in the Central Committee on the subject was between the Leninist conception of state capitalism and the Bukharinist conception of it. Coming nearer to the business in hand, Kamina read the resolution adopted 3 days earlier by the Leningrad Provincial Conference. This he described as unexceptionable and designed to promote the party unity which the Moscow organization also had at heart. Molotov answered Kamina with some what ponderous jocosity. He pointed out that, whereas Kamina's economic theses for the 14th Party Congress had failed to deal with the problem of state capitalism at all, the party line had been accurately stated in the theses on the Komsomol, which were the work of Bukharin. Point 3 He referred to Kamina's very awkward manner of taking all criticisms personally, and proceed, cautiously and by implication, to compare the Leningrad opposition with the opposition of 1923, which had also accused the Central Committee of failing to see dangers and had proposed to save the party from this blindness. He ended by quoting once more from Bukharin's Komsomol theses the passage about pessimism and liquidationist lack of faith in the socialist paths of our development. Krupskaya, explaining that illness had won the debate of December 6 down to and including Bukharin's speech, was reported in Pravda, December 10, 1925. Bukharin's speech also appeared in Izvestia on the same day. At a later stage in the proceedings, exactly when and under what pressure is not clear, Bukharin made a formal declaration. Once more disowning his erroneous slogan enrich yourselves, he pointed out that he had already done this twice in his article in Pravda on Ustrylov, and in a speech to the Central Committee of the Komsomol. The declaration appeared in Leningradskaya Pravda, December 11, and in Pravda, December 13, 1925. 2. For this article CP 72 above. 3 CP 119 above. 124 The struggle in the party PT 3 prevented her from following the whole discussion, deplored the tone in which the debates are being conducted. She had not been present at the Leningrad conference, but had heard that Zinoviev sharply stopped one of the orators with the remark that the debates could not be carried on in such a tone. Her one point of substance was to disagree with Bukharin's interpretation of Lenin's views on the cooperatives. The coming into action of these big guns intensified the atmosphere of mutual animosity by making it plain that the differences were not confined to relatively unimportant members of the party, but extended to the topmost ranks of the leadership. Rykov wound up the debate with a theoretical disquisition on the issues of principle, but contrived in his pedestrian way to lower the temperature. The resolution finally adopted was long enough to contain something which gave satisfaction to everyone, and, while a careful reading showed the scales heavily tipped against the Leningraders on particular points, it made no direct attack on them. It was adopted unanimously, Kamina voting for it with the rest. The Leningrad Provincial Conference was still in session when the resolution of the Moscow Conference and some of the remarks made in the debate, which doubtless lost nothing in the telling, were reported to it. A wave of indignation swept over the conference, and a closed session was held at which Zinoviev gave vent to his feelings. I must say that until this morning I did not understand this whole setup, this whole front, but today, having read the resolution passed by the Moscow Provincial Party Conference on the report of the Central Committee, I finally see this front. I affirm that there is here a definite political verdict, and not only on my real or imaginary errors. Here are words directly referring to the Leningrad organization, to the Leningrad workers. You should clearly recognize that the affair, the resolution, which was adopted on December 7, was printed in Pravda and Izvestia, December 8, 1925. The remainder of the debate was printed in the issues of December 13, Rykov's concluding speech in Pravda, December 13, and Izvestia, December 15, 1925. The resolution is also in Novaya Oppositia, 1926, pages 36 to 40. A short leading article in Pravda, December 8, 1925, on the Kulak danger, summed up the position. A careful arrangement of the planned leadership of our economy is one of our central tasks, among other things. From the standpoint of our struggle with the Kulak, on the other hand, the struggle with the Kulak could not be conducted by hysterical exclamations. Ch 16 men covering for position 125 is now being conducted under the slogan Beat the Lenin Graders. It was apparently at the same session that Yaroslavsky made a particularly offensive speech which was shouted down by an indignant audience, and which Avdikumov described as the turning point of the conference. Yaroslavsky accused the Leningrad leaders of failing to nominate Komarov and Lobov, another prominent Leningrad party man, to the presidium of the confer. It's because they supported the line of the Central Committee, and declared that the conference did not represent the real opinion of the workers in the factories. After this the battle was joined, and normal restraints abandoned. Zinoviev asked Komarov to make a statement at the conference that he shared all the views of the conference and would defend them when required, and threatened, if he refused, to exclude him from the provincial party committee and from the Leningrad delegation to the forthcoming party congress, a threat which was duly carried out. Yaroslavsky added further fuel to the flames by demanding to see the uncorrected stenographic record of the closed session, openly expressing the suspicion that it was intended to expunge the more incriminating passages. The Leningrad conference ended on December 10, 1925, on a note of defiance, by a unanimous vote with 3 abstentions. presumably Yaroslavsky, Komarov, and Lobov, it decided to address a letter of protest to the Moscow Provincial Conference. A whole series of speeches directed against our organization, as well as the resolution of the conference, threatened the unity of the party by setting its two major organizations in opposition to one quoted in 14 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B. 1926. P 172, cf. Ibid P 292, Zinoviev afterwards said that the Leningrad Conference fell into two parts before and after the Moscow Resolution, Ibid P 451. Sokolnikov also treated this resolution as the factor which forced the break. Ibid P 322. 2 for references to this speech, which was evidently a major incident, see Ibid pages 200, 217, 351. 3 Ibid pages 220 to 221, according to Safarov, Komarov and Lobov, both members of the Bureau of the Provincial Party Committee, indicated for the first time on the eve of the conference that they were not in agreement with Zinoviev on certain organizational measures, Ibid P 382. 4 Ibid P 587, at the 14th Party Congress, Yaroslavsky asserted that provocative passages from Zinoviev's speech had been omitted, but later withdrew the charge, Ibid pages 587, 604. 126 The struggle in the party PT yet one another, and called for a reply. The charges made in Moscow were refuted under the 5 heads of liquidationist lack of faith, state capitalism, the attitude to the peasantry, axelrodism and pessimism. No names, other than the inevitable Bogushevsky and Slepkov, were mentioned. But the defense constituted a vigorous challenge to the standpoint of the Moscow organization. Though the text of the letter was not immediately published, the gist was widely known. On the day after the conference ended, a leading article in Leningradskaya Pravda protested against the attacks from Moscow, expressed the hope that the 14th Congress of our party will take its decisions with sufficient unanimity, but explained that nonetheless the Leningraders were not Tolstoyans, but Bolshevik Leninists. While the Leningrad leaders were thus burning their boats, the Moscow conference continued its debates. The most important event of the last days of the conference was a report on the work of the Central Control Commission by Kubyshev. Hitherto the two deviations had been balanced and treated as equal in official party pronouncements. Now Kubyshev openly maintained that the deviation which consisted of panic fear of the Gulag and exaggeration of differentiation in the country side was more dangerous than the opposite deviation of glossing over the growing differentiation and denying the existence of the Gulag. 3 The sin of Bogushevsky was thus pronounced more venial than the sin of Safarov, the charge that lay against Bukharin, less heinous than that to which Zinoviev had exposed himself. The letter of protest from Leningrad arrived in time to be read at the last session of the Moscow Conference on December 13, 1925. The drafting of a reply was left to the Moscow Provincial Party Committee. The text was quickly completed, and lacked nothing in vigor and outspokenness. It answered the Leningrad indictment under the same 5 headings, adding a 6th on the cooperatives. It did not, like the Leningrad letter, ostensibly. Pravda, December 20, 1925, reprinted in Novaya Oppositia, 1926. Pages 40 to 44. To Leningradskaya Pravda, December 11, 1925, the article was signed by the editor, Gladnak. 3 Kubyshev's report was published in Pravda, December 11, 1925. The crucial passage was quoted in an article Where is the chief danger? In Lenin. Gradskaya Pravda, December 18, 1925, CP 130 below. CH 16 men covering for position 127. Restrict its attacks to minor figures. It took to task both Kamenev and Zinoviev, who had upheld in the Politburo the pessimistic view that we shall be unable to cope with our internal difficulties, owing to our technical and economic backwardness unless we are saved by international revolution. It continued with the passage, which was to be the keynote of innumerable speeches and articles. In the next 12 months, we, together with the majority of the Central Committee, think that we can build, and go on building, socialism notwithstanding our technical backwardness, and in spite of it. We think that this building will proceed, of course, far more slowly than in conditions of a worldwide victory, but nonetheless, we are going forward and shall go forward. We also believe that the point of view of comrades Kamenev and Zinoviev expresses lack of faith in the internal strength of our working class and of the peasant masses which follow it. We believe that this is a departure from the Leninist position. The attack was pressed home on points of detail. Zinoviev, in his book on Leninism, had shared the error of Evdokimov, Sarkis, and Safarov on the issue of state capitalism, and had sometimes failed. The comparison with Trotsky remained implicit, to notice the peasant. The conclusion was an appeal to the verdict of the Congress. At the present time, when Comrade Lenin is no longer with us, the pretension of individual persons, however much noise they may make, to a monopoly of 100% Leninism is in truth ridiculous. In the place of persons stands the collectivity. The supreme interpreter of the Leninist line can only be the Central Committee and the Party Congress. The contingency which the October agreement in the Central Committee had been designed to avert, and which for so long seemed unthinkable, an open breach between the leaders on the floor of the Party Congress, was now imminent. Only 5 days separated the ending of the Moscow Conference from the opening of the 14th Party Congress, which was fixed for December 18, 1925. The interval was occupied in preparations and maneuvers, in which the Leningraders found themselves outgunned and outclassed. The majority leaders were confident of victory and were. Pravda, December 20, 1925, reprinted in Novaya Oppositia, 1926. Pages 44 to 50. 128 The struggle in the party PT2. Prepared to fight, provided only that the responsibility for the breach of party unity should not fall on them. The Leningraders vacillated on the question whether to fight or not, and on what issues to fight. On December 15 the Party Central Committee met to give formal approval to the draft resolutions already endorsed by the Politburo. The vote was unanimous. On the same evening, 8 of the majority leaders, Kalinin, Stalin, Bukharin, Rykov, Rudzutak, Tomsky, Molotov, Dzerzhinsky, after what Kubyshev called lengthy consultations, exhortations, conversations, and night vigils, made written proposals for a truce to the Leningrad delegation. The terms which they offered were, in brief, 1. To adopt the Moscow resolution of December 7, 1925, as the basis of the main Congress resolution, softening particular formulations. 2. Not to publish the letter from the Leningrad Conference to the Moscow Conference or the Moscow reply. 3. To agree that members of the Politburo should not speak against one another at the Congress. 4. To disown the articles of Sarkis on the composition of the party and of Safarov on state capitalism. 5. To reinstate Komarov, Lobov, and Moskvin, who had been evicted from posts in the Leningrad organization owing to their support of the majority of the Central Committee. 6. To introduce a Leningrad representative into the Secretariat. 7. To add a Leningrad representative to the editorial board of Pravda. And 8. To replace the present editor of Leningradskaya Pravda by a stronger editor chosen by agreement with the Central Committee. The terms were stiff, and the Leningrad delegation, apparently, after some hesitation, rejected them. According to Rykov, the decisive point was the insistence of the majority on a single center. The Leningraders regarded it as a sine qua non that Leningrad should remain an independent, competing center. 14 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B. 1926, p. 197. 2 Stalin, Sakhaina 7, 389. In this version the names of Bukharin, Rykov, Rudzik and Tomsky have been removed from the list of signatories, which is given in full in 14 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B. 1926, p. 507. The tone of the offer was reflected in a leading article in the Party Journal Bolshevik, No. 23-24, December 30, 1925, pages 3-6, which was obviously written on the eve of the Congress. It dwelt on current moods of panic and pessimism in the party, but attributed them to individual, sceptically disposed comrades, such, unfortunately, exist, Safarov, Sarkis etc. It did not suggest that these moods were shared by the Leningrad leaders. Ch 16 Mansub ring for position 129. With its own press organ etc. Zinoviev described the offer as a demand for our capitulation without any guarantees for the future. Zinoviev and Kamina are said to have asked for a guarantee of freedom for the expression of their opinions in speeches and articles, meaning, presumably, an independent press organ which was refused. Point 2. The few hours that now remained before the Congress began were spent by the leaders in reinforcing their positions and testing their strength. On December 17, the eve of the Congress, a meeting of the Central Control Commission passed a resolution endorsing the line of the Party Central Committee as wholly and fully correct, and instructing its president to make on its behalf at the Congress any necessary declarations for the maintenance of Leninist unity. In the body of some 150 members, only one member of the Presidium, no doubt, Krupskia, and 4 other members recorded their dissent, and 4 abstained. On the same day a hastily convened meeting of the Central Committee of the Komsomol passed its resolution, with 12 dissensions, supporting the Party Central Committee and condemning the attitude of the Leningraders. Point 4. The Leningrad delegation drew the logical conclusion from the stand it had taken by deciding to put up Zinoviev with a co-report, Sodaklad, to Stalin's report on the work of the Central Committee. This procedure had never before been invoked on the main report at a party Congress, but Congress rules authorized it on the written request of 40 delegates. It was the formal declaration of hostilities by the opposition on the party leadership. The last days before the Congress witnessed an intensification of the press campaign, in which the fiercest and most telling blows were still being dealt from the side of Leningrad. In Leningrad, Skia Pravda of December 13, 1925, Zaletsky admitted that certain of his formulations about state capitalism had been incorrect, but he made no reference to his more serious misdemeanors, and, as the admission occurred in the course of an attack on the minor Moscow leader Laminets entitled Unofficial 114 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B. 1926, p. 413. 2 Abid p. 297, 423. 3 Abid p. 532, for the text of the resolution see Abid p. 590. It was presumably on this occasion that a last vain attempt was made to persuade Krupskia to withdraw her signature from the platform of the 4 Bid p. 528. Plus see pages 105 to 106 above. 130 The struggle in the party orthodoxy and the falsification of other people's views. The retractation was lost in the cloud of fresh insults. 2 days later Sarkis, in his article rebutting the charge of Menshevism, contrasted the proletarian line of our whole Leningrad organization with what he called the Moscow Uralstula line of the Central Committee. Point 2 In the same issue Safarov once more attempted to refute the imputation of pessimism and attack the liquidationist optimism of Moscow. This article was triumphantly reprinted in Pravda on December 17, 1925, with a retort by the Moscow publicist Astrov. On the same day an article in Leningradskaya Pravda by the VAPP writer Lelovik, it was dated from Moscow by way of showing that the Leningrad opposition had its supporters even in the capital, contained personal attacks on Bukharin and on Uglanov, who was described as one of the clearest exponents of the degeneration of the party. Finally, on December 18, 1925, the morning of the day on which the Congress met, Leningradskaya Pravda featured an article by Lelovik's colleague Bardin under the heading Where is the Chief Danger?, which surpassed anything hitherto printed in the virulence of its attack on Bukharin and his followers. It struck first at Bukharin's record without mentioning his name. The old left communism, which was akin to the left SRS, has in fact survived in the ranks of our party. It has at its head the old leaders, and against them the old Leninist Bolshevik struggle is imperative. Bardin then proceeded to attack Bukharin, Kuibyshev, Uglanov, and Kaganovich, as well as lesser Moscow figures, by name, and ended with a call to eradicate the current phenomenon of a right deviation armed with left SR phrases. Point 3 How far this campaign was deliberately encouraged by the leaders on either side, it is difficult to say, but it helped to account for the mood of embittered exasperation in which the Congress finally met. Zaletsky, Safarov and Sarkis, though not Lelovik and Bardin, were members of the Leningrad delegation. CP 118 above. 2 This phrase was particularly resented at the Congress. 14 SSV So. Y Komunistiskoi Party, Bolshevikov, 1926, p. 240. Sarkis had unconsciously echoed an old taunt of Trotsky against the Bolsheviks. See Volume 1, p. 17. 3 The article was reprinted in Novaya Oppositia, 1926, pages 62 to 67. Chapter 17. The 14th Congress. Ing of December 18, 1925. After Rykov's brief speech of welcome from the chair, 2 minor wrangles gave a foretaste of what was to come. The first concerned the election of the Presidium, the honorific group of 40 or 50 prominent party men who occupied the platform throughout the proceedings. The Council of Senior Party Leaders, who acted as the steering committee of the Congress, had met in advance to draw up a list for submission to the Congress. The usual practice was to elect to the Presidium 1 delegate from each of the major local party organizations, with 2 each from Moscow and Leningrad. On this occasion the Leningrad delegation put forward its 2 candidates. The Council accepted the first of them, Evdokimov, but for the second, by a majority vote, substituted Komarov who, when excluded from the Leningrad delegation for his support of The Central Committee line had been conveniently provided with another mandate. An attempt of the Leningrad delegation to re-open the question on the floor of the Congress was voted down by a show of hands, and the list was formally adopted with 16 abstentions. The second incident turned on the place of meeting of the Congress. The 13th Party Congress, perhaps influenced by the recent renaming of the city in honor of Lenin, or perhaps by a desire to pay a compliment to Zinoviev, had decided to hold the next Congress in Leningrad. It was not even at the time a sensible decision, for a party Congress was now a highly organized affair requiring a vast apparatus of secretaries and documents which could not easily be transplanted from Moscow. But 14th Party Congress formally opened on the even 114 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B. 1926, pages 4-6. The decision to exclude Komarov from the delegation was taken by the Leningrad Party Provincial Committee, IBID P 343, 131, 132. The struggle in the party PTL. The circumstances in which the 14th Congress was to meet made its removal to Leningrad not only practically inconvenient, but politically inopportune. The Central Committee, apparently unanimously, agreed to convene the Congress in Moscow and to propose that it should annul the rash decision of its predecessor. Even the Leningrad delegation, conscious of the weak position in which it found itself, did not openly challenge the decision, only asking that the Congress should visit Leningrad and hold one or two formal sessions there. This was rejected, and the decision to sit in Moscow was taken with only 3 abstentions. Stalin then made his report on the political work of the Central Committee. He opened, as usual, in terms of studied moderation, attacking nobody and contenting himself for the most part with a lengthy and deliberately prosaic factual review of the period since the 13th Congress 19 months earlier. Since the opposition was now committed to a co-report, he could leave it to bear the onus of breaking party unity. Only 2 remarks towards the end of his speech were potentially provocative. He took up the distinction which Kovyshev had made at the Moscow conference between the 2 deviations on the peasant question. He refused to admit that one was worse, or even more dangerous, than the other. But, while the party was ready and eager to restrain the Kulak, it was less well equipped to deal with those who underestimated the importance of the alliance with the middle peasant, and for this reason the party should concentrate its fire on the struggle with the second deviation. Point 2 underscore the other significant remark referred to the prospective victory of socialist over capitalist elements in the Soviet Union, the cause of socialism in one country. He who does not believe in this cause is a liquidator and does not believe in socialist construction. He who is tired, who is afraid of difficulties, who loses his head, let him give way to those who have kept their courage and resolution. Point 3. The exhortation was general and even platitudinous, but nobody could pretend not to know who was meant. Molotov followed his chief with the report of the Central Com. 114 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B. 1926, pages 7-8. 2 Stalin, Sakhainania, 7, 337. 3 Ibid 7, 349-350. Ch 17 The 14th Congress 133. Committee on Organizational Questions. He, too, was in a matter of fact and benign mood. He spoke in general terms of the need for immense work in the struggle with deviations from Leninism. Noted with satisfaction that the output of Leninist literature had increased 13-fold since the last Congress, and poked mild fun at Sarkis, who had unearthed no less than 9 deviations from Leninism. On the second day, Zinoviev delivered his co-report. Considering the nature of the occasion, his tone was surprisingly restrained, and he was heard politely and without serious interruption, though the only applause seems to have come from the Leningrad delegation. He offered theoretical disquisitions, first on NEP and on state capitalism, then on the party attitude to the peasant. The latter involved the usual denunciation of the slogan "Enrich yourselves," and an attack on Bukharin by name. He refuted the thesis of the greater danger of the leftist deviation, attributing it to Kovyshev, who had first propounded it at the Moscow conference. His only reference to Stalin's endorsement of it was a phrase which echoed that used by Stalin: "It is necessary to open fire in the other direction." He similarly rebutted the charge of tiredness without mentioning its author. The name of Stalin did not occur throughout his speech. It was less discursive and less rhetorical than most of Zinoviev's utterances, but seems to have made a mediocre impression. More plaintive than challenging, it did not sound like a call to action from a potential leader. Bukharin began his reply by expressing satisfaction that Zinoviev had spoken not in the shrill tone which we hear daily from the pages of Leningradskaya Pravda, but in the quiet tone in which it is becoming to speak at a party congress. But it was Bukharin who introduced the first note of personal acrimony into the debate. Zinoviev's co-report showed that he had set himself against the majority of the Central Committee, and constituted a phenomenon of immense political importance, a theme taken up by almost every subsequent speaker for the majority line. Bukharin taunted the opposition with having no concrete alternative proposals to make. This not unreasonable charge was also a favorite theme of later speakers, having insisted that the trademark 14 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B. 1926, pages 83-84. 2 Ibid pages 97-129. 134 The struggle in the party PTMT. Relation between the working class and the peasantry was the key to the whole discussion. Bukharin traversed once again the familiar issues of socialism in one country, NEP, state capitalism, and the cooperatives. A repetition of his threefold withdrawal of the slogan "Enrich yourselves" enabled him to turn on the opposition in an effective peroration. "You are taking advantage of the fact that we do not apply to our opponents the policy which you apply, since we have never demanded of Zinoviev that he should publicly renounce his error." Everyone who heard these words must have been reminded not only of Bukharin's own recent recantation, but of Zinoviev's eloquent appeal to Trotsky at the previous party congress to confess the error of his opinions. At the next session Krupsky answered Bukharin in a moving speech. His slogan had done immense harm before it was withdrawn, and the danger was increased by the number of his disciples, since the Red Professorate group round Comrade Bukharin 3 is a succession which is being prepared, a school of the theorists who will determine our line. Krupsky repeated her dissent, already expressed at the Moscow conference, from Bukharin's version of Lenin's divergent views on cooperatives. She incautiously courted the charge of lack of faith by suggesting that the successes of our industry have a little bit turned our heads. The over-optimistic estimate of harvest prospects in the autumn indicated the loss of some of the sobriety recommended in the past by Lenin. But the most important part of her speech had a more general character. She deplored the sign of free discussion in advance of the Congress. Individual opinions were not expressed in the pages of our central organ, and, thanks to this omission, the party was not Repart for the discussion which descended on it like a bolt. Ron the Blue 2 weeks before the Congress. The attack on Zinoviev for having expressed his personal opinion was not justified. The decisions of the party Congress were binding. 114 SX Visasoi Communistic Party, B, 1926, pages 130 to 153. 2C The Interregnum, 1923 to 194, p. 362. 3 For the Institute of Red Professor, see pages 188 to 189 below. Ch 17 The 14th Congress 135. But the Congress was not omnipotent, as the English House of Commons claimed to be. For us Marxists, Krupsky went on truth is what corresponds to reality. Vladimir Ilyich used to say, the teaching of Marx is invincible because it is true. And it must be the business of our Congress to seek and find the right line. That is its task. One must not lull oneself into the belief that the majority is always right. In a passage which gave much offense, Krupsky recalled the Party Congress of 1906 in Stockholm, the majority of which had been formed by the Mensheviks, and the main decisions of which had been later reversed. The conclusion that, at the 14th Congress, a Bolshevik nucleus around Zinoviev, Kamina and Krupsky was confronted with a Menshevik majority in temporary control of the party was not explicitly drawn, or perhaps intended. But the analogy lay not far beneath the surface, and was seen by all. Krupsky ended with one of her favorite quotations from Lenin. There have been occasions in history when the teaching of great revolutionaries has been distorted after their death. Men have made them into harmless icons, and, while honoring their name, have blunted the revolutionary edge of their teaching. It was a formidable and somewhat unexpected line of attack. And Petrovsky was put up to give the official reply. In our Bolshevik view, truth consists in the fact that the whole body, the representatives of the whole party, come together here and say, this is truth. Truth consists, in accordance with another principle often enunciated by Vladimir Ilyich, in submission to the majority when the issue is decided. Nadezhda Konstantinovna here, at a communist congress, made a remark about a bourgeois parliament, the sense of which was the following: even though decisions may be taken by a huge majority, yet, if someone disagrees, then perhaps this will not be the truth. This is not in the Bolshevik tradition. I-14 SS Visasojnoi Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926, pages 158 to 166. Krupsky had already quoted the simile at the Komsomol Congress 18 months earlier, CP3 above. 2 Ibid P 167. Krupsky's digression on the nature of truth had many echoes during the Congress and after. Comrade Krupsky observed. Tomsky said that the concept of what is true and what untrue is a subjective. Vol. 2K. 136 The struggle in the party PTL. A delegate of Uzbekistan, few delegates from the remote regions, were heard in the debate, supported the official line, and added a personal note. When the land reform in Central Asia was under discussion, some members of the Politburo he would name no names did not interest themselves at all in this question. The most active support and sympathy came from Stalin and Kalinin. By this time the Congress was in its third day, and the atmosphere had visibly deteriorated. Lashevik was the first opposition speaker to be forced onto the defensive by constant jeers and interruptions. To a noisily unsympathetic audience he protested against the cutting off of Zinoviev and Kamina from the leadership of the party, and his plea that the minority should not have its mouth shut was greeted with ironical calls of freedom of groupings. After Mikoyan had retorted that nobody thought of cutting off Kamina or Zinoviev, but only of requiring them to submit to the iron will of the majority of the Central Committee, Uglanov launched a personal attack on Kamina, his predecessor in the Moscow organization. A noisy session closed with a speech from Yaroslavsky, who did everything to rub salt into the wounds of the opposition, and concept. We have one measure for the working class, led by its party. There can be only one measure, the will of the majority of the Leninist party. Ibid P 288. Kalinin got into deeper water. Who will be the judge, the arbiter? Who will decide where truth lies? It seems to me that the judge can only be time. And, when interrupters exclaimed the Congress, he retired to more practical ground. The idea that truth is permissible in a philosophical club, but in the party the decisions of a Congress are binding, even on those who doubt the correctness of the decision. Ibid P 321. The more sophisticated Bukharin did not speak on the issue at the Congress, but dealt with it in his report on the Congress to the Moscow Party Organization a few days later. He admitted the existence of objective reality, and continued. Of course, it goes without saying that the party as a whole may make a mistake, and the whole Congress and individual leaders of the party may make a mistake. Even Lenin made mistakes, as Marx too more than once made mistakes. But why all this talk about it? Did we not know this already? Of course, we did. What then is the meaning of this talk? What does it mean? When, not in a philosophical club but in a political congress, the argument is used that truth consists not in what the majority votes, but in conformity with reality. It is not difficult to imagine what is being got at. If we are to reject the decision of the majority and say that truth consists in conformity with reality, which is in itself true, the question at once arises, who decides what is or is not in conformity with reality? Pravda, January 10, 1926. 114 SS Visasojnoi Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926, p. 175. 2 Ibid pages 185 to 186. Ch. 17 The 14th Congress 137. Raised a new issue by quoting, to the accompaniment of indignant shouts from the Leningraders, alleged resolutions from Leningrad. Party groups dissociating themselves from the attitude of the Leningrad delegation. The morning session of December 21, 1925, was devoted almost exclusively to a long speech by Kamina, which was by common consent the ablest and most effective contribution from the opposition side. He shamed early interrupters into momentary silence with the challenge, if you have instructions to interrupt me, say so openly, a charge, probably well founded, that the demonstrations against opposition speakers were organized. He covered the same issues of principle as other leading speakers, but carried his analysis further. He quoted Stalin's claim that the Prokolov deviation was less dangerous than its opposite, and proceeded to refute it. The whole social environment, the whole relation of classes in our country, the whole international situation, support and nourish the roots of that tendency which is disposed to paint Nep in rosy colors, not to overthrow it. He then proceeded to a telling attack on Stalin's personal attitude. I have reproached Comrade Stalin at a number of conferences, and I repeat it at the Congress, you do not really agree with this line, but you protect it, and this is where you are at fault as a leader of the party. You are a strong man, but you Do not allow the party strongly to reject this line, which a majority of the party thinks incorrect. I said to Comrade Stalin, if the slogan enrich yourselves has traveled round the party for half a year, who is to blame? Comrade Stalin is to blame. I asked him, are you in agreement? One of it pages 197 to 206. Yaroslavsky showed that he spoke with Stalin's authority by reading extracts from the unpublished letter from the party secretariat to the editors of Komsomolskaya Pravda on the Galak deviation. See Volume 1, p. 284. An extract was also read by Stalin later in the debate. Sakhinaya, 7, 383 to 384. 214 SSV Socialism Communistic Perdit, b. pages 244 to 275. Kirov paid tribute to Kamina as having made the greatest impression of all the speeches here from the opposition, Ibid p. 365, and Molotov described his speech as the most systematic exposition of the opposition case, Ibid pp. 473. According to Sozialistisky Vestnik, Berlin, No. 1, 119, January 16, 1926, p. 16, it lasted 5 hours. If this is correct, it must have been substantially abbreviated in the official report, and was the most successful speech at the Congress in the judgment of the participants. 138 The struggle in the party PTL. With this slogan. No, not in agreement. Then why do you prevent the party from clearly and decisively rejecting this slogan? Now I see, comrades, that Comrade Stalin has become a total prisoner of this incorrect line, the author and genuine representative of which is Comrade Bukharin. In a moment of exasperation he accused the majority of the Central Committee of the policy of deceit, a charge which he later withdrew with an apology, though it remained in the official record. But the part of Kamina's speech which created a sensation was the concluding passage, in which Stalin's leadership was directly challenged. We are against creating the theory of a leader. We are against making a leader. We are against having the secretariat combine in practice both politics and organization and place itself above the political organ. We cannot regard it as normal, and we think it harmful to the party to prolong a situation in which the secretariat combines politics and organization, and in fact decides policy in advance. At this point there were some interruptions. Kamina went on. Undaunted. I must say what I have to say to the end. Because I have more than once said it to Comrade Stalin personally, because I have more than once said it to a group of party delegates, I repeat it to the Congress, I have reached the conviction that Comrade Stalin cannot perform the function of uniting the Bolshevik General Staff. Such words, brusquely tearing asunder the fiction of collective leadership in which Stalin's personal power was still coyly veiled, had not yet been publicly uttered in the Soviet Union. They provoked a storm of protest from the majority, demonstrations of approval from the Leningrad delegates, and counter-demonstrations of applause for Stalin. When the noise subsided, apparently after several minutes, Kamina concluded his speech. I began this part of my speech with the following words. We are against the theory of individual control, we are against the creation of a leader. With these words I end my speech. Kamina's bombshell changed the face of the Congress. He had blurted out what some, perhaps many, had thought, but nobody hitherto had dared to say. But he had also exposed it. 14 SSV Socialism Communistic Party, b. 1926, p. 875. Ch. 17 The 14th Congress 139. Opposition to a fresh charge, made by nearly every subsequent official speaker in the debate, Kamina had unmasked the real motive of the opposition platform: personal jealousy and animosity against Stalin, and revealed the hollowness of the alleged arguments of principle on which it was supported. Even now it is doubtful whether the apprehensions voiced by Kamina of Stalin's personal power were widely shared by the rank and file of the party. The immediate retort of Tomsky, the next orator on the list, was a rough and ready denial. It is ridiculous to speak as some comrades have spoken here, attempting to represent someone as having concentrated power in his hands, while the rest of the majority of the Central Committee back him up. How could that happen? No, Comrade Kamina, if you put the question that a system of individual leaders must not exist, we say, we have all the time struggled against it. A system of individual leaders cannot exist, and will not, no, will not. And Tomsky ended with what was rapidly becoming a staple argument of the official line, begging Kamina and Zinoviev to apply to yourselves the lesson which you taught Comrade Trotsky, and bow your heads before the will of the party. Sokhonikov next intervened with a long and well-reasoned speech which threw into relief both his points of contact with the other opposition leaders and his divergences from them. He, too, issued a warning against overestimating the ripeness of the socialist elements in our economy, but drew a conclusion which was not shared by the Leningrad opposition, and smacked rather of the right deviation, that peasant production should be developed in order to encourage agricultural exports. The anomaly of his position was illustrated by the fact that, while the rest of the opposition regarded Bukharin as standing far to the right, Sokhonikov accused him of reviving the left-wing infantilism of which he had once been accused by Lenin. On the question of Stalin's personal position, however, he strongly supported Kamina, insofar as the General Secretary is on the one hand a member of the Politburo, and on the other the director of the T-Ibid pages 289 to 292. 2-Ibid p. 327. 140 The struggle in the party pt. 111. Secretariat, a situation is created, quite independently of Comrade Stalin's personality, in which any difference of opinion arising in the Politburo on any political question is reflected in organizational operations, since in reality one of the members of the Politburo, who is General Secretary, i.e. Director of all organizational work, is in such a position that any difference of opinion on any question in the Politburo can be immediately reflected in one way or another in organizational measures. The debate had now reached its fifth day, and everything that could be said seemed to have been said. The opposition leaders created a diversion by circulating to the delegates for their information, though not for publication, a collection of materials on disputed questions. Among other documents, it contained to Stalin's annoyance the text of his interview in Bednita, which appeared to canvass a return to private tenure of land, and the authenticity of which he had denied, Krupski's article which the Central Committee had refused to publish, and Bukharin's also unpublished reply. Point 2, Rudzutak accused Kamina of having sounded him during the Congress itself about joint action to overthrow Stalin. An obscure delegate from Tula read the text of Leonov's letter to the Central Committee about his conversation with Zaletsky. Point 3 Voroshilov entered the list with the first positive, but still cautious, eulogy of Stalin. Kamina was president of the Politburo, yet he complained of the undue authority exercised by Stalin. Comrades, all this happens for a very simple reason. Comrade Stalin is evidently destined by nature or by fate to formulate propositions rather more successfully than any other member of the Politburo. Comrade Stalin is, I affirm, the leading member of the Politburo, without, however, ever claim. In priority, he takes the most active part in the settlement of questions. His proposals are carried more often than anyone's. And these proposals are carried unanimously. 114 SS Socialismo Komunistiskoj Partii, B. 1926, p. 335. 2. The collection was several times referred to in the course of the debate. Ibid pages 368 to 369, 372, 388, Stalin, Sakhaniniya, 7, 362. For the Bednita. Interview see Volume 1, pages 183, 247 to 248, for the Krupski article and Bukharin's. Reply see Volume 1, p. 285. 314 SS Socialismo Komunistiskoj Partii, B. 1926, pages 344, 358. 360, for Leonov's letter CP 112 above. For Ibid p. 397. Ch 17 the 14th Congress 141. Rykov wound up the debate from the floor by taunting the opposition with its lack of unity. Nadezhda Konstantinovna supports Comrades Kamina and Zinoviev from the point of view of sympathy with the poor and oppressed. Comrade Sokhannikov supports them from the right, i.e. by advocating further concessions to capitalist elements. Nadezhda Konstantinovna says that the slogan "Enrich yourselves" led to a plan to liquidate the monopoly of foreign trade, the author of which was Comrade Sokhannikov. Everything came back to the personal issue. The party has never fallen on its knees, and never will fall on its knees, before anyone, before Stalin, before Kamina or before anyone else. Rykov ended effectively by quoting Zinoviev's tirades against Trotsky's fractionalism and after the 13th Congress. The moral did not need to be drawn. The way was now clear for the concluding speeches of the three rapporteurs, Zinoviev, Molotov, and Stalin, delivered in that order. The first half of Zinoviev's immensely long speech was devoted to the well-known theoretical disputes. The only new point made by Zinoviev here was to draw attention to the passage in the first edition of Stalin's Foundations of Leninism which had appeared to reject the possibility of socialism in one country. Point 3. Then Zinoviev turned to questions of party organization. For a whole year, he exclaimed, the Leningrad organization has lived in an atmosphere of rumors, in a state of semi-siege. From this point onwards he was subjected to continuous and noisy interruption. Every complaint of the unfairness of the treatment meted out to the Leningrad organization and of the charges brought against its leader was met by shouts of what about Trotsky. At last he attempted to refute the damning parallel. In 1923, he explained, conditions were not ripe for full democracy in the party. But the year 1926 is not 1921 and not. Ibid pages 406 to 420. 2 Ibid pages 422 to 469. According to Sozialistisches Gewestnik, Berlin, number 1. 119, January 16, 1926, p. 16, it lasted 4.5 hours, being exceeded only by Kamina's 5-hour speech. It occupies, however, far more space than Kamina's in the official record. 3. For this passage see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 358 to 359. Stalin had implicitly modified his view in his article of December 1924, see pages 39, 42 above, and the passage in Foundations of Leninism was revised in editions appearing in 1925. But it was not till after the 14th Party Congress that Stalin formally admitted and explained his change of attitude, CP 164 below. 142 The struggle in the party PT2. 1923, today we have different workers, greater activity in the masses, other slogans. In 1926 we must proceed otherwise than in 1923. But even this ingenuous juggling with dates, only a year in fact separated the two episodes, did not make a feeble argument sound effective. Then Zinoviev made a declaration, which for a moment reduced his audience to an astonished silence. And, when Dachshund repeated it in identical terms, while permitting no fractions, and in the question of fractions maintaining our previous positions, we should at the same time instruct the Central Committee to draw into party work all the forces of all former groups in our party, and offer them the possibility to work under the leadership of the Central Committee. The repetition was greeted with a cry of "What's your little game?" which Zinoviev ignored. He ended by proposing to reorganize the organs of the Central Committee from the angle of a Politburo with full powers and a secretariat of functionaries subordinate to it. The secretariat, he remarked, has now incomparably greater powers than it had under Vladimir Ilyich. His only specific allusion to Stalin's personal position. Molotov and Stalin had an easy task in their replies, and could afford to maintain the posture of reasonableness and moderation, which had served them so well. Molotov dwelt on the vagueness and lack of unity of the opposition, poked fun at Grigory the Bountiful for offering to extend his grace to all groups and tendencies in the party, and observed in conclusion that the Politburo with full powers for which Kamina and Zinoviev asked meant a Politburo where comrades Zinoviev and Kamina will be in a majority. Point 1 Stalin spoke at less than half the length of Zinoviev. He replied crisply to 4 specific points. It was significant that 3 of them had been made by Sokhannikov, the member of the opposition from whose policies apart from any personal consideration Stalin most sincerely and wholeheartedly dissented. He discussed once more the so-called issues of principle, briefly but with far more asperity than in his earlier speech. Krupski had talked sheer nonsense by identifying NEP with capitalism. Zinoviev had been guilty of incessant wobbling over the peasant question. Stalin borrowed a phrase. 14 Seed v Socialismo Komunistiskoj Partii, B. 1926, pages 470 to 486. Ch 17 the 14th Congress 143. Which Bukharin had used of Zinoviev at the Moscow conference. This is hysteria, not policy. A few minutes later, he indulged in one of his rare purple patches by taking up and embroidering a remark which Kalinin had aimed at the opposition earlier in the Congress. You want the blood of Bukharin. What in fact Stalin now asked, do they want of Bukharin? They demand the blood of Comrade Bukharin. That is what Comrade Zinoviev demands when in his concluding speech he sharpens the issue of Bukharin. You demand the blood of Buletinarin? We shall not give you that blood, be sure of. He devoted some time to the history of the dispute before finally reaching his peroration. He was against any cutting off of leaders. But the party would insist on unity with comrades Kamina and Zinoviev if they want it, without them if they do not want it. The 6-day oratorical journey was over, and it remained to record a decision. Aglano presented a draft resolution. It dotted the I's and crossed the T's of the official line, and thus implicitly condemned the standpoint of the Leningraders, but without openly attacking them and without repeating the charges of defeatism, liquidationism, and axelrodism. In short, it represented the compromise offered by the majority to the opposition. On the eve of the Congress, a resolution based on the resolution of the Moscow Conference, but softening particular formulations point to its moderation was embarrassing to the opposition, which found it more difficult than ever to take a clear-cut stand. In the end, Kamina, in the name of the opposition, declared its acceptance in principle of the resolution, but immediately nullified this by proposing a series of amendments which included a specific. For this passage see Volume 1, p. 171. In a previous passage of the speech, Stalin had used the phrase, "we stand, and shall stand," for Bukharin. In the later version, Stalin, Sakhinania, 7, 365, the words "and shall stand" are omitted. 2. That the resolution represented, from the Leningrad standpoint, an improvement on the Moscow resolution was shown by the claim of Leningrad. Skia on the following day, SCEP 144 below, and by the subsequent remark of a Leningrad delegate that the famous Moscow resolution had been half, though unfortunately only half, buried, but still buried by the Congress Resolution, 14 SSV Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, p. 582. 144 The struggle in the party PTIL. Withdrawal of the charges against the opposition and an endorsement of some at least of its theses. Stalin, on behalf of the delegations which proposed the draft resolution read by Comrade Aglanov, made it clear in a few words that the majority had offered its maximum concession and that the resolution must be taken or left as it stood. After a proposal to refer the draft and the amendments to a commission had been rejected, the resolution was carried on a roll call by 559 votes to 65, the full voting strength of the opposition. It was late on the evening of December 23, 1925. The Congress decided to rest from its labors on the following day. The decisive vote of December 23, 1925, shifted the center of interest from Moscow to Leningrad, where the attitude of local party groups was now of cardinal importance. Throughout the debate, Leningradskaya Pravda had continued to denounce the majority line in bitter terms. Safara began attacking Bukharin in a leading article of December 20. Several of its articles were quoted with indignation by majority speakers at the Congress. On December 22, while the debate was still in progress, the Provincial Party Committee in Leningrad issued an instruction to all party organizations in the province to refrain from discussion of the issues at stake before the end of the Congress. On the same day, the Committee of the Vyborg district of Leningrad, while formally bowing to the veto, decided by a majority vote to protest against it to the party Congress and to send a message of greeting to the Congress, and it was censured for this breach of discipline by the Provincial Committee. Leningradskaya Pravda duly printed in its issue of December 24, 1925, the resolution adopted on the previous evening by the Congress, noting that it had not been carried unanimously, but failing to report the figures of the voting. It implied that the Leningraders had voted against it only because their proposals to amend it had been rejected without discussion, and claimed that it differs very substantially from the resolution of the Moscow Provincial Conference. It declared that the resolution must be carried out, but warned its readers against a 14 SSV Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, pages 521 to 524. 2 Abid pages 158, 192. 3 Abid pages 591 to 592. Ch 17 The 14th Congress 145. Capriciously extended interpretation, and ended with an appeal for Leninist unity. The situation was delicate when, after the adoption of the resolution, Zinoviev and most of the other leading members of the Leningrad delegation returned to Leningrad, leaving only a skeleton force to hold the fort in Moscow. From the other camp, Aglanov, Mikoyan, and Arhonikij also made the journey to Leningrad. The battle for the allegiance of the Leningrad Party and of the Leningrad proletariat was soon in full swing. Leningradskaya Pravda continued to protest its devotion to party unity, but found this theme difficult to reconcile with the vote of the Leningrad delegation against the Congress resolution. Meanwhile, the Congress had resumed its sessions in Moscow on December 25 before a depleted audience and in the absence of many of the principals. The debate on the report of the Central Control Commission, introduced by Kovyshev, was noteworthy for some frank speaking on the vexed question of informing, which had been raised in an acute form by Leonov's letter about Zalutskaya.2_Kropskia, who began by saying that she had watched the destinies of our party with extreme emotion, called in question the contribution of the Control Commission to the defense of the unity of the party, and attacked the unlimited power of the Orgbureau and the Secretariat to transfer or remove party members. The Central Control Commission was required to have independence and objectivity of thought. In dependence of what? Asked someone. This was the reason for the rule that a member of the Central Committee could not also be a member of the Commission. Kropsky rashly objected to the action of Kovyshev, as president of the Commission, in helping to draft the declaration of the Moscow Conference against the Leningrad opposition, and was reminded that she had signed the platform of the four. She spoke amid frequent interruptions, and ended with a belated and pathetically ineffectual plea for unity. 1 Ibid pages 618, 920, Arhonikij was reported as addressing the Leningrad garrison, Ibid p. 922, for a particularly hostile speech for the opposition by the trade union delegate Glebova Vilov cp 213 below. 2 For this discussion see pages 220 to 221 below. 314 SSV Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, pages 71-575. For the passage about the powers of the Orgbureau and the Secretariat cp 213 below. 146 The struggle in the party PTMI. Yaroslavsky once again quoted Zinoviev's summons to Trotsky at the 13th Congress to confess his error, and struck an ominous note for the future. I am convinced that at the 15th Congress we shall have no such shameful spectacle as we have had here. Kovyshev in his concluding speech produced the most outspoken eulogy of Stalin yet heard by the Congress. W.A. In the name of the whole Central Control Commission, I declare that Comrade Stalin, as General Secretary of our party, is precisely the person who has been able, together with the majority of the Central Committee and with its support, to gather round him all the best forces in the party and to put them to work. It is absolutely incontestable that the present leadership of the Central Committee between the 13th and 14th Congresses has been the best of any of the hitherto existing Central Committees in the way of an improvement in leadership and in contact with local organizations. On the Basis of real experience, of a real knowledge of our leadership. I declare in the name of the Central Control Commission that this leadership and this General Secretary are what is needed for the party in order to go on from victory to victory. Yet Stalin could still be portrayed as the man of moderation and restraint. Kuybyshev himself had wished to go to Leningrad with other members of the commission at the time of the provincial party conference in order to intervene in the proceedings. It was Stalin who had deterred them from this course because there was still hope that things would not go so far. Point 2. The report of the commission was approved by the Congress with 40 abstentions. The reduced Leningrad delegation had not the spirit to vote against it. Point 3. The Congress dragged painfully and rather pointlessly through its second week, an inevitable anticlimax after the tumultuous excitements of the first. On December 28, Zinoviev returned to Moscow to make the report on the work of Comintern. This was uncontroversial and received some polite applause, though Manuel Sky and Lominitz could not refrain from drawing attention to the unfortunate effect on Comintern of the attitude adopted by its president in the party dispute. On this occasion 101 stalwart 114 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926, p. 593. 2 of it pages 628 to 629. 3 of it p. 630. Ch 17 the 14th Congress 147. Supporters of the majority demonstrated their dislike of the rapporteur by registering abstention from the vote. On the same day the Congress took 3 decisions of some consequence. The first was the adoption, on a motion of Kalinin, of an appeal to the Leningrad organization of the RKP, B, which denounced the Leningrad leaders for threatening to break the unity of the party and begged the Leningrad organization to correct the errors committed by the Leningrad delegation. It was an appeal to party members in Leningrad against their leaders, and was carried by an overwhelming majority against 36 Leningrad votes. Point 2 underscore the second was a more practical decision to take over control of the Leningrad party press. It drew its immediate inspiration from 2 articles in Leningradskaya Pravda of December 27, 1925. The first, unsigned, and entitled T.E. Truth About Our Position, reiterated the points of principle asserted by the Leningrad delegation at the Congress and attempted to represent them as compatible with the Congress resolution. The second, signed by Safarov, declared that the new school sought to argue with people by trying to cover their eyes and shut their mouth, called Zinoviev and Kamina Lenin's closest disciples, and announced that the Leningrad organization would remain unalterably faithful to the banner of Leninism. Point 3 this could plainly not be tolerated. The party central committee was instructed to take immediate measures to alter and improve the editorial board of Leningradskaya Pravda. The third decision, prompted partly by desire to snub Kamina, and partly by unwillingness to prolong the Congress any further, was to abandon altogether Kamina's report on economic policy and the proposed debate on it. Point 4. The next day was occupied by Tomsky's report on the trade unions, and by Bukharin's on the Komsomol. The discussions on both questions were occasionally acrimonious, but on the whole, lifeless. Nobody had anything new to say. Bukharin, in his reply to the debate on the Komsomol, turned aside to make fun of Zinoviev's dramatic appeal to bring back members of former groups into the party, and to point the moral of the continuity. Ibid p. 721. 2 Ibid pages 710 to 711. 3 Safarov's article was reprinted in Novaya Oppositstaya, 1926, pages 7 to 12. 414 SXV Socialismo Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926, p. 716. The voting strength of the Leningrad delegation against both the last decisions was 38. 5 see Volume 1, pages 399 to 402. 148 The struggle in the party PT2 of the present opposition with former oppositions. Zinoviev was paraphrased as saying, I'm drowning, drowning. Save me. Rescue me, Comrade Shlyapnikov, Comrade Sapronov, Comrade Drobnis. Finally, and still more briefly, the Congress debated a report by Andreev on the revision of the party statute. The most difficult question here was the proposal to change the name of the party from Russian Communist Party, Bolsheviks, which it had borne since 1919, to All Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks. The demand for the change, which came from all the non-Russian sections of the party headed by the Ukrainians, was logically irresistible. But it encountered keen objections at the session of the party central committee which preceded the Congress from conservatives who wanted to keep the traditional title. After a short debate, the objections were overruled, and the new title adopted. Point 2, changes in the rules for admission to the party were also approved. The final text of the statute was not yet ready, and a resolution was passed authorizing the party central committee to complete it. It was finally approved by the committee in the following June. Plus, no delay occurred in putting into effect the decision to call Leningradskaya Pravda to order. On the evening of the day on which the decision was taken, December 28, 1925, the central committee met to consider a proposal endorsed by a majority of the Politburo to appoint Skvortsov Spanov, the editor of Izvestia, to replace Gladna as editor of Leningradskaya Pravda. Zinoviev invited the committee to ask the Congress to reconsider its decision, which would mean the complete disruption of the 14 SSV Socialismo Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926, p. 957. Bukharin was so pleased with this sally that he repeated it in a speech in Leningrad a month later, CP 157 below. Shlyapnikov was a leader of the workers' opposition, Sapronov and Drobnis were democratic centralists. 2 Ibid pages 876 to 894, for some details of the discussion see pages 251 to 252. Below. 3 see pages 183 to 184 below. 4 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 60. The final text was, however, included among the resolutions of the Congress, Ibid 2, 80 go. 8 Skvortsov Spanov, the first was his real name, the second a pen name, was the author of the current Russian translation of Marx's Capital. He had succeeded Steklov as editor of Izvestia in June 1925, after editing Leningrad Skaya Pravda for a short period. He returned to his post in Moscow, which he continued to occupy till his death in 1928, Encyclopedisheskit Slovar Ruskiego. Bibliografishiskogo Institute Granite, 12, 3, NT 1928, Prolochini, COLS 44, 127 3. I Skvortsov Spanov, Izberni Pro Izvedentia, I, 1930, pages XXXXXII. CH 17 the 14th Congress 149. Leningrad Provincial Party Committee. Dzerzhinsky, the spokesman of the majority, argued that a revolt against the decisions of the party Congress could not be condoned in the name of party democracy. Trotsky, Pyatakov and Rakovsky, the leaders of the Trotskyite group which had remained silent At the Congress itself, all spoke against the proposal on the ground that local editors should not be nominated by the central organs of the party, and suggested that discussions should take place with the Leningrad Provincial Committee on how to carry out the Congress decision. The Central Committee overruled all these objections and carried the appointment of Skvortsov Spanov by a majority vote. To underscore, the new editor at once went to Leningrad to take charge. According to his own account, delegates from all sorts of local party organizations visited him with threats of violence if the paper came out with a Moscow deviation. Members of the staff walked out and denounced those who remained as spies and provocateurs, and members of the Somal were particularly hostile. Notwithstanding these obstructions, the first really Leninist Leningradskaya Pravda appeared on December 30, 1925.3. The change in the complexion of Leningradskaya Pravda appeared to coincide with an equally abrupt reversal of opinion among the rank and file. The last issue to appear under the old editorship, on December 29, 1925, carried reports purporting to show that a vast majority of district party organizations in Leningrad endorsed the attitude of the delegation at the Congress. The issue of December 30th, the first under the new editorship, reported a meeting in the Vyborg district of Leningrad addressed by Krupskaya, Komarov, Mikoyan, and Kirov, at which 850 votes were cast for a resolution condemning the attitude of the delegation, and only 50 against, and similar resolutions were said to have been carried by majorities in the Petrograd district and in some other districts. The extent to which the opposition citadel had 1F. Dzerzhinsky, Izbrani Proizvedenia, 2, 1957, 233-234. 2E. Yaroslavsky, Kratko Kierki Po Istoria VKP, B, 1928, pages 361-362. 314 SSV Socialism Communistic Party, B, 1926, pages 926, 935. Asterisk 4 resolutions of local Leningrad organizations at this time supporting the attitude of the delegation, and a far larger number condemning it, are in Leningradskaya Oppositsiya Ikiter Nadsat ISX, 1926, pages 32-36, 41-54. 57-58, some of the latter retracted previous resolutions of support. 150 The struggle in the party PTU-1 been permeated by the superior resources and tactics of the Central Committee was revealed on the last day of the party congress in Moscow. Almost the whole session, the date was December 31, 1925, was occupied by the appearance on the platform of successive delegations of various party organizations and groups brought from Leningrad for the purpose. One or two of these protested their solidarity with the opposition, but the overwhelming majority proclaimed their allegiance to the decisions of the Congress and denounced in stereotyped invective the factious and anti-Leninist attitude of the Leningrad leaders. The proceedings degenerated into a series of noisy demonstrations and counter-demonstrations, but they served their purpose by enabling the victors to proclaim, as the Congress closed, that the opposition had been not only decisively defeated, but disowned by the constituents in whose name it professed to speak. Stalin and the other leaders of the majority had repeatedly declared that they did not seek the cutting off of the leaders of the opposition. The elections to party offices showed that, for the present and for whatever motive, they meant what they said. The elections to the party Central Committee and to the Central Control Commission were traditionally the last act of the Congress. All the opposition leaders were re-elected to the Central Committee. But Zinoviev supporters suffered heavily. Of members of the Central Committee who spoke for the opposition at the Congress, Zaletsky and Kurtanov disappeared altogether from the list, together with Kuklin, who had said at a party meeting in Leningrad that the Central Committee winked at the Kulak deviation. Nikolava and Lashevik were reduced from member to candidate status. Of former candidate members, Safarov and Glebova were dropped. Krupskaya was won. The list of members and candidates elected by the 13th and 14th Congresses are in the respective records of the Congresses and in VEP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, STH at 1936, I, 635-636, 2, 80-81, they are omitted in later editions. The members are arranged in alphabetical order. The candidates, apparently, in order of votes received, Nikolava and Lashevik, occupied 2 of the last 3 places. For Kuklin C14 SSV Socialism Communistic Party, B, 1926, P221, for Glebova a Leningrad trade union worker who had been the first People's Commissar for posts and PRFs in 1917, see about pages 784-789, 896, 952, for Nikolava CP 221. Ilo. CH, 17 the 14th Congress 151. Elected to the Central Control Commission, but lost her place in the Presidium. On January 1, 1926, the new Central Committee met to appoint its subordinate organs. The number of the Politburo was raised from 7 to 9 of its existing members. Bukharin, Zinoviev, Kamina, Rykov, Stalin, Tomsky and Trotsky, all were re-elected except Kamina, who was reduced to the rank of a candidate. 3 new members were added. Voroshilov, Molotov, and Kalinin, the 2 last had been candidate members since the previous Congress. Of existing candidate members, Dzerzhinsky and Rudzutak were retained, and were joined by Kamina, Petrovsky, and Uglanov, so Konnikov lost his status as candidate. Minor changes of no political significance were made in the membership of the Org Bureau and the Secretariat. The 5 members of the Secretariat were now Stalin, Molotov, Uglanov, Kozhir, and Evdokimov. An offer had been made to the opposition on the eve of the Congress to add a Leningrad representative to the Secretariat. Notwithstanding the rejection of the offer by the opposition, effect was now given to it by the inclusion of Evdokimov. It was evidently an attempt, which did not prove successful, to win over a Leningrad leader of the second rank. Bukharin was confirmed in his post as editor of Pravda with Madwilsky as his deputy. Later in the month, extensive governmental changes were announced. Zinoviev, holding no government post, was not affected. But Kamina and Sokolnikov were both downgraded. Kamina was succeeded as president of STO by Rykov, a purely formal appointment, since Rykov was already president of Sovnarkom. He also ceased to be a deputy president of Sovnarkom. In his place 2 new deputies were appointed. Kobyshev, who held the combined post of People's Commissar for Workers and Peasants Inspection and president of the Party Control Commission, and Rudzutak, who was People's Commissar for Communications. Kamina succeeded Tsiurova as People's Commissar for Trade. Sokolnikov was replaced as People's Commissar for Finance by Bryakhanov, and received the minor post of deputy president of Gosplan. Frumkin became Kamina as deputy at Nerkomturg in succession to Scheinman, who secured the dual Appointment of Deputy People's Commissar for Finance and. These appointments were announced in Pravda, January 8, 1926. Vol. 2L. 152 The struggle in the party PT3. President of the State Bank. All in all, it could not be said that the victors had displayed undue vindictiveness towards their leading opponents. But this restraint had its reverse side. Its price was absolute submission and abstention from any form of criticism or self-justification. This was demanded by the rigid pattern of party discipline. This hashtag appointments were announced in the press on January 17, 1926. The major appointments were made by formal decree, Sobrani Zakonov, 1926. 2. Number 3, Arts. 13, 14, 16, Number 5, Art. 29, for the career of Bright Hanov, in. Old party member of no particular distinction, CD Ateli Revalyachinoga. Vishentia, v. 1931, 514 to 517. Chapter 18. New alignments. Complete only at one point, the defeated minority under Zinoviev was still in formal control of the Leningrad Party organization. The last stage in the consolidation of the victory was a cleaning up operation in Leningrad. The local party organ, Leningradskaya Pravda, had successfully been taken over. It remained to transform the Leningrad Party Provincial Committee into a loyal bulwark and outpost of the Central Committee in Moscow. No time was lost. The party Central Committee, meeting on January 1, 1926, declared against personal attacks on representatives of the minority, but also insisted on the necessity of criticizing the conduct of the minority at the Congress and explaining the mistakes of the Leningrad delegation. Point 1. At the same time, in the name of Bolshevik unity, it forbade members of the Leningrad opposition to speak on party platforms against the resolutions of the Congress. On January 5, 1926, a powerful delegation from the Central Committee, headed by Molotov III, descended on Leningrad to report to the Leningrad workers on the results of the Congress. Zinoviev wrote a bitter letter to the members of the visiting delegation expressing the hope that they would be correct enough to explain to the Leningrad workers the reason for his silence. There is no evidence that any of them 1. Skvortsov Spinov, Izberny Proizvedentia, 2. 1931, 329. 2. A brief report of Dzerzhinsky's speech in support of this decision is in F. Dzerzhinsky, Jzberny Proizvedenia, T.I., 1957, 235 to 236. 3. The precise membership of the delegation is uncertain. Tomsky names Voroshilov, Kalinin, Kirov, and Molotov in addition to himself, Leningradskaya Organizatskaya Kiternatskaya ISS, 1926, p. 65, Andreev also appeared. Among the speechmakers, Ibid pages 69 to 77. An interview with Petrovsky in Pravda, January 22, 1926, shows that he, too, was a member. Plus Leningradskaya Organizatskaya Kiternatskaya ISS, 1926, pages 65 to 66. An immense number of pamphlets relating to the party controversy were published in the weeks after the Congress, for a bibliography of them see 153. As Stalin's sweeping victory at the 14th Congress was in 154. The struggle in the party PTHL thought it necessary to do so. Tomsky sarcastically recalled that, in the days when he took a beating, it had not occurred to him to write declarations. Though the field had thus been cleared for them, the visitors to Leningrad found their task sufficiently delicate. They were greeted on their arrival with the news that the Bureau of the Leningrad Provincial Party Committee had arranged a meeting of leading party members on that very day to hear the report of the distinguished guests. Molotov thought that such a gathering would be a far from true reflection of the organization, and quoted a resolution of the Northwestern Regional Party Bureau, a higher organ in the party hierarchy, that the delegates should begin from the lower ranks of party groups. Point 2. In conformity with this instruction, the delegates decided to speak directly to party groups of workers in the factories. It was a hard-fought campaign. Leningradskaya Pravda admitted that the atmosphere in some factories was unhealthy, and that the opposition defends itself desperately, and shifts its forces from district to district, from factory to factory. Point 2. Molotov in an interim report in Pravda on the first week's work, recorded 48 meetings, addressed by members of the delegation and attended by 28,000 workers. In general, unanimity or huge majorities had been secured. But in one district the opposition had been particularly active, and elsewhere in separate enterprises a few dozens of people were found to vote against resolutions on which we had agreed. Kirov addressed 15 meetings at factories in a month. Point 5. Opposition was occasionally encountered, and non-party workers or backward workers, under some influence or other, sometimes let out remarks against our government and our party. At a meeting in the Pudilov factory on January 20th, Leningradskaya Organizatsiya Kiternatskaya ISX, 1926, pages 185 to 188. All of them supported the official line, except that the speeches of Zinoviev and Kamina at the Congress were reprinted as pamphlets. 1 of it p66, for the beating of Tomsky. See the Bolshevik Revolution. 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 324 to 325. 2. Leningradskaya Organizatsiya Kiternatskaya ISS, 1926, p. 138. 3. Leningradskaya Pravda, January 7, 12, 1926, quoted in Skvortsov Spinov, Izberny Proizvedentia, 2, 1931, 327, 335. 4. Pravda, January 19, 1926. 8. Kirov, Izberny Stati 1 Rishi, 1912 to 1934, 1939, pp 69. 6 of it pages 187, 193. Ch 18 New Alignments 155. 1926, to which special importance was evidently attached. Tomsky made the principal speech and was supported by Kalinin, Molotov, Voroshilov and Petrovsky, Glebovavilov, Minin and Kuklin. Spoke for the opposition. The resolution approving the policy of the Central Committee and condemning the Leningrad opposition was carried by an immense majority. When on the following day Molotov drew up a balance sheet of the whole campaign, he reported that 652 out of 717 workers groups in Leningrad had been addressed by one or other of the delegates. The meetings were attended by 63,000 workers, or 82% of the party membership in the city. Each in turn passed resolutions approving the decisions of the party congress and condemning the factious attitude of the opposition, more than 60,000 votes being cast for the majority and rather more than 2,000 against. In the district where the opposition had enjoyed most support, it had mustered only 10% of the votes. In party cells in the Red Army and Fleet 89% of members had attended meetings, and 9% of those present voted for the Central Committee. What other measures may have been necessary to prise the Leningrad workers from the grip of Zinoviev and his immediate followers are not recorded. The suddenness with which comparatively large groups of party members could be swung over in the space of a few days from quasi-unanimous support of the opposition to quasi-unanimous acceptance of the party line suggests neither a genuine ideological conversion nor specific measures of pressure, which would scarcely have been practicable on so large a scale, but a widespread readiness to follow the dominant opinion. To attempt to analyze this readiness into its constituent parts, to determine how much of it was due to sheer indifference, how much to the belief that conformity paid, and how much to the familiar psychological impulse to be on the winning side, would be an unrealistic task. While, however, the rank and file was thus easily won over, and while the top leaders had been silenced, the most stubborn resistance appears to have come from the middle ranks of party officials and leaders. Molotov's report admitted that those who Pravda, January 22, 1926. Tuabit, January 22, 1926, partly reprinted in Novaya Oppositia, 1926. Pages 271 to 274. 156. The struggle in the party PT11 had voted against the resolutions comprised a significant percentage of party activists. Of the 61 members of the Leningrad delegation to the 14th Congress, only 3 took prompt steps to dissociate themselves from the defeated opposition. 5. Members of the Leningrad Provincial Party Committee are said to have protested against the attitude of the Leningrad delegation. At the Congress, 2 and Pravda of January 15, 1926, carried a declaration from another member of the committee. I separate myself from the opposition, not through cowardice, since an honest communist cannot be suspected of this, and call on other members of the provincial committee of the VKP, to follow my example. Other defectors from the Leningrad opposition registered their change of heart in the columns of Pravda in January 1926.3, but the number was small enough to suggest that they were the exception rather than the rule. Meanwhile, a resolution of the Northwestern Regional Party Bureau accused certain sections of the party bureaucracy in Leningrad of trying to stifle rank and file opinion and to prohibit meetings favorable to the party line *. The initial decision of the visitors from Moscow to avoid a meeting of leading party members and to appeal directly to the lower ranks seems to have been amply justified. After a fortnight of intensive propaganda in the factories, the delegates from Moscow were confident enough of their success to move out into the open. A majority had been secured in the Leningrad Provincial Party Committee, which decided to summon the 23rd Leningrad Provincial Party Conference for February 10, 1926, with district and county conferences to be held in the preceding week. The decision was confirmed by the Northwestern Regional Bureau on January 25 and by the Party Central Committee on January 27.5. All preparations were now made to overwhelm the defeated Leningradskaya Oppositia Ikiter Nadsat ISS, 1926, p. 55. 2 Pravda, December 29, 1925. 3 The file of Leningradskaya Pravda for the period, which would probably contain more evidence on this point, has not been available. 4 Leningradskaya Organizatsiya Ikiter Nadsat ISS, 1926, pages 59 to 60. The resolution is not dated, but evidently falls within the period of the factory campaign. 3 Abid, pages 83 to 84. The announcement appeared in Pravda, January 29, 1926. Ch 18 New Alignments 157. Opposition at the forthcoming Provincial Party Conference. The preliminary district and county conferences were the occasion for further displays of oratory by the visitors from Moscow. Bukharin arrived to reinforce the delegation and delivered the principal speech at the conference of the Vyborg district, the main strong hold of the metal workers. He began by claiming that the party Central Committee had appealed to the lower ranks of the Leningrad organization as the most democratic way of liquidating the conflict. The main theme of the speech was to connect the new opposition with earlier oppositions, the opposition of Trotsky, the Workers' Truth Group, and the Workers' Opposition. Zinoviev was again depicted as turning in desperation to the former leader of the Workers' Opposition. I'm drowning. Shlyapnikov, save me. Mindful that he was addressing a proletarian audience, Bukharin once more retracted the erroneous slogan "Enrich yourselves," the effect of which had been to spoil a barrel of honey with a spoonful of tar. Kirov, who spoke in the Petrograd district, complained that in the first 9 months of 1925 only 9 peasants from the plough had been admitted to the party as candidates by the Leningrad organization, and only 3 of them had become full members. The charge of neglecting the peasantry was not yet dead. 2 Molotov, speaking in the Volодарtsy district, struck a subtler note. He thought it mistaken to suppose that these differences are explained by some personal disagreements of individual comrades or by their personal shortcomings. He asked what social strata were represented by the opposition, and found the answer in new elements of the proletariat, especially from the countryside, who had no faith in socialism, as well as in those elements among the workers for whom the obligations of the working class to the countryside are not sufficiently clear. 3. The main conference, which sat from February 10 to 12. 1 Leningradskaya Organizatsiya Ikiter Nadsat ISS, 1926, pages 84 to 115. 2 Abid, pages 115 to 121. 3 Abid, pages 122, 132 to 133. A speaker at the Komsomol Congress in March 1926 was still more precise on this point. The party opposition was objectively the expression of those moods, those experiences, which are being brought into our factories, into our working class, by new strata of workers arriving from the countryside. 7 Visa Soyuznego Leninskogo Kommunistiskogo. Soyuz Molodezi, 1926, p. 140. 158 The struggle in the party PT, 3. 1926, provided no surprises. The chief speaker was once more Bukharin, who reverted to the theoretical issues of net state capitalism, and reproached the opposition, though in comparatively polite terms, for its failure to recognize the characteristics of the period, the possibility of building socialism even in one country, and the need for conciliation of the peasant. He ended with a plea for not sham, but real inter-party democracy. Leading up to the most pungent passage in the speech, it seems to me, and some comrades who are among the former leaders of the Leningrad organization will forgive me, that the former regime here can be described as a mixture of demagogy with sergeant-major methods of party administration. Let there be fewer parades, less verbal sparkle, let there be less show, let there be less external brilliance, let there be less external effects, but more work of substance, and work carried on in a more democratic way. Everyone will readily understand why a directing apparatus of the old style in Leningrad so quickly lost its authority, not only because a number of members of the Central Committee descended on Leningrad, of course, this had its importance, but because the Central Committee found support here in the democratic discontent of the lower party ranks with the bureaucratic apparatus of the Leningrad organizers, it was a clear announcement that no quarter would be given to Zinoviev, but that any of his followers who were prepared to desert and disown him would be welcome in the fold. A large majority evidently chose to follow that path. Kirov, Molotov, and Voroshilov all spoke at the conference, Voroshilov declaring that an end must be put to the system of feudal principalities. And Bukharin, Doklad Naxxii Krevikainoy Leningradskoy Gubernskoy. Conference TVKP, B, 1926, pages 42 to 43. Stalin, 2 months later, dwelt with considerable unction on the same theme, if members of our Central Committee with the help of Leningrad Party workers succeeded in 2 weeks in driving out and isolating the opposition which was conducting a struggle against the decisions of the 14th Congress. This was because the campaign to explain the decisions of the Congress coincided with the democratic impulse which existed, which was trying to break through, and which finally did break through, in the Leningrad organization. Stalin, Sakhaninaya, 8, 144 to 145. Trotsky in his unpublished memorandum of December 22, 1925, spoke of the Commissar tone of the Zinoviev regime in the Leningrad Party, CP 168. Below, though he would not have regarded the charge as any jest applicable to the regime in Moscow. Ch. 18 New Alignments 159. In the framework of our party, only one speaker openly defended the opposition, though the mood of many delegates was certainly critical. Bukharin in his concluding remarks admitted that an extraordinary number of notes had been sent up to the platform after his speech. Point to the resolution of the conference condemned the errors of the opposition, including its skepticism and lack of faith in the inner resources of the working class of our country, and consequent lack of faith in the victorious and successful building of socialism, denounced the localism and separatism of the old Leningrad Party apparatus, and ended with an expression of confidence in party unity and in the Central Committee. Subsidiary resolutions, designed to stress the new loyalty of the Leningrad Party to headquarters in Moscow, carried messages of greeting from the conference to the party Central Committee, to Pravda, the central organ of the party, to the Moscow Party Organization, and to the enlarged plenum of IKI at the moment in session in Moscow. A list of 154 persons elected to the Leningrad Provincial Party Committee was headed by Stalin, Kalinin, Molotov, and Kirov. Yaroslavsky was named a member of the Leningrad Control Commission. All resolutions were carried unanimously. After the conference, Kirov was appointed first secretary of the Leningrad Provincial Party Committee and secretary of the Northwestern Regional Bureau. The Leningrad opposition had been liquidated more than once. Again, opposition would rear its head in the party, but never again would it have a local base or set one section of the party apparatus against another. Nowhere outside Leningrad had any serious opposition to the decisions of the Congress been encountered. Point 5. Henceforth the party machine would work as a T.N. Bukharin, Doklad Naxxii Krevikainoy Leningradskoy Gubernskoy. Conference TVKP, B, 1926, p. 53 2 of pages 44, 45. 3. The resolutions were published in Pravda, February 13, 14, 1926. The main resolution is also in Novaya Oppositia, 1926, pages 302 to 304. 4. Kirov, Izberny Statii Rishi, 1912 to 1934, 1939, p. 69, for his concluding speech at the conference SCE sent bid. Pages 231 to 233. 5. A general report on party meetings throughout the country to explain the results of the Congress was complacent. Opposition speeches at meetings are isolated occurrences. The context of these speeches is either of a plainly demagogic character or reveals a lack of understanding and insufficient study of the question. Izvestiyat Central Nogo Komiteta Visa Soyuznoy Communisti. Cheskoy Party, B, number 8, 129, March 1, 1926, p2. The Smolensk Archives. WKP 522, contain a detailed report from the Secretariat in Moscow on the 160. The struggle in the party. PT 111. Single indivisible unit under the firm directing hand of Moscow. Corresponding measures to those taken in the Leningrad Party organization were also applied to the Komsomol. According to a later source, the Central Committee of the Komsomol, led by the Bolshevik Party Central Committee, dispatched a large number of comrades to the Leningrad organization. Among the group was one Kozyrev, afterwards to become an important Komsomol boss. Komsomol leaders demonstrated their allegiance to the party line. A Verbak loudly denounced Vardin in the Komsomol journal, which he edited, as one of the most consistent theorists of the opposition. But the Leningrad Komsomol proved less docile than the Leningrad Party, and it was admitted that a majority of Leningrad Komsomols followed the opposition. Point 3. At a meeting of the Leningrad Komsomol Committee on January 14, 1926, the majority was willing to accept a motion declaring that the decisions of the 14th Party Congress were binding, but an amendment proposing to recognize them as correct was rejected by 16 votes to 8.4. The Leningrad Komsomol journal Smina, which had supported the opposition during the Party Congress, took refuge after the Congress in an attitude of neutrality. The revolt was quelled only when the Komsomol Central Committee appointed a new regional bureau for the Northwestern region, and when the leaders of the Leningrad Provincial Committee had been replaced by more pliant successors. In Moscow, Chaplin made a long report to the Komsomol Provincial Committee on January 7, 1926, which was a review of the whole dispute as it had affected the Komsomol. Point 6. Here no special difficulties were experienced, though Aglanov complained of a lack of clarity in Komsomol organizations on a large number of questions resulting from the resolutions of the Party Congress. Point 7. Congress for use in explaining its decisions to the Smolensk Provincial Party Conference. 1. Komsomolskaya Pravda, December 22, 1934. 2. Molodaya Gvardiya, number 1, January 1926, p. 139. 3. Leningradskaya Data Pravda, January 8, 1926, quoted in Iskvortsov Spanov. Izberny Proizvedenia, 2, 1931. 329. 4. Leningradskaya Organizatsiya Kiternat Sat ISS, 1926, p. 140. 7. SS Visa Soyuznigo Leninskogo Communistikiskogo Soyuzomolodezi, 1926, p. 54. 5. Pravda, January 30, 1926. 6. This was printed in N. Chaplin, for Titne Opposites Styi Komsomol, 1926. 7. Pravda, February 28, 1926. Ch. 18 New Alignments 161. The 7th Komsomol Congress in March 1926 was remarkable as the last occasion on which, as at the 14th Party Congress, the opposition leaders were given the floor and allowed to speak at length, though amid frequent interruptions. Chaplin made the main report, accusing the opposition of attempting to set the Komsomol against the party. Tarasov, one of the ex-held members of the provincial committee, who appeared as chief opposition spokesman, once more protested against the transformation of our league into a peasant league. Catalinov, another opposition leader, described the prevailing psychology. For whom are you? A Stalinist or not a Stalinist? If the man is not a Stalinist, crush him, throttle him, throw him out. Do everything short of kicking him. Bukharin, Rykov, and Voroshilov all spoke in defense of the official line. Bukharin does not seem to have relished his task. For 4 months now he had borne the brunt of the oratorical campaign against Zinoviev. He complained that he was utterly tired out, and that his nose, throat, ears, and other organs were no longer functioning properly. The main resolution condemned the disorganizing behavior of a minority of the Central Committee of the RLKSM and of the former opposition leaders of the Leningrad organization of the League. Tarasov, on behalf of 6 opposition leaders, announced that they accepted any resolution of the Congress as unconditionally binding, but considered the charges brought against them in the resolution as incorrect. The Congress refused to receive this lying and hypocritical declaration, and carried the resolution on any Mausley asterisk. Following the example of the party Congress, the Congress substituted All Union for Russian in the title of the Komsomol, which henceforth became the All Union Leninist Communist League of Youth, VLKSM. In things both. Pravda, April 2, 1926, complained bitterly that, though the opposition had not a single voting delegate at the Congress, its representatives none the less tried to oppose to the Bolshevik line of the whole Congress their own anti-Leninist line already condemned by the party. 27 SS Visasoygo Leninskogo Kommunistikiskogo Soyuzamladezi. 1926, pages 69, 108. 3 of it p. 243. 4 of it pages 502, 506 to 507. 162 The struggle in the party PT, UI. Great and small the VLKSM was firmly integrated into the pattern of a monolithic party leadership. While the former stronghold of the opposition was thus being brought under the control of the central authority of the party, Stalin co-desolidated his victory on the ideological plane through the development and popularization of the doctrine of socialism in one country. Considering the importance which it was later to assume, socialism in one country played surprisingly little part in the controversial exchanges before and during the 14th Congress. In September 1925, Verikis, the head of the press section of the party secretariat, published a pamphlet entitled Is the Victory of Socialism in One Country Possible?, in which he answered his question in the affirmative and praised Stalin's article of December 1924 as the only serious contribution to Leninist theory since the death of Lenin. A review by a minor Komsomol leader, Barbashev, in Leningradskaya Pravda, headed on communist Lomonosovs, criticized Verikis, who was a disciple of Bukharin, for believing that the USSR had already reached the first stage of socialism, and for preaching a peasant socialism in the guise of net. Point 2. A few weeks later Zinoviev attacked socialism in one country in Leninism. Point 3. But it was not one of his main targets. In the flow of angry articles in Leningrad Skaya Pravda during November and December, only one by an obscure writer named Soloviev was devoted to an offensive against the new bulwark of party orthodoxy. This, by accident, appeared on the morning of the first meeting of the Congress asterisk. At the Congress itself Bukharin approached the question by way of a rejection of permanent revolution, which, he said, contained the seeds of doubt about the possibility of building socialism in one country. Among us, he added, leaving the pronoun. The reference was to a passage in What is to be Done? Lenin, Sakhinania. 413, in which Lenin ironically referred to Martynov as our Lomonosov, implying that under the pretext of making profound discoveries he had merely confused elementary truths. To Leningradskaya Pravda, September 13, 1925. 3C Volume 1, pages 304 to 305. Asterisk Leningradskaya Pravda, December 18, 1925, Pravda, December 29, 1925, identified Soloviev as a student at the Institute of Red Professors. Ch. 18 New Alignments 163. Undefined, socialism in one country had always been considered a fundamental question. He then confused the issue of building socialism with the issue of making a revolution in a backward country by connecting it with the defection of Zinoviev and Kamina in 1917. Kamina, ignoring this provocation, inquired whether we shall succeed in building socialism in this country in spite of the delay in world revolution, and answered in the following terms. Yes, this is theoretically possible, and has been demonstrated by Lenin, and can be carried out in practice to the extent that we can correctly perceive all the difficulties, and correctly aim our fire at the target which is really dangerous, to the extent that we do not allow ideological differences to grow into an organizational struggle. Zinoviev, who had avoided the question in his opening speech, touched on it in his reply in order to point out the inconsistency of Stalin's present position with his pronouncement of 1924.3. He then quoted a somewhat flamboyant passage from an article in a provincial journal, and inquired whether this does not give off a whiff of national narrow-mindedness. But his only conclusion was that the question was unclear for the broad masses of the party. Stalin did not attempt to answer Zinoviev on this point. Few of the other speakers mentioned it at all. The resolution of the Congress spoke of the struggle for the victory of socialist construction in the USSR and of the need to guarantee to the USSR economic independence by developing the production of the means of production, but the phrase socialism in one country did not appear in it. Stalin had, however, by this time perceived something of the value and popular appeal of the new slogan. At the end of January 1926 he wrote a substantial essay on questions of Leninism, which was his considered reply to the doctrinal debates of the 14th Party Congress, dedicated to the Leningrad organization of the VKP. It was published in the party journal Bolshevik on February 15, 1926, and appeared immediately afterwards as the first item in a volume of Stalin's 114 SS Visa Soyuznoye Kommunistikiskoye Party, 1926, pages 135 to 137. 2 of it p. 273. 3 CP 141 above. 4 plus 14 SS Visa Soyuznoye Kommunistikiskoye Party, 1926, pages 429 to 431. 164 The struggle in the party PTIL. Collected essays with the general title Questions of Leninism, which also contained Foundations of Leninism originally published in April 1924 and Stalin's intervening articles and speeches on socialism in one country. The greater part of the new essay on Questions of Leninism was devoted to an embittered polemic against Zinoviev on the issues on which they had crossed swords. At the core aggressor earlier the attitude towards the peasantry, the character of NEP, the dictatorship of the party. But it was chiefly remarkable for its renewed emphasis on the distinction between the two alleged obstacles to the building of socialism in the Soviet Union. Point 3. First, the technical backwardness of the economy was once more firmly rejected. To insist on this as an insuperable obstacle was the cardinal sin of the opposition. The second, the threat from the capitalist world outside, was accepted as the, and by implication the sole, obstacle to the final victory of socialism. The distinction was now used this also, by way of reply to Zinoviev's taunt of inconsistency, to explain the incomplete and incorrect formulation of the question in the Foundations of Leninism, which had been corrected in editions of that work subsequent to December 1924. The original version had been written at a time when the relation of the victorious revolution to the capitalist world had been the dominant issue. The emergence of the new issue of building a socialist economy in the Soviet Union had made a new and more correct formulation imperative. Stalin offered a new exposition of the doctrine, couched in his usual flat, lucid and antithetical style. What is the possibility of the victory of socialism in one country? It is the possibility of resolving the contradictions between. For the original publication of Foundations of Leninism, see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 358. The title Vokrozi Leninismo was appropriate for the first edition of the collected volume published in March 1926, but the numerous subsequent editions down to 1941 were swollen by the inclusion of Stalin's major current political pronouncements, so that the sense of the original title was forgotten. 2. Stalin, Sakhanintia, 8, 13 to 90. 3. For the first appearance of this distinction, see pages 44 to 45 above. Asterisk for the text, see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 358 to 359. As Trotsky did not fail to point out, 15 Конференция Visa Soyuz not communistic Printed, b. 1927, p. 529, the explanation was lame. The original text had explicitly referred to the organization of socialist production. Ch. 18 new alignments 165. The proletariat and the peasantry by the internal forces of our country, the possibility of the taking of power by the proletariat, and of the utilization of this power for the building of a full socialist society in our country, with the sympathy and support of the proletariat of other countries, but without the previous victory of the proletarian revolution in other countries. Without such a possibility, to build socialism is to build without any prospect, to build without the conviction that socialism can be built. It is impossible to go on building socialism unless one is convinced that it is possible to build it, unless one is convinced that the technical backwardness of our country is not an insuperable obstacle to the building of a full socialist society. To deny such a possibility is to lack faith in the cause of the building of socialism, to desert Leninism. What is the impossibility of a complete final victory of socialism in one country without a victory of the revolution in other countries? It is the impossibility of a complete guarantee against intervention, and therefore against the restoration of bourgeois conditions, without a victory of the revolution in, at any rate, a number of countries. To deny this incontestable proposition is to desert internationalism, to desert Leninism. Little of substance was afterwards added to, or subtracted from, the doctrine thus proclaimed. With the publication of the first edition of Questions of Leninism, socialism in one country was established as the mainstay of Soviet orthodoxy. Once the doctrine was established, Stalin tended, in accordance with his usual practice, to recede into the background and to leave it to his supporters to make the running. From the time of the 14th Congress, it was Bukharin who appeared as the most persistent propagandist of socialism in one country. In his report of January 5, 1926, on the results of the Congress to the Moscow party organization, he recounted the questions put to him by a group of workers at the dynamo factory. If we know in advance that we are not equal to the task, then why the devil did we have to make the October Revolution? If we have managed for 8 years, why should we not manage in the 9th, 10th, or 40th year, too? 1. Stalin, Sakhanintia, 8, 65 to 66. 2. Izvestia, January 10, 1926. 166. The struggle in the party PT. In his speech a month later at the Leningrad Provincial Party Conference, he dwelt on the effect of divergent national characteristics in the growth of socialism. Degree. Our socialism develops in a certain sense on a different foundation from that on which socialism will develop in America. With us it develops in Russian conditions, not American or French conditions. This is completely natural because, just as capitalism had its different features in different countries, so socialism in these countries will at first have its special features, which only in the end, when the whole world economy is united on an advanced socialist foundation, will be effaced and leveled out. He returned triumphantly to his earlier argument. What were the consequences if one did not believe that it was possible to build socialism in Soviet Russia? Then there was no reason for us to go to the barricades in October. Then the Mensheviks would have been right when they said that in so backward a country as Russia it was pointless to plan a socialist revolution. Then Trotsky would have been right in affirming that without state aid from a victorious Western European proletariat we shall necessarily come into collision with the peasant, who will necessarily overthrow us. Kirov, at a party meeting in Leningrad, described socialism in one country as the fundamental point in the differences between the majority and the minority of the party and of our Congress, and devoted a good half of his address to a Leningrad Komsomol conference to the theme of building socialism in the USSR, theme which could easily be made attractive to the rising generation. 3. It was left to Rykov at the session of TTSIK in April 1926 to give the new doctrine its most frankly patriotic expression. 1. N. Bukharin, Doklad Naxxii Krevikonoy Leningradskoy Gubernskit. Conference at VKP, B. 1926, pages 17, 37. The same argument was used in Stalin's On Questions of Leninism. It was wrong to take power in October 1917. That is the conclusion to which the internal logic of Zinoviev's argument leads. Stalin, Sakhanintia, 8, 70. Trotsky appeared in his article Towards Capitalism, or Socialism, to leave the issue undecided. If it should turn out that capitalism is still capable of fulfilling a progressive historical R6LE, that would mean that we, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, were too early in saying masses for it. In other words, that we took power into our hands too early for the building of socialism. Pravda, September 20, 1925. 2. Leningradskaya Oppositia Ikiternad Sat ISS, 1926, p. 118. 3. Skirov, Izbernistat. 1. Rishi, 1912 to 1934, 1939, pages 190 to 195. Ch. 17 New Alignments 167. We achieved these successes in the sphere of our whole national economy without any help from outside. Our state is apparently the only one which was capable of recovering from unheard of destruction without recourse to foreign loans. The workers and peasants know how to build their economy, organizing it better than under the bourgeois feudal and capitalist order. And he found in these achievements a gigantic moral victory in the sense of a proof of the superiority of our system over the bourgeois capitalist system. The split in the triumvirate at the 14th Party Congress left behind it one puzzling enigma, the position of Trotsky. Hostility to Trotsky was the main foundation on which the triumvirate had stood. It seemed unlikely that the relation of both camps to Trotsky, or of Trotsky to them, could long remain unaffected by the new alignment of forces. Could Trotsky continue indefinitely to profess an indifferent neutrality in the clash between Zinoviev and Stalin? Could Stalin and Zinoviev, now united in nothing else, continue to nourish the same equal and undeviating animosity towards Trotsky? To expect so much rigidity in a changing world was to fly in the face of all political experience. The only questions were who would move first, how soon, and in what direction. Trotsky's position seemed the most rigid. Though a delegate at the Congress, he had sat haughtily through the proceedings, while the two new factions tore one another to pieces, without rising to speak. He is said, on somewhat doubtful authority, to have intended to come out at the Congress against Zinoviev and Kamina, but to have been dissuaded by some of his political associates. Point 2 He once broke silence, when Zinoviev was laboriously explaining that he had proposed Trotsky's expulsion from the TSSR, Central Nieispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1926. Pages 5 to 6. 2 The statement rests on a letter written in 1927 by Antonov Ovzhenko, and quoted by Rykov, Pravda, November 27, 1927. The memorandum of December 22, 1925, see below, shows that Trotsky felt greater hostility at this time to Zinoviev than to Stalin. Vol. 2 M. 168 The struggle in the party PT3. Politburo because that was the logical conclusion of his condemnation by the Central Committee, to exclaim, quite right. A contemptuous aside about Bukharin did not reach the official record. Point 2 These were his only public comments on the debate. His private comments were made in an illuminating unpublished memorandum of December 22, 1925, while the main debate of the Congress was in full spate. The current issue between the peasantry and industry reminded him of the old struggle of the Marxists against the Narodniks. Delay in the international revolution had encouraged the growth in the younger generation of the party of elements of Soviet Narodnичество, of which Bukharin was the theoretical exponent. But Zinoviev had also helped the tendencies towards national rural narrow-mindedness to develop and attain an already fairly sharp expression. It was a paradox that the Leningrad leaders, whose position depended on the class consciousness of the Leningrad proletariat, should have been accomplices in this deviation. Trotsky here interjected a contemptuous mention of the promotion of the idea of a closed national economy. A closed building of socialism is only reference to socialism in one country. The Leningraders, he concluded, are now calling by its right name the very danger in the ideological preparation of which their leaders played a principal part. He attacked the party regime established in Leningrad, and considered that a replacement of the Leningrad leadership and the adoption by the Leningrad organization of less of a commissar tone in relation to the whole party would be incontestably factors of positive significance. But the essence of the proceedings was the setting of the countryside against the town. We have here only the first premonitions of a process, which can, as it develops, become fatal to the will of the proletariat. And finally, the democratization of the inner life of these, i.e. the Moscow and Leningrad organizations, is an indispensable condition of their active and successful resistance to peasant deviations. Point 3. As often in Trotsky's writings, the analysis was exceedingly 114 SS Visasoi Communistic Exploited, B. 1926, p. 459. 2 for the C. Volume 1, p. 173. 3 typewritten memorandum, with Trotsky's signature, in the Trotsky Archives. Ch. 17 New Alignments 169. Acute, the positive prescriptions theoretical and unrealistic. It was significant that, in a document which revealed his inmost thoughts, Trotsky still treated Zinoviev rather than Stalin as the principal target. But it contained not the faintest hint of any shift in his own position to take account of new alignments. If Trotsky had come to Lenin fighting in 1917, and only because he was convinced that the April theses marked a substantial identity with the views long held by himself, he was not likely to prove more amenable now. Nor was this rigidity merely a question of personal pride or inflexibility. In the crisis of 1925, Zinoviev and Kamina after him had swung from one extreme opinion to its opposite, so Konnikov's adhesion to the opposition was, as Trotsky noted in passing in his memorandum, an example of purely personal unprincipledness. Bukharin was a weakling. Stalin took up a position so firmly in the center that he sometimes seemed to have no opinions of his own, and to adjust his attitude from time to time to meet the requirements of his position as supreme party boss. Of Trotsky alone could it be said that his attitude would be determined, and his actions directed, by a profound and unchanging conviction of the correct course to pursue, and by an indifference to personal factors if they seemed irrelevant to this conviction. This quality was a source of political weakness as well as of strength, but it won respect, and gave him a unique position. How eagerly he longed to return to public life is shown by his readiness to accept invitations to speak on non-political occasions. While the 14th Congress was in session, on December 26, 1925, he found time to address the Society of Political Prisoners on the anniversary of the 1905 revolution, concluding his speech with a hymn of praise to the coming world revolution, which would find him and his hearers in their places to greet at. Point 1 But he had no program in terms of current party tactics. He would approach nobody, if anybody. 1 His Vesti Yacht, January 8, 1926. Among his other recorded utterances of this period were speeches to a conference on the protection of mother and child, December 7, 1925, to a conference of doctors, December 8, 1925, to a conference of Rapkers, January 13, 1926, and to the Society of Friends of Radio, March 1, 1926. All these were reprinted in his collected works, Sakhidantia. XXI, 44-55, 384-396, 397-405, 410-423, none of them touched on controversial issues. Trotsky also delivered a speech on February 25, 1926, celebrating the 5th anniversary of the creation of the Georgian SSR, T-bit XXI, 405 to 409. 170 The struggle in the party PT2. Approached him, it would have to be on his own conditions. On the other hand, both the new rival groups were, from the first moment of the split, keenly conscious of the problem of their future relations with Trotsky, though both fluctuated in their approach to it. At the 14th Congress, the temptation to tar the opposition with the brush of Trotskyism was overwhelmingly strong, and this course was followed by nearly every defender of the official line. Bukharin dragged up an old quotation from Zinoviev's writings to prove that, like Trotsky, he had ignored the role of the peasantry in the 1905 revolution. When Krupskaya was speaking, someone called out, "Left Davidovich, you have new allies." Polensky declared that Trotsky had put his right foot, Zinoviev his left foot, into the bourgeois sack. That was the only difference between them. Pravda of December 22, 1925, in a leader designed to establish a line of succession from the workers' opposition through Trotsky to Zinoviev, dubbed the Leningraders the new opposition. Rykov repeated the phrase on the same day at the Congress, and it passed into current usage. The leader on the Congress in the party journal Bolshevik was built around the theme that the new opposition was infected with the same pessimism as Trotsky and disbelieved in the possibility of building socialism in the Soviet Union without world revolution. The opposition, unable to escape the fatal brand of Trotskyism, ended by accepting it. At the Congress Lashevik, provoked by charges of Trotskyism from interrupters, turned on them with the retort that Trotsky said not only untrue, but also true things, sent and, when Zinoviev made his proposals to bring back former groups into party work, the will to bury the hatchet with Trotsky was unmistakable. At such moments a new alliance must have seemed already in sight. Certain gestures, however, also came from the other side. It was not surprising that at the Congress official spokesmen had directed their keenest shafts at the new opposition, and had left Trotsky comparatively unscathed. Tomsky, in replying to Kamina's attack on Stalin, reminded the Congress that it was 114 SSV Socialismo Komunistickskoy Party, B. 1926, pages 138, 166, 171 to 172 2 of it B 410. 3 Bolshevik, number 1, January 15, 1926, pages 3 to 13. 414 CV Socialismo asterisk Nonistickskot Party, B. 1926, P 183. 5 CP 142 above. CH 18 New Alignments 171. Zinoviev and Kamina, who had called a year earlier for the most ruthless reprisals against Trotsky. Some thought that, if somebody had erred, well, that's enough, beat him and kick him. Others thought that our party is not so rich in resources that it can afford, in the case of everyone who errs, and many of us have erred on various questions, instead of letting him enter the channel of normal work, to put forward the proposition, finish him off. Such a proceeding was thought incorrect. And Tomsky went on to compare Kamina unfavorably with Trotsky, who always had concrete proposals to make. Stalin, in his second speech at the Congress, was careful to mention that he and his supporters had resisted Zinoviev's and Kamina's demands to expel Trotsky from the party or from the Politburo. After the Congress, both Tomsky and Bukharin struck a human note such as had not been heard in dealing with Trotsky for more than 2 years. It is not necessary to kick a man, Tomsky was reported as saying, not necessary to cut him off, as they wanted to do with Trotsky. But think of doing even a quarter of what was done to Trotsky. Even an Indian elephant would not have endured what was done to Trotsky. And Bukharin a few weeks later was more positive. Trotsky never said that our industry was state capitalist. No, he recognized our industry as socialist. In the discussions with Trotsky, I was always against putting the issue in the form of saying that Trotsky was a Menshevik. Of course, Trotsky is not a Menshevik. He fought for the October Revolution. He achieved a large number of things for which the party is much indebted to him. Words like these, spoken by Tomsky and Bukharin, suggested passing flashes of genuine remorse, though on the lips of others. 114 SSV Socialismo Komunistickskoy Party, B. 1926, pages 276, 290. 2 quoted from a speech made at the Pudilov factory, for the occasion see pages 154 to 155 above, on January 20, 1926, in Bulletin Oppositii, Paris, No 29. 30, September 1932, p. 31. The speech was mentioned in Pravda, January 22, 1926. No report giving the text has been traced, but the quotation is probably authentic. 3 Leningradskaya Organizatsiya Kiternat ISX, 1926, pages 96, 108. That Bukharin felt scruples about past treatment of Trotsky is suggested by the correspondence between them at this time, see Volume 1, p. 173. 172 The struggle in the party PT, 2. They might have sounded like cold calculation. But such feelings probably did not go far. If some sections of the party would have liked to mitigate the severity of its past verdicts on Trotsky, others were indignant at the faintest indication that the party has changed its attitude to Trotskyism. The only prominent Bolshevik who at this time actually tried to engineer a truce between Trotsky and Stalin was the ingenious Radek, who had special reason to detest Zinoviev as the author of his downfall, and was eager to emerge from the secondary position to which he had been relegated for the past 2 years. But nobody seems to have taken his effort seriously. Trotsky would not move, and Stalin, while he would no doubt have been glad to prevent or delay a prospective rapprochement of Trotsky with Zinoviev and Kamina, was unlikely to court an alliance in which he would have been matched by an equal, or perhaps more masterful, partner. The cards were, however, already stacked. Stalin's position was now so overwhelmingly strong that his opponents were bound to unite against him, and to compose whatever personal or ideological differences still separated them. What is perhaps surprising is not that it happened, but that it took so long to happen. The apprehensions on this point were noted in an article in Izvestia Central. Nogo Komiteta Socialismo Komunistickskoy Party, B. No 10 to 11, 131 to 132. March 22, 1926, p. 9. A curious example of current attitudes towards Trotsky is provided by an unpublished speech of Lunacharsky in the Bolshoi Theater. On January 21, 1926, at the anniversary commemoration of Lenin's death, a few insignificant lines were devoted to the speech in Pravda, January 22, 1926. Lunacharsky, always naive in politics, was led to discuss the possibility that some man who has acquired popularity and enjoys influence in the country might attempt to overthrow our hegemony by enlisting the support of capitalist or petty bourgeois elements. He went on, do not suppose, please, that I am alluding here to L.D. Trotsky. I ought to say that Comrade Trotsky never thought of this, and is perhaps further from it than any of us. Never. When Trotsky went into opposition, they, not further defined, were willing to offer him a crown on a velvet cushion and hail him as left one. But, when Trotsky returned to a normal position, they ceased to love him, and said that he was a communist like all the rest. Aglanov later told Lunacharsky that Trotsky was displeased by the speech, and Lunacharsky sent Trotsky a letter of explanation on March 3, 1926, in which he wrote, I do not at all wish you to have the impression that I am numbered among your enemies. The letter and extracts from the speech are in the Trotsky archives. 2 Trotsky reported it many years later in Bulletin Apostasy, Paris. No 54-55, March 1937, p11, adding, it was at this moment that the unfortunate Mrakovsky uttered the winged phrase, neither with Stalin, nor with Zinoviev, Stalin will cheat, and Zinoviev will rat. Ch 18 New Alignments 173. Prime mover was Kaminat. It was probably late in March, or early in April, 1926, that he had a conversation with Trotsky. It was their first private meeting since March 6, 1923. The only record of it is a short passage in Trotsky's autobiography. Kaminat said to him, it is enough for you and Zinoviev to appear on the same platform, and the party will find its true Central Committee. Trotsky describes himself as having laughed at this bureaucratic optimism. He spoke of the disintegration of the party during the past 3 years and of the present domination of the party apparatus by its right wing, and foresaw a long and serious struggle. It is not certain how soon this conversation was followed by others, or when Zinoviev was first drawn into the discussions. But too much bad blood had been generated. Trotsky, who for 2 years had borne the concentrated insults and misrepresentations of the triumvirate, stood aloof. Progress was slow. No common front had been established, and no agreement about common tactics reached, when the Party Central Committee met on April 6, 1926. The session of the committee, which lasted from April 6 to 9, 1926, was remarkable for the active reappearance of Trotsky, after nearly 2 years' absence, in the proceedings of a major party organ. The rift in the triumvirate had once more made it possible for him to play a role. Once more he dominated any debate in which he took part. In form, the discussion revolved around the alternative proposed by Trotsky to Rykhoff's draft resolution. In substance, it was Trotsky who kept the discussion firmly focused on the cardinal issue of the relation between agriculture and industry. Stalin clashed with him on what was in effect the question of the rate of industrialization. Was the ambitious project of Dinoprostroy still premature and far-fetched? Kaminat emphatically agreed with Trotsky on the need for a stronger line against the Kulak, thus giving to the party the first hint of the impending foundation of a new bloc. Dzerzhinsky openly accused Trotsky and Kaminat of seeking to create a new platform based on the exploitation of the peasant. Trotsky, anxious. L. Trotsky, Moyes Berlin, 1932, 265-266, for the meeting of 1923. See the interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 266, note 1. 2 for the sources for this debate, and its conclusions affecting industry and agriculture, see volume 1, pages 325-328, 354-356. 3 see volume 1, p. 535. 174 The struggle in the party, pt. 1. Perhaps to disclaim too close an association, reproached Kaminat for failing to realize how closely the problem of the Kulak was bound up with the policy of industrialization. Trotsky at one moment announced his intention to vote against the resolution. But he did not carry out his threat, and the resolution was carried unanimously. In fact, no clear issue was before the committee. Rykhoff, in his subsequent report on the session to a Moscow party meeting, dramatized it as a clash between the two extremes of maximum support for agriculture at the cost of postponing industrialization and intensive industrialization through a process of exploiting the peasant, associating the former with the name of Chenin and the latter with that of Preobrazhensky. But the first of these time-honored deviations was now a lost cause among the party leaders, and no longer found any open support. The real outstanding issue was the tempo of industrialization. But on this, the question of the stiffening of the agricultural tax having been already settled, no further decision would be taken till after the harvest. One minor decision revealed Stalin's unfailing attention, at this critical moment of the struggle for power in the party, to party appointments. The experiment of including Evdokimov, a member of the Leningrad opposition, in the Secretariat * had evidently not been a success or had outlived its purpose. Evdokimov was relieved of his post at his own request, and replaced by Shvernik. For the moment, however, politically as well as economically, nobody was eager to stir the embers of past controversies. Rykhoff's report on the session sounded a studiedly non-controversial note, and justified the eclectic character of the resolution. The 14th Congress made the principal opposition leaders members of the Central Committee and of the Politburo. It did so in order to preserve unity, in the interests of the utilization of all the forces of the party in the building of socialism. It did so also in order that the Central Committee. His statement is recorded in the Trotsky archives. 2 Pravda, April 23, 1926. Rykhoff repeated the same point 6 months later, without mentioning names, at the 15th Party Conference, 15 Konferenz Visa Soyuz not Communistiskoi Party, B, 1927, p. 122. 3 see volume 1, pages 320, 327. Asterisk CP 151 above. 5 BKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 91. The decisions of the session of the Central Committee were published in Pravda, April 13, 1926. Ch 18 New Alignments 175. Taking into account all differences, all opinions arising in the discussion of actual problems, might fix the correct policy in accordance with the decisions of the Congress. He admitted that differences had arisen in the Central Committee, but he refused to speak in detail of the debates, because I did not want this or that piece of information, even the most objective, to serve as a starting point for a new discussion in the party. Stalin chose to make his now customary speech on the session of the Central Committee to a party meeting in Leningrad, evidently a tribute to the importance and to the newfound party loyalty of the Leningrad organization. The speech was plainly adapted to a Leningrad audience. The only attack on the opposition, a retrospective one, occurred in the passage in which he attributed its defeat to the fidelity of the Leningrad party to the principle of inter-party democracy. Point 2. The main emphasis of the speech was on the process of economic recovery and the prospects of industrialization. Any polemical note was carefully avoided. declaring that the work of the Central Committee had proceeded from the basic slogan of the industrialization of the country, proclaimed by the 14th Congress. Stalin devoted his peroration to the past achievements of the party and concluded, "Now there stands before us a new task, the industrialization of our country. The most serious difficulties have been left behind. Is it possible to doubt that we shall be equal to this new task, the industrialization of our country? Of course not. On the contrary, we now have all the necessary factors to overcome difficulties and carry into effect the task set before us by the 14th Congress of our party. Point 3. It was grateful doctrine in the ears of the Leningrad Bolsheviks. Socialism in one country, in the guise of the industrialization of our country, became the supreme Bolshevik achievement. Zinoviev, Kamina, and Trotsky all remained silent on the proceedings of the April session of the Central Committee, leaving the party to guess how much lay behind the partial, but not unqualified, agreement between Trotsky and Kamina which had emerged in the debate. The situation was still obscure and embarrassing even to those most closely concerned. It was 1 April 23, 1926. 2. For this passage CP 158, note 1 above. 3. Stalin, Sakhanovia, 8, 116 to 148. 176. The struggle in the party PTWI. Trotsky, whose next move once more seemed cryptic and undecipherable. Having taken a first step in the direction of the reconciliation which Kamina and Zinoviev now ardently desired, he decided to seek medical advice in Berlin, and absented himself from Moscow for nearly 2 months. No recurrence is recorded in the winter of 1925 to 1926 of the mysterious infection which had attacked him during the acute political crises of the 2 previous winters, and he had appeared frequently in public. But now, faced with a new call to political action, he became once more preoccupied with the need for treatment of his malady. The Politburo, fearing some incident abroad, attempted to dissuade him from the journey, but placed no formal obstacles in his way. He left about the middle of April. Kamina and Zinoviev were disconcerted by the move. According to Trotsky, they parted from me with an appearance of real feeling, since they did not relish being left tete-a-tete with Stalin. In Berlin, a succession of physicians failed to diagnose Trotsky's malady till a throat specialist advised the removal of his tonsils. The operation was successfully performed, though it proved in the long run not to have touched the enigmatic causes of the disease. Point 3. While Trotsky was convalescent in Berlin in May 1926, a series of crises broke on the world. But, while their repercussions were plainly felt in the sensitive climate of Moscow, the activities of the party opposition were perforce suspended, or conducted only at lower levels, till the principal actor could return to take his cue. 1. See pages 29 to 30 above. 2. CP 169, note 1 above. 3. L. Trotsky, Moyes Berlin, 1930, 2, 266 to 268. Chapter 19. The Monolithic Party. A. Numbers and composition. The most conspicuous as well as the most important change. 'Tis the Russian Communist Party, Bolsheviks, in the middle 1920s was its sudden and rapid growth. To keep the party small was Lenin's long-standing ambition, and during the last 2 years of his active life he had striven effectively to reduce it from the swollen dimensions, a maximum of 650,000 members, which it had reached in the Civil War. But this conception, inherited from the tradition of the underground party before the revolution, was inappropriate to a party called on to provide the backbone of government and administration for a large country just emerging from the throes of war and revolution. And the Lenin enrollment which immediately followed Lenin's death marked the end of it. Henceforth the party expanded to keep pace with the new developments. From a total of 472,000, 350,000 members and 122,000 candidates, at the beginning of 1924, it increased to 772,040, 420,670 members and 351,370 candidates, at the beginning of 1925, and 1,078,182, 638,352 members and 439,830 candidates, at the beginning of 1926.2. In 2 years the number of party members had almost doubled, and the total of members and candidates together more than doubled. But the methods and character of the recruitment underwent a radical change. The Lenin enrollment was no longer the enrollment of individual enthusiasts for the revolutionary cause, but of masses of workers from the bench drafted into the party as the result of a deliberate decision of the party's Central Committee, and the same was true of the attempt to organize an enrollment of peasants in the following year. The composition of the party. For the Lenin enrollment and its first consequences see the interregnum. 1923 to 1924, pages 352 to 356. 2a Bubnov, VKP, B, 1931, p. 613. 177. 178 The struggle in the party PTIIT was determined less than heretofore by spontaneous action from below, by pressure from would-be recruits to the ranks, and more by policy decisions from above, by a conscious effort to shape and mold the party on specific lines for specific purposes. The most contentious issue of these years in regard to the composition of the party was not the size of the membership. The necessity for a rapid expansion was now silently conceded almost everywhere, but the desirability of an increased intake of peasants. A certain ambivalence about the admission of peasants to the party of the proletariat was a legacy of its history. The dependence of the proletarian revolution in Russia on an alliance with the peasant was foreshadowed in 1905, demonstrated in 1917, further illustrated in 1919 when, at the height of the Civil War, the party held out the hand of friendship to the middle peasant, and sealed in 1921 in the famous link between proletariat and peasantry. But this did not answer the question of the eligibility of peasants for party membership. That betracts, or hired workers in agriculture, whose existence was once more legally recognized after 1922, were eligible, nobody denied. That kulaks were eligible, nobody pretended. But the mass of peasants who fell into neither of these categories presented an awkward conundrum. It was impossible to exclude them on principle, since the regime depended on their goodwill. But to admit them in numbers would be to change the character of the party and to deny its proletarian essence. The Lenin enrollment of the first months of 1924 had been confined to the proletariat workers from the bench. Stalin had at that time resisted a proposal to extend it to poor peasants and agricultural laborers, and the resolution of the 13th Congress in May 1924, while remarking that the Lenin enrollment brought into the party substantial groups of workers connected with the country, significantly refrained from recommending any large-scale admission of peasants, and proposed the transfer of communists to the countryside systematically and by way of a combination of the voluntary principle with To bring the party to the peasant still seemed a more practicable enterprise than to bring the peasant into the party. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 340. 2 VKP, B, V. Rizoliaziak, 1941, I, 594 to 596. Ch. 19 The Monolithic Party 179. The promulgation of the Face to the Countryside slogan in the summer of 1924 brought no immediate change in this respect. Party orthodoxy still resisted dilution of the Workers' Party with peasant elements. The resolution of the Central Committee of October 1924 merely recommended in general terms the continuous transfer of communists to the country and the training and promotion of party workers from among the peasantry itself, and proposed that access to Komsomol organizations, as distinct from the party, should be opened on a broad basis, not only to Batraks and poor peasants straight in the countryside, but to the better and more conscious sector of the middle peasants. The recommendation to admit more peasants to the Komsomol read like a compromise between those who wished to admit more peasants to the party and those who did not wish to admit more peasants at all. This was not, however, the end of the matter. After the Central Committee had adjourned, more positive counsels prevailed, and on November 6, 1924, a cautious instruction to admit more peasants to the party issued from the Secretariat to rural party organizations. Peasants showing signs of political consciousness were to be directed into Soviet work, and the best and most outstanding elements, the nearest to the party and the most devoted to the Soviet power, were to be admitted to the party. No quotas of numbers to be admitted in individual provinces or counties were to be fixed in advance. The work of recruitment would be carried on not in the form of a campaign, but in the course of daily routine. Notwithstanding its guarded tone, the results of this instruction soon became apparent. In 1924, of 316,000 newly admitted candidates, only 11 to 1% were peasants, and nearly all of these were admitted in the second half. 1. Ibid I, 631 to 633. 2. The circular was printed in a truncated form, accidentally omitting the last 3 paragraphs and Molotov's signature, in Izvestiya Central Nogo. Komitet Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, number 7, 12, November 17, 1924, p7, and reprinted in full, Ibid number 8, 13, November 24, 1924, p7. In both cases it was printed in small type in the part of the Gazette usually reserved for documents of secondary importance. The instruction was phrased in such a way as to minimize its novelty and importance. It was admitted later that up to the middle of November 1924 the party attitude to the admission of peasants had been very indecisive, and that this was a turning point. Ibid no 15 to 16, 90 to 91, April 21, 1925, p8. 180 The struggle in the party PTL of the year, of 321,000 similarly admitted in 1925, 29 to 5% were peasants. This admission was sometimes referred to in later party literature as the second Lenin enrollment, though the term does not appear to have been applied to it at the time. The attempt to strengthen the influence of the party in the countryside by increasing its peasant component had perhaps less substance than the statistics suggested. The official statistics of party membership for these years show that, while the Lenin enrollment of 1924 was successful in substantially increasing the proportion of workers in the party at the expense of the third category, employees and intellectuals, the increase in peasant membership as a result of the enrollment of the following year was scarcely sufficient to keep pace with the increase in total membership, so that the proportion of peasants in the party remained stable or even declined slightly. The following percentages of party membership are given for the beginnings of the years named: 3. Workers, peasants, others. 1924 44 degree 0 28 colon 8 27 degree 2. 1925 56 degree 7 26 degree 5 16 degree 8. 1926 56 colon 8 25 degree 9 17 degree 3. But such figures are less informative than they appear about the social composition of the party, partly because the classification 1A Bubnov, VKP, B, 1931, p 616, a more detailed analysis showed that of candidates admitted in the first half of 1925 62 degree 4% were workers, 22 degree 5% peasants and 15 feet 1 inch percent officials. In the second half of 1925 the corresponding percentages were 43 degree 8, 39 degree 6 and 16 degree 6, Bolshevik, number 12, June 30, 1926, p 64. 2. The term was applied in a leading article in Leningradskaya Pravda, February 19, 1925, to an intensified enrollment of candidates in the first weeks of 1925 without special reference to peasants. Molotov referred to the revitalization of the Soviets as a continuation of the Lenin enrollment, but only as the next task of party policy. Kiter Nadsata Konferenция. Rostiskot Kommunistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, 1925, p10. 3A Bubnov, VKP, B, 1931, p 615. The failure of the high proportion of peasant candidates admitted in 1925 to reflect itself in later statistics suggests that an unusually high proportion of them failed to stay the course. The percentage of peasants among candidates continued to be higher than among full members. Sotsialny 1 Nationalny Sostав VKP, B, 1928, p 44. Ch. 19 The Monolithic Party 181. Reflected origin and not present status, and partly because, owing to the increasing importance of the party's roadland administration, a large number of those admitted as workers or peasants soon found themselves engaged in whole-time or part-time administrative work, and more or less quickly lost their worker or peasant affiliations. According to a report submitted to the 14th Party Conference in April 1925, the majority of peasant members of the party had entirely or to some extent broken with the peasant economy, so that, in spite of an official peasant membership amounting to 25% or only 8% of the party membership consisted of persons living exclusively by agriculture. Molotov complained at the 14th Party Congress of December 1925 that those who enter the party under the rubric of peasants are very often not peasant elements at all, but sometimes that very official group which is seeking to ease its way into the party. Point 3. When, on the basis of the party census of January 1927, an attempt was made to classify party members and candidates according to present occupation, it was found that 30% of them were at that time employed as workers, 10 to 1% as peasants, 38 to 5% as officials, 8 to 1% in the Red Army, and the rest in other categories. What occurred during these years among party members and candidates was an exodus from the working class and in lesser degree from the peasantry into the state apparatus, into economic, trade union, social and other work. Of 638,000 members and candidates registered as workers, and of 217,000 registered as peasants, 184,000 and 1 for the rules of classification. See Volume 1, pages 91 to 92. The rules stipulating different conditions of admission for different categories provided a new motive for fictitious registrations, when, as a sequel to the All-Union Congress of Teachers in January 1925, see Volume 1, p. 121, the Org-Bureau directed that from 2,000 to 3,000 village teachers should be admitted to the party, Spravochnik. Partynuko Rabonica, v. 1925, 1926, p. 243, an instruction from the party Central Committee laid it down that teachers who come from the peasants and have not lost touch with the peasant environment should be treated as second category party candidates, peasants, not third category candidates. Employees, Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoy Kommunistik Iskad. Party, Bolshevikov, number 8, 83, February 23, 1925, p5. 2 Abid No 15 to 16, G0 G1, April 21, 1925, p6. Molotov stated at the conference that 2/3 of the rural members of the party were employees. Keter Nadsata Konferencija Rossiyskoy Kommunistik Party, Bol. Shevikov, 1925, p21. 314 SSV Soyuz Kommunistik Party, b. 1926, p76. 4 Socialny I Nationalny Sostав VKP, b. 1928, p42. 182 The struggle in the party PT3. 56,000 respectively were now employed as officials or social workers, while only 258,000 party members and candidates were registered as officials. 440,000 were actually employed as such. These figures certainly did not exaggerate the extent to which party members officially registered as workers and peasants were in fact otherwise engaged. Light was thrown on changing attitudes towards the composition of the party in these years by periodical amendments to the regulations governing admission to it. Under the party statute of December 1919, the first to be adopted after the revolution, persons were admitted as candidates on the recommendation of 2 party members of not less than 6 months standing, workers, and peasants were required to pass through a probationary period of 2 months, and others of 6 months, as candidates before admission to the party itself. These relatively easy conditions, characteristic of the Civil War period, were considerably tightened up after the introduction of NEP. On the eve of the 11th Party Congress in March 1922, Zinoviev sponsored a proposal that the candidate stage should be prolonged for workers and peasants to 6 months, and for others to a year. This provoked a sharp reaction from Lenin, who sent to the Central Committee a counter proposal that the 6-month stage should be limited to genuine workers who had worked for at least 10 years in large industrial enterprises, and that the stage should be extended to 1.5 years for other workers, 2 years for peasants and Red Army men, and 3 years for others. The Central Committee was evidently reluctant to make this marked discrimination and, in a decision of March 25, 1922, taken in Lenin's absence, promised on 6 months for workers, a year for Red Army men, and a year and a half for peasants and others. As even this did not satisfy the pertinacious leader who insisted that the party was insufficiently proletarian, and demanded once more a lengthening of all stages except for workers registered. Thus goaded, the 11th Party Congress, meeting a few days later, drew up elaborate rules for admission to the party. T. Socialny I Nationalny Sostав VKP, b. 1928, pages 45, 47. 2 VKP, b. V. Rezoliatsiak, 1941, I. 318. 3 Pravda, March 17, 1922. Asterisk Lenin, Sakhinentia, XXVII, 209 to 210. 5 Quoted Ibid XXVII, 528 to 529. 6 Ibid XXVII, 211 to 212. Ch 19 The Monolithic Party 183. Established 3 categories, workers and Red Army men, peasants and handicraft workers, and others, employees etc. Persons belonging to the first 2 categories were admitted as candidates on the recommendation of 3 party members of 3 years standing. Persons in the third category required the recommendation of 5 party members of 5 years standing. The probationary period was 6 months for the first category, 1 year for the second, and 2 years for the third. A 2-year stage was required for all candidates who had come over from other parties. These rules were embodied in the new party statutes, approved in August 1922.2, but they were soon subject to further revision. The 12th Party Congress in April 1923 recognized, for the first time, a specially favored category of workers from the bench. These might be admitted as candidates on the recommendation of only 2 party members of 2 years standing, 3. And this concession was followed by the Lenin enrollment of workers from the bench in the first months of 1924. Then, in April 1925, when the party had executed its turn towards the peasant, the same concession was extended to Batraks, peasant cultivators and Red Army men, and the rider was added that when peasants and Batraks desiring to enter the party were unable to find party members to recommend them, the local party organs should help to provide the necessary credentials. A party instruction was issued to temper the rigors of party discipline for peasants from the plough. Too high a standard of political instruction was not to be demanded of them, and exception was not to be taken to the retention of personal property, presumably livestock and implements, or even to occasional participation in religious rites. 5 Finally, when a revised statute was approved by the 14th Party Congress, the special emphasis on the peasant had receded, and further refinements were introduced in respect of the number and character of the recommendations required for admission of candidates. The first category was split into 2 groups: industrial workers regularly occupied in physical labor for wages, 2 party members of 1 year standing, and non-industrial workers, Red Army men and Batraks, 2. 1 VKP, b. V. Rezoliatstyak, 1941, I. 432 2 Ibid I. 454. 3 Ibid I. 503. 4 Ibid 2, 12. 5 Spravochnik Partynuko Rabonica, v. 1925, 1926, 512 to 514. Vol. 11n. 184 The struggle in the party PTWL. Party members of 2 years standing. The second category required recommendations from 3 party members of 2 years standing, the third category from 5 of 5 years standing. Further special conditions were imposed on candidates coming from other parties by a special dispensation of the Central Committee which found no place in the statute. Admission without going through the candidate stage is allowed only in exceptional cases which have political significance for the party. 2 This was a hint that promotion to party status was still a reward which might be bestowed for exceptional services. From this welter of regulations, however, 2 points clearly emerged. In the first place, now that the net of recruitment was more widely spread, the intellectual level of the party had declined. Secondly, the heterogeneous composition of the party encouraged and necessitated the exercise of a strong authority from the center. The unity of the party was assured no longer by the spontaneously generated sense of a common purpose, but by the firm leadership of the presiding group. 6. Party education. Of the problems resulting from the large and miscellaneous enrollment of new members in the middle 1920s, the declining intellectual caliber of the party was the most constant theme of preoccupation among the leaders. During the first 2 years of the regime, little systematic control had been exercised over the qualifications of those seeking entrance into the party. But scarcely was the civil war over when, at the party conference of December 1919, Bukharin submitted a report on work among the new party members which was duly approved by the confer-ins. Bukharin refused to admit that the new members differed in quality from the old, but stressed the importance of teaching illiterate communists their letters and of setting up funda 1 for the revised statute CP 148 above. For a detailed analysis of the changes in the rules of admission, see Bolshevik, No. 23-24, December 30, 1925, pp 53-58. The main provisions had been drafted by the Org-Bureau in the spring of 1925 before the 14th Party Conference. Izvestiya Centralnogo Komitet Rossiyskog Communistiskoi Party, Bolshevikov, No. 9, 84, March 2, 1925, p. 8. 2 Izvestiya Centralnogo Komiteta Socialism Communistiskoi Party, b. No. 16-17, 137-138, May 3, 1926, p. 5. Ch. 19 The Monolithic Party 185. Mental and elementary lectures for them on communism and on the party. For the next few years the issue was raised at every party congress. At the 9th Congress in March 1920, Kamina spoke of the difficulty of coping with the influx of new members, and another delegate said that the party was basically unprepared to carry out the necessary education of the peasants who had been admitted to it. Point 2 Preobrazhensky, at the 10th Congress, a year later, spoke of the immense gap between comrades in our party who have not sufficient communist education and old communists who have possessed this Marxist baggage from remote times, and between the communistically mature element and young party members who have not the patience to read Capital and other fundamental works, while Ryazanov lamented that the percentage of comrades who have had a fundamental Marxist schooling grows smaller every day. Point 3 At the 11th Party Congress in March 1922, Zinoviev declared that, as the result of the rapid, dizzy growth of our party from 5,000 to 500,000 members, the party contained many illiterate members, and proposed to halt further admissions in order to raise the standard. The Congress resolution, while it did not endorse this extreme solution, registered the shortcomings of the existing situation. In the next year or years the RKP must unconditionally devote its attention not so much to an increase in the number of its members as to an improvement in its qualitative composition. The stormy years of civil war did not allow of sufficient attention and sufficient resources being devoted to raising the standard of Marxist education and the cultural level of rank-and-file members of the party. The next years must be consecrated to this task of first-class importance. Point 5. A year later the 12th Congress repeated that a strengthening of the work of party education among the mass of party members is, in the present conjunction of circumstances, a task of first-class importance. Point 6 Active efforts were made, but successive waves of 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliotstyak, 1941, I, 323-324. 2 Debite ISS RKP, B, 1934, pages 324, 355. 3 Dzite ISS Rostiskoy Kommunistiskoy Party, 1921, pages 61, 66. 4 Odinit Sat ISS RKP, B, 1936, pages 424-425. 5 BKP, B, WV Rizoliotziak, 1941, I, 431. 6 Abit I, 504. 186 The struggle in the party PT High. Fresh admissions seemed to stultify them. When the 13th Party Congress met in May 1924, the Lenin enrollment was in full swing. From a sample taken in the central provinces of the RSFSR, Stalin put the average proportion of political illiterates in the party at 57%. In some provinces it reached 74%. CENT. Molotov, admitting that the influx of new members made party educational work specially important, drew attention to the embarrassing fact that 41% of responsible workers in party central organs engaged in this work were themselves former members of other parties. 7 Too many new members and too few reliable teachers created an insoluble problem. The Congress was content to conclude that work with the Lenin enrollment must, in the near future, take precedence in the educational work of the party. Point 3 At the 14th Congress a year and a half later, Stalin claimed in general terms that the ideological level of our leading cadres, young and old, has risen substantially. Plus, but Molotov's pronouncement on the subject was more cautious, and Ryazanov maintained that, while a certain level of elementary party literacy has reached such masses as we had never hitherto dreamed of, the qualitative level of party education as a whole had declined fearfully. Point 5 A party journalist at the same date observed, with special reference to the enrollment of peasants, that raw material not yet sufficiently worked up from the party standpoint is being admitted to the party. Registered. It was in these conditions that political education became a primary function of party policy. Institutions for education in the principles of communism and of party doctrine. Institutions for educating the masses and institutions for educating the educators proliferated at every level. The highest such institution was the Communist Academy, founded in 1918, before 1 Stalin, Sakhinaya, 6, 205-206. A few weeks later Stalin put the proportion on the eve of the Lenin enrollment at 60% and feared that it would now rise to 80%. Ibid 6, 255-256. Komsomol figures of the same period classified 66.6% of members as politically illiterate, 24.6% as politically partly literate, and only 8.8% as politically literate. A. Shakin, Kratia Historia VLKSM, and at 1928, p. 112. 2 Trinad Sat ISS Rostiskoy Kommunistiskoj Party, Bolshevikov. 1924, p. 535 plus 3 VKP, B, V. Rizoliotziak, 1941, I, 573. 4 Stalin, Sakhinaya, 7, 348. 514 SS V. Socialism Communistiskoj Party, B, 1926, pages 82, 691. 6 Bolshevik, No 23-24, December 30th, 1925, pp 45. Ch19 The Monolithic Party 187. The party had changed its name, as the Socialist Academy and reorganized in 1919, it purported from the first to have duties of teaching as well as of research. But it seems to have remained inactive till the 10th Party Congress in March 1921 proposed not only to utilize the scientific resources of the Academy in order to organize courses by responsible old party workers for groups of young communist auditors, but also to establish at the Academy systematic courses in the theory, history and practice of Marxism. The courses were organized with an initial enrollment of 48 all-party members of 3 or 4 years standing, not over 26 years of age and with experience of party work. Point 3 In the following year it was decided that 40% of the enrollment, as against 25% in the first year, should consist of workers. Stalin is said to have undertaken to conduct the seminar on Leninism for these courses in 1924.5, but there appears to be no evidence that he did so. Next in the hierarchy of party institutions of higher education, Compuzi, came the Sverdlov University, which was founded in 1919 under the title Workers and Peasants Communist University, named for Y. Sverdlov on the basis of short courses for propagandists organized by the party in the previous year. Point 6 The Sverdlov University became the most important institution for the training of the higher party workers. Bukharin spoke at the first graduation ceremony in 1923. For the first time we are getting a group of officials educated in Marxism, devoted to the party, knowledgeable and capable. For its early history see Vestnik Sotsialistiskoi Akademii, I, 1922, 13-39 3. The decree of 1919, Sobranio Zakonenti, 1919, number 12, art 123, defined its task as the preparation of scientific workers in socialism and responsible workers in socialist construction. 2 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 381. 3 For the history of these courses see Bolshevik, number 21, November 15, 1931, pages 78-83, Ryazanov was the first president. For the conditions of admission see Spravashnik Partinago Rabonica, 2, 1922, 96. 4 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskog Kommunistiskoi Party. Bolshevikov, number 7, 43, 1922, p6. 5 Vestnik Istikskot Akademii, 8, 1924, 379. 6 For its early history see Nevsky, Ajit Rabachigo Krestinskogo. Kommunistiskiskogo Universitet imeni Sverdlova, 1920. Its foundation was the result of a decision of the 8th Party Congress in March 1919 to organize a higher party school attached to the Central Committee, VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsi. Yak, 1941, I, 305. 188 The struggle in the party PT, Lil. Of action, who, spread all over the country, will carry on the task of building socialism. Stalin, who delivered his original lectures The Foundations of Leninism at the Sverdlov University in 1924, and paid a return visit in 1925 to answer questions from students there, called the Sverdlov University one of the most powerful instruments in training the party's commanding personnel to lead the masses. The year 1921 saw the foundation by the party in Petrograd of the Zinoviev University, modeled on the Sverdlov University in Moscow, 3 of the Communist University of Toilers of the East, and of the Communist University of National Minorities of the West. Within the next 3 years Communist universities had been established in Kharkov, Kazan, Tiflis, Tashkent, and other centers, making a total of 13 in all. The Sverdlov University and the universities of the East and West had more than 1,000 students each, the Zinoviev University more than 800, the others were smaller. The total number of students at these universities in the middle 1920s was about 6,000 asterisk. The principal embarrassment in the organization of these institutions was the provision of teaching staffs, for, while by 1924 73% of the students were members of the party, and 21% of the Komsomol, leaving only 6% of non-communists, 60% of the teaching staff was non-party. Point 3. The Institute of Red Professors was founded in 1921 for the purpose of breaking the bourgeois monopoly of learning and training workers for teaching posts in higher educational institutions, Pokrovsky being the first president. The number of students was, however, small. The original decree contemplated a 1 Zapisky Kommunistiskiskogo Universitet im Sverdlova, 1924, to 253. 2 Stalin, Sakynentia, 7, 215-216. 3 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoi Kommunistiskoi Party. Bolshevikov, number 33, October 1921, p17. After 1925 it became the Leningrad Communist University, and was later called the Stalin University. 4 For these figures see Kommunistiskisko Prosvshchini, no 3-4, 1924. Pages 58-61, SSSR, God Rabati Providelstua, 1924-25, 1926, pages 649-650. ID 1925-26, 1927, p524. 5 Comtic Ho Prarichini, no 3-4, 1924, p62. The Agitprop Department of the Party Central Committee, however, kept a list of all teachers at communist universities and controlled their appointment. Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoi Istikskoi Party, Bolshevikov, no 11-12. November-December 1922, p19. Ch. 19 The Monolithic Party 189. Total of 200 in Moscow and 100 in Petrograd. But the Petrograd part of the project was not carried out, and it was many years before this number was attained in Moscow. Most of the first students were young party intellectuals. Like other students, they sided with Trotsky in the party dispute of the winter of 1923 to 1924, and the institute was subjected to a serious purge. To prevent a recurrence of this error, an attempt was made to reduce the preponderance of intellectuals in the student body, and from this time the proportion of workers admitted to the institute began to increase. But it now fell under the influence of Bukharin and suffered heavily at the time of his downfall. In the 6 years from 1924 to 1929 the graduates from the institute numbered only 236 in all, and the effective output, owing to its involvement in these 2 deviations, was smaller still. This seems to have been the least successful of all the party's efforts to secure a hold over the intellectual life of the country. These institutions were all of a restricted character, and admission to them was carefully regulated both by intellectual and by party standards. The mass organs for higher political education and training were the so-called Soviet party schools. The original conception was enunciated by a delegate at the 6th 1 Sobranio Zacconii, 1921, number 12, art. 79. 2 For the attitude of the students see the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 325. 326. 3 A confused and unconvincing account of this was given by Yaroslavsky to the Central Control Commission in October 1924. He denied the allegation that 60% of the students of the institute were oppositionists, but admitted that 1/3 were expelled. A high proportion of these were former Zionists, Bundists, SRS, or Mensheviks. He added that the Moscow Control Commission had reinstated more than 1/3 of those expelled, and eventually 80% of the remainder. Pravda, October 8, 1924. The students of the Marxism-Leninism courses at the Communist Academy, unlike those of the Institute of Red Professors, are said to have taken sides against Trotsky in 1923. 1924, though some of them supported the Leningrad opposition in 1925. Bolshevik, number 21, November 15, 1931, pages 82 to 83. Asterisk 4 Krupsky is attack on it on this ground at the 14th Party Congress CP 134 above. 5 Partijno Stroitelstvo, number 2, 1930, p. 25. An unsatisfactory and perfunctory article in Bolshevistskaya Encyclopedia, Thursiv, 1937, 600. 601, on the Institutes of Red Professors, puts the annual figure of graduates between 1921 and 1929 at from 75 to 140, of whom 7 or 8% were workers. The total seems much too high. The title of the article refers to institutes in the plural, but the article itself does not suggest that any institute existed outside Moscow. 190 The struggle in the party PT 111. Party Congress held in the summer of 1917 before the October Revolution. It is necessary to make propagandists and agitators out of workers, who are the only active people, for which purpose it is indispensable to organize party schools. At the height of the Civil War, in March 1919, the 8th Party Congress instructed the Central Committee to prepare a general program and plan of studies in local party schools. Little had, however, been done when, a year later, the 9th Party Congress again resolved that special attention should be paid to the further development of party schools, of the higher, lower, and training types, for preparation for economic administrative work. 3 In August 1920, with the Civil War almost over, it was decided to create an all-Russian network of Communist Party Soviet schools, first in the provincial, then in the county capitals. Admission to these schools was dependent on the possession of minimum educational qualifications, but was not restricted to party members. An elaborate system was worked out at a first all-Russian conference of Soviet party schools in December 1921. Second grade schools offering a 9-month course to prepare either for propaganda and instruction or for practical Soviet or party work were to be set up in the provincial capitals. First grade schools offering an elementary 3-month course to raise the political consciousness of the masses were established in county capitals. 6 The system thus attempted to combine higher education for the training of officials or propagandists with general courses of political education. But the main emphasis of the Soviet party schools continued to rest on the former. In 1922 a decision of the Central Committee fixed the number of second grade courses at 53 with 9,430 students and of first grade courses at 150 with 10,825 students. In 1923 the courses in the 1 Chisto SSRSDRP, B, 1934, P 183. 2 VKP, B, V Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 305. 3 Abid I, 343. Plus Spravochnik Partinago Rabonica, I, 1921, 58, for the detailed curriculum of these schools SEC Abid I, 59 to 63. 5 Abid 2, 1922, 33 6 Abid 2, 57 to 60. 7 Izvestiyak Central Nogo Komite Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, number 4, 52, April 1923, p. 51, 1/2 of those attending the second grade schools, and 1/3 of those attending the first grade schools were party members. Ibid number 3, 51, March 1923, p. 126. A claim at the 11th. Ch. 19 The Monolithic Party 91. Second grade schools were extended to 2 years, and in the first grade schools to 1 year. At the 12th Party Congress in that year Stalin described the communist universities and the Soviet party schools as the apparatus with the help of which the party develops communist education, and creates its commanding staff for education, which sows among the working population the seeds of socialism, the seeds of communism, and thus binds the party by ideological ties to the working class. 2 The Soviet party schools were the main medium through which workers were trained for party and Soviet work. In 1925 the conditions of admission to them were further tightened up by a provision that not more than 25% of the students could be non-party, and that all these must be either workers from the bench or peasants from the plow. 3 On the other hand, doubts were sometimes expressed whether workers in fact made better propagandists than intellectuals. Some critics argued that lack of theoretical learning in the end outweighs the positive, as it were, natural qualities of the worker propagandist. While the main preoccupation of the party authorities appeared to be the political education of potential leaders, the aim of mass indoctrination was not ignored. Lenin had spoken in 1918 of the need to re-educate the whole Russian people. 5 And 2 years later he added, Party Congress in March 1922 that 72nd grade and 200 first grade schools were in operation with a total of 30,000 students. Odinit Zet ISXRKP, B. 1936, p. 380, seems to have been inflated, according to Communistikisko. Prosvshchiny, number 2, 1922, pages 35 to 36, 102. Statistics included many students who failed to complete the courses. Totals of 21,553 for January 1, 1925, and 29,789 for January 1, 1926, were given in SSSR, God Rabati Providelsva. 1924 to 25, 1926, pages 649 to 650, ID 1925 to 26, 1927, p. 524. Bukharin Styria. Исторического материализма, 1922, was written as a textbook for Soviet party schools. Jzvestiyak Central Nogo Komite Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, number 3, 39, March 1922, pp. 4. 1. Communistiskiskoy Prairie no 4 to 5, 1923, pages 231 to 232. 2. Stalin, Sakhinania, v. 203. 3. Spravochnik Partinago Rabonica, v. 1925, 1926, pages 322 to 323. 4 Communisticus Kuprosashini, number 2, 1927, pages 36 to 38. 5 Lenin, Sakhainania, 1st ed., 15, 415, the version of Lenin's speech to an All-Russian Congress on Popular Education from which this quotation is taken originally appeared in Pravda, August 30, 1918, and is described as a summary newspaper report. Later editions of Lenin's works, Z&D ed. July, 197 to 199, 4th ed., XXVIII, 66 to 69, contained a widely different, though equally brief, report of the speech, said to be taken from protocols of the Congress published in 1919. 192 The struggle in the party PT2. We must re-educate the masses, and only propaganda and agitation can re-educate them. Here, however, a paradox quickly revealed itself. Before the revolution, the party had been constantly hailed as the vanguard of the proletariat. It was the party which would lead and instruct the masses. Now, after the victory of the revolution, and with the progressive expansion of the party, the vanguard was formed not by the party as a whole, but by a group within the party, which was to lead and instruct the mass party membership and at the same time the masses which still remained outside the party. The distinction between marauders and led, between vanguard and masses, no longer corresponded to the distinction between party and non-party. As time went on, the mass of the party and the non-party masses might even seem to have more in common with one another than the mass of the party with the party elite. The attempt to build a socialist order in a society predominantly primitive and backward was taking another of its revenges on orthodox party doctrine. The confusion had its repercussions on organization. In November 1920, a department of Nerkompros was set up by a decree of BITSIK under the name of the Chief Committee for Political Education, Gla Politprosvet, with subordinate sections. Politprosveti, in the provinces. Krupskia was its president, and its functions included the running of libraries and adult schools, the combating of illiteracy and in general the spread of political enlightenment in the population. Point 2. But what were the relations of Gla Politprosvet, which was a state organ, to the agitprop section of the party central committee, which was concerned with the dissemination of political knowledge in the name of the party? This question provoked an animated debate at the 10th Party Congress in March 1921.3. The resolution of the Congress offered a picture of intertwined functions and organizations, which was an early example of the impracticability of drawing a sharp frontier between party and state, between party. Lenin, Sakhainania, XXV, 455 to 456. 2. The decree of BTSIK is quoted in K. Istikis P. Arshini. Number 1, 1920, p. 49. 3. Dzitiss Rossiyskoy Kommunistiskoy Party, 1921, pages 54 to 75. The remarks of Preobrazhenskaya P. Ryazanov have already been quoted, c. p. 185 above. Ch. 19. The monolithic party 193. And non-party. It was admitted that the center of gravity of the work of Gla Politprosvet lay in work among the non-party masses, and that the center of gravity of the work of agitprop lay in work within the party in raising the consciousness of its members and promoting their communist education. But the functions of the party organs included leadership of the corresponding organs of the Politprosveti, and the organs of Gla Politprosvet were to be equally available for work among party members. Indeed, the Soviet party schools, which were primarily intended for the training of party leaders, the schools of Politgramoto which were designed to impart the elements of party doctrine to candidates and new members, and even the communist universities, were financed through the funds of Gla Politprosvet, and though this may have been a matter of budgetary convenience rather than a principle, it showed how slender was the line between state and party organs of political education. A year later, the 11th Party Congress referred to the frictions which had evidently occurred in carrying out this ambiguous resolution, and advocated a personal union in the leading posts of the agitprop sections and the Politprosveti. How far this solution was realized remains uncertain. But there is no reason to doubt that the customary principle of the acceptance by state organs of party directions applied in full to the organizations of mass propaganda. By the middle 1920s, the more advanced provinces of the USSR, little evidence is available for the more backward regions, were covered with a network of institutions for propaganda among the masses. It is significant that few, if any, of these were restricted to party or to non-party people. To almost all, both categories seem to have been admitted. When the Politgramoto schools were first established in 1921, their purpose was defined in terms which made no mention of party membership. The aim of the Politgramoto campaign is to draw broad masses of workers and peasants into socialist construction by 1 VKP, B. V. Rizoliadziak, 1941, I. 379 to 380, for the financing of the Politgramoto schools and the communist university. See also Izvestiyak Central. Nogo Komitet Rostiskoy Kommunistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, number 8, 45. September 1922, p. 21, no 11 to 12, 47 to 48, November-December 1922, p. 19. 2 VKP, B. V. Rizoliadziak, 1941, I. 448. 194 The struggle in the party PT. It. Spreading elementary political knowledge, which enables the masses to realize the meaning and significance of the communist revolution and to understand current political events. Later the Politgramoto school served primarily to provide instruction for new entrants into the party. An order of the party Central Committee of January 1924 on the liquidation of politicaf illiteracy among members of the RKP was directed primarily to the strengthening of these schools. Special short course schools were set up in 1924 to cope with the Lenin enrollment. Point to underscore the Soviet party schools were for higher education and training. But in 1925 evening Soviet party schools with short courses were set up. 3 These appear to have been mass propaganda schools, and the limitation on the percentage of non-party students asterisk presumably did not apply. Workers' clubs, according to a resolution of the 12th Party Congress in 1923, were to be converted into real centers for mass propaganda and for the development of the creative capacities of the working class. Point 5. Study groups for Marxism-Leninism were popular in towns and factories. They were under party control, but it is not clear how far they were restricted to party members. Traveling Politgramoto schools for the villages made their first appearance in 1925 when the Face to the Countryside campaign was at its height. Registered the division in the party between an elite leadership which instructed and directed and a mass membership which received instruction and direction was by far the most important sequence of the rapid expansion in the numbers of the party. Communisticus Kuprosashini, number 1, 1922, pages 107 to 108. 2 Spravachnik Partinago Rabonica, 4, 1924, 152 to 154. 3 Abid v. 1925, 1926, pages 325 to 326. 4 CP 191 above. 3 Vep, B. V. Rizoliot Styak, 1941, I. 506. 6 The following table gives the number of students in institutions of mass political education for 2 years. 1924 to 1925, 1925 to 1926. Short-term Politgramota schools 339,680 200,000. Ordinary Politgramota schools 125,940 185,340. Evening Soviet Party schools 1,000 G000. Study groups for Marxism-Leninism 63,553,000. Privately organized study groups 95,000. In addition, 1,645 traveling Politgramota schools are recorded for 1925 to 1926. Communistic Iskopi Arshini, number 2, 1927, pages 31 to 32. Ch 19 The Monolithic Party 195. The same phenomenon was discernible in the workers' parties of Western countries, and indeed in all political parties. But it appeared in an exaggerated form where the mass of workers lived at so primitive an economic level, and was politically so backward and untrained, as in Russia. When the need to instruct and indoctrinate members in the aims of the party became a main preoccupation of the leaders, the character of the party changed. In the same way as the character of the Soviet trade unions was changing under the influence of the same need. No doubt other factors, especially those arising from the close identification of the party with the state, also helped to determine the evolution of the Russian Communist Party. In the Civil War, a party congress could still enunciate the time-honored doctrine that party members have no privileges over other workers, they have only higher obligations. Point 2 In the reaction which set in with NEP, the burdens of party membership began to seem anomalous and intolerable. 3 And, apart from the shrinkage due to the purge, a voluntary exodus occurred from the party. From the time of the Lenin enrollment of 1924 this attitude was reversed. The view of the party as a source of higher privilege rather than of higher obligation was firmly implanted. 5 And, since equality of privilege is a concept always more difficult to realize than equality of obligation, the sense of the party as a privileged institution insensibly led to an extension of privilege within the party. Not only did party members as such feel themselves entitled to a privileged position in the community at large, but the party elite began to distinguish itself in the same way from the rank and file of the party. From 1923 onwards warnings constantly appeared. 1 See Volume 1, p. 411. 2 VKP, B. Vio Rizoliatziak, 1941, I. 343. 3 Many examples of this attitude appeared in a discussion recorded in L. Trotsky, Voprozibita, and at 1923, pages 112 to 113, 115, 121, 125. The party member was subject to direction to a job by the party authorities, while the non-party man was free to choose for himself. The party member had no time to spare for his family, even his wife was expected to work like a horse and was under pressure not to let down the prestige of her husband as a party man. Nobody wanted to marry a party woman, who would neglect her husband and family for the party. For this was said to have amounted in 1922 to 10% of the membership. In some places, Izvestiyak Central Nogo Komitet Rossitskoy Communistikskoy Party, Bolshevikov, No 11 to 12, 1922, p. 30. 5 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pp 355 to 356. 196 The struggle in the party PTUI against the personal enrichment of party members. Such abuses occur, however, in any institution, and were not peculiar to the Russian Communist Party. The basic determining factors in its evolution were, first of all, the rapid and overwhelming rise in its numbers and, secondly, the relatively low political and intellectual caliber of the new recruits, which made instruction and indoctrination from above an imperative necessity. The increasing size and declining quality of the rank and file membership were the foundations on which the power of the Central Party machine insensibly grew into a vast, monolithic dictatorship. See, the party machine. The growing size and changing composition of the party provided an impregnable argument for stricter party discipline. Mere increase in the numbers of party members automatically strengthened the authority of the central organs. Concentration of power at the center everywhere distinguishes modern mass parties from the small parties of the past, and, within the central authority, the elected organ meeting periodically tends to lose power to the permanent bureaucratic machine staffed by appointment. The party central committee elected by the 8th Party Congress of 1919, which created the Politburo and the Orgbureau, consisted of 19 members and 8 candidates. When Stalin became general secretary in April 1922, the central committee consisted of 27 members and 19 candidates, and the Politburo, the Orgbureau and the Secretariat too, were now already well on the way to displace the party central committee as the effective organs of power. Thereafter its numbers swelled continuously, rising to 40 members and 17 candidates in 1923, 53 members and 34 candidates in 1924, and 63 members and 43 candidates at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925. Its representative character could also be said to have increased. In the early days, when the Central Committee was a small group directing the affairs of the party, it never contained more than 1 or 2 workers. At the 14th Party Congress Molotov was able to boast that the existing Central Committee already contained 53 bore. Trademark C, for example, Spravachnik Partinago Rabonica, 4, 1924, 115. 2 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 193 to 195. Ch. 19 The Monolithic Party 197. Cent of workers. But this rise in numbers and in representative quality was accompanied by an atrophy of power. Lenin in one of his last articles noted that the party central committee was in process of developing into a supreme party conference meeting once in 2 months, and leaving the transaction of current business to the Politburo, Orgbureau, and Secretariat. He agreed that this development should be accepted and standardized. Stalin's efficiency, Stalin's ambition, and Stalin's ruthlessness were scarcely required to complete the process. The only issue still outstanding was the distribution of power between the 3 ostensibly sub-ordinate organs, or rather, since the Orgbureau quickly became little more than a presidium of the Secretariat, 3 between the Secretariat and the Politburo. Stalin began cautiously with a memorandum of proposals of the Secretariat for a division of functions among the organs of The Central Committee, which was discussed by the Central Committee at the end of January 1923. The memorandum proposed an increase in the numbers of the Central Committee to 50. Lenin's Testament of December 25, 1922, which contained a similar proposal, may already have been known at this time, and an increase in the numbers of both the Politburo and the Orgbureau from 5 to 7, with 4 candidates. It is difficult not to see in this scheme a calculated weakening of the effectiveness of all these organs vis the Secretariat, which alone retained its existing form intact. Stalin had, however, discovered a new and ingenious tactical device to weaken the Politburo by professing to exalt the authority of the Central Committee. The draft placed on the Politburo the obligation to submit substantially important political proposals to the Central Committee, and it was specifically noted that this diminishes the rights of the Politburo in favor of the plenum of the Central Committee, though whether it was calculated to have this result in practice is another matter. Most significant of all was the definition of the powers of the T14 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B. 1926, p. 81. 2 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVII, 402 to 403. 3 Lenin, who regarded the distribution of party forces as the chief function of the Orgbureau, expected this body to be subordinate to the Politburo. Since organizational questions could not be independent of politics, this view, first expressed in 1920 and repeated in April 1922, Lenin, Sakhinania, XXV. 94, 112 to 113, XXVII, 264, overlooked the Secretariat altogether. 198 The struggle in the party PT. Secretariat. The Secretariat was entitled to make appointments to all party posts not higher than the provincial level, that is to say, to posts up to and including that of Secretary of a provincial party committee. Such decisions were to take effect unless tested within 48 hours by a member of the Politburo. Appointments to party posts at higher levels were to be submitted to the Orgbureau. Decisions of the Orgbureau were subject to protest by a member of the Politburo. Such protests had the effect of SUS pending the execution of the decision, whereas protests by members of the Central Committee against decisions of the Politburo had no such suspensory effect. Available records do not reveal the precise fate of these proposals. At this stage Yetsky appears to have been the strongest defender of the prerogatives of the Politburo against the encroachments of the Secretariat, and this fact doubtless helped to keep the other members of the triumvirate faithful to Stalin. At the 12th Party Congress in April 1923 Stalin again appeared as the defender of the rights of the Central Committee against the encroachments of the Politburo, and earned the praise of Ossinsky, who made a strong attack on Zinoviev. Point 2 The resolution of the Congress included Stalin's recommendation that important proposals of the Politburo should in future be brought before the Central Committee. It also raised the membership of the party Central Committee to 40, with from 15 to 20 candidates having the right to be present at meetings, though not to vote, and increased the numbers of the Politburo and Orgbureau in accordance with the proposals of the Stalin Memorandum. What happened to the proposals defining the authority of the Secretariat to make party appointments is not clear. Once more the Secretariat profited from the general belief in its unimportance. The functions of the Secretariat were a routine matter not worthy of discussion by a party Congress. But in the summer of 1923 Zinoviev became. The document is in the Trotsky archives with annotations made by Trotsky during the discussion on January 29, 1923. One of the notes reads, nothing to be confirmed today. 2 See Trotsky's memorandum to the Central Committee of February 22, 1923, in the Trotsky archives. 3 Stalin, Sakhinania, v. 227, Dwenitset IISX Rossiyska Kommunistics. Koi Party, Bolshevikov, 1923, p. 122. 4 Ossinsky's attack on Zinovievsky. The Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 284. Asterisk VKP, B. V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, I. 501 to 502. Ch. 19 The Monolithic Party 199. Suspicious of the increasing power wielded by Stalin in his capacity as General Secretary, and at the famous cave meeting at Kislovodsk put forward his scheme to politicize the Secretariat by effectively subordinating it to the Politburo. The initial outbreak of friction between Stalin and Zinoviev took the institutional form of a struggle between the Secretariat, where Stalin was the undisputed master, and the Politburo, where Zinoviev had uneasily donned the mantle of Lenin. The attempt to curb Stalin's authority quickly proved abortive. The crisis, which began with the platform of the 46 in October 1923 and ended with the condemnation of Trotsky by the 13th Party Conference in January 1924, played into Stalin's hands, and the dilution of the party ranks with the untried recruits of the Lenin enrollment strengthened the control of the Central Party machine over the new mass membership. Underscore the last echoes of the struggle were heard at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925, when Zinoviev once again demanded a Politburo with full powers, and a Secretariat of functionaries subordinate to it, and Molotov retorted that a Politburo with full powers meant, in the understanding of Zinoviev, a Politburo in which comrades Zinoviev and Kamina will be in a majority. The Politburo had eclipsed the Central Committee. The party machine operated from the Secretariat now overshadowed the Politburo. The party succumbed to the masterful sway of the General Secretary. The rising power of the Secretariat led to the emergence of a new and prominent feature in the party and Soviet landscape. The apparatus and the apparatus man, the body of obscure and anonymous officials who were the cogs of the smoothly and, for the most part, silently working party machine. Few statements were made about the number of these party officials. It was stated that at the 13th Party Congress there had been one party worker for every 22 members, and at the 14th Congress, one for every 40, assuming that the figures of party membership were the totals announced at the respective congresses, which included candidates. This meant 27,250 party workers in 1924, and T.C. The Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 290 to 291. 2 For the consequences of the Lenin enrollment, see pages 354 to 357. 314 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B. 1926, pages 468, 484. For this exchange, CP 142 above. Vol. 2 FO. 200 The struggle in the party PTIIT. 25,600 at the end of 1925. But the category of party workers included all party members holding party appointments all over the country. Only 767 were said to be employed in the office of the Central Party Committee at the time of the 14th Congress. The growth of this apparatus marked, perhaps, the most important single difference between the regime of Lenin and the Regime of Stalin. It was the chief shortcoming of Lenin as a statesman that he never really faced the problem of large-scale administration in modern society. The improvisations of the period of the seizure of power and of the Civil War could pass as temporary expedients. The most important of these improvisations, the creation out of former Tsarist officers of an officer corps for the Red Army, was the work not of Lenin, but of Trotsky. Lenin continued to believe that the solution lay, in the words of the party program of 1919, in the simplification of the functions of administration accompanied by a rise in the cultural level of the workers. 3. And, if he came to realize that the rise of the cultural level would be a slow process, he never recognized the utopian nature of the demand for a simplified administration. When, after the victory in the Civil War and the introduction of NEP, practical problems of administration began to beset him, Lenin had little contribution to offer to their solution except a series of powerful warnings against the evils of bureaucracy in the state and, in the last months of his life, in the party itself. But, once Stalin had taken over the secretariat, and the restraint of Lenin and of the Lenin tradition had been removed, every inhibition disappeared. 1. Lenin had failed to see the inevitability of bureaucracy. Stalin was equally blind to its dangers and to the requirement of safeguards against them. The concluding chapter of Stalin's Foundations of Leninism, originally published in May 1924, was entitled Style in Work, and called for a combination of Russian revolutionary enthusiasm with American practicality. But, though Stalin, with the help of copious supporting quotations from Lenin, carefully maintained the balance between 114 SS Visas not Communistic Party, B. 1926, pages 76, 81. For the 1924 figure see Stalin, Sakhanintia, 6, 201. The calculation in the text is based on the figure of 600,000 members on May 1, 1924. 2 Ibid p. 89. 3 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 248. 4 Stalin, Sakhanintia, 6, 186 to 188. Ch 19 The Monolithic Party 201. The qualities and defects of both elements, it became clear as time went on that Stalin's style in work contained much that Lenin might have denounced as bureaucracy. It would, however, be erroneous to treat this as a personal idiosyncrasy of Stalin. Lenin's constructive work was done at a time when revolutionary enthusiasm was still in the ascendant and was the primary need if the regime was to survive. Stalin was the product of a period when stable and orderly administration, the mastery of a complicated machine of government, was the main requirement, and, given the weakness of the human material available, and the survival of a primitive bureaucratic tradition, the imposition of a rigid and oppressive conformity was the consequence. If the party no longer encouraged independence of thought, it provided safe careers for those who would serve it faithfully and efficiently. Stalin's apparatus men were in the sense the very antithesis of the intellectuals whose far-ranging thought had provided the inspiration of the revolution. A fundamental animosity and incompatibility of temper sharpened every clash between the party leadership and successive oppositions. Order and discipline, not revolutionary enthusiasm, were now the prime virtues of the party member and of the party official. It was these virtues which the secretariat of Stalin strove to inculcate. The central machine exercised its power over the party in two main ways, by the making of appointments which enabled it silently and unostentatiously to reward its supporters and to penalize the lukewarm and the hostile, and by the application of direct measures of discipline to recalcitrants. The second of these methods was the more dramatic and attracted more notice. It was on this practice that critics outside the Soviet Union concentrated their attacks. But, in building up the enormous power, which came to be concentrated in the central party machine and in the person of the general secretary, the virtually unlimited right to make appointments to key positions probably played a larger role. These two decisive instruments of power both require some examination. D. The power of appointment. The power of appointment in the hands of the central party machine dated from the moment when the section of the Central 202 the struggle in the party P.T.W.I. Committee, in practice, a section of the Secretariat, in charge of the recording of qualifications and allocation of party personnel, spread by its short name, transferred its attention from the mass mobilizations of the period of the Civil War and War communism to the individual appointments to special functions, especially in the economic sphere, characteristic of the NEP period. This course was confirmed when, shortly after Stalin's appearance in the Secretariat in April 1922, a 30-year-old party official Natan Kaganovich was placed at the head of spread. The conspicuous feature of the first year of his tenure of office was a reduction by one half in the number of party members receiving assignments through spread, partly owing to the decline in mass mobilizations, partly owing to a deliberate attempt to relieve the central machine of appointments to routine or subordinate work. Of the 10,000 appointments made by spread between April 1922 and March 1923, nearly 5,000 were to responsible posts. The 12th Party Congress of April 1923, after listening to Stalin's remarks on the importance of spread, passed the appropriate resolution. The Congress instructs the Central Committee to take all measures to extend and strengthen the account and distribution organs of the party at the center and in the localities, in order to embrace the whole mass of workers who are communists or sympathizers with communism in any and every sphere of administrative and economic work. The Congress had given its approval to the building up of a powerful machine at the center with local branches to exercise absolute control over appointments of party members and reliable supporters to any and every post in the party or govern. 1 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 229. Krestinsky gave an account of the mass mobilizations of the past year to the 10th Party Congress in March 1921. TTS Audiobook. 1921, pages 22 to 23. The new conception of individual appointments requiring special qualifications dated from a decision of December 1921. Jzvestia. Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoj Communistiskoj Party, Bolshevikov, No. 1. 49, January 1923, pages 11 to 14. 2 For Kaganovich's career see Bolshevistskaya Encyclopedia, XXX. 1937, 514 to 518. 3 Izvestia Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoj Communistiskoj Party, Bolshevikov, No. 3, 51, March 1923, pages 39 to 40. 4 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 504. Ch 19 The Monolithic Party 203. Mental hierarchy. In the hands of outstanding organizers like Stalin and Kaganovich, the opportunity would not be missed. The Congress marked its confidence in the new regime by electing Kaganovich a candidate member of the party Central Committee. He became a full member in the following year. The next few months were spent in creating a machine which would run smoothly. In July 1923, the party Central Committee, on the recommendation of Uttresred, laid down a list of 3,500 post and state and economic organs appointments to which were to be made through the Central Committee, and of a further 1,500 post appointments to which, though made by the organs concerned, must be notified to Uttresred. A similar classification, the details of which were not disclosed, was established for leading party posts, and a regulation was worked out by Uttresred on the forms of agreement between the Central Committee and departmental and local party organs on nominations and removals of workers in local institutions. 3 months later, the distributory apparatus of the section was finally organized on the framework laid down in the July resolution of the Secretariat. A decision of the Org Bureau of October 12, 1923, established or confirmed a complete classification of posts, and defined the degree of authority required for the making or approving of different categories of appointment. It remained for more than 2 years the charter of the Secretariat in the matter of state and party appointments. A month later, on November 8, 1923, a resolution of the Central Committee approved these arrangements. It indicated that the most important appointments to be made in the near future were to posts in the economic organs, in the countryside and in the Red Army, and dwelt on the need for Uttresred to study the individual qualifications of candidates for appointment. An attempt was to be made to combine selection carried out by the Central Committee and local party committees with promotion from below, from provincial and county. 1 Izvestia Central Nogo Rossiyskoye Communistiskoj Partii, Bolshevikov. No 9-10, 57-58, October-November 1923, p. 33, number 4, 62, April 1924. Pages 40-42. At this time Uttresred had a modest staff of 1 director, 3 deputies, and 12 assistants. Ibid no 7-8, 55-56, August-September, 1923, p. 24. 2. The text of the decision does not appear to have been published. It was referred to in the resolution of the Central Committee of November 8, 1923. See below. 204. The struggle in the party pt. 3. Party organizations. But the political crisis arising out of the platform of the 46 and the letters of Trotsky were inimical to any relaxation of central control. This was, indeed, delicately hinted at in the report of Uttresred. The inter-party tasks that confronted the party after the November discussion introduced into the system of work of Uttresred only supplementary and partial changes, especially by way of making more precise the agreement about transfers and recalls. The pattern was now established, and subsequent changes were of a formal character. In 1924, Uttresred was amalgamated with the former organization section * under the name of Orgras. This reorganization was confirmed by an order issued by the Secretariat. It is perhaps significant that confirmation by the Central Committee seems no longer to have been required. On March 13, 1925.4, the scope of the work of Uttresred and Orgras is indicated by statistics of the appointments handled by them between 1922 and 1925. From 11 to 12 Congress 4,738, 5,613, 10,351. From 12 to 13 Congress 45,690, 1,519, 6,088. From 13 to 14 Congress 9,419, 2,858, 12,277. In each case, a small proportion of the totals was accounted for by a continuance of mass mobilizations, but the majority of the appointments were individual. The decline in the figures for 1 Izvestia Central Nogo Komitet Rostiskoj Communistiskoj Partii, Bolshevikov, number 1, 59, January 1924, pages 64-67, for promotion C. Volume 1, pages 107-109. 2 Izvestia Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoye Communistiskoj Partii, Bolshevikov, number 4, 62, April 1924, p. 42. 3. The section was originally called the Organization and Instruction section and handled the relations of the Central Committee with local organizations. Ibid number 3, 51, March 1923, p. 3. It was now split into one half being amalgamated with Uttresred to form Orgras, the other forming a new information section. 4K14 SS to RKP, B, 1928, P1, Izvestia Central Nogo Komiteta. Rostiskoye Communistiskoj Partii, Bolshevikov, no 17-18, 92-93, May 11, 1925, pages 7-8. Ch19 The Monolithic Party 205. The middle period was due to the determination of the central machine to relieve itself of the growing burden of routine appointments. Most of these were now left to the discretion of the organization concerned, though some may have come under local party controls. The rise in the figures for the third period was due partly to the longer interval between the 13th and 14th party congresses, more than 18 months instead of a year, but also to the increasing number of important appointments in an expanding economic and political society. Most of the appointments were to posts in economic organs, in the co-operatives, in the trade unions and in the Soviet administrative machine. But the most significant figure of all showed that of the 9,419 appointments to responsible posts made between May 1924 and December 1925, 1,876 were to responsible posts in the party. These were the officials who formed the key supports of the whole political structure. It was ultimately through them that the dictatorship of the proletariat was exercised. Finally, in January 1926, the system was once more reviewed, and a new classification adopted for 5,500 posts, nominations to which required the formal approval of the Central Committee. In future, appointments to 1,870 of these posts, Category 1, would still be submitted for approval to the Central Committee, the Org Bureau or the Secretariat as a whole. Appointments to 1,640 posts, Category 2, would require the sanction of one of the secretaries, and would be carried higher only in the event of dispute. A new group of 1,590 elective posts, presumably in party and Soviet organs, was created, appointments to which would be agreed with commissions set up ad hoc by the Central Committee. This special procedure was a recognition of the delicacy of the problem of reconciling the overriding authority of the center with the right of election by local organs. At lower levels, outside these categories, local bodies made their own appointments, subject, however, at each level to the authority of the regional, provincial, or lower party committee, which was entitled to draw up categories of posts for which its consent to appointments was required. A minor point of interest in the decision was insistence on a proper demarcation of functions between the party Central Committee and the Moscow Provincial. 1K14 SS to RKP, B, 1925, pages 27-29. 206 The struggle in the party PT High Party Committee, which had hitherto apparently been neglected. The commanding position of Org spread had not been attained without prolonged controversy in the party. In theory, all posts in the party were supposed to be filled by election. But this theory was difficult to reconcile with the acknowledged right of the party authorities to dispose of the services of party members in whatever way the interests of the party might require. In the early days, the power of the central machine was openly used to override or annul the results of election by the local party organization. As early as April 1920, even before the establishment of Utraspread, the dissolution of a recalcitrant Central Committee of the Ukrainian Party was achieved by a simple order of the Central Committee in Moscow transferring its members to work elsewhere. A party conference in September 1920 recognized the indispensability of nomination to elective offices. In exceptional cases, though it preferred recommendation to nomination, and added the significant rider that appointments should not be influenced by considerations of any kind whatever, other than practical ones, and that repressions of any kind, on the ground of opinion, were inadmissible. Point 3 In March 1921, at the 10th Party Congress, Krestinsky, then one of the three members of the Secretariat and in charge of Utraspread, spoke of an unspecified transfer of the previous August, which had caused surprise, dissatisfaction, and suspicion whether there had not been repressive action, some punitive element, though he did not actually admit that the suspicion was well founded. During the following year, when Molotov had replaced Krestinsky as member of the Secretariat in charge of Utraspread, it became necessary to take decisive and radical measures against fractional activities in the Samara provincial party organization by removing the whole upper group of party and Soviet workers. If such exhibitions of naked authority were 1. The text of the decision, with the commentary, is in Izvestiya Central Nogo Komiteta Soyuznoy Communistiskoi Party, B, number 1, 122, January 18, 1926, pages 2 to 5. 2. M. Ravik Cherkisky, Historia Communistiskoi Party, Bolshevikov. Ukraine, 1923, Appendix 12. 3 VKP, B, V. Rezoliatsiyak Gode I, 351. Plus D. Zited SX Rostiskiskoi Party, 1921, p. 12. 5. Odinit Sat ISX RRP, 1936, pages 57 to 58. Ch. 19 The Monolithic Party 207. Afterwards generally avoided, this was because the lesson had been learned, and because the appointments machinery of Utraspread worked smoothly and silently to eliminate sources of friction and level out difficulties without allowing them to come to a head. The issue of principle, however, remained, and war continued to be waged on the question of nomination versus election of secretaries of party committees. The exercise of control by the Central Committee, or by Utraspread acting in its name, over provincial appointments grew up gradually. It was described by Krestinsky in cautious terms at the 10th Party Congress in March 1 G21. We put comrades at the disposal of a provincial committee. We recommend them for this or that work, and we come to an agreement with the representatives of the provincial organizations. This was the thin end of the wedge. Once the power to remove the existing occupant of a post, under the guise of promotion or of overriding party interest, was conceded, and the right to recommend a successor taken for granted, it was only a short step to direct nomination. This step was taken at the party conference of December 1921, which proposed that secretaries of provincial and county committees should be confirmed by a higher party authority. This meant that provincial secretaries would be confirmed by the party central committee, and county secretaries by the provincial authorities. The proposal was endorsed by the 11th Party Congress in March 1922.7. It became henceforth an accepted party rule. A report of Utraspread to the 12th Party Congress of 1923 recorded that 37 secretaries of provincial or regional committees, more than 1/3 of the total number, had been transferred or removed in the past year, and 42 party workers been recommended to provincial or regional committees for appointment as secretaries. Point 3 Provincial and regional secretaries were the key men on whose capacity to organize and to direct the power of the party in the area primarily depended. It was important for the central 1 D Zitai ISX Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, 1921, p. 44. 2 VKP, B, V. Rizoliat Styak, 1941, I, 412, 436. 3 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet ROS. Iskat K. Istikiskoy Party, B. Number 3, 51, March 1923, p. 51. 208 The struggle in the party PT. I. Authorities to have in these posts men whose efficiency and loyalty were beyond suspicion. Once effective control of key provincial and regional party appointments was assured, the central apparatus sought to extend its hold to the next level, that of county party secretaries, whose appointment had since 1922 required the confirmation of the provincial authorities. Here, apparently, the main difficulty had been to find suitable candidates for the posts. At the 12th Party Congress in April 1923, Stalin declared that the greatest need in party personnel was for a reserve of 200 or 300 county secretaries. 2 Preobrazhensky, having paid an iron-equal tribute to Stalin's clever speech, complained that 30% of existing secretaries of provincial party committees had been, as the expression goes, recommended by the Central Committee, and belatedly feared that the practice of recommendation, instead of being an exception, would become a system. 3 No direct reply was made to Preobrazhensky's protest. Rykov admitted that all the members of the party bureaus for the newly established regions had hitherto been nominated by the Central Committee, and thought that it might be possible gradually to introduce a system of election, though with the greatest caution. Plus this pious hope found, however, no place in the formal decisions of the Congress. The resolution on party organization stressed the importance of measures for the improvement and selection of the leading cadre of party workers, from the secretary of the provincial or regional committee down to the secretary of the party cell, and instructed the party central committee to take all steps to a table showing in percentages the social origin of secretaries of provincial committees at the time of the 11th, 1922, 12th, 1923, and 13th. 1924, Party Congresses was published in 1924. Workers, Peasants, Employees. LEE and Retreat EE1I. 1922 24 degree 736 77. 1923 44 degree 609 54 degree 5. 1924 48 degree 6 degree 54. Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rediskoy K Istikiskoy Party, Bal. Shabikov, number 4, 62, April 1924, p5. 2 Stalin, Sakhainania, v. 217 to 218. 3 Gwenet Set ISX Rossiyskoy Communistikiskoy Party, Bolshevikov. 1923, p133 4 Ibid p438. Ch19 The Monolithic Party 209. Broaden and strengthen the spread organs of the party. And it proposed to organize as a matter of urgency a school. Attached to the Central Committee, 4 secretaries of county party committees, with a membership of 200-300. In the autumn of 1923 the school for county party secretaries was opened in Moscow. The declared purpose was to form cadres of qualified county party secretaries, and the implication clearly was that the right qualifications, rather than election from below, would determine these appointments. Meanwhile provincial party secretaries continued to be nominated from the center. When Trotsky launched his first attack on the party leadership in October 1923, the charge that nomination to party posts was 10 times as common as in the worst days of the Civil War, and that nomination of secretaries of provincial committees is now the rule, figured prominently in the indictment. Point 3 The platform of the 46, issued a few days later, bluntly attacked the secretarial hierarchy and described the rift opening in the party between professional party officials appointed from above and the mass of the party which does not participate in the common life. The famous resolution of December 5, 1923, which registered the short-lived compromise between the triumvirate and Trotsky at the end of this controversy, recorded the need to verify the usefulness of the system of confirmation of appointments of provincial party secretaries, and concluded that the right to confirm secretaries cannot be allowed to be converted into their virtual nomination. Point 5 But this remained, and was intended by the triumvirate to remain, a dead letter. The increase in the authority and influence of spread was an automatic process which was accelerated by each succeeding party crisis. The autumn crisis of 1923 was a landmark in the VKP, V. Resolutsiak, 1941, I. 504-505. 2 Izvestiyak Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoye Communistiskaya Party. Bolshevikov, number 6, 54, July 1923, p. 84, no 7-8, 55-56, August-September 1923, p. 95. On June 17, 1924, Stalin made an important speech at the school, explaining that he had chosen this audience precisely because at this juncture, the county had become the nodal point in relations between the party and the peasantry. Stalin, Sakhinaya, 6, 259-260. Trotsky made a brief speech at the conclusion of one of the courses on June 30, 1924, apologizing for having failed, through illness, to deliver a lecture at an earlier stage of the course. Trotsky, Sakhinaya, XXI, 365-368. 3 For Trotsky's letter of October 8, 1923, see the interregnum, 1923-1924. Pages 295-297. 4 See the interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 298. 5 Ibid p. 306. 210 The struggle in the party pt2. Process. It was the first concerted attack on the party leadership since the central party machine had begun to function under Stalin's efficient management. The struggle which ensued, apart from its political and personal aspects, was a struggle between the party organization and a spontaneous and untutored party opinion, which, as commonly occurs in such situations, tended to side with an opposition professing leftist principles. The result, which also conformed to the modern pattern of experience in other countries, was a victory of the party organization over unorganized mass opinion, which failed altogether to withstand the combined resources of propaganda and patronage at the disposal of a large-scale organization. It was significant that the opposition grew progressively weaker as time went on, and as the discussion moved from the provinces to the center, and that it retained more of its hold on the intellectuals than on the workers. What clearly emerged from the struggle was the power of the central party organization, professedly an instrument of the Central Committee, elected by the party Congress, which was composed of delegates of local party organs, to dominate its ostensible masters by controlling their votes. The control was exercised through mass propaganda, through the power of appointment, and through the threat of reprisals. It would be unrealistic to attempt to assess the relative weight of the three pressures, nor were the controls and pressures purely negative. If opposition was curbed by fear of penalties, conformity was encouraged by hope of rewards. As always happens, careerism was the counterpart of intimidation. Though nothing suspicious had actually transpired at the 12th Party Congress of April 1923, L. Trotsky in his letter of October 8, 1923, 6 months after the event, expressed alarm at the methods and procedures by dint of which the 12th Party Congress was constituted, and the platform of the 46 bluntly asserted that the secretarial hierarchy of the party to an ever greater extent recruits the membership of conferences and congresses, which are becoming to an ever greater extent the executive assemblies of this hierarchy. Protests against bureaucracy, the party apparatus, and the system of nomination formed the staple of the opposition campaign, and 1 See the account in the interregnum, 1923-24, ch 13 Passim. 2 Ibid pages 295, 369. Ch 19 The Monolithic Party 211. Allegations of pressure from the party apparatus on the election of delegates to the 13th Party Conference in January 1924 were freely bandied about at the conference itself. The overwhelming majority secured by the leadership at the conference on issues on which the opposition had a few weeks earlier appeared to enjoy widespread support in the party was the best evidence that these allegations had some foundation. From 1924 onwards the machinery of spread operated smoothly and efficiently. Like the appointments department of any large organization, spread went about its work with discretion and with a minimum of publicity. Personal ambitions and personal incompatibilities had to be taken into account. Awkward and restive individuals had to be quietly got rid of or placed in posts where they could do no harm. The real reasons for appointments or dismissals could not always be openly stated. In these circumstances it is not surprising that the extent of the political pressures exerted through spread is largely a matter of conjecture and must be inferred from hints that emerged from time to time. The process was inevitable and, in many cases, defensible on any standard of judgment. No well-run organization favors hardened dissenters. As spread grew more powerful and more self-assured, it could even afford to appease objectors by a certain outward relaxation in the exercise of its power. Early in 1924 the Central Committee directed spread to adopt a cautious approach to removals and transfers of workers in elective organs, and the course was set for a renunciation of direct nominations to responsible elective posts in party, trade union, etc. organs. In the summer of 1925 it was announced that party workers elected to trade union posts would not be transferred before the expiration of the period for which they had been elected, and that presidents and secretaries of provincial or regional trade union councils would not be transferred without explicit approval of the party Central Committee. In October of the same year, the party Central Committee, in an appeal to all party organizations and members of the party, urged Ibid P 333. 2 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoy Komunistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, number 4, 62, April 1924, pages 42, 77. 3 Ibid No 31 to 32, 106 to 107, August 24, 1925, p6. 212 The struggle in the party pt. Ill. That elections to local leading party organs and elections to the party congress should proceed without any imposition of particular candidates. As the system was standardized, a face-saving formula was devised to cover the nomination by Orgresred of secretaries of provincial or regional party committees. The appointment was proposed by the local organization and confirmed by the central authority. 2 Strong efforts were made to pacify opposition by keeping up appearances. At the Org Bureau in March 1926, Molotov protested against cases in which list of candidates for leading posts had been settled behind the scenes at party conferences, so that everything on the surface might have a correct appearance, and Stalin indignantly exclaimed, parade. 2 months later an order was issued denouncing provincial party committees which handed down to county party conferences lists of those who were to be elected to county party committees. But, whatever attempts were made to preserve the decencies of formal election, nothing was likely to shake the right of the higher party authorities to the last word on key party appointments. In practice the authority of Orgresred continued to expand. Rykov had expressed the hope at the 12th Party Congress 5 that, as regionalization spread over the Soviet Union, and the larger and more important regions took the place of provinces, the right of the party central committee, acting through Orgresred, to nominate not only the secretary of the regional party committee, but its whole presidium or bureau, would be abrogated in favor of election. This hope was not realized. The practice of nomination by the center became stereotyped. A provision for confirmation of such appointments was formally included in the revised party statute approved by the 14th Party Congress in December 1925, and, when an 1 VKP, B, V Resoliatsiak, 1941, TI, 45. 2 The following was a typical announcement of the spring of 1926, in connection with the selection of Comrade Antipov as member of the Secretariat and Bureau of the Leningrad Provincial Committee. The Central Committee agreed with the proposal of the Bureau of the Ural Regional Committee to confirm Comrade Sulamov as first Secretary of the Ural Regional Committee. Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Visasozna Communistiskoy Party, B. No 10 to 11, 131 to 132, March 22, 1926, p6. 3 Ibid pages 3 to 4. 4 Ibid No 19 to 20, 140 to 141, May 24, 1926, p1. 5 CP 208 above. Ch. 19 The Monolithic Party 213. Opposition delegate protested against this retrogression from an elective system. He received the reply that, on the contrary, it represented an advance in party democracy, since, when the regions were first created, the whole of a regional committee had been nominated by the central authority. In any case, added the rapporteur, the interests of the party must rate higher than the interests of formal democracy. By the time the 14th Congress met, nobody could ignore the immense power which the right of appointment, dismissal and transfer conferred on the central party machine, or the way in which it was used to control and organize votes. Krupskia, who wished to limit the powers of the Org Bureau and the Secretariat to transfer and remove party members, argued that these transfers, these removals from work frequently create in the party an inability to speak out sincerely and openly, and that this was incompatible with inner party democracy. 2 Glebova Vilov, the Leningrad trade union leader, reported to a meeting of party trade unionists, while the Congress was still in progress, that the mass of delegates were in agreement with us, that many delegates came to us, saying that they were in agreement with us, and explaining why they did not vote for us, and that the atmosphere of the Congress was such that not everyone will hold up his hand in opposition in order to be sent as a result to Murmansk or Turk. Stand. 3 It had by this time become difficult to distinguish between what was abuse and what was legitimate and recognized procedure. The task of the Central Control Commission, declared the resolution of the Congress, should consist, in a greater measure than has been realized in the past, in actively assisting the appropriate party and Soviet organs in the selection of workers for economic and state posts, plus and everyone knew that one of the qualifications most prized by the Control Commission was orthodoxy. VKP, B, V Resoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 83, 14 SS Visasozna.com. Munistikiskoy Party, B, 1926, pages 883, 885 to 886, 892 to 893. 214 SS Visasozna Communistikiskoy Party, B, P 572, 4a. Quotation from Krupskia's speech. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pp 333. MT Pravda, December 29, 1925. Glebova Vilov complained in a written declaration to the Congress, 14 SS Visasozna Communistikiskoy Party, 1926, p 952, that he had been misrepresented, but the denial apparently covered only the concluding remark. 4 VKP, B, V Resoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 54. 214 The struggle in the party pt 3. Of opinion. Such pressures were sometimes felt even beyond the sphere of party appointments. At the 7th Komsomol Congress in March 1926 the allegation was heard that, besides members of the opposition dismissed or transferred to distant posts, workers who were supporters of the opposition had been dismissed from factory jobs, so that they go about unemployed for months and stand at the labor exchange. E. Unity and discipline. The indirect control exercised through the power of appointment and dismissal was so strong and effective that it might have sufficed by itself to make the central party machine the dominant and directing force in the party. But it was reinforced, though in this period cautiously and sparingly, by direct disciplinary action against dissidents, and the fear of reprisals was undoubtedly a substantial factor in imposing conformity on those who were outside the scope of party appointments. The Central Control Commission with its subordinate network of local commissions was the organ of party discipline. The Control Commission was first instituted in September 1920 as a concession to growing opposition within the party. Its primary function was to investigate complaints against party officials, including even members of the Central Committee. This was the point of the proviso that no member of the Central Committee could also be a member of the Central Control Commission. But the 10th Party Congress in March 1921, by its condemnation of fractionalism, made organized opposition a major party offense, and it was in this Atmosphere that the Control Commission took shape in the years from 1921 to 1923. The first recorded joint meeting of the party Central Committee with the Central Control Commission of Pro. Procedure often to be repeated in dealing with later oppositions. 17 SXV Soyoznikoleninskogo Communistikiskogo Soyozamolodezi. 1926, p. 113. Another delegate at the Congress cynically commented on these allegations in the words of a familiar proverb: when trees are felled, chips fly. Ibid p. 130. To see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 196. Dzerzhinsky and Preobrazhensky, who were also members of the party Central Committee, left the commission sometime before the 10th Party Congress in March 1921. TTS Rostiskot Kommunistikiskoye Party, 1928, p. 28, and the Congress elected an entirely new Central Commission of 7. Ch. 19. The Monolithic Party 215 was convened by Lenin in August 1921 to consider disciplinary measures against Shlyapnikov. At this time, however, this disciplinary action was not necessarily taken through the control missions. Kozier complained at the 11th Party Congress in March 1922 that he, Sapronov and Rakovsky had been removed from the Urals for considerations of an absolutely non-service character, apparently by direct action of the Central Committee or the Secretariat. If anyone had the audacity, or thought it necessary, to come out with a criticism or to point out this or that defect in the sphere of party or Soviet construction, he was at once counted with the opposition. This was at once notified to the competent authority, and he was removed. And he recalled that the Politburo had taken similar action against members of the Presidium of the Trade Union Central Council who had been on Trotsky's side in the trade union controversy of the previous year. Point 2. The same party Congress to which these complaints were made gave the control commissions their first formal statute, and drew attention to their particular importance in the conditions of the new economic policy, in connection with which there is a growing threat of the degeneration of the least reliable and disciplined members of the party. 3. It reduced the number of members of the Central Control Commission from 7 to 5, and once more changed its personnel. Solz, who had reported on the work of the Central Commission at the 10th Congress, was the only member to be reappointed by the 11th Congress, an honor which foreshadowed his future importance in the mission. When the 12th Party Congress in April 1923 increased the number of the Central Control Commission to 50, amalgamated Rabkrin with it, and put Kubyshev at the head of the enlarged institution, the Central Control Commission was launched on its See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 208. 2 of Init ISS RKP, B, 1936, pages 133 to 134. The reference to the trade union leaders may be a confused recollection of the action taken in May 1921 against Tomsky, Rudzutak, and Ryazanov. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 324 to 325. 3 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, I, 441 to 442. 4 The names of those elected at the 10th and 11th Congresses are listed. Ibid, STH at 1936, I, 404, 462, they are omitted in later editions. 53 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 227 to 228. Vol. 2p. 216 The struggle in the party PT 11. Career as a major party organ. The party inquisition and the scourge of offenders against the party code of behavior or against party orthodoxy. It would be misleading to suggest that the disciplinary authority of the Central Control Commission and its subordinate organs over party members was at this time applied primarily to the suppress sign of dissentient opinion. The more avowable purpose of maintaining a high standard of conduct among party members and punishing infractions of the party ethical code accounted for the greater part of its work. For several years, in accordance with a provision in the party statute, lists of persons expelled from the party were regularly published in the party gazette together with the grounds of the expulsion. These were extremely various. Sometimes the description of the offense was limited to conduct discreditable to the party or infractions of party discipline. But as a rule particulars were given. Drunkenness was the most frequent single cause, sometimes with aggravating circumstances such as persistent drunkenness and brawling with prostitutes. Official offenses were often alleged. One official was expelled for collecting a tax without giving a receipt, another for misuse of official position and exploitation of subordinates, a third for giving a recommendation to a total stranger for private gain. A party official was expelled for exceeding the powers of the Penza Provincial Committee, though it was stated that he might be employed in Soviet work. Ideological grounds were often quoted. One member was expelled as a person with an obscure past, another as a dubious and ideologically corrupt element. A former officer of the army had evidently turned Nepman, and was expelled from the party for having concluded contracts with private firms for personal profit. It on the grounds of 2,382 expulsions of party members, 1,766 candidates were also excluded. In the first quarter of 1925 were classified in percentages as follows: offenses against communist ethics, 22°9, official misdemeanors, 18:3, drunkenness, 16°3, criminal offenses, 15°4, incompatibility, 8-9. Infractions of party discipline, 8°8, abandonment of party, 5:8, participation in religious observances, 3°3. Of those expelled, 57% were admitted in 1919 and 1920, when admissions were widely granted, only 1°5% had been members before 1917. Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rostiskoy Munistikiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, number 34, 109, September 7, 1925, p5. 46,600 party members were called on to answer charges of offenses against the party between July 1924 and July 1925, and 31% of these were expelled. Ch. 19 The Monolithic Party 217 is, of course, possible, as Preobrazhensky once alleged, that charges of moral turpitude were sometimes fastened on those whom it was desired to discredit on political grounds. But the amount of publicity given to cases of disciplinary action by the Central Control Commission against the party opposition, and the care taken to justify them on the ground of formal infringement of party rules, indicates that such interventions were still fairly rare. Meanwhile, the organization began to extend its tentacles all over the Soviet Union. According to figures given by Kubyshev to the Central Control Commission at its session in October 1924, 116 control commissions were then functioning in different centers. Point to the membership of the 76 commissions for which Detailed figures were available was 832, as against 536 6 months. Earlier. Point 3. The scope of the functions and authority of the Central Control Commission also grew apace. Its first prominent appearance as the custodian of doctrinal orthodoxy was in October 1923, when a joint session of the party Central Committee and the Central Control Commission condemned Trotsky's letter of October 8 as a profound political error and the platform of the 46 as a fractional grouping. Plus the Central Control Commission passed an important resolution on irregular opposition activities on the eve of the 13th Party Conference in January 1924, and played its part in the purge of opposition supporters after the confer. Ins. The year 1924, which opened with the death of Lenin, followed by the Lenin enrollment and the beginnings of the cult of Leninism, was one of progressive loss of independence within. A majority of the accused were classified as employees. Drunkenness was the most frequent offense, followed by breaches of party discipline. 14 as Visa not Communistic Scott Party, B. 1926, pages 534 to 535. 1 see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 356 to 357. 2 At this time Control Commission seemed to have been attached mainly to provincial or regional party committees. The party statute approved by the 14th Party Congress of December 1925 made provision for Controcom missions at the department, Okrug, level, 14 SS Visa Soyuznoicom. Communistic Scott Party, B. 1926, P. 880, VKP, B. V. Rizoliotstyak, 1941. 2. 87. Leningrad Pravda, October 8, 1924, of the 832 members, 158 were employed on Rabkrin work, i.e. the control and inspection of Soviet institutions. An interesting indication that this side of the work of the control commissions was quite overshadowed by their party work. 4 see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 300 to 301. 5 see about pages 329 to 330, 356 to 357. 218 The struggle in the party PTITT. The party. It was marked both by the final organization of Orgerspread and by the elaboration of the system of control missions. It was marked also by a wave of suicides of party members sufficiently large to cause anxiety to the party author. Itis, one the most notorious of these, Lutavinov, Evgenia Bosch, and Trotsky's secretary, Glasman too, were known or suspected to be the direct result of the new regime in the party. Inquisitorial action by the Central Control Commission soon became a familiar and recognized procedure. In the aftermath of the first campaign against Trotsky, in February 1924, the commission expelled 2 party members for distributing banned documents. The most serious case of underground opposition unearthed by the mission in the period between the 13th and 14th Party Congresses was the so-called Pylalenko affair. At the end of 1924, at the height of the Trotsky controversy, a party member in Moscow named Korekko, a signatory of the platform of the 46, and a former member of the Democratic Centralism group, wrote to a certain Pylalenko, who held a party post in Kharkov, urging him to come to Moscow for a discussion of many questions of principle. Pylalenko sent a letter in reply by a party member named Kotsiabinsky who, he wrote, shared his views and would be able to explain them in detail. The letter is said to have openly looked forward to a split in the party. Pylalenko proposed to canvass the new recruits of the Lenin enrollment and also non-party workers, and by way of mass demonstrations of the rank and file, though not beginning in Moscow, to mobilize the sympathies of broad straight of the party. 5 The letter was brought 1 see Volume 1, p. 25. 2 for Lutavinov see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 129, Note 1. Bosch was the wife of Pyatakov, the spokesman of the opposition at the party conference of January 1924. Her death was reported without comment in Pravda. January 6, 1925, for Glasman CP 7 above. 3 see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 357. For this was the only such affair mentioned by the Central Control Mission in its report to the 14th Congress, K14SX2RKP, B. 1925, p. 7. Medvedev's letter to Baku, written in January 1924, seems to have been discovered by the Commission sometime in 1925, but was not disclosed till the summer of 1926, presumably because investigations were still on foot. It will be discussed in a subsequent volume. 5 Knowledge of the text of the letter is derived from quotations read by Yaroslavsky, not a very reliable witness, at the Leningrad Provincial Party Conference in December 1925, Leningradskaya Pravda, December 6, 1925. Ch19 The Monolithic Party 219. Not to Korekko, but to Drobnis, who showed it to V.M. Smirnov, both Drobnis and Smirnov being Democratic Centralists and signatories of the platform of the 46. At some time during 1925, by unknown means, the letter fell into the hands of the Central Control Commission, which interrogated all those implicated. In November 1925, the Presidium of the Central Control Commission issued its decision. Pylalenko was expelled from the party. Drobnis and Korekko were severely reprimanded and warned that any further infraction of party discipline would lead to their immediate expulsion, and V.M. Smirnov and Kotsiabinsky were severely reprimanded. Expulsion from the party was the supreme sanction, and was applied with reluctance to prominent and party members. While, however, overt reprisals against the opposition were still kept within the bounds of moderation, the new concentration of power of which the Central Control Commission was a symptom and symbol bred new attitudes towards the expression of dissentient opinion in the party. Already in 1921 Lenin had treated opposition as a luxury too dangerous to be tolerated in time of crisis. Since the fact, or the pretext, of crisis could always be invoked, this attitude became permanent. As the institutions of the state were more and more closely integrated with those of the party, disloyalty to the party was indistinguishable from disloyalty to the state. The maintenance of a formal and institutional separation of party and state did not affect the substantial identity between them in purpose, in policy, in doctrine, and in directing personnel. The absence of other recognized parties playing a subsidiary role, or advocating alternative policies, in public affairs, contributed to the same result. Liberal democracy had established a distinction between the concepts of loyalty to a party and loyalty to the state, and found a place for both. This distinction appeared in the one-party state with significant consequences. On the one hand, loyalty to the state came to require acceptance of specific doctrinal conformities hitherto associated with party. On the other hand, dissent from party doctrine or prescriptions. 1 Pravda, November 22, 1925. It is significant that at this time party Censure did not automatically involve exclusion from Soviet work. Vest. Sovtov, NOS 3 and 4, January 17, 24, 1926, carried an article by Drobnis on the problem of homeless children. 220 The struggle in the party PTIL incurred the moral stigma, and later the physical sanctions, hitherto reserved for disloyalty to the state. These implications of the identity of party and state, already apparent when Lenin died, developed to the full with the growing power of the party's central organs. The mere existence of an efficient machinery of repression. Zion invited the use of it. Opposition became a crime because the means were now available to track it down and punish it. Theses submitted by Kubyshev to the Central Control Commission in October 1924 included among the functions of the commission the final eradication of the differences which occurred in the party before the 13th Party Congress. The change of attitude associated with the rise of the Control Commission was visible in two main ways. In the first place, it encouraged the practice of informing, which in the realm of public law had already received approbation in the new criminal code. The crowning offense of the two members expelled from the party for distribution of banned documents in February 1924 was that they refused to name those from whom they had obtained the documents. Point 3 In the Pylalenko affair, the offense alleged against Drobnis and Smirnov was that, after reading Pylalenko's letter, they had not reported it to the commission. At the 14th Congress in December 1925, the system of informing was attacked by opposition delegates and defended by official spokesmen. Bakov, a Leningrad delegate, protested that the practice of informing is taking such forms and such a character that friend cannot tell friend his sincere thought. Several delegates pointed out that a party member who knew that other members were attempting to form ideological groupings and failed to report it was falling short in his obligations to the party. Gasaev put this doctrine in its extreme form. Lenin once taught us that every member of the party ought to be an agent of the Chayka, i.e. to watch and inform. I do not propose to set up a Chayka in the party. We have the Central Control Commission, we have the Central Committee. But I think that every member of the party should inform. If Pravda, October 5, 1924. 2 under Art. 89 of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR of 1922, failure to give information of counter-revolutionary crimes known to have been committed or to be impending was punishable by imprisonment for a maximum of 1 year. 3 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pp 357. Ch 19 The Monolithic Party 221. We suffer from anything, it is not from too much informing, but from too little. If two people speak sincerely together about questions of party life or about politics in general, said Nikolava, a woman dealing gay from Leningrad, one of them invariably writes to the Central Control Commission, and Solz, the spokesman of the commission, interjected, it depends what they are speaking about. And when Nikolava went on to protest that the Chayka, the popular synonym for the OGPU was used throughout the discussion, was an instrument directed against our class enemy, against the bourgeoisie, she was greeted with cries of not always. 1. The long-prepared coalescence of the functions of the OGPU and of the Central Control Commission was now an established fact. The other new development had been inaugurated by Zino Vive at the 13th Party Congress, when he appealed to Trotsky to confess from the tribune of the Congress that he had made a mistake, and the party was right. But this innovation encountered resistance, and no such demand was made by the cautious Stalin on the opposition at the 14th Congress. Point 3. Nevertheless, whatever tactics may have been followed in public, and in regard to the leaders, it was clear by this time that a party member penalized, whether through the appointments procedure of Orgerspread or through direct disciplinary action by a control commission, for opposition associations or activities, could not hope to find his way back to favor without renouncing his past opinions and joining in the condemnation and persecution of those who continued to hold them. The now accepted doctrine was enunciated without comment, but with evident reference to the continued holding by the defeated opposition leaders of party and governmental posts at the 7th Komsomol Congress in March 1926. If this or that comrade has not recognized his error, and if he is appointed to this or that leading work, that does not mean 114 SSV Sasoy 1K Istic exploited, b. 1926, pages 566, 570, 595 to 596, 600 to 601, 612 to 613. 2 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 362. 3 This restraint enabled Bukharin to score a point against Zinoviev, cp. 134 above. 222 The struggle in the party pt 11. That we have given him an amnesty. There can be an amnesty only when the comrade recognizes his error. It was not long before a demand for a recantation of past errors became one of the regular instruments in the enforcement of conformity by the central party machine. A new regulation made at this time stipulated that a former party member, whether he had been expelled from the party or had left it of his own volition, could be admitted only by decision of the Central Control Commission. F. The leader. The concentration of power in the central apparatus in the name of party unity and the enforcement of party discipline is commonly associated with the name of Stalin, who was the ultimate beneficiary of the process. It would, however, be misleading to regard it as the work of one man. The process was not perhaps consciously planned by anyone, but it was also not consistently resisted by anyone. Leaders of the opposition protested when measures of party discipline were applied to them, but they had themselves previously acclaimed the principle of such measures. The beginning of the process may be found in Lenin's impassioned pleas for unity, and in the resolution banning fractions and groupings at the 10th Party Congress in March 1921. In the immediately following years, the event which did most to further it was the campaign against Trotsky in the winter of 1923 to 1924, when dissensions within the party were for the first time penalized on an extensive scale. The first appearance of the epithet monolithic as applied to the party was in the resolution of the 13th Party Conference of January 1924, which condemned Trotsky and contrasted the alleged opposition view of the party as a sum of all kinds of tendencies and fractions with the Bolshevik view of it as a monolithic whole. Point 3. In May at the 13th Party Congress, Zinoviev proclaimed the need for a monolithism 1,000 times greater than what we 7 SSV Soyuznoy Leninskogo Communistikiskogo Soyuzom Ledezi 1926, p. 96. 2 Izvestia Central Nogo Komitetovi Soyuznot Communistikiskoy b. No 16 to 17, 137 to 138, May 3, 1926, p. 5. 3 VKP, b. V. Rizoliatsityak, 1941, I. 542. Ch 19 The Monolithic Party 223. Have now. But Trotsky, though he did not use the word was not behindhand in protestations of fidelity to the principle. In no circumstances does inter-party democracy presuppose fractional groupings. I never recognize and do not recognize freedom of party groupings, because in present historical conditions a grouping is only another name for a fraction of those who 6 months later were to become leading publicists of the Leningrad opposition. Zaletsky at this time declared himself emphatically against groupings and fractions in the party and for unity of will, unity of political line, unity of political platform, and Safarov announced that the party from the very bottom to the very top is a steel ingot. Point 3 Not only Zinoviev, but his principal followers were exposed to the charge of both preaching and practicing an intolerance of dissent which they resented only when they themselves became dissenters. Stalin was at this time publicly less committed to the demand for a monolithic party than most of his future opponents. Nor can any difference of attitude be traced between the leaders on the practical conclusions of monolithism. Zinoviev and Kamina outdid Stalin in January 1925 in their insistence on the application of disciplinary penalties to Trotsky, and there is no reason to suppose that they were any more backward in the victimization of Trotsky's followers. Uglanov's cleanup of the Moscow organization was apparently undertaken at the instance of Zinoviev and Kamina, and, under Zinoviev's uncontested Tule, hundreds and hundreds of workers had, according to Trotsky's private memorandum of December 22, 1925, been expelled from Leningrad and scattered all over the country. Point 5. If the selection of delegates to party congresses was now habitually managed by the local party bosses at the dictation of the central machine, circumstantial evidence was not lacking of such management by the Leningrad leaders in the recruitment of the Trinadsatai ISS Rostiskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov. 1924, p. 112. 2 Ibid pages 159 to 160. 3 Leningradskaya Pravda, May 8, 28, 1924. 4 CP 22 above, it resulted in the dismissal or transfer of tens and perhaps hundreds of Moscow party workers. 14 SS Visasozmacom. Munistikiskoy Perdit, B. 1926, p. 384. 5 for Trotsky's memorandum CP 168 above. 224 The struggle in the party PT 111. Leningrad delegation to the 14th Party Congress. A hostile critic put the situation clearly and succinctly. Neither in Moscow nor in Leningrad were the masses informed of the substance of the disputes. It was the apparatus that voted. Whatever was at stake at the 14th Congress, it would be erroneous to see in it a struggle of champions of inter-party democracy on behalf of freedom of opinion and freedom of election against the defenders of a monolithic conformity in opinion and organization. But a new and sinister stage in the development was nonetheless marked by this Congress. The procedure which had made its appearance at the 13th Party Conference in January 1924, at the culmination of the first campaign against Trotsky, of jeering at opposition speakers and shouting them down, emerged at the 14th Congress in December 1925 as a regular system, deliberately organized on the side of the majority and perhaps even on that of the minority. What were now heard on the floor of the Congress were not the arguments of rational and spontaneous dissent, but the shouts of well-drilled factions contending for mastery. That so much of the debate was still conducted in the esoteric language of party doctrine or economic theory seemed a tribute to the habits of the past rather than a reality of the present. The familiar arguments themselves began to take on a scholastic and unsubstantial form. More plainly than ever before in the history of the party, the decisions of the 14th Congress were the product of naked power. The victory of Stalin over his former partners in the triumvirate was a triumph, not of reason, but of organization. The concentration of power in the party at the center, whether in the Secretariat or in the Central Control Commission, did not at the outset seem to portend a drift towards personal dictatorship, towards the greater prestige and influence of an individual leader. This phenomenon first emerged in local organizations, and its cumulative effect was plural rather than singular. From the moment when the capital and the party headquarters were moved, one for the exclusion of Komarov CP 135 above, similar tactics were doubtless pursued by both sides. 2 Bolshevik, number 14, July 31, 1926, p. 59. 3 C. The Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 336. Ch. 19 The Monolithic Party 225. To Moscow in March 1918, Zinoviev remained the outstanding figure in Petrograd, and came automatically to dominate the Petrograd party organization. Accident and his personal actor combined to make him the first conspicuous party boss. Partly by way of imitation, Kamina occupied a similar position in the Moscow party organization, though this was overshadowed by the continuous presence in Moscow of the other leaders and of the central organs of party and state. Other local party organizations had their recognized bosses. Arhonikij in Tiflis and Kirov in Baku were noteworthy examples. Weak party organizations in backward regions were commonly run by bosses sent from Moscow. Yaroslavsky, and later Lashevik, functioned in this capacity in Siberia, Galashchikin in Kazakhstan. This system of fiefs or principalities, as it afterwards came to be called, was for a long time generally accepted, and few members of the party noticed that behind the power of the local bosses, the overriding power of a central boss was being built up round the Secretariat and the Central Control Commission. Before the beginning of 1925, Zinoviev and Kamina, as controllers of the Leningrad and Moscow organizations, were assumed by most people to wield more power than the General Secretary, Stalin. The rift in the triumvirate and the controversies that led up to the 14th Congress revealed for the first time the underlying realities of the situation. It became apparent that Kamina, having yielded up to Uglanov the effective control of the Moscow organization, had forfeited his local base, and had become a politically dependent hanger-on of the Leningrad group. On the other hand, the challenge of the Leningrad opposition to the Central Party leadership threw a lurid light on the potential danger of the system of principalities, which came under attack at the Congress from Komarov, the main Leningrad supporter of the Central Committee. It is significant that the system was criticized on the ground not that it made the local boss a dictator over the local party organization, but that it weakened the unitary structure of the party, which seemed less secure than it had been in the days of Lenin. To give Moscow to one, Leningrad to another, Donbass to a third, and so on, said Komarov, might have been all right under Lenin, but nowadays it would turn the party. 226 The struggle in the party PT3. Central Committee into a League of Nations. Uglanov 1. Applause by claiming that he worked in Moscow in such a way as not to allow the possibility of dividing our party into spheres of influence of separate leaders, and Voroshilov expressed satisfaction that Moscow under Uglanov had ceased to be any one's fief. The argument seemed irresistible. Nobody wanted a repetition of the clash between the party's Central Committee and a powerful local party organization. The Leningrad delegation proclaimed more loudly than anyone its devotion to the Leninist unity of the party. Had it won, it would have taken over control of the Central Committee and the Central Party apparatus. The struggle which culminated at the 14th Congress was bound, whichever side proved victorious, to end in the disappearance of conflicting centers of authority dominated by local bosses. But, though this development was clearly foreseen and commented by the Congress as a whole, the conclusion was not drawn that the elimination of the local boss as an independent figure would be achieved at the cost of elevating one man to the central seat of power and authority, of creating a unique party boss. The Congress again and again acclaimed with evident sincerity the ideal of collective leadership. It counted heavily against Zinoviev that he had seen himself so easily as Lenin's successor. One delegate quoted, amid applause, what he described as the opinion of a typical party member from the provinces. Lenin left behind him a trunk full of relics of all kinds. But individual representatives, individual members of the Central Committee, are beginning to try on his mantle. This mantle does not fit anyone, it does not fit our co-reporter from the Central Committee. This legacy should be the legacy of our whole party and of the whole Central Committee. Asterisk now that the Central Committee is collectively led, remarked another delegate, I think we should abandon the idea of SUC session and successors. This, too, was greeted with stormy applause. Kamina's personal attack on Stalin was answered by Tomsky's passionate assurance that a system of individual T14 SXV Soy Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926, p. 221. 2 Ibid pages 193, 394, it was an opposition speaker who called Moscow the Empire of Comrade Uglanov, Ibid p. 384. 3 Ibid pages 173, 179. Ch 19 The Monolithic Party 227. Leaders cannot exist, and will not, no, will not, as well as by Voroshilov's explanation that, if Stalin was a leading member of the Politburo, he never claimed priority there. These protestations were, in part, sincere and were believed by many. It was not yet understood that Uglanov now ruled Moscow in SUC session to Kamina as an agent of Stalin, and that this had enabled Stalin to confront the Leningrad opposition with the dual strength and authority of the Moscow organization and of the Central Party machine. When Zinoviev, after his defeat at the 14th Congress, was finally ousted from his control of the Leningrad machine, and Kirov, a faithful Stalinist, transferred from Baku to Leningrad to replace him, no local party organization was any longer strong enough to resist the central authority in Moscow. By the same token, no other party leader could stand up against Stalin. The concentration of power in the central organization also meant the concentration of power in the hands of one man. One for these passages see pages 139 to 140 above. Chapter 20. The Union and the Republics. Operation on lines which were to remain substantially unchanged till 1936. The USSR included in its federal embrace the four original constituent republics, the RSFSR, the Ukrainian SSR, the White Russian SSR and the Transcaucasian SFSR, to which were to be added in the following year the Uzbek and Turkmen SSRs. The constitutional structure of each of these republics with its pyramid of Soviets was patterned on that of the USSR itself. The constitution of the USSR had followed the model of the original constitution of the RSFSR. Since the RSFSR accounted for 2/3 of the total population of the USSR and occupied 95% of its total area, it was not surprising that the USSR should sometimes have seemed not so much a federal union of equal republics as a device to enable the RSFSR to assert and legitimize its ascendancy over the other republics. In form, the principle of equality was observed. In practice, the USSR inevitably appeared as the heir of the old RSFSR rather than as the joint creation of all the republics. The main central organs of the Union, the Congress of Soviets, the All-Union Central Executive Committee, VTSIK, and Sovnarkom were direct successors of the corresponding organs. For an account of the constitution of the USSR, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 399 to 409. The figures of population as given in the census of December 1926 were as follows. TE year 1924 saw the constitution of the USSR in full. RSFSR 100,891,244. Ukrainian SSR 29,018,187. White Russian SSR 4,983,240. Transcaucasian SFSR 5,861,529. Uzbek SSR 5,272,801. Turkmen SSR 1,914. USSR 147,027,915. Vol. 231Q. 232. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Of the RSFSR, while the RSFSR and the other constituent republics adopted, at a subordinate level and within the frame work of the USSR, similar constitutions and set up similar organs. The pyramidal structure of the Soviet system was retained and perfected. The whole USSR was now organized as a single pyramid with the Congress of Soviets of the USSR as its apex. A. The organs of the Union. The Constitution of the USSR recognized its Congress of Soviets as the supreme organ of power. The definition was, from the outset, purely formal. The Congress of Soviets of the USSR inherited from its predecessor, the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, not only its constitutional status, but the virtual atrophy which had paralysed that body even before the formation of the Union. The first Congress of Soviets of the USSR in December 1922 had signed the Treaty of Union, the second in January 1924 had ratified its constitution. After the third Congress, which took place in May 1925, Congresses met only in alternate years. Point 2. They took the form of mass demonstrations, attended by more than 2,000 delegates, in the Bolshoi Theater in Moscow, at which reports were read by one or more members of Sovnarkom, speeches delivered by selected delegates, acts of lower organs ratified, and prepared resolutions passed by acclamation. Proposals for legislation were rarely or never introduced at a Congress, and no business, except of a formal character, was transacted. The atmosphere of solemnity and publicity surrounding the Congress of Soviets made it a convenient occasional forum for debates on foreign affairs, the motive being to instruct opinion at home and to impress opinion abroad rather than to influence the policy of the Soviet government. It was sometimes called 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 214 to 215. 2. Art. 11 of the Constitution, which prescribed electing once a year, was amended by the Fourth Congress in April 1927 to once every 2 years. Even this was not maintained. No Congress met between 1931 and 1935. 3 at the 13th Party Congress in May 1924, Zinoviev had insisted that no provincial Congress of Soviets, or even a rural district Congress of Soviets, should pass without a detailed report on the work of Narkomindel, the aim being to popularize foreign policy among the peasants. Trinad Zatai says. Archaistic Party, Bolshevikov, 1924, p. 50. At the 3rd. XX the Union and the Republics 233. On to confirm the budget, though, since it did not meet every year, this was an incidental and intermittent function. When it adjourned after a session which rarely lasted longer than a week, its powers devolved on the VTSIK elected to replace it till the next Congress should meet. Since the ostensible purpose of the Constitution was to reconcile the necessities of strong central government with the demand for some measure of independence or autonomy for the constituent units, its main theoretical interest centered on the novel organ designed to fulfill this purpose, the bicameral VTSIK, consisting of the Council of the Union elected by the Congress of Soviets and the Council of Nationalities elected by the Central Executive Committees of the Republics, autonomous republics and autonomous regions. While the authority of the Congress of Soviets progressively declined, VTSIK seemed at first sight to take a fresh lease of life from its bicameral structure, which enhanced its importance as the much publicized counter part of Western parliaments. But even VTSIK soon became uncomfortably large. In 1925, after the admission of the Uzbek and Turkmen SSRs to the Union, the Council of the Union was increased in numbers from 414 with 220 candidates to 450 with 199 candidates, the Council of Nationalities from 100 to 131 with 53 candidates. The 450 members of the Council of the Union, of whom more than 300 were representatives of the RSFSR, included ex officio the 10 People's Commissars of the Union and, incongruously, the Soviet diplomatic envoys in London and Berlin. The composition of the Council of Nationalities, heavily Union Congress of Soviets in May 1925, a number of delegates made speeches demanding a stiffer and more vigorous foreign policy, and Chicherin returned a reassuring answer on the intentions of the government. Treaty SX Tsavtov. SSSR, 1925, pages 66 to 100, 114 to 117, 130 to 131, 145 to 147. Though it would be rash to deny any spontaneous character to these speeches, T was clear that they were calculated to strengthen the hand of the Soviet government in negotiations with foreign powers. One of the critics referred to the presence of foreign diplomatic representatives in the audience. It would be 147. The precedent of critical speeches on foreign policy was followed at later congresses, at which Litvinov replaced Chicherin. Speeches on domestic policy, following the traditional report by the president of Совnarkom, were almost exclusively laudatory and rarely touched controversial issues. The statute of 6SIK, drawn up in November 1923, is in Postanovlenia. Treaty SSEI Central Nogo Ispolitel Nogo Komitet SSSR, 1923, pages 3 to 11. And in Sobranio Zakonii, 1923, number 106, art. 1030. 234, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Weighted in favor of the smaller, and especially of the non-Russian, units, Union republics and autonomous republics alike. Had 5 delegates each irrespective of population, and autonomous regions 1, seemed to make it the licensed custodian of the federal character of the Union. But, owing to the large number of autonomous republics and regions comprised in the RSFSR, 68 of the 131 members of the Council of Nationalities came from that republic. The first VTSIK of the USSR had, by a constitutional anomaly, met in December 1922, before the Constitution of the Union was ratified, or even drafted. It had not then acquired its bicameral form. The second VTSIK had held its first session in February 1924, immediately after the ratification of the Constitution. But its business had been mainly formal. The two chambers did not meet separately, and questions of procedure were not discussed. These first arose when the second VTSIK assembled for its second session in October 1924. The session lasted a full fortnight from October 17 to 29, 1924, and it was the only occasion on which broad constitutional issues involving the respective rights of the Union and of the constituent republics were seriously debated. As Inukich said, Soviet legislators had no experience of working in two chambers, and it was decided, when the session opened, that, as a general rule, the two chambers should sit together to hear the reports of government spokesmen, and then debate them separately. Point 4. This procedure was followed for the reports on the harvest, on internal trade and on finance. But Chicherin's report on foreign affairs was debated in joint session, and the debate on the organization of the judiciary and on the principles of criminal law was begun in joint session, and continued in separate sessions. No explanation was offered of these variations in procedure. The reports on the harvest, on trade and on foreign affairs were non-contentious. Sokolnikov's report on finance covered much important ground. But the debate, apart from a few complaints of the financial impotence of the republics, which were pleas for a lost cause, raised no one. Treaty SS Tsavtov SSSR, 1925, pages 541 to 545. 2. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 398. 3. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 351. 4. SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitetu Soziva, 2 Sestaya, 1924. pp. 5. 5. See Volume 1, pages 458 to 459. Ch.xx The Union and the Republics 235. Contentious issues. It was the reports on the constitution of the judiciary and on the principles of criminal law which, being by nature concerned with legal niceties, provided the occasion for keen and sometimes acrimonious argument. The question of legislative competence was one of the most confused and obscure in relations between the central authorities and the Union republics. Before the creation of the USSR, the RSFSR had been the only one of the Soviet republics to possess the technical equipment and trained personnel required for the drafting of legislation on any important scale. Hence the habit grew up in the other republics of adopting as their own the laws and decrees of the RSFSR, sometimes tacitly, sometimes by identical enactment, sometimes by enactment with amendments designed to take account of local conditions. Attention was drawn to this anomalous situation when the RSFSR enacted its series of codes in 1922. The earliest of these, the Criminal Code of May 1922, was adopted by the Ukrainian and Transcaucasian Republics with minor amendments, and by the White Russian Republic without amendment. _1 The agrarian, labor, civil, and judicial codes were passed by the TSIK of the RSFSR in October 1922. It seems to have been assumed that they would be automatically extended to the other republics. .2 The assumption in this crude form might have been wounding to national susceptibilities. But the Ukrainian delegate, by one of those anomalies so frequent in Soviet constitutional practice, delegates from the Ukrainian, White Russian and Transcaucasian republics took part in the proceedings, found the perfect way out. He announced that the Ukrainian TSIK had authorized the Ukrainian government to enter into a legal union with the RSFSR and the other republics, and suggested that the TSIK of the RSFSR should instruct its presidium to make to the other republics a friendly proposal to introduce also in the other republics the codes adopted by the fourth session of the All-Russian TSIK. This 1 SSSR, Central Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1926. P 615, the Ukrainian Criminal Code came into force on September 15, 1922. Zberniko Zakon and Tarasporyagin, 1922, number 36, Art 54. 2 According to M. Reichel, Soyasovetsky Sotsialistic Estic Republic. Kharkov, 1925, I. 47, the preambles to the codes as originally drafted contained a provision for their extension to the other republics, if this is correct. Any reference to this tactless formula has been expunged from the records of the session. 236, the Soviet Order. .4. Suggestion was unanimously agreed to without discussion, and was doubtless carried out, sometimes perhaps tacitly, sometimes by specific enactment. The situation was described at the session of the TSIK in October 1924 with little exaggeration by an official of the RSFSR. The only legislation for the whole Union, for all the republics, was the legislation of the RSFSR. So it was in practice, and this legislation was adopted by all the Union republics, so that de facto community was secured. .3. It was with this background of unity in mind that the framers of the Constitution of the USSR had reserved to the Union the right to lay down the basis of a common judicial structure and a common civil and criminal legislation. It was with this background in mind that the newly fledged BISIK set out in October 1924 to debate the reports on judicial organization and on the principles of criminal law. The two reports were debated together, but the most serious contretemps occurred on the first of them. Under the Constitution, a Supreme Court attached to the Central Executive Committee of the USSR was to be established for the purpose of strengthening revolutionary legality and coordinating the efforts of the Union republics in the struggle against counter-revolution. The question of the organization of the courts was to be regulated in a special decree, and a draft decree on the foundations of the judiciary of the USSR and of the Union republics, which had already been approved by Sovnarkom, was now submitted to the TSIK for confirmation. Unexpectedly, and disconcertingly, however, a violent attack on it was launched by Krylenko, who was Deputy People's Commissar for Justice of the RSFSR. Krylenko's indictment rested on two arguments. In the first, 1 4 Sestai v Sarastiskogo T Central Nogo Ispolitel Nogo Komitet 1x. Soziva, Bulletin, number 8, November 1, 1922, p. 21. 2 The Civil Code was adopted by the Ukrainian SSR on February 1, 1923, by the Armenian SSR on April 10, 1923, and by the Georgian SSR, with amendments in the chapter on inheritance, on September 1, 1923, Das Recht. Sojet Russlands, ed. A. Makelzo, 1925, pages 253 to 354. The Agrarian Code was adopted with amendments by the Ukrainian SSR on November 29, 1922, by the Georgian SSR on May 15, 1924, and by the White Russian SSR on February 24, 1925. Vyshkovsky, Soviet Civil Law, I. Michigan, 1948, 660, quoting a Soviet textbook Zemel Noprovo, 1940. 3 SSSR, Central Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sestaya, 1924. pp 454. 4 plus C. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 404. CHXX. The Union and the Republics 237. Place the draft purported to set up a single system of courts for the USSR, the courts of the constituent republics, including their supreme courts, being explicitly subordinated to the Supreme Court of the Union, and this centralization was a breach of the Constitution, which had left the People's Commissariats of Justice, as Republican commissariats, under the exclusive control of the constituent republics. Secondly, the draft accorded to the Supreme Court of the USSR a right of review and annulment of decisions of the Supreme Courts of the republics on grounds of incompatibility with the Constitution. This, Krylenko declared, was constitutional control, not judicial policy. The Soviet authorities had always rejected the fiction of the independence of the judicial power. The draft overthrew this basic principle, and attempted to introduce the old theory of the separation of powers, and the supremacy of the judicial organs over the administrative officers who represent the sovereign power. Krylenko summed up both arguments in the demand that the respective people's commissariats of justice of the republics, not the Supreme Court of the USSR, should constitute the highest judicial power. In the debate which followed, the first speaker, Antonov Saratovsky, accused Krylenko of seeking to destroy the Union by clinging to the letter of the Constitution. Kursky, the People's Commissar for Justice of the RSFSR, tactfully sat on the fence, not contesting the legal validity of Krylenko's arguments, but holding that uniform legislation and uniform provisions for judicial organization were indispensable throughout the Union. Skripnik, the delegate from the Ukraine, alone wholeheartedly supported Krylenko. Hashtag. With profound hatred, with contempt, we remember the old times of the Tsarist Empire, the single indivisible state. We have no single indivisible state. But even Skripnik rejected the idea that the USSR could be a mere confederation. Kalinin defended the Sovnarkom draft, but mainly on the ingenuous ground that the issue was to 1 SSSR, Central Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1924. Pages 404 to 414. 2 Piquancy was added to this alliance by the fact that Krylenko and Skripnik had been protagonists on opposite sides when the office of procurator was created in May 1922, SCE Volume 1, p. 82. It was Krylenko who had altered his tune. 238. The Soviet Order. .4. Technical to be understood by plain men. Lerin confused it still further by an attempt to return to the legal philosophy of the first days of the revolution. The Sovnarkom draft, he declared, represented a penetration of petty bourgeois tendencies into our concepts. What was wanted was not constitutional regulation, or a code of law. All this was merely a transitional weapon. But complete freedom for courts to pronounce verdicts according to their conscience, a view which Korolenko described as decentralist, anarchist, and federalist, in the worst sense of the term. At this point the Council of the Union and the Council of Nationalities, on the demand of the latter, divided, and continued the debate in separate sessions. It now drifted away from the question of judicial organization to the draft principles of criminal legislation. Point 2 underscore these incurred criticism in the Council of Nationalities from jealous representatives of the republics who detected an inroad on their prerogatives. Delegates from Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan plausibly opined that principles of criminal law drawn up in Moscow would prove inapplicable in Central Asia, where blood feuds and polygamy were still endemic. Skripnik, with less practical arguments to support him, pointed out that the original Treaty of Union signed in December 1922 had reserved civil and criminal legislation for the central authority, and that the revised formula in the final constitution had been intended as a concession to the republics, which was now being whittled away. At the end of these inconclusive and bewildering discussions, both the Council of the Union and the Council of Nationalities were glad to refer the issues to drafting commissions, which had the unenviable task of working out verbal promises. These were announced at a later stage of the session. In the matter of judicial organization, the principle of a single system of judicial institutions was maintained, and unity of judicial policy was to be assured both by the Supreme Court of the USSR and by the People's Commissariats of Justice and Supreme Courts of the constituent republics. In practice, like 1 SSSR, Central Nieispolitelny Komitet 2 Sozaiba, 2 Sestaya, 1924. pp 439 to 440, 452. 2 for the principle, see pages 433 to 434 below. 3 SSSR, Central Nieispolitelny Komitet 2 Sozaiba, 2 Sestaya, 1924. Pages 465 to 466, 469 to 470. 4 ibid pages 589 to 590, Postanovliny Yatsiki Soyoza SSR, 2 Sesia, 1924. Pages 93-99. CHXX the Union and the Republics 239. Everything else in the Constitution, this represented a victory for a firmly centralized control, but the victory was due to factors that lay altogether outside the constitutional field. A similar compromise was recorded in the field of criminal law. The draft principles were approved with a few minor amendments. The elaboration of criminal codes remained the prerogative of the Union republics, but the Presidium of VTSIK has the right to indicate to the Union republics in indispensable cases the kinds and forms of crime for which the USSR deems it indispensable to apply the definite line of a single penal policy. Security. The main field in which the USSR would assert its indispensable authority in criminal legislation and administration provided a powerful impetus to centralization. Although the questions of judicial organization and criminal law were the only ones on which an open clash occurred, and even then in a confused and muted form, an undercurrent of jealous rivalry between the power of the Union and the rights of the republics ran through all the proceedings of the session of October 1924. It was Skripnik, the Ukrainian, who persistently sounded the note of Republican intransigence, asserting it even in the field of military affairs. We are changing over our Red Army to the Ukrainian language, and in Georgia, from the very beginning of the organization of the Red Army, orders of the day and the word of command have been given in the Georgian language. On the other hand, Chicherin, speaking for the commissariat, whose centralized authority was least contested and most easily taken for granted, firmly explained, in a report on the legal character of Soviet citizenship, that our federal Soviet state is not at all a union of states, but a single state. 3 It was left to Anikic to provide an official summing up. If we speak of the unity of the state, then of course our Union of Republics is the most unitary state in the sense of the word, and our unity exceeds 1,000-fold the unity which 1 SSSR, Central Nieispolitelny Komitet 2 Sozaiba, 2 Sesia, 1924. Pages 616 to 624. 2 For a further discussion of this issue, see pages 441 to 442 below. 3 SSSR, Central Nieispolitelny Komitet 2 Sozaiba, 2 Sestaya, 1924. Pages 468, 491. 240 The Soviet Order. Point 4. Existed under the Tsarist autocracy. Our unity is sealed, not by constitutional laws, not by this or that paragraph, but by the common interests of the workers and peasants of all the Union of Republics. Yet the nationalities of the Union now for the first time enjoyed the full development of their language and of their national culture, and the central authority had never extended any preference or privilege to the great power nation in our Union, i.e., to the great Russians. The claim was not unfounded. But these issues had little relation to the somewhat unreal framework of the Constitution, and were governed by considerations other than those of constitutional propriety. The session of October 1924 was the last, as well as the first, occasion on which VTSIK provided a forum for serious controversies on the respective rights of the USSR and of the constituent republics, or on which its bicameral status seemed to have more than a historical interest. Article 8 of the Constitution prescribed that sessions both of the Congress of Soviets and of VTSIK should take place at the capitals of the constituent republics in rotation. In accordance with this rule, the session of VTSIK in March 1925 was duly held in Tiflis. Thereafter, the rule was quietly forgotten, and all subsequent meetings held in Moscow. According to Article 21 of the Constitution, VTSLK was to meet 3 times a year. In fact, it was convened at irregular intervals as the exigencies or conveniences of policy dictated, but rarely more often than once a year. At first an attempt was made to establish a practice of holding a general debate at each session on the affairs of one of the constituent republics. Thus, Transcaucasian affairs were debated at the session of March 1925, Ukrainian affairs in 1926, and White Russian affairs in 1927. Thereafter this practice seems to have lapsed. Even the division of VTSIK into 2 chambers, which was the essential novelty of the Constitution and the great concession to the rights of the constituent republics, was in danger of becoming blurred. At the TSSSR, Central Nieispolitelny Komitet 2 Sozaiba, 2 Sesia, 1924. Pages 507 to 509. 2 Particulars of the frequency and duration of its meetings are collected in J. Toaster, Political Power in the USSR, 1917 to 1947, NY, 1948, pages 229 to 230. In the period from 1923 to 1936 it sat on an average for less than 10 days a year. CHXX the Union and the Republics 241. Beginning of the session of March 1925 it was proposed that